This young man was once the #1 assassin in the world, but those who walk too long in the night are bound to meet misfortune one day. In the end, he fell into a trap during a mission to steal a national treasure. Yet Jun Mo Zai did not lose his life. By some strange twist of fate, he hazily awakened, unable to understand why he was still alive. That very moment, countless unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. It turned out he had transmigrated and taken over the life of the body's former owner. His grandfather was Jun Zhan Tian, a powerful Grand Duke and pillar of the military. His father was Quan Vo Hoi, a great general who died in battle 10 years ago. The entire family now depended on Jun Mo Zai, yet this young man was infamous for his debauchery and laziness, bringing disgrace upon the Jun family throughout the Thin Huang Empire. Absorbing such an overwhelming flood of information left his head spinning, but the most fortunate thing was that he was still alive and reborn in another world, truly a blessing accumulated from his previous life. Jun Mo Zai stepped out of bed and examined himself in the mirror. Fortunately, the new body was still male. Hearing the soft voice earlier, he had almost thought he had entered the body of a woman. This young man's appearance was rather handsome, only somewhat slender. His meridians were blocked, his body weak and his bones stiff. Being alive was already a stroke of luck. As long as his meridians were not destroyed, within 3 to 7 years he believed he would stand at the pinnacle once more. Suddenly he noticed a glowing tattoo on his right wrist. Jun Mo Zai guessed it was the treasure that had brought him across worlds, the same national treasure he had once risked his life to steal. Thankfully, it was still with him. Just then, a servant came to report that the old master had summoned him. The old master was Jun Zhan Tian, the grandfather of this body. Jun Mo Zai was 16 this year, notorious across the Thin Huang Empire as a useless playboy. Perhaps it was the coincidence of the same name that caused him to enter this body. The fate that changed Jun Mo Zai's life seemed long predetermined. In the study, Jun Zhan Tian was already waiting. Though advanced in age, he remained imposing. Born into poverty, he had once dominated the battlefield, striking fear into enemies, excelling in both civil and martial arts, and was an earth-profound expert. In a deep voice, he asked about the incident of him fainting last night. Jun Mo Zai replied softly. From that question, he learned that the former owner had fallen from the bed and died, truly an awkward matter. Jun Zhan Tian angrily scolded, believing he had been harmed by someone. Had they not been cautious beforehand, he would have met the king of hell already. Hearing this, Jun Mo Zai realized someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Seeing his grandson silent, Jun Zhan Tian felt something strange. Today he was unusually calm and cold. He sighed, set aside the matter of assassination, and informed him that his engagement to Princess Ling Meng had been annulled. Jun Mo Zai merely lowered his head and accepted, making him even more astonished by the change. With nothing more to say, he dismissed him to rest and ordered experts to guard him strictly. Even as a wastrel, Jun Mo Zai was still the only bloodline of the family. Leaving the room, Jun Mo Zai sighed and mocked himself as a useless man living off his family. Wrong, a voice sounded. You are only a third-generation ancestor. I am the true second-generation ancestor. Jun Mo Zai turned around and saw his third uncle Jun Wu Yi, a former famed general now confined to a wheelchair due to grievous injuries 10 years ago. He greeted him respectfully. Jun Wu Yi was surprised by his unusual attitude and asked whether he still wished to be a playboy. Jun Mo Zai smiled and replied that he was merely a third-generation ancestor. Living in peace was enough, causing Jun Wu Yi to feel that his nephew was very different today. He continued, if third uncle served as a support, then he could still be a second-generation ancestor, deliberately emphasizing the words great tree. The remark angered Jun Wu Yi, who thought he was mocking his crippled legs. From the original owner memories, Jun Mo Zai knew he carried deep hatred. He asked directly whether he wished to take revenge if given the chance to stand again. Words moved Jun Wu Yi, who gripped his shoulders tightly and asked if there was a way to heal his legs. Jun Mo Zai calmly replied that though the hope was slim, it was worth trying. When he saw him sweating from the tight grip, he asked why he did not cry out in pain, and he merely smiled, saying that shouting would not lessen the pain. His composure convinced Jun Wu Yi that his nephew had truly changed and might bring hope. With approval granted, Jun Mo Zai proposed an acupoint therapy, requesting someone with martial arts to massage the meridians daily and soak in hot water each night. Jun Wu Yi trusted him. Even failure was acceptable. For years he had longed for even the slightest glimmer of hope. Jun Mo Zai realized the meridians around the waist were sealed and infiltrated by poison, making treatment extremely difficult. Jun Wu Yi said he had sought renowned physicians everywhere, yet all were helpless. To cure it required immensely powerful profound energy to force the poison out. It sounded simple, it was nearly impossible, as it required a supreme divine profound expert, a rare existence who would lose half his cultivation if he attempted the cure. No one would easily make such a sacrifice. Junmo Zai clicked his tongue, realizing the one who struck back then must have held deep hatred toward the Jun family. Noticing he was acting too differently, he quickly explained that he had always hoped third uncle would recover so he could comfortably remain a pampered young master. The words resembled those of the original owner, reassuring Junwoo Yi. Taking the chance, he asked about his cultivation realm. He modestly said he had only reached Earth Profound. Junmo Zai sensed his strength was even higher. On the continent, cultivation relied on profound energy with ranks from low to high, each displayed in different colors. From the 7th rank onward, profound energy turned black, and misjudgment could cause serious trouble. Thanks to the explanation, Junmo Zai supplemented the knowledge the original owner had lacked. He resolved to become stronger, to seek a master to guide him and rebuild his standing. After the conversation, he departed and promised to heal third uncle legs. Junwoo Yi watched his resolute back and felt that hope for the Jun family had been rekindled. Conversation was accidentally overheard by the servant Lao Pang and reported to Jun Zhantian. Hearing that the young master was diligently reading in the library pavilion, the old master was greatly astonished. He pondered whether Junmo Zai had truly awakened. As for Junmo Zai, he immersed himself in the library for a long time. Because the original owner memories were hollow, he had to relearn everything to survive, leaving his mind aching. Pain felt like needles piercing, making him stagger as strange images surfaced in his mind. Before his eyes appeared a colossal tower. On its body were carved the 3 words Hong Quan Thap, a name familiar from legends. According to memory, Hong Quan Laotu was the master of great powers, so this tower must be extraordinary. Without hesitation, he stepped straight inside. A blinding burst of light appeared, causing Junmo Zai to fall flat. Yet instead of pain, his eyes burned with excitement. Because that light was the open heaven creation art. It was a supreme mysterious cultivation art of extraordinary might. If he mastered it, his path back to the peak would not be far. Going deeper, he discovered a pool and guessed it was the spirit pool for tendon cleansing and marrow refining. Just as he was about to jump in, a servant stopped him, and he immediately shouted that he only wished to bathe. He leapt into the pool, yet strangely his legs hovered upon the surface as if standing on solid ground. The 2 servants were astonished, believing only experts who reached the Jade Profound realm could accomplish such a feat. After experimenting, Junmo Zai returned to his room to cultivate, determined to seize his destiny in this unfamiliar world. However, trouble quickly arose when Junmo Zai devoted all his strength to cultivation yet still could not sense even the slightest trace of aura. There was not the faintest hint of chi. The heaven-opening creation art was indeed profound and elusive, yet Junmo Zai did not lose heart and continued to start over from the beginning. Despite his unceasing perseverance, he failed again and again. Nearly 200 days passed and he was still stuck in the same place. Until one day, after pushing himself too far in cultivation, Junmo Zai coughed up blood and collapsed, sending the servants into a panic as they rushed inside. When he awoke, he realized he was soaking in a wooden tub filled with hot water. His entire body relaxed. A servant behind him was massaging his acupoints. In front of him stood Jun Zhantian with a worried expression. When asked, Junmo Zai insisted that his body was fine, but his grandfather clearly did not believe him. He relentlessly demanded to know the culprit, his tone filled with fury, believing this was yet another scheme by those plotting against the Jun family. Guessing his thoughts, Junmo Zai calmly replied that he had not seen clearly who made the move. Jun Zhantian angrily scolded him for being useless, then flicked his sleeve and left, determined to track down the culprit despite the servants urging him to be cautious to avoid disadvantage. Fully aware of the situation, Jun Zhantian still refused to endure it, for he alone now upheld the family, so he decided to personally investigate together with Lao Pang. Early the next morning, Jun Zhantian, bearing the status of the old duke, strode straight into the court, causing an uproar among the officials and even forcing the emperor to placate him. An impolite censor was taught a lesson by him right there in the hall. Grand Preceptor Lai Thuong remained silent throughout, merely frowning slightly when he departed. At the same time, Grand Preceptor Lai and the Palace Guard General Meng Nhu Phi exchanged a meaningful glance. The corners of their lips lifted faintly, as if each carried his own scheme. Meanwhile, at the Jun residence, Junmo Zai was soaking in medicinal herbs to heal his injuries, His close maid stood beside him with a timid expression that made him ask about it. Although the girl hurriedly denied it, her furtive gaze betrayed her fear. Junmo Zai sighed, wondering how the former third young master had treated her before. After changing clothes, he stepped closer and noticed a pair of clear eyes rarely seen in this world full of scheme. Feeling as if she were a younger sister, he unconsciously patted her head. This action startled her and made her realize that the young master seemed to have changed. Even so, she quickly dismissed the thought, for her previous impression of Junmo Zai was merely that of a debauched young lord. To her surprise, he only patted her head and told her to withdraw, without the slightest intent to harass her. Once alone, he realized his body had transformed. His eyesight and hearing had greatly improved, allowing him to observe and hear even the smallest detail. This miraculous change convinced Junmo Zai that it was the effect of the heaven-opening creation art and strengthened his determination to cultivate. After a month of perseverance, he finally entered the first level of the technique. People in the residence were astonished when the third young master suddenly became well-behaved, no longer causing trouble or indulging as before. Hearing the gossip, Junmo Zai could not help but resent the original owner for leaving him such a bad reputation. The quiet was shattered when someone burst into the study and knelt down to beg Junmo Zai for help. That person was Tang Yuan, the eldest young master of the Tang family, which left Junmo Zai quite surprised. Tang Yuan clutched his robe and lamented that he had lost all 150,000 taels of silver at Thien Kim Hall. Hearing this, Junmo Zai darkened, for it was an enormous sum. Tang Yuan stammered that he had previously won as much as 500,000. Greedy to recover his losses, he ultimately lost everything, even staking his jade pendant and treasured sword. These two treasures were extremely valuable, especially the renowned sword and the top-grade jade pendant. Tang Yuan confessed in regret that he had lost control and fallen into a trap. Worse still, he had even staked his own wife, causing Junmo Zai to burn with anger. Tang Yuan hugged his leg and pleaded for help, saying that if he failed to pay in full within 3 hours, the scandal would be exposed. Junmo Zai initially refused, but when he learned that the other party wanted to lure him to the gambling house, he immediately began to calculate. Realizing it was a trap aimed at him, he still decided to take a look and instructed the maid to bring his cloak. Then he set off with Tang Yuan toward the gambling house. On the way, when Tang Yuan heard that Junmo Zai carried only a 50,000 tael banknote, he became flustered with worry. Junmo Zai reassured him that winning it back would be enough, leaving Tang Yuan half convinced and half doubtful. Lost in thought, Tang Yuan nearly ran into a young woman if not for Junmo Zai's warning. The young woman showed no fear and instead arrogantly scolded them, making Junmo Zai recognize her as Dak Ko Zio. Under his fixed gaze, she put her hands on her hips and questioned him, forcing Junmo Zai to take his leave politely. However, she refused to let them go, suspecting they were up to something shady and insisting on keeping them there. If they failed to appease her, the two of them would find it hard to leave. Junmo Zai could only sigh and explain that the place they were going was not suitable for young ladies. When misunderstood as heading to a brothel, he blurted out the truth that they were merely going to Thien Kim Hall to gamble. Having never experienced it before, Zio Yi immediately became interested and wanted to follow. Thus the two of them had no choice but to take her to the gambling house, causing Meng Haizhou to secretly rejoice upon seeing Junmo Zai appear. But when he noticed that Dak Ko Zio Yi was with him, his expression changed at once. Lai Feng, the pale-faced scholar, hurried forward to receive them and invited them inside. Knowing full well that the other party was targeting him, Junmo Zai went straight to the point. He agreed to participate in a round of dice, as proposed by Lai Feng. Although he knew it was a provocation, Junmo Zai calmly accepted. Sitting at the table, he took a sip of tea and immediately sensed something unusual. The tea contained bewitching herb combined with the fragrance in the room it could cloud the mind. He sneered and demanded the round begin. After speaking, he still took another sip, confident that he was unaffected. As the opening round began, Junmo Zai proposed a wager of 10,000 taels per round. Meng Haizhou gladly agreed and suggested playing big and small, at the same time hinting that Zio Yi could place bets outside. Junmo Zai explained the method of floating red, allowing her to bet according to his results. Zio Yi eagerly placed her bet on him, while Junmo Zai smiled in provocation at his opponent. The gamble officially began, each person harboring his own scheme. Junmo Zai realized that not only had the tea been drugged and the incense in the room tampered with, even the dice had been rigged by those two men. They must have injected flowing mercury inside to create unpredictable changes. Only someone versed in sound could guess the result. However, the luck of Lai Feng and Meng Haizhou had come to an end, because Jun Mo Zai was no longer the same as before. With the experience of a top assassin from his previous life, he quickly saw through every deceitful trick. While those two men were still drunk on the illusion of victory, their faces turned pale as the dice did not follow their calculation. Jun Mo Zai rolled a total of 17 points, exactly 1 point higher than his opponents, and narrowly claimed victory. Tang Yuan was overjoyed, while Lai Feng and Meng Haizhou flushed red with anger. Jun Mo Zai remained indifferent, saying only that it was thanks to Zio Yi good fortune. In the second round, Jun Mo Zai maintained a calm expression that irritated others, and this time he was the one to roll the dice. Lai Feng and Meng Haizhou bet on big, but when the bowl was lifted, the 3 dice totaled only 4 points, small, allowing Jun Mo Zai to win again. Lai Feng fell silent because he had clearly heard at least 1 die land on 6, yet the result was completely the opposite. Ko, young lady, congratulations on your fortune, thanks to your blessing. If I win big I will share 1,000 taels. Jun Mo Zai said, making Ko Zio Yi extremely happy as she continued to follow his bets. Tang Yuan stood to the side watching them chat intimately and could not help but reflect. The young girl who once despised Jun Mo Zai was now so close to him, truly the power of silver. Those two men congratulated him outwardly but burned with resentment inside, still believing Jun Mo Zai's victory was mere coincidence. Unexpectedly, in the 5 consecutive rounds that followed, Jun Mo Zai won them all. Zio Yi was so delighted that she could not close her mouth as she helped him count the silver. Tang Yuan was astonished, for Jun Mo Zai had once been notorious for bad luck, yet now he had not lost a single round. Lai Feng and Meng Haizhou were so furious they stammered, falsely accusing him of cheating but were flatly refuted. Jun Mo Zai pointed out that Ko, young lady sitting beside him, was an expert in the trade, so how could he possibly cheat? Zio Yi echoed him, mocking the opponents for laughing when they won and slandering when they lost. In truth, Zio Yi had seen from the beginning that Tang Yuan was being deceived, so she went to find Jun Mo Zai. She clearly understood that Lai Feng's target was the Jun family wealth. At the same time, at Tai Su Pavilion, a servant from Thien Kim Hall hurriedly reported that Jun Mo Zai had arrived, even bringing along the young lady of the Ko family. The one who received the news was Li Yuran, a scheming member of the Lai family. Hearing that Zio Yi had appeared, he showed suspicion and asked the reason. Li Yuran muttered that Jun Mo Zai was truly fortunate, then ordered the plan cancelled and told Lai Feng and Meng Haizhou to withdraw quickly. Beside him, Hao Enhin added a comment that made Li Yuran suspect Jun Mo Zai had deliberately brought Zio Yi here, yet he still did not believe he possessed such cunning. Meanwhile, at Thien Kim Hall, Jun Mo Zai had already won all the assets of those two men. Zio Yi happily divided the spoils. Jun Mo Zai generously gave her the larger share, praising her luck for helping him achieve a great victory. After that, he turned to provoke his opponents, asking whether they still had silver to continue, if not they should return to rest. Lai Feng and Meng Haizhou turned pale, remembering the consequences of their failed plan and fearing Li Yuran wrath. Unwilling to let Jun Mo Zai leave, they gritted their teeth and put their belongings on the line. Among them, Meng Haizhou took out 2 jade pendants. Jun Mo Zai showed disdain, dismissing them as worthless scraps. Forced into a corner, Meng Haizhou had no choice but to stake even the treasures he had won from Tang Yuan. Though he knew they were rare treasures, Jun Mo Zai remained cold, declaring that Tang Yuan belongings had nothing to do with him, but if he won, they would belong to him. Pressed with questions, Meng Haizhou gritted his teeth and agreed, though filled with regret. He even took out the Ruyi jade bestowed by the emperor, a family heirloom sword, and a precious luminous pearl to raise the stakes. However, they demanded that this time silver not be used, revealing their scheme. Jun Mo Zai bluntly asked what they wanted him to stake. Meng Haizhou proposed the condition: if he lost, everything would belong to third young master, but if he won, third young master must fulfill one request. Fully aware of the danger, Jun Mo Zai still pretended to agree. This time both sides rolled the dice themselves, with no dealer. Whoever had the higher points would win. Jun Mo Zai readily accepted, and even mocked his opponents as mere defeated men. Meng Haizhou rolled the dice first, making Zio Yi feel that something was amiss. She whispered her suspicion that he was using dark arts, because the aura emanating from him was extremely strange. 3 dice fell, everyone held their breath to watch. 2 had already landed on 6, the remaining one spinning rapidly across the table. Jun Mo Zai suddenly revealed a meaningful smile, because he was certain the victory was his. All eyes were fixed on the spinning die. Though everyone was focused, Jun Mo Zai secretly employed a trick to deceive their sight. The final die stopped exactly as he had anticipated. Those two men immediately changed expression, while Tang Yuan happily congratulated third young master on his exceptional luck. Junmo Zai smiled in response, pretending to praise Meng Haizhou preparation. Meng Haizhou refused to accept it, loudly claiming the match was not over. Junmo Zai calmly picked up the dice, confidently declaring he would display his ultimate skill. While later the three left the gambling house, Tang Yuan and Xiao Yi hugged 2 bags of silver, extremely excited. Tang Yuan suddenly remembered his sword and jade, so he asked Junmo Zai, but he feigned ignorance. Only then did he realize those items had already belonged to third young master after the wager. Tang Yuan hurriedly pleaded, and Junmo Zai said he could sell them back for the sake of brotherhood. Tang Yuan joyfully threw his arms around him, but was pushed away with a reminder about his oversized figure. Xiao Yi stepped forward with a smile, saying today was very fun and next time he must call her to join. Junmo Zai happily agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yuan hurriedly began negotiating the price to redeem his treasure. Junmo Zai shook his head helplessly, teasing that he might even gamble away his marriage. Then he grew serious and warned him not to indulge too deeply, and to think about the abnormalities of today. Wagering even the treasured sword, jade pendants, and the honor of 2 families was clearly suspicious. Tang Yuan admitted he had been deceived. Junmo Zai presented evidence of the drug in the tea and incense, leaving him shocked. Junmo Zai suggested returning to report first to seize the initiative and prove Tang Yuan was a victim. He instructed him to keep the treasures and use banknotes to redeem them, making it impossible for the other side to deny. Tang Yuan praised the plan and immediately mounted his horse to return home, while Junmo Zai secretly calculated his retaliation. He coldly thought that he would settle this debt first. Switching to the Lai family main residence, Li Yuran was dealing with the 2 failures. He believed Junmo Zai had merely been lucky, then punished each with 40 lashes and cut half a year of their stipend. Those 2 men did not dare resist, trembling inwardly before the heavy punishment. Li Yuran ordered a thorough investigation of Junmo Zai, from his gambling wins and the drug losing effect to the appearance of Xiao Yi. 2 shadow guards accepted the order and vanished. Immediately after, a subordinate hurriedly reported that eldest young master Duong had led people to the Lai family. At the same time, Junmo Zai brought the spoils home, handed them to Qi then left, causing Jun Zhantian to erupt in anger. But when he entered the room and saw the pile of glittering jewels, he asked in shock about their origin. Qi replied that all of it had been won by the young master at the gambling house, leaving Jun Zhantian unable to suppress his suspicion. Qi firmly confirmed, yes, she heard he had won at Thien Kim Pavilion. After returning, the young master told her to tidy up and then go to the library to read. After listening to Qi Jun Zhantian was no longer angry and fell into deep thought. After pacing a few steps, he asked, Lao Pang, what do you think? Lao Pang hurriedly replied that this old servant was unsure, but the young master actions were always cautious. Jun Zhantian walked a few more steps, glanced at Lao Pang and asked, if he is interested in studying, what about sending him to the Wenzing Academy library? Lao Pang answered awkwardly, the old scholars in the academy have declined. If he goes there, there may be trouble. Jun Zhantian felt slightly discouraged, sighing that he should prepare a smooth path for Mo Zai. Lao Pang quickly added that there was one way, it could protect the young master and avoid trouble. Jun Zhantian asked in surprise, you have a way? Lao Pang did not beat around the bush and immediately revealed the plan, buy a young level 8 profound beast for the young master, then find a way to raise it. Jun Zhantian could only hold his head helplessly, dreaming level 8 profound beasts are extremely rare. Raising it to adulthood would take a long time. How could that be feasible? Lao Pang then realized the problem, saying it would not work. Jun Zhantian cut him off and said forget it, go see what Mo Zai is doing. Returning to Lisa, Li Yuran was discussing with his subordinate. Unexpectedly, Tang Yuan had such thoughts. The plan needed adjustment. Subordinate in black hurriedly responded yes. Li Yuran asked further whether among those who came there was anyone worth noting. The subordinate immediately answered there were 3 people. He seemed to grasp the situation and ordered that 3 were enough. Inform Qin Hu and take that young master head by this opportunity. The scene shifted to the night training ground of the Jun family. I have come to see Jun Wuye. Seeing him approach, he asked anxiously, what is it? Jun Mo Zai observed and said the situation was not very good, but he believed third uncle still had a chance. There were several kinds of medicine that third uncle should arrange to find. He immediately asked what medicines they were. He replied fiery vine, heart-linking grass, 9-leaf herb, severed tendon mender and burning meridian zia. Except for burning meridian zia, which was rare, the others were easy to find. After After speaking, Jun Mo-zai reminded him to be careful not to let outsiders know about purchasing the herbs. Even if all were gathered, they must be handed to him for careful inspection. Jun Wuyi honestly said that some people did not wish him to recover. With Jun Mo-zai in the Jun family, he felt at ease. Jun Mo-zai asked how he thought the men trained. He only gave a superficial evaluation that it was merely flashy moves. Jun Wuyi questioned him, saying the guards with 7th and 8th rank profound energy were just flashy. Jun Mo-zai, your tone is bold. Jun Mo-zai maintained his view that such training was only exercise. On the battlefield it would only mean death. Jun Wuyi disagreed, saying Jun Mo-zai did not fully understand the importance of training, yet he should not underestimate them. He pointed out that they trained hard but in the wrong direction. He said they always held back when sparring, laughing as they fought. Such training wasted potential. Jun Wuyi finally admitted he was right and asked Jun Mo-zai that if he were in charge, how would he train them. Follow me to the drill ground, Jun Wuyi loudly declared for the entire force to assemble. Line up from now on, training will be fully under the command of the third young master. Hearing the order, the whole force assembled in confusion. Jun Mo-zai smiled coldly and said that earlier third uncle asked how he should train them. He saw them as nothing but trash who would only die early on the battlefield. Hearing this, a soldier retorted that third young master. They were guards who had experienced over 100 battles and should not be humiliated. Facing the rebuttal, Jun Mo-zai was not angry. He clasped his hands behind his back and said that since they had fought 100 battles, those who enlisted with them had already become officers. Pointed and asked, leaving everyone silent, then why have you not become generals? Because you could not, therefore you are failures. Many in the army had broken through to the 9th rank of profound energy. Jun Wuyi added that after many battles, various families competed to recruit them. Compared to them, you have been eliminated. Jun Mo-zai continued to take control of the soldiers after the battle. The Jun family chooses people carefully. You have already been eliminated for the 3rd time. Guards who obey my command will train my way. If you do not want to remain small guards, then step forward. Everyone awakened under Jun Mo-zai's words and their spirits surged. Though he warned that the training would not be easy and could result in crippling or death, very well. My training there is only life or death. Jun Mo-zai declared that during training they would only obey his orders, disobedience would be punished, dissatisfaction spoken aloud would be punished, defiance would be punished. When he announced the rules, Jun Zhantian arrived. He was astonished and believed Jun Mo-zai would surely make the Jun family glorious, not perhaps but certainly. Understanding his son's intention, he ordered Lao Pang that from today all matters concerning the young master were top secrets of the Jun family. Jun Mo-zai made the entire team stand tall and proclaimed the supreme order. Those who disobey would be killed without mercy. From today training begins and they will become a god-slaying army sweeping everywhere. Yu Ran instructed the servant that 2 people should wait outside while he went in to speak with the one surnamed Li. He sat opposite Tang Wan Li. The atmosphere was terrifyingly silent. A teacup shattered. Tang Wan Li glared at him, intending to cause trouble, yet Li Yuran remained polite and ordered the servant to serve the finest tea. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Wan Li slammed the table and water splashed everywhere. Enough. Today I did not come to drink tea. Call out those 2 beasts, Li Feng. Li Yuran gently replied that those who erred had been punished. Tang Wan Li asked what they had done. In truth, it involved that young master. Those 2 are currently being punished under the hall rules. After a while, Li Yuran led Tang Wan Li to change his stance, saying it was ordered by the Meng family. He asserted that Meng Haizhou had long set his eyes on that young master fiancé, and the 3 had used scheme. Hearing this, Tang Wan Li helplessly held his forehead and stood up, saying he understood and thanked for the hospitality. He would take his leave and go settle accounts with the Meng family. Li Yuran said the reception was inadequate and hoped for forgiveness. The scene shifted to the Song family tavern at night. Jun Mo-zai arrived through wind and rain. He removed his hat and called out, "Shopkeeper, 1 bowl of food and a jar of fine wine, fill it full." As he sipped, he thought that in his previous life he was the strongest assassin, yet in this foreign world he was only a lonely man. Coincidentally, Yang Huai-nong came to drink. Seeing him, he suggested that, "Elder brother, the rain is heavy. Since we meet, let us drink together." Jun Mo-zai did not speak much. He carried his cup to sit with Yang Huai-nong. Autumn rain was melancholy and meeting in a small tavern was fate. Please, the two raised their cups together in respect. As they drank and talked, Yang Huai-nong curiously asked that such a refined young man was rare in the capital. From which famous family did he descend? Facing the question, Jun Mo-zai replied calmly that the world drifts like duckweed and he had no famous name. It is not only descendants of noble families who possess bearing. Yang Huai-nong smiled in apology and punished himself with a drink. May I ask the young brother honorable surname and great name? Jun Mo-zai raised his cup and replied steadily that after drinking what name is remembered or forgot. Yang Huai-nong was left speechless by his words, saying the young brother was young yet spoke with elegance. Pardon the offense, he was right and he would punish himself with another cup. Seeing him continue to drink, Jun Mo-zai raised his hand to stop him, saying, elder brother keeps punishing yourself. Are you trying to drink more than me? Yang Huai-nong looked at the cup and said the nameless wine was delicious and he only sought an excuse to drink more. Hearing him praise the wine, Jun Mo-zai retorted that the wine was good he said, but perhaps elder brother has never tasted truly fine wine. Yang Huai-nong calmly replied that though Old Song Third Tavern was not large, it was renowned in the capital. Today with the rain being able to drink this wine was already a blessing. Jun Mo-zai still mocked, saying when meeting a true confidant 1,000 cups are too few and with those out of tune even half a sentence is too much. The wine is not good and the people are tasteless. What meaning is there in such drinking? After speaking, he stood and left the tavern. As soon as Jun Mo-zai left, a guard appeared behind Yang Huai-nong. Your Highness, shall we pursue him? He shook his head and replied, no need. Though that man is arrogant, his ability is extraordinary, and he even left behind words of great interest. In the capital, aside from Imperial Brother, no one has ever dared to scold me. That boy is truly unusual. Rain poured relentlessly outside. On the deserted road, there remained only Jun Mo-zai's solitary figure. As he turned into an alley, he happened to overhear a conversation. Without this rain, it would have been difficult to seize the Tang family's item. Truly, heaven is helping us. Jun Mo-zai cast a glance and immediately recognized that the target was someone from the Tang family, the sword in their hands still stained with dark red traces. Their clothes were also filthy. One of them continued, if not for that man luring the Tang family expert away and 14 brothers covering the rear, we would never have succeeded. This time the chief will certainly be very pleased. Standing behind the wall, Jun Mo-zai observed silently. They intended to deliver this item to their leader, but if the Tang family investigates, the guide will likely have a hard time escaping. Hearing this made him even more curious about what precious thing they had seized. A single careless sentence exposed him. One of them noticed the disturbance and shouted loudly, "Who is there? Come out now." Unable to remain hidden any longer, he stepped out. The group instantly surrounded him. With a single glance, he recognized 1 silver profound and 3 ninth-rank fighters. This battle was unavoidable. Jun Mo-zai's eyes flashed. The method to break the situation lay in profound weapons. He took out 4 items and hurled them toward his opponents. The profound weapons gleamed like golden talismans, bodyguard coins, flying daggers transforming into killing intent. He shot forward like lightning, causing the opponents to cry out in panic, golden killing profound weapons. Before they could react, the situation had already reversed. Jun Mo-zai gripped his blade and charged forward, using the curtain of rain as cover to launch a surprise attack. One after another they fell in an instant. They cried out in terror. Clearly he is at earth profound. He stepped back to calculate. Even the slightest mistake would cost him his life. Immediately after, he rushed forward again and swept away the remaining enemies. As the king of assassins from another world, this was the first time he bared his fangs here. Battle quickly ended in silence. The masked man struck down collapsed, stammering in horror, "You are not." Jun Mo-zai let out a cold laugh. "If I were an earth-profound expert, dealing with trash like you would not require a sneak attack." He retrieved his weapons. The heaven-opening creation art was indeed marvelous. The indistinguishable false profound aura gave him the advantage. Jun Mo-zai picked up the treasure. "I will accept this item." After he left, another masked man appeared. That man secretly assessed the scene. A powerful figure has taken the treasure. Clearly, he deliberately left behind traces. We'll make him repay this 100-fold. Shanghang dashed off in pursuit but suddenly stopped. "Damn it, he deliberately lured me out." At that moment the voice of the Tang family rang out, "Seize him." Shanghang cursed inwardly. The Tang family forces arrived quickly indeed. Before retreating, that man struck at his accomplices to erase the traces, destroying their faces to conceal his identity. Not long after, Jun Mo-zai returned to the residence. He hurried out to greet him. "Young master, why are you soaked like this? Quickly change your clothes lest you catch a chill." But he simply lay there in silence. Suddenly the lonely sound of a flute drifted from outside. Jun Mo-zai followed the melody and encountered a young woman. he could not help but sigh, the flute piece is truly exquisite. That person was Guan Qing Han, the precious daughter of the Guan family, a renowned talented lady. She gently replied she was merely playing on a whim. Could it be that third young master also understands music? The two families had arranged a marriage for them since childhood. 3 years ago, as the wedding was about to be held, war broke out and Quan Mo Yao had to march to the battlefield. Unexpectedly, he perished on the battlefield, forever separating the childhood sweethearts. Guan Qing Han resolved to remain with the Quan family as a widow to serve his parents. Thus she had always detested Jun Mo Zai's debauchery. Thinking of this, Jun Mo Zai felt a pang in his heart. This deeply devoted woman is truly worthy of respect. The past has passed. Sister-in-law, please do not grieve. After speaking, he took his leave. His unexpected behavior left Guan Qing Han astonished, for today he seemed to have changed. Turning to his room, he opened the package, pondering why so many experts fought over this item. Inside was a layer of rare golden silk sandalwood, revealing an extraordinary object carefully wrapped within. Holding it up to examine, he realized countless treasures were hidden within this tiny pellet. Suddenly recalling something, he blurted out, could it be a profound pill? However, profound pills only appear in high-level profound beasts. With the Tang family's wealth, this item must be even more precious. He pondered if he returned it, his identity would be difficult to explain. Yet keeping it, he still did not know its use. After thinking for a long time, he decided to keep it for now. The difficult matter could be dealt with later. Placed the box beside his pillow and slept. The fragrance of golden silk sandalwood deepened his slumber. At the Meng family, Tang Wan Li was venting his anger on his subordinates, pressing them about the mastermind behind it. The battered subordinate with a swollen face begged for mercy. Another hurried in to report urgent news. Your profound pill has been snatched away. One being beaten also trembled as he confirmed, they have succeeded. The bad news left him stunned as if struck by lightning. He grabbed the subordinate by the collar to interrogate him and threatened to report the matter to the emperor. After speaking, he immediately left to handle the matter. At the training ground within the valley, the soldiers discussed the endurance of third young master for keeping up with the grueling training intensity. Jun Mo Zai ran over and shouted loudly, during training no one is allowed to talk. 8 more laps, follow me. A soldier complained that it was already time for the noon break. Another bet that third young master would not come in the afternoon. Ignoring the chatter, he persisted in training, as was his habit from his previous life. His nimble fingers dodged the flying nails and struck the bamboo pole behind with extreme speed. His exercise trained agility, the slightest carelessness would cause injury. He smiled and said, begin. When the assembly signal sounded, the soldiers discussed that third young master certainly would not come. Contrary to expectations, Jun Mo Zai appeared with hands full of wounds. Everyone was astonished, and he firmly ordered the training to continue. When the session ended, the soldiers admired him. They did not expect he could endure the entire day. Though third young master's physique is not equal to ours, his unyielding will far surpass his imagination. He stood before them, sternly ordering that if any incident occurred tomorrow, all 300 dry troops must retreat immediately. He urged them to train with all their strength. He emphasized that the incompetent were not worthy of being fed. No one dared to resist. Everyone shouted in unison, their momentum surging. After finishing the training session, he returned to rest, so exhausted that he staggered unsteadily. He anxiously reminded, young master, be careful. He supported him and asked if he was all right. Jun Mo Zai forced himself to appear strong. I am fine, then sat alone in the room, closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Sitting quietly in the room, wisps of white mist rose faintly around him. He opened his eyes wide, looked down and saw a tower radiating brilliant golden light, then exclaimed, Hongjian Tower. Light from the tower and the strange currents of wind seemed to emerge from his own imagination. Only then did he truly open his eyes. Looking at his hands that had once been covered in wounds, now completely normal, he wondered. The exhaustion and injuries after a day of training had all vanished. The next day he loudly announced assembly. Holding the mace in his hand, he ordered them to continue combat training. His words rang in the soldiers' ears. Though he had nearly collapsed from exhaustion yesterday, today he was perfectly normal, truly a monster. Jun Wuyi observed from above and could not help being astonished. Yesterday he had been nearly exhausted. How had he recovered so fully today? Lao Pang and Jun Zhantian left, the old man showing no more interest. Enough, no need to watch anymore. Jun Zhantian pondered slightly and told Lao Pang that today he would drink with him 7 days later, at the Golden Autumn Festival, at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Tang Yuan happily propped his chin with his hand and asked why he looked so gloomy. Was it still about the matter at Heavenly Gold Hall? That night he had wanted to find Meng to settle accounts, but something happened at home instead, so forget it, he thought to himself. He would conveniently ask about the origin of the mystic pellet, then ask the fat one what his family had lost. You look as sorrowful as if you have lost a great treasure, making me unable to even drink my wine. Covered his face awkwardly. Third young master, the precious item my family lost is the mystic pellet. He remained calm. It is only a mystic pellet, not worth worrying about. What is so special about that? I also have one. Hearing this, he sneered disdainfully. Do you think it is some ordinary 5th or 6th grade? The one my family lost was peak 9th grade. If a Earth Profound expert used a 9th grade mystic pellet, he could advance from Earth Profound to peak Heaven Profound. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. If a mid-stage Heaven Profound used it, he might even reach the Supreme Divine Profound realm, of which there were only a few masters in the world. Hearing of its extraordinary effects, he frowned and asked again, really, its efficacy is that high? Tang Yuan blew his nose with a handkerchief and concluded, you would not understand, I am suffering greatly, I only tell third young master. He grew slightly angry, reminding the fat one to throw the handkerchief far away. As soon as it was thrown, a loud roar sounded. Who is throwing things around? Come out here. Qin Bao held a beauty in his arms and angrily roared. Who dares to throw paper around? Come out here for me. His face was red as fire. As quick as lightning, he wanted to punish the troublemaker. He glanced over and praised, Fat Tang, that was a precise throw, admirable, did you hear that? Seeing him sneer, that man immediately grew furious. What are you laughing at? The more he was scolded, the fiercer he became. Fatty, are you courting death? Tang Yuan snorted coldly and stood up to face him in a foul mood. Then that man received a powerful punch. Folding his arms arrogantly, he flicked the snot onto that man's face, facing him. Enough, just teach him lightly, it seems this fellow has some background. Knocked to the ground yet still unruly, he sneered. Who are you? I do not know. What background could you have? Just some festival Yao trash. The beauty beside had already run off, he called out, going to fetch help. Interesting indeed, the two most troublesome young men in the capital had both been provoked. Tang Yuan sat waiting to see who would come. Despite the shouting, this young master is not afraid. Wait until my father comes and he will deal with it. After a while, the beauty brought two vicious men who had caused trouble. Qin, who roared fiercely, quickly helped the young master up. Seize these two bold fellows. A subordinate respectfully reported, Gang leader Qin, can this matter not be left to us? That man stopped him. My son has been beaten to this state. After speaking, that man rushed forward. These two, today I will take them away and see, at the drunken immortal pavilion in North City, who dares touch the son of Qin Hu. He leisurely propped his chin, wondering whether the father and son were truly so overbearing, ignoring that their treasure had been bullet. That man silently judged that the one before him was not someone with power, merely a commoner, a pale-faced brat who had beaten his son like this. Did he still wish to live? Soldiers around also stood up upon hearing those slanderous words. Everyone flared with anger. What is Qin Hu doing? Seeing that the other side had strong forces, that man grew somewhat wary, thinking the opponent was not ordinary. I am Qin Hu, gang leader of North City Gang. May I ask your esteemed name? His soldier folded his arms and replied, your son offended the young master of the Tang residence. The young master was magnanimous and only beat him a few times, not counting it as a grudge. But you still wish to seize the two young masters. Qin Hu, truly bold, he sat drinking while assessing, sharp-tongued. The moment he opened his mouth, he climbed over the other party. Hearing the title, that man immediately asked again, the eldest young master of the Tang residence. That man's face darkened. How had he encountered someone he did not wish to meet here? A few days ago, his son had not summoned some maid from some household. Recalling his son's wretched past, that night he had disappeared and been interrogated, his dantian destroyed, his cultivation unable to return, nearly losing his life. Price paid for his son's recovery was to help a mysterious family mix goods on the road out. Seeing that the person before him was not someone he could touch, that man completely changed his attitude and respectfully said, eldest young master Tang, this humble one was disrespectful. Please forgive me. Tang Yuan was cold. The brat had been arrogant without reason. There must be an inside story. Suspecting the gang was involved in the theft at the Tang residence. Take the brat back and investigate thoroughly. Seeing that man terrified, he pondered. These words only increased face. just gain some benefit. Moreover, even as a gang leader, he would still panic when encountering an unfavorable situation. Seeing this, Chin-Hu knelt down to apologize. My worthless son was rude. Eldest young master taught him rightly. I will compensate to satisfy eldest young master. Tang Yuan cast a glance, his tone provocative. I would like to see how North City Gang will compensate. That man stood up, cupped his hands in thanks and spoke vaguely. Many thanks to eldest young master for showing mercy. Another day Chin Mu will pay a visit to thank for your great kindness. Tang Yuan held his stomach and ordered that this matter had nothing to do with him. But the son had insulted third young master Jun's troops. As long as there was no blame, the two of them could leave. Chin Hu's face stiffened as he pondered deeply. Third young master Jun. How had the brat dared to offend the infamous wicked young master Jun Mo-Zai of Tianxian Kingdom? Jun Mo-Zai, seated at the side, also sensed something strange. The Chin Hu father and son had been overbearing for long. If not eliminated, there would be no peace. Chin Hu had originally intended to teach that fellow a lesson, but seeing the respectful attitude, he decided to let it go. Hearing that the gang would offer much silver, the young master wished to see the attitude. That man smiled with a face drenched in sweat, promising to present silver directly and welcome third young master's arrival. Surely he would be satisfied. He waved his hand, all right, go. Tang Yuan sighed, truly disappointing, while Chin Hu turned away leading Qin Bao off. He scoffed, so easily appeased, only managing to utter, "Tuss." Tang Yuan changed the subject, smiling as he said to him, third young master, tonight there is the Golden Autumn Talent Banquet at Lac and Guyot Lake. Will you go? It is said to be very lively. Jun Mo-Zai smiled faintly and replied, a talent banquet, young master Duong, do you think we look like talented scholars? He lifted his teacup, his voice filled with disdain. What talented scholars? They are nothing more than a bunch of fame and profit seekers. At Triuthan Tung last year I promised him glory and wealth, and he immediately fawned over me. Do you know what official post he holds now? Jun Mo-Zai asked curiously. Tang Yuan burst into laughter. I arranged for him to enter the Ministry of Revenue, then found his weakness and made him obey my orders. His job is to attend to me while I bathe, washing my clothes for me every single day. If he were truly noble and aloof, I would not have made things difficult for him. But that petty man pretending to be a famed scholar makes me despise him. Continued, many graduates from Van Tin Academy have sullied the name of literature. Tang Yuan nodded in agreement. Though the two of us are not good men, we have never harmed the common people. While those who become officials for fame and profit bring endless disaster, Jun Mo-Zai laughed loudly in approval. He said, I toast you a cup, Bat Duong, now that we are full, shall we change places and talk our hearts out? How about going to Dai Hong House? Hearing that, Tang Yuan beamed with delight. Dai Hong House is indeed an elegant place. Third young master, you truly are my confidant. Suddenly Jun Mo-Zai heard an unusual sound. There was someone in the room next door. Two mysterious people were conversing. Tang Yuan was not worth concern, but Jun Mo-Zai was worth noting. Yu Ran said thoughtfully, Jun Mo-Zai has been very different from the rumors lately. Find an opportunity to approach him. He continued analyzing. Ling Meng's situation is complicated. Using stillness to control movement is the best strategy. His gaze was profound. The grand undertaking is what truly matters. Women are secondary. Then the scene shifted to a carriage stopping before a small tavern. Inside the carriage, Tang Yuan asked, third young master, why are you so listless today? He replied, Golden Autumn makes me recall old memories. Tang Yuan sighed, lamenting his ill fortune. Jun Mo-Zai curled his lips into a smile. So do you want to escape this situation? Tang Yuan's eyes lit up. Third young master, do you have a solution? He asked, how many people know about the theft in your house? Tang Yuan answered honestly. Pointed out a clue. When the theft was mentioned, Chin Hu appeared tense. He must know the inside story. Tang Yuan was astonished. You suspect Chin Hu is involved? He instructed him to report it to his father. You're not framing him. If he is innocent, why should he be afraid? Tang Yuan nodded in agreement. He hurried back to inform his father, and scolding voices echoed through the residence. Tang Yuan hastily explained, I have brought news about the Xuan Dan. Hearing that, Tang Wanli was shocked. Tang Yuan presented his speculation. Tang Wanli confirmed, does Jun Mo-Zai have enmity with the Northern City Gang? Then decided that it was better to believe than to overlook. Slammed the table and ordered, gather the experts, we act tonight. At the Divine Weapon Pavilion, Jun Mo-Zai wondered whether he could find what he needed. The shopkeeper welcomed him warmly. He asked about cold iron. The shopkeeper replied that there was none, but there was 100 forged refined steel, which piqued Jun Mo-Zai's interest. After hearing the introduction about meteorite iron, he decided to take a look. The shopkeeper led him to a quiet room, where he encountered Dako Zio-yi. Junmo Zai smiled in greeting, which made her displeased. He planned to use meteorite iron to forge a thin short blade to hide within his sleeve. Shopkeeper quoted the price. He calmly bought both pieces of precious metal. Junmo Zai handed over 90,000 taels of silver, not needing any change. Zio-yi watched the scene, still believing that he was merely a pampered young master. He said that stone belonged to her. Junmo Zai proposed splitting it in half, which made her furious. Zio-yi stormed off in anger, leaving behind a threat. Junmo Zai instructed the shopkeeper to deliver the refined steel to the Jun resident. He further inquired about the number of times meteorite iron could be forged. He was curious whether it could cut iron like mud. The shopkeeper explained that such a thing was extremely rare. Junmo Zai decided to test it himself. The shopkeeper secretly thought that if he succeeded, he would willingly admit defeat. Stepping out of the shop, Junmo Zai realized someone was secretly following him. He smiled faintly, knowing it was a guard sent to protect him. He was confident that no one could track him. His footsteps echoed rhythmically along the stone-paved road. He showed annoyance at being followed, while the old man in the distance commented with disdain. The old man suspected he had been discovered, then reassured himself. A moment later, he was shocked to discover that he had lost track of Junmo Zai. Beneath the glow of the sunset, Junmo Zai smiled after successfully shaking them off. Suddenly a voice rang out, causing him to turn his head warily. He recognized the aura of a fellow practitioner and quietly remained on guard. At that very moment, drums sounded as a procession of sedan chairs approached. The crowd shouted loudly, "The princess has arrived, everyone make way." A palace maid looked ahead in astonishment. A soft hand lifted the curtain of the sedan chair. Ling Meng softly called Junmo Zai. Princess Ling Meng looked at him with cold eyes. "Why are you blocking my path today?" Junmo Zai stood in the middle at the end of the street, his demeanor relaxed, speaking with a tone both respectful and slightly teasing, unaware where the princess intended to go. Sitting in the sedan chair, Princess Ling Meng gently replied that she wished to go to the Dugu residence to see third young master Zio-yi and hoped to be allowed passage. Junmo Zai slightly bowed, smiling politely, saying he would not disturb and that the princess should feel free. The princess slightly lifted the curtain to look out, her voice gentle yet distant, advising caution on the way. Standing silently in the street, Junmo Zai pondered, wondering why a noble like the princess had so few guards, with not a master in sight to protect her. Ling Meng slightly lowered her head, her eyes half closed, thinking of Junmo Zai and telling herself that he seemed changed, perhaps trying to convey something. Junmo Zai's hand clenched the sword hilt, a cold gleam flashing in the quiet moment. He opened his eyes, his gaze icy as ice, quietly whispering that the moment to draw the sword had come. Wind whistled through the air, murderous intent rising. A group suddenly charged to ambush the sedan. Junmo Zai tilted to observe. The guards shouted to protect the princess, the clash of metal ringing out. A purple light flickered in his eyes as he realized he was also a target. Two men enveloped in black energy attacked, making Junmo Zai coldly think they had indeed underestimated him. Two blazing sword beams struck down. Junmo Zai nimbly evaded, internally considering whether to reveal his true strength. His face tensed, lips pressed tight, sweat dripping, urgently planning. A misstep caused him to fall hard to the ground. Seeming at a disadvantage, Junmo Zai tilted to dodge the attack but was grazed. A blade pierced his chest, causing him to cough blood, yet he managed to protect his organs with his internal energy. The enemy suddenly withdrew the blade, causing Junmo Zai excruciating pain. Deep red drops fell from the cold sword, signaling the fierce scene that had occurred. A soldier lay on the ground, while the red-brown sedan was surrounded by mysterious black-clad figures. The black-clad approached, raising their swords, ready to break the sedan to search. Suddenly the sedan exploded, a brilliant light spreading through the space. Soldiers exclaimed in shock, while Princess Ling Meng appeared proudly holding a gleaming sword. Someone shouted that she was indeed a silver-grade mystic. Ling Meng immediately raised her sword. With an icy expression, she prepared to meet the challenge, decisively blocking the black-clad strikes. She deftly evaded then countered, spinning to form a defensive sword circle, the clash of metal ringing continuously. Impressed, Ling Meng let out a small cry and was forced to block with her sword. A black-clad exclaimed in astonishment that a single move had disrupted mystical energy, while a guard anxiously rushed over calling out to the princess. Ling Meng was briefly flustered, wondering if this was a fight where danger outweighed luck and if she might die here. She tried to break through and escape, but a black-clad swung with force, shouting to corner her. At that moment, a sword covered in blue light surged forward, causing the enemies to realize it was the celestial mystic force. Ling Meng saw the mysterious energy and felt relief knowing she was rescued. A vigilant black-clad looked around, suspiciously asking which senior had intervened and to reveal themselves. The leader coldly said that if payment is received, work must be done. If the opponent did not appear, they would withdraw. Another calmly remarked that without action, Ling Meng would hardly escape. Three black-clads stared at the sword emitting blue light, their expressions cautious. They were astonished and silent, deciding to follow the senior's instruction and prepared to retreat in puzzlement. Princess Ling Meng stood there worried, as someone remarked that killing and leaving was easy. Gu Han frowned in displeasure. The black-clad became alert, recognizing his reputation, as he was Ling Meng's childhood friend, fate making her someone he always remembered. Yi Guhan declared coldly that with any weapon, he could easily defeat several ordinary men. Ling Meng stood behind with a serious look. Yi Guhan gently asked if she was afraid, and she confidently replied that beside uncle she was safest. The black-clad was annoyed, challenging that if he wanted to kill, use a sword, not just words. Yi Guhan immediately drew his sword, unleashing a powerful strike, the blue light blazing. The black-clad panicked as the blue sword aura surged, sensing imminent danger. Yi Guhan lowered his body, dashing at lightning speed within the sword aura, confidently affirming his words. He swung decisively, shouting as he unleashed a sealing ultimate move. Jun Mozai lay on the ground, battered, inwardly assessing that in direct confrontation, he might not have bested Yi Guhan in a previous life. Yet with early-stage celestial mystic power, the might was astonishing, and he would not let the culprit escape. Bodies scattered on the ground, a black-clad fled through a narrow alley. He turned in shock seeing Jun Mozai still alive. Sitting on the ground, Jun Mozai calmly mocked the opponent's escape speed. The black-clad angrily charged when provoked. The black-clad leapt furiously, swinging to kill Jun Mozai. Jun Mozai coldly noted the enemy had sought danger, trapping him in blue light, and the man exclaimed in terror at the celestial mystic. He decisively swung his sword, executing a life-seizing move. Struck by the blue sword aura, the black-clad trembled in horror, not understanding how Yi Guhan's throwing blade appeared. Straining, he countered, stabbing Jun Mozai's thigh, causing him to stagger to his feet. Jun Mozai was astonished that a fallen opponent could still wound, in pain and worry, thinking excessive blood loss was clouding his consciousness. Yi Guhan stood in thought, gazing into the distance, wondering which mysterious senior had acted. He grabbed a black-clad by the collar, commanding the mastermind, but the man stubbornly refused to reveal. The black-clad laughed defiantly behind his mask, then severed his own chance of survival, blood spurting. Guhan praised his spirit. Ling Meng coquettishly asked about the throwing blade technique and received his nod of confirmation. Ling Meng stood silently watching, while Yi Guhan expressed gratitude to the senior who saved them, vowing to repay when possible. He bowed in respect, pledging that even at great danger he would not refuse to repay the favor. Ling Meng curiously asked who he was speaking to. Yi Guhan explained that the one who saved her was a master beyond his reach, at the pinnacle of humanity. Ling Meng covered her mouth in astonishment, admiring that even a celestial mystic like uncle could not match that senior. Yi Guhan turned away regretfully, saying fate had not yet called, instructing her to return to the palace soon. Ling Meng watched his figure, asking wistfully when uncle would visit. He firmly promised to return, warning that an escaping assassin remained, so she must be cautious. Ling Meng quietly followed his departing figure, keeping his warning in mind. She suddenly stopped upon hearing a hurried call. A rider galloped up, anxiously shouting to the princess. It was Tian Jun, standing beside her breathing in relief, happy that the princess was safe and kindly inquiring. Princess Ling Meng dropped to her knees on the cold ground, her contemplative gaze fixed on the two swords left behind. She reached out to touch a blade, startled by the dazzling blue radiance. Ling Meng picked up one sword, her eyes filled with admiration, as she recognized it as the divine weapon used by that master. She turned around, her long hair cascading down. Behind her, Tian Jun reminded her that such a deadly weapon required caution. Ling Meng tilted her head sadly and thought to herself, they may fight for the throne as they wish, but why treat me as a tool? Her eyes lowered and her voice shy. If not for the senior's flying dagger, I would have died beneath the assassin's blade. She pondered bitterly, tears welling up. Why has no one come to rescue me yet? Ling Meng sank into sorrowful thought. Tears fell as she clenched her teeth in hatred and continued. All the guards who died in battle, record their names. They must be compensated properly. They all died because of me. Tian Jun obeyed and left at once. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and regained her composure, though sorrow still lingered on her face. Her voice turned resolute. Everyone go and find third young master at once and see how he fares. She was both worried and anxious. A subordinate stepped forward with a tense expression and reported, "Princess, we searched everywhere but could not find third young master. We do not know whether he has left on his own." Ling Meng widened her eyes and exclaimed, "How could that be?" The atmosphere grew tense. Footsteps echoed through the building. From the distant shadows a figure flickered. Tian Jun became alert and demanded, "Who is there?" Ling Meng tilted her head and ordered them to search. "If you find third young master, bring him back immediately." An old man with white hair emerged from the shadows and said in a low voice, "I am the one who came to look." Tian Jun took the lead and immediately grew wary. "Certainly an assassin, capture him." The old man merely sneered, grabbed the wounded Jun Mozai by the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Found him, holding a knife stained with blood, clutching his clothes to bandage him, muttering that the boy has been stabbed." The old man looked at Jun Mozai lying on the ground and said hoarsely, "Let us see if you can still run next time." Tian Jun spoke up that even if someone is dead the body must be found. Ling Meng said wait. Her eyes were filled with doubt. Jun Mozai looked at her and said, "So he is not dead after all." Ling Meng frowned and asked, "Old sir, why?" The old man hurriedly replied, "There is no time to explain. I must treat his wounds, otherwise the boy will truly die." He put on his hat and turned away, his hoarse voice warning the boy to be careful with his words. Then he left. Ling Meng looked at Tian Jun and said frankly, "This is bad. We just sent word to the old duke's forces. Jun Mozai has already been taken away. If the old duke learns of this he will be furious. This is not good." Tian Jun bowed and replied, "Princess, please return to the palace in peace. Your subordinate will go again at once," adding that Jun Mozai is still alive. As soon as the words fell, a cold wind tore through the night sky. I was taken away by the old man yet remained arrogant. "I say, old fellow, you followed me for 3 days. Was it not because you saw I was strong that you followed?" Wrinkled old man grew angry and said coldly, "Do you think this old man likes following a wastrel like you? If you had not left my sight, how would you know I was followed?" I endured the pain and said, "Fool, of course this young master had someone inform him. I say, old fellow, where are you taking me? Take me home quickly." The old man's expression turned stern, worry in his eyes. "The boy is gravely injured. If not taken back, he will only cling to his last breath." In the dark room, the old man observed Jun Mozai and thought to himself, "This boy is weak, yet after being stabbed several times he still lives. His bones and sinews are not broken. Such unbelievable luck." The old man watched Jun Mozai breathing faintly on the bed, suspicion in his eyes. "Boy, those assassins were hired by you. Why did they strike so lightly?" Jun Mozai remained unconscious with shallow breaths. The old man suspected perhaps he staged a hero saving a beauty. His body soaked in blood, breathing weak yet still arguing. "Old fellow, I nearly lost my life. What's saving a beauty?" The old man glared, his voice angry yet concerned. "Even if you do not die you cannot be ruined. If you die, how am I to explain it to your old master?" Elsewhere in the dim light, a trembling voice asked, "How are you? How is my grandson?" Eyes filled with panic. It was Jun Zhan Tian. In the dark hall, Jun Zhan Tian stood sternly. Beside him, trembling soldiers reported that his whereabouts were still unknown. He clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. What exactly happened? Jun Zhan Tian said angrily, slowly, "Recount everything clearly." On the ancient tiled rooftops, banners hung suspended, heralding a chaotic night to come. Tang Wanli stood in the courtyard. Dozens of subordinates lined up neatly. He spoke loudly that today's action targets the capture of the Northern City Gang. Tang Wanli stared ahead with sharp eyes and shouted, "Note that Fan belongs to the Northern City Gang. Spare none of them, even those at the Hall Master level and above." Tang Wanli sternly shouted, "Do not kill, do not indulge them, capture them all, do you hear?" The subordinates responded in unison with resolute eyes. Tang Wanli waved his hand forcefully, his robe fluttering as he ordered them to depart. He led the troops charging into the night, his steps powerful. Young voice called out, "Wait." Tang Yuan ran over in panic, excitedly shouting that he wanted to go as well. Tang Wanli angrily kicked him away. Tang Yuan was sent flying, his gaze blazing. Moonlight bathed the tranquil Northern City Gang, Qin who reclined comfortably on a chair, eyes closed as he enjoyed the warm glow. Subordinate rushed in panic shouting that someone had intruded. Qin who opened his eyes and asked which one, "Bring him to me." The subordinate cried that Tang Wanli had led troops to surround them. Qin who was startled, both annoyed and fearful, his men defended the courtyard. Tang Wanli observed that the Northern City Gang was fully encircled. Many had been captured, and there were no unusual movements. He folded his arms and looked at the Northern City Gang camp thoughtfully. It seems they are not the ones who stole the profound pill. Arrows rained down densely, soldiers were struck. Northern City Gang archers continuously drew and released arrows, their movements neat and cold as if long prepared. Tang Wanli watched the rain of arrows intently and thought, without declaring war or negotiating, there must be a scheme. A subordinate lowered his head and reported urgently that the old master has arrived and it seems Qin Hu's son has been captured. He ordered coldly to bring him in. Qin Bao was tied up and cried for help for his father to come. Soldier punched Qin Bao hard, his head snapping aside in pain. Tang Wanli frowned and asked how he was captured. The subordinate explained that he tried to escape through a secret tunnel, but returned out of greed for money and was seized. The blood-smeared blade gleamed with a cold light, signaling the battle was nearing its end. Qin, who stood among the fallen soldiers gripping his sword, and shouted that even if he dies today, he will die here. Gazed into the distance with hope that his precious son had escaped. Qin, who continued that he would not let them capture him, grinding his teeth and roaring. Then a subordinate shouted that the young master had been seized. Qin, who was enraged. The grand gate of the Northern City Gang sank into the dark night, the air tense. Qin, who knelt with two swords at his throat, trembling as he begged them to halt. The victor stepped forward with overwhelming authority. Tang Wanli bent down and asked where that item is. Qin, who froze in panic and pleaded, "Lord Tang, why treat me this way?" Tang Wanli leaned closer, his gaze cold and voice meaningful. "Did I ever say it was a profound pill?" Qin, who broke into a cold sweat, his face stiff as he realized he had revealed a flaw. Tang Wanli sneered that it does not matter if you do not know, let him witness it. The two swords still pressed at his throat as he ordered them to bring the boy up. Qin Bao was escorted in by two soldiers. Tang Wanli said, "Qin, who I hear he is your only son. How about the Northern City Gang? Just speak, and I will guarantee the safety of both father and son." Unable to endure the humiliation, he shouted, "Father, save me." Tang Wanli seized Qin Bao by the head and warned that if you do not speak then. Qin Hu sweated and said, "You have already won. Please guarantee our safety." Tang Wanli praised that the gang leader understands the times. Very good. He did not respond. Surely the old master understands that Qin was merely ordered in this matter. Otherwise, no matter how bold, he would not dare approach the Tang residence. He agreed that I think so as well. Who ordered you? A vague shadow appeared in Qin Hu's mind, his origin unknown, only that his reach seemed to touch the heavens. He could pinpoint the location and knew where the treasure was hidden. "I think he is in the capital." A sharp-eyed rider suddenly shouted that the enemy is attacking. They could not protect themselves and cried for help. The old master tried to save them but was killed. A group in black appeared. One of them shouted to hold Tang Wanli and kill Qin Hu. The others were startled as the strong one led Qin Hu away first. A man dressed in dark clothing opened his eyes wide. "You have offended us. The Marquis has given the order." They clashed fiercely. Everything seemed to fail. A numbing sensation still lingered. Sensing something, Tang Wanli hurriedly shouted, "Stop." Li Jianhong stepped forward and said calmly, "Today I will not harm the innocent." That man wore a white cloak, releasing a streak of spiritual energy. Do not let a mantis block a carriage. In an instant his body moved like lightning, impossible to see clearly. This move was an ancient, heavenly profound technique. Thus, the four hall masters of the Northern City Gang all died at the same time. Qin Bao had no one to protect him, and could only tremble as he begged for help. He had not even finished speaking before Li Jianhong cut him down with a single slash. Qin Bao voice rose from his throat, "Father." Qin Hu body froze completely. That man turned pale and shouted loudly, "Xiao Bao." Tang Wanli, while dealing with an enemy, shouted, "These rats truly know their place." Li Jianhong struck again and issued a taunt for me to continue facing him. Then the two charged at each other violently. Tang Wanli sighed inwardly, "This is bad. The gap in strength is clear, neither yielded, their attacks growing ever more ferocious." Would have thought the remaining streak of spiritual energy from Li Jianhong pierced through Qin Hu body, causing that man to cry out weakly, "Do not, old master, this person is." Immediately after, that man coughed up blood and died. The objective achieved, Li Jianhong withdrew. "The heart meridian has been severed. Retreat." Tang Wanli refused to let them leave and shouted, "Stop." Li Jianhong narrowed his eyes slightly. "The old Marquis has given the order. Today is truly unavoidable. We shall meet again." After speaking, that man and his companions vanished. After they left, Tang Wanli gently supported Qin Hu. There was no life left. The final clue, unwilling, he struck the ground with his hand. Suddenly from somewhere came the rapid beating of drums. A cavalryman asked, "What sound is that?" After a moment, Tang Wanli realized it was the assembly drum. drum beat rang out without end. A burly man pounded the drum thunderously. Around that man, waves of powerful wind rose one after another. A voice sounded from somewhere, awakening the hazy eyes of someone. Old master, do not grieve too deeply. It will harm your health. Tang Wanli remained with eyes closed and said in a low voice, I would die to protect the princess. The one fond of iron was the princess. She was dragged into the battle and had to die. Speaking of this, he could no longer restrain his emotions. Our Jun family has established countless military merits. 2 sons died for the nation, the youngest crippled for life. 2 grandsons also perished on the battlefield. Now the only remaining flesh and blood died protecting the princess. Tang Wanli looked at the sword and clenched it tightly. He thought, the decline of the Jun family is inevitable. Sooner or later it would happen. The Jun family has been loyal and valiant to the point of extinction. What is left to cling to? Tang Wanli looked toward the massive drum, walking as he thought, why not let those who opposed the Jun family die together? Stood upon the high platform, have all arrived. The cavalry shouted in unison, all subordinates have arrived, awaiting orders from Marquis Lao Yuanshu. After assigning tasks, they, including Tang Wanli, mounted their horses and advanced. The generals received orders. Shenzhou Nan, lead your troops to guard the west gate. Nian Feng army guard the northeast gate. Jiangui Tian, northern city gate, patrol and command. He was filled with resolve. Junmo Zai, I will avenge my son. Those who once opposed and doubted the Jun family, tonight they will all die together. A stern man seated at the desk suddenly heard an unusual sound. Yang Huai Wu guessed it was the assembly drum and quickly summoned his subordinate. He stood and asked an official what had happened today that no one reported. The other respectfully replied, Your Majesty, this servant recalls that an hour ago Princess Ling Meng requested an audience. The reason is unknown. Yang Huai Wu pondered upon hearing the young girl name. Ling Meng has always been obedient. If it were not a major matter, she would not disturb me at this hour. Why was I not informed? Quickly summon Ling Meng here. The official bowed in acknowledgement. After the man left, Yang Huai Wu called out loudly, Meng Fei, come out here. Meng Fei immediately appeared and asked, What is the matter, husband? He frowned and asked, I ask you, why did you block Ling Meng from seeing me? Meng Fei replied, The princess said she was assassinated, but this concubine saw no wounds. Moreover, your majesty was busy. This concubine did not dare disturb. Yang Huai Wu spoke, My daughter was nearly assassinated, yet you blocked her from seeing her father. Take Meng Fei away, send her to the cold palace to await punishment. After Meng Fei was taken away, Ling Meng appeared. Father Emperor, she gently comforted him. Do not worry, what happened today, tell Father Emperor. After listening, Yang Huai Wu understood the situation. According to Ling Meng, before the assassination Jun Mo Zai had warned her. Ling Meng bowed in response, yes, although your daughter is not certain, Jun Mo Zai's motive holds nothing suspicious. Yang Huai Wu continued, Jun Mo Zai is not dead and was rescued. Then why would Jun Zhantian fly into rage and beat the assembly drum? Ling Meng hesitated. Father Emperor. As a father, Yang Huai Wu understood his daughter's actions. Ling Meng, do you remember something? Ling Meng quickly replied, Father Emperor, when Jun Mo Zai's body was not found, your daughter sent someone to inform old Duke Jun that he had been rescued. Tian Jun also reported that he was not dead. After hearing this, Yang Huai Wu frowned in fatigue. Clearly Tian Jun did not report it, or if he did, it was news that he had died. After calming down, he said, Very well, return and rest. Ling Meng bowed. Father Emperor should also rest early. Only Yang Huai Wu and a mysterious shadow remained in the room. Shadow, go out and take a look. Unless necessary, do not act. Inform Jun Zhantian that his grandson is not dead. Stirring trouble is fine, but do not go too far. The paper was swiftly taken away by that person. Yang Huai Wu looked at the figure disappearing into the night and thought again, though I allow him to be arrogant once, this time I also wish to borrow a blade. With that thought, he ordered that General Dugu Wu Dai be summoned. At the Dugu residence, Dugu Wu Dai rode back under the moonlight shouting joyfully, Daughter, I am back. As he dismounted, he stroked his chin recalling the past. Jun Zhantian beating the assembly drum shaking the heavens is clearly rebellion, yet his majesty does not seem anxious at all. Memory resurfaced, Dugu Wu Dai clenched his powerful fist and said, Your Majesty, the elite troops are ready and can depart at any time, but the other replied coldly, no need. He did not give up, yet that drum made Yang Huai Wu gently advise, do not be impatient. He entered his daughter's room like a shadow in the dark chamber. From afar, a woman approached softly calling, husband. That person came closer and whispered, You have returned. Zio Yi was still sitting in the corner of the room. The lamp remained lit. Zio Yi sat on the floor with head lowered in thought. The door suddenly opened. It was none other than Dugu Wu Dai. Who dares bully my daughter, I will punish his entire family. She turned her head and asked softly, "Can father stand up for me?" Seeing the dejected expression of his beloved daughter, a cruel thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that she had been wrong? Dares bully my daughter in Tianxiang Nation? Zio Yi mentioned the one who bullied her and could not help her anger. It was still the Jun family, that brat Jun Mo Zai. Today he angered me to death. Father must stand up for me. Hearing that name, Dugu Wu Dai lowered his voice. My good child, do not mention him anymore. I am not afraid of him. But now it is not easy to touch Jun Mo Zai. Upon hearing this, the young girl tears fell. Could it be father fears the Jun old master? I truly have no hope left. It infuriates me. He immediately refuted. No, that brat fate is unknown now. He has disappeared, Zio Yi asked in surprise, unknown whether alive or dead. What happened to him? His father's steady voice sounded. It is said that this afternoon Princess Ling Meng was assassinated. That man overestimated himself and went to report something. In the end, the princess was unharmed and he became a ghost in his place. A sudden ache rose in her heart. What was she afraid of? Zio Yi asked again in doubt. Jun Mo Zai, is his life or death still uncertain? Dugu Wu Dai laughed heartily. In my view, that man will not keep his life, Zio Yi. Seeing her silent, he called out again, startling her. Do not worry if he is still alive. Father will bring him back for a lesson he will never forget. The young girl lowered her head slightly. After saying that, she stood up and pushed her father outside. I am tired. I want to sleep. He softened his voice and asked, then rest well. A good sleep will make it better. He sighed. Today truly has been a vexing day. Let me drink a few cups to ease myself. In the room, only the young mother remained, quietly wiping her tears. She collapsed to her knees, suspicion surging in her heart. Could it be that Jun Mo Zai truly did not survive? Tears continued to fall without stopping. Zio Yi wept silently, the drops soaking the wooden floor. Elsewhere in the stillness of the night, the moon hung high as the sound of galloping hooves thundered. A cavalryman spotted a shadow and shouted loudly, "Be careful." Seeing the figure clearly, Tang Wan Li recognized the other party. Shadow, why have you come? It is an order from His Majesty. That man handed over a sheet of paper, saying it was an imperial decree. His Majesty said his grandson may not be dead, and also sent him 2 words. He tossed the scroll over and spoke 2 brief words, restrain yourself. Tang Wan Li gripped the paper tightly, waves rising in his heart. Jun Mo Zai is not dead. Could it be someone secretly saved him? He continued to ask, is my grandson gravely injured? The other party replied curtly, not dead, only injured. Tang Wan Li widened his eyes. Could it be that the sole descendant of the Jun family had been crippled? All along, those who opposed my grandson have been the Meng family and the Li family. Even if today has nothing to do with you, using you to vent my blade will count as your misfortune. He immediately spurred his horse and shouted, the army follow me. Scene shifted to the dark night. At the censorate, Shi Tai Yan awoke in confusion. Could it be that the one stirring trouble was Jun Zhan Tian? He frowned, realizing something. Jun Zhan Tian clearly harbors rebellious intent. The chance to bring him down has arrived. Thinking this, he hurried out of bed. He went to the desk, saw paper ready, and bent down to write under the dim lamp, writing while thinking. He must quickly draft a memorial of accusation and present it to the emperor tomorrow morning. Suddenly the door burst open, light flooded in along with shouts, capture the assassin, surrender at once. Ru Fei panicked, assassin, what are you talking about? Before he could finish speaking, a blade swept across his neck and he immediately collapsed. Ru Fei lay motionless in a pool of red liquid, while the one who struck vanished without a trace. The scene moved to the south gate. Murmurs of discussion still filled the air. Everyone said Jun Zhan Tian was truly bold. It was rumored many high officials had their fortunes burned under the pretext of hunting assassins, such as Qian Wan Guan and Wu Yun of the Second Prince faction. One person hurriedly reminded, say no more, we will talk after tonight, ahead is the city gate. Seeing the front quiet, they were overjoyed. No one was there. But at that moment flames flared up and a voice rang out, who goes there? The two were instantly surrounded as soldiers shouted, leaving the city during the hunt for assassins, kill without mercy. One hurriedly explained, I am Minister of Rights Qian Wan Guan, but before he could finish he was dealt with on the spot. The scene returned to the Li family secret chamber. The group of assassins still held their ground inside. Chaos reigned outside. How much longer must we wait? Li Jianhong stepped forward. Let me go out and take a look. He added, the house is under attack and you still hesitate. Going out, we are no worse than Jade profound cultivation. But Li Yuran firmly refused. Absolutely not. Even if the Li family is burned, as long as the people remain, there is still a chance. If our identities are exposed, it will be even harder later. Li Yuran continued. Moreover, news of the mysterious pill in the Li family will spread, and the grand plan will be ruined. Li Jianhong was still hesitant, but Li Yuran cut him off. This time I will not stop them. I will even send more people for them to kill. He revealed a sinister smile. What old Lord Jun is doing is no different from admitting rebellion. The court may endure it, but the imperial family will not. Suddenly fireworks exploded in the sky. Li Yuran realized the time had come. An assassin said, "I will go first. Little junior brother, remember to visit master. He still worries about you." Li Yuran nodded. "Senior brother, rest assured. I will definitely return." The scene shifted to the Li residence. Jun Zhantian led his troops to surround the great courtyard. He shouted loudly, "People of the Li family, come out." Grand Preceptor Li emerged calmly on horseback, his tone mocking. "Brother Jun has personally come indeed." He smiled meaningfully. "My residence is truly honored. I am Li Shang, the Grand Preceptor." Jun Zhantian maintained his composure. Grand Preceptor Li should discipline his household well. Princess Ling Meng was assassinated. I have come to hunt the culprit. If anyone is injured, they bear it themselves. I will conduct a search. Li Shang sensed something amiss, and immediately stopped him. "Wait." He frowned and said, "Old Lord Jun may hold high authority, but I am also a first-rank official. Without an imperial decree, who dares to barge in openly?" Jun Zhantian replied, "Does the Grand Preceptor mean the Li family is harboring assassins?" After speaking, he shouted, "Search. Anyone who obstructs will not be spared." Li Yuran stepped out from behind and called out, "Please wait." He bowed and said, "I hope Senior will hear a word." No one saw that as he lowered his head, his eyes flashed with calculation. He said softly, "If there is an imperial decree, then the Li family would not dare resist." He continued, "If there is no decree and no assassin is found, the consequences will be hard to predict." As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck hard across the face by Jun Zhantian along with a shout, "Insolent brat." Li Yuran fell to the ground, but Jun Zhantian was still not appeased. "I am hunting assassins and you dare to speak up. Who are you to lecture me?" Li Yuran held his cheek, his gaze icy as he wiped away the blood and endured. "This junior misspoke. I beg forgiveness." Jun Zhantian radiated killing intent and said the Li family indeed harbors schemes. At this moment Li Shang spoke, "Everyone withdraw, let him search. If nothing is found, I will report to the emperor." Jun Zhantian immediately gave the order, "Search." He added, "Search every corner carefully, leave nothing out." The soldiers immediately carried it out. Outside the Li residence, a carriage stopped before the gate. Yang Huiwu sat inside the carriage thinking, this time Jun Zhantian is pressing the Li family, and the Li family holds many secrets. If exposed, it will be dangerous. He told himself the Li family cannot be allowed to collapse, then ordered the men outside the carriage. If anything happens, then take action to suppress it. Inside, Jun Zhantian was still shouting, "Search thoroughly." The soldiers overturned everything. Li Shang lamented, "That is an ancestral heirloom." He repeatedly said, "That item is extremely rare." Li Shang could no longer endure it and shouted, "Jun Zhantian, you are deliberately destroying my home." Yang Huiwu departed, laughing to himself. He is truly interesting, deliberately stirring trouble. It seems not serious. Time to return. Looking outside, he thought he wanted to see who would still dare to stand up and oppose after this. Seeing the carriage leave, Jun Zhantian thought to himself, "Gone already, then it is time." A soldier reported, "Marshal, no trace was found." He feigned surprise. Could it be the assassin flew away? If not here, then to another house. After speaking, he mounted his horse and left. As he rode, he thought to himself, "Now it is your turn, Meng family." At the Li residence, Li Shang comforted Li Yuran, "It is fine." He lowered his head and said, "Those people earlier were clearly Jun Zhantian subordinates. This action is no different from rebellion." He continued, "If no assassin is found, tomorrow we can submit a memorial." Li Shang gently said, "You are clever, but in politics you are still inexperienced." Li Yuran asked, "Such a grave crime, and still the Jun family cannot be dealt with." He explained, "You do not yet understand Jun Zhantian's position in His Majesty's heart." Li Shang recounted, "He once saved His Majesty at least 6 times. If he wanted to rebel, he would have ascended the throne long ago. Jun Zhantian has fought many years with illustrious achievement. Today action forces us to change our view." Li Yuran suddenly understood, his eyes lighting up. Li Shang said, "Behind old Lord Jun stands the emperor. The princess assassination is merely an excuse for His Majesty to rearrange the situation. The 3 princes struggle too fiercely, so the families involved are all being warned." The other person understood. Li Shang patted his shoulder and reminded, "When the situation is unclear, one should not confront rashly." Yi Guhan asked, "Are we to let today's matter pass?" Li Shang tightened his grip on his shoulder. "How could we let it pass? Tomorrow submit an accusation. Let His Majesty have reason to deal with the families. You still lack political experience, think carefully. Yi Guhan replied, yes. He pondered, raised his hand to touch the red mark on his cheek, then silently resolved, Junjian Tian, this slap I will remember for a lifetime. At the Meng family, shouts rang out, search immediately for me, then others pleaded, old Duke, please show mercy. Amid the chaos, a calm voice sounded, old fool, that is enough trouble. Tang Wanli turned his head, recognizing the familiar young man, and could not help but call out Jun Mo Zai. The two immediately embraced tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. As long as he was safe, that was enough. After living through 2 lifetimes, for the first time Jun Mo Zai felt the warmth of family, and softly called out, grandfather. He laughed heartily, let us go, we are going home. Everyone immediately mounted their horses and left. The next morning at court, brilliant sunlight shone everywhere. Yang Huiwu asked in a deep voice, what exactly happened last night? Too many people are absent today, who can explain? The officials cried out in unison that they were wrong, begging your majesty to uphold justice. Jun Jian Tian relied on his merits to disregard national law and mobilized troops without authorization. Seeing the emperor remain silent, they grew even louder. The old duke ignored the law and imperial authority, acting arrogantly. He stormed into the residences of the ministers, ordering his subordinates to smash and plunder, lawless and reckless. This minister proposes stripping Jun Jian Tian of his post for investigation. During this, Yang Huiwu asked, Jun Jian Tian, is what they say true? He saluted and replied, reporting to your majesty, I heard that the princess was assassinated and grew anxious. Yang Huiwu said softly, is that so? Jun Jian Tian continued, I received intelligence about the assassins and mobilized troops on my own to capture them. Last night's battle prevented a great calamity, but someone retorted, you claim they were assassins, where is the evidence? Despite the questioning, Jun Jian Tian remained calm. Over 100 assassins have been hanged at the city gate. I did my utmost, yet more than a dozen officials still died. I asked to bear The Chinese letter. Someone was about to curse when he was interrupted, Your Majesty. This is the old master of the Dugu family, Dugu Tung Home. He clenched his fist and said, assassins ran rampant. Jun Jian Tian acted decisively to quell the chaos. Though his actions were somewhat excessive, his merit is undeniable. The person beside him protested in dissatisfaction. Tung Hone waved his hand irritably. Are you saying this old man is wrong? At that moment, Yang Huiwu spoke enough. Jun Jian Tian acted excessively in pursuing the assassins. His salary will be docked for 1 year, and he will reflect behind closed doors for 3 months in addition. Because he captured the assassins, he will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold and spirit medicine. Military authority will temporarily be handed to Dugu Tung Home. Everyone was indignant. Is this even a punishment? Not allowing further debate, the emperor declared decisively, this matter is settled, no further discussion. Court dismissed. As everyone left, an official congratulated Tang Wanli, has your grandson recovered? He ignored him and spoke loudly, Your Majesty, I request to borrow Mr. Immortal for an urgent matter. The scene shifted to a room. Jun Mo Zai lay resting on the bed. His injuries significantly healed thanks to spiritual energy. Recovering too quickly would arouse suspicion, so he took the chance to rest and absorb spiritual energy from the Hong Jun Pagoda. Just then the door opened. Someone rushed in anxiously. Third young master, thank goodness you are safe. Recognizing the voice, Jun Mo Zai smiled, Fatty Tang, do not panic, speak slowly. Tang Yuan asked with concern, I came to visit you, and even brought precious items. Hurry and bring in the medicine chest. He carried a chest full of spirit medicine, all the best healing medicines in Tianxiang City. Jun Mo Zai laughed, you brought so much, it would not be used up in a lifetime. When he opened the chest, Tang Yuan excitedly pointed at the record book, everything is here, but the bottom layer must be stored carefully. Jun Mo Zai glanced at it, what is it? Tang Yuan's eyes gleamed, the bottom layer is full of special treasures, things all men are interested in. Jun Mo Zai said irritably, spare me, put it away quickly, do not let grandfather see it. Just then Jun Jian Tian walked in and asked, what are you hiding from me? Seeing his figure, Tang Yuan hurriedly slipped away. Third young master, I will leave first. Jun Jian Tian wondered, why does this brat run the moment he sees me? Paid it no mind and turned to say, Jun Mo Zai, I invited the imperial physician to examine you. This is Mr. Immortal. The old man stroked his beard kindly. Give me your hand so I can take your pulse. Jun Mo Zai thought to himself, I cannot let him discover that I am pretending to be ill. He circulated his inner force, creating the appearance of blocked meridians. After the diagnosis, Jun Jian Tian asked, how is the situation? Mr. Immortal respectfully reported, his life is not in danger, but his meridians are severely damaged. He added, his internal organs are depleted, His profound energy is difficult to restore. I fear there is no hope for life. Tang Yuan eavesdropped outside. After speaking, he took his leave. Old Duke, please restrain your grief. I shall take my leave. Junmo Zai smiled faintly. Even a famed doctor is only so capable. He leaned back comfortably. The heaven-opening creation art is indeed formidable. Jun Zhan Tian asked, Brat, what are you laughing at? He sat up. The old man glanced at him. What do you expect me to say? Junmo Zai knelt down. Grandfather, please rest assured. I am pretending to be ill to deceive the world. I hope you will keep this secret. Jun Zhan Tian was puzzled. Why do this? He explained, Grandfather's actions have made various forces wary. Only if I am useless can we avoid the suspicion of the royal family. If His Majesty learns that I am still healthy, the Jun family will be in danger. I do not want my fate in the hands of others. I want to control my own destiny. The news quickly reached Tang Wanlei. Junmo Zai had become a cripple, personally confirmed by Mr. Immortal. He felt immense regret. Elsewhere, people were abuzz. Li Shang asserted Mr. Immortal has diagnosed him. Junmo Zai's meridians are blocked beyond cure. Hearing this, they felt reassured. If that is true, then the Jun family is no longer a threat. The news reached Yang Huiwu. Junmo Zai truly cannot be cured. Mr. Immortal respectfully replied, that is correct. I have diagnosed him clearly. He swirled his wine cup and smiled with satisfaction. I understand. In addition, he also wishes to report further on the situation of the Jun family. Recently, Jun Zhan Tian has purchased many materials, building fortifications and dividing the inner courtyard into 2 areas, confining Junmo Zai inside. When free, he often leads troops in drills, the sound resounding like a battlefield. When not training, he drinks to drown his sorrows, and the 3rd young master drinks daily with Jun Wuyi. Junmo Zai poured wine and sighed. Drinking wine in cold weather is truly a pleasure. Jun Wuyi nodded in praise. This wine is indeed excellent. He smiled. This wine is just a small trick. I heard grandfather was drunk the first time he drank it. Jun Wuyi took a sip and reminded him, do not gossip about elders. Junmo Zai imagined him drunkenly singing and dozing off beside the banquet table. Jun Wuyi frowned. Brat, why did you not say the wine was this strong? Junmo Zai laughed teasingly. It seems grandfather's alcohol tolerance is not high. He replied calmly, now it is your turn to try. Drained it in one gulp and complained playfully, why find a master to train me? He answered, silver-grade profound energy is a suitable teacher. Recalling the previous sparring session, Junmo Zai was beaten until dizzy and sighed inwardly. Not bringing up old matters, he asked, has 3rd uncle found the medicinal herbs? Jun Wuyi shook his head. Many rare herbs are hard to find. The Golden Fragrance Merchant Guild had 3 stocks, but they were already purchased. Junmo Zai grew suspicious. This medicine is only used for blocked meridians. Could the news have leaked? Jun Wuyi replied, those who sought it did not know the reason either. They also do not know it concerns me. I have been secretly investigating this matter. Suddenly the atmosphere fell silent. Jun Wuyi turned and said, Junmo Zai, your master has arrived. Quan Qinghan stepped in and looked straight at him, causing Junmo Zai to cough lightly a few times and softly greet her master. Can we skip the match today? Sparring with me is not paid in wine anyway. I will gift you 2 jars instead. She rotated her finger joints with loud cracking sounds. Quan Qinghan's face darkened as she prepared to teach him a lesson, even asking if he was ready, not allowing her to join yet acting so eager. When it comes to taking lives, no one surpasses me, but if you ask me to fight without killing, I truly cannot do it. Facing that move, Junmo Zai hurriedly defended, starting without warning. Such a sudden strike was hardly honorable. Quan Qinghan's expression turned stern. Stop rambling. Quickly defeat him, then return to drink wine. It turned out she loved wine that much. He grabbed her wrist, dissolving the move more skillfully than before, lamenting that she was truly stubborn and refused to listen to reason. Every glance of Quan Qinghan observed carefully. She raised her voice to mock him, only dodging constantly. Were you even going to fight? He slightly bent his body, a thought flashing through his mind. Was he supposed to stand still and take the blow instead of dodging? Before long, Quan Qinghan had caught Junmo Zai. She cried out proudly, your whole body is full of openings. With a single simple move, she knocked him to the ground, then smiled triumphantly as she sat atop Junmo Zai. Unable to withstand even one move, quickly hand over the wine, he was beaten until blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, begging her to be gentle and stop pressing down. Grandfather said beating me would leave me unable to stand, but do not be so heavy-handed. From afar, Jun Wuyi had observed the entire course of events. With just a glance he was astonished. Junmo Zai's movements needed only a bit more force to be fatal, yet each time he struck he held back. On the battlefield one must control the opponent and decide life and death in an instant. Could Junmo Zai have reached such a realm? His moves were extremely vicious from any position behind. The back of the head was a fatal point, needing only one strike. Jun Wuyi felt a trace of doubt, whether Junmo Zai was truly profound or it was merely coincidence. When Junmo Zai executed moves containing killing intent, sharpness flashing forth, the more Jun Wuyi watched the more convinced he became. Yet every time he was about to strike he forcibly withdrew, and this action completely fell within Jun Wuyi's sight. In truth, Junmo Zai almost did not need to think. Whenever attacked, he directly targeted the opponent with a counter-strike. That was an instinctive reflex gained only after countless brushes with life and death. When Junmo Zai fell and cried out in pain, Wan Qinghan let out a breath. Jun Wuyi thought everything had ended. She stroked her hair and said he had fallen enough 10 times. The task was complete. Wan Qinghan seriously took the 2 jars of wine, then bowed to Jun Wuyi to take her leave. Junmo Zai rubbed the bump on his head and complained that he had said he did not know how to fight. It hurt terribly. Jun Wuyi could only shake his head. Not knowing how to fight meant only being skilled at taking lives. He stood up and sighed. She struck quite heavily. Jun Wuyi curiously asked how he managed to do that. Hearing that, he pondered silently for a moment. Junmo Zai admitted he had been discovered. Indeed, he could not fool third uncle, leaving him momentarily speechless. While pouring wine, he said third uncle wanted to ask how many times he had taken lives to reach his current realm. Jun Wuyi voiced his doubt. You had risked your life on the battlefield but never enlisted. Junmo Zai calmly replied that techniques of taking lives were not necessarily learned from slaughter. As long as one understood the structure of the human body clearly, it could be done naturally. Jun Wuyi did not believe it, only that much, it was hard to believe. He explained that the Jun family intelligence network knew every move he made. How could third uncle think he secretly went out to kill? Jun Wuyi was stunned. Could this be the talent of a born assassin? He curiously continued asking why he was interested in taking lives and had achieved such heights. Looked at him, his voice calm. Since this nephew came to this world, he had not killed a single person. At that moment, Ki-er entered respectfully reporting that someone outside sought third master for urgent business. Junmo Zai immediately said to invite him in. Soldier ran in and bowed to report that the general had found the buyer of the 9-leaf grass. Jun Wuyi immediately asked who it was. The soldier scratched his head, hesitating over whether to speak. It was the eldest young master of the Tang family, Tang Yuan. Junmo Zai frowned. What did that fat man buy 9-leaf grass for? Could someone in the Tang residence need it? Jun Wuyi felt a trace of suspicion. Had the news leaked? Junmo Zai affirmed absolutely not, yet still wondered why Tang Yuan bought it. He changed the subject and asked, third uncle, you said this time there were 3 9-leaf grass plants. He nodded in confirmation. Junmo Zai stretched and smiled. Better in that fat man's hands than others. I will think of a way to make him hand over 2 plants. Jun Wuyi agreed. Pondered, then said there was still one final medicinal ingredient missing, burning meridian herb. Scene shifted when Junmo Zai arrived before the Tang residence gate. Tang Yuan ran out to greet him curiously. Third young master, why are you here? Has your health recovered? He replied that he came to find him and asked if he was about to go out. Nodded, saying he would go to Than and Gok Hall for the auction by order of the old master. Junmo Zai went straight to the point, asking about the 3 9-leaf grass plants bought at Tam Kin Fragrance. Tang Yuan was surprised, not knowing since when he cared about such things, saying he knew nothing about 9-leaf or 7-leaf grass. Frowned unhappily, saying the information had been difficult to obtain. Why was he still denying it? Tang Yuan hurriedly explained that he truly did not know, absolutely not joking. Suddenly remembering, he said Kim Huang Trading House was his family property. 5 days ago all the herbs had been delivered to his residence. Junmo Zai did not know whether to laugh or cry. After searching half the day, it was actually in his own home. Tang Yuan invited him. Third young master rarely goes out after recovering. Come with me on a trip. He said there were many good treasures. The 2 of us should go buy some. Junmo Zai intended to refuse for lack of time. When he saw the list mentioning burning meridian herb, fragrant form, and green xiang seed, he felt a trace of suspicion. He lightly patted Tang Yuan's shoulder and agreed, then let us go have a look. Junmo Zai confidently declared that the 2 of them would buy everything. Before long they arrived at the auction site. He marveled that Than Bao Hall was truly magnificent. Seeing him standing in a daze, Tang Yuan urged, third young master, what are you waiting for? Hurry inside. He secretly observed, realizing the people behind all emitted unusual and vigilant auras, wondering what sort of place Than Bao Hall truly was. Inside, Jun Mozai softly said he remembered both families had separate passages. Tang Yuan replied they should enter their family area since the auction was about to begin. After taking their seats, he looked to both sides and asked whose positions those were. Tang Yuan smiled and said they belonged to the second prince and third prince. Next to them was the eldest prince. Jun Mozai slightly frowned, noticing assassins sneaking into the area of the two princes, suspecting a connection to the previous assassination attempt. Tang Yuan reported that Lai Feng and Meng Haizhou were also present. He smiled calculatingly, telling Tang Yuan to promise a condition in exchange for relief. Tang Yuan immediately agreed, declaring that between brothers he could say anything. As long as the gloom was gone, any condition would be accepted. Jun Mozai whispered, asking him to bid for an item without revealing his identity. In return today he would make that group lose face, yet he clearly stated that even brothers must be transparent. At that moment, the auctioneer spoke, apologizing for making everyone wait so long. He clasped his hands and announced the official start of the auction and introduced the first item. The crowd's clamor, Jun Mozai quietly used his observational ability to probe Meng Haizhou and Lai Feng. Tang Yuan softly asked, "Third young master, it has reached the sixth item and what you need has still not appeared." He continued watching the two men, discerning their intentions, suspecting that burning meridian herb was merely a medicinal herb, yet they seemed ready to pay a high price for the next item. The auctioneer continued, announcing that the next item was sea coral jade from the ocean floor. When the curtain was drawn aside, the radiant jade coral basin appeared. He introduced it as its first appearance at Than Bao Hall, believing it was rare even across the continent. Jun Mozai quietly ordered the fat one. "This item is necessary. If the price is reasonable, then raise it at once. Do not give them a chance." The auctioneer continued his introduction. "The jade coral contains the primal energy of heaven and earth. Placing it in a residence greatly benefits Xuan cultivation. The starting price is 100,000 taels, each increment no less than 10,000 taels." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yuan stomped on the railing and shouted loudly, "This young master bids 1,000,000 taels." The entire hall fell silent, all eyes turning toward him. Tang Yuan let out two light laughs, clearly provoking on purpose. Li Feng glared over angrily. The starting price was 100,000 taels, yet he jumped straight to 1,000,000 taels. Li Feng looked utterly frustrated. Li Yuran had ordered that the jade coral must be obtained at any cost. Meng Haizhou burned with anger, for the jade coral was crucial to Grand Preceptor Li, whose Xuan meridians had been crippled. He appeared gloomy and exhausted. The entire Li family had only been granted 2,000,000 taels by Li Yuran. They had no choice but to endure. At that moment a loud voice rang out, "I bid 1,200,000 taels." The hall instantly grew lively. Jun Mozai looked down at the bidder. Tang Yuan found it amusing, trying to scare who? 2,000,000 taels. Li Feng hurriedly raised it to 2,400,000 taels. "Tang Yuan wants the jade coral. This thing is useless to you." He refused to believe it, stared straight ahead and retorted, "Nonsense, how would you know it is useless to me?" Then swiftly called out 3,000,000 taels. Although the bidding had reached the limit, his pride was too great. He still chose a higher price, 3,500,000 taels. "Tang Yuan, do not go too far, always leave room to meet again." Jun Mozai could no longer endure the malicious rivalry and spoke to defend Tang Yuan. Clearly Tang Yuan bid first. "You wanted to snatch it and now speak as if he is wrong. Do you know any reason at all?" Meng Haizhou stood aside criticizing. "Jun Mozai, this has nothing to do with you." The scene shifted elsewhere along the Dugu corridor. Zio Yi peeked by the window. Seeing Jun Mozai, she let out a breath of relief. "Good, he is fine." Tang Yuan confidently declared amid the jealousy, "My matter is third young master matter. It is only money. I bid 4,000,000 taels." Could not endure it. Gripping the railing tightly, Li Feng resolutely shouted, 5,000,000 taels. "Tang Yuan, if you have the guts, then continue." After careful consideration, this seemed to be the highest both sides could reach. Any further and it would belong to Tang Yuan. Feeling it was time to stop, he ordered Tang Yuan to quit. "Fat one enough." Tang Yuan obeyed at once, impressed. This young master truly has many admirers. The staggering sum left both dizzy at their own decisions. Meng Haizhou had a headache. Over 3,000,000 taels, is it worth it? Li Feng consoled himself that at least he had secured it. Sensing hidden secrets within the matter, he grew suspicious. It is only an external injury, why need the jade coral? It must benefit them, advantageous to the enemy and harmful to us. It must be ruined. He called Tang Yuan back. "Do not leave, fat one, come see." From the corridor corner echoed a voice, "Jade coral worth 5,000,000 taels." He and Tang Yuan appeared. He feigned praise. Even immortals would pale in comparison. The compliment sounded more like mockery than admiration. Tang Yuan blinked blankly. Fearing exposure, he lowered his voice. Fat one-year-old master. Approaching the jade coral, Tang Yuan felt a bit regretful. Third young master, the old master ordered me to buy it, but now. Comforted then provoked, it is merely jade coral, why must two families fight over it? It sounded conciliatory, yet Junmo Zai teased that his family still had several stalks, nothing rare. He replied smugly, how ridiculous. Junmo Zai, do you even know what jade coral is? It is precisely jade coral. He stepped closer. The jade coral in my house is even larger than this. As he spoke, he extended his hand, its crimson glow even deeper than before. Secretly, he used a technique to diminish the jade coral effect. It turned out the jade coral was useful for Xuan energy. He smirked proudly, knowledge so shallow. Yours is merely ordinary red coral, what do you know? His power gradually seeped into the jade coral. It seemed distinctly different. Plan succeeded, two surges of energy clashed. The jade coral burst internally and could no longer be used. Li Feng boasted, how is it? Does it outclass your worthless red coral? As his hand continued channeling power, sensing the difference, he pretended to be puzzled. Both are coral, why are they different? Tang Yuan asked foolishly. Third young master, are they truly different? Two displayed victorious expressions. Menghai Zhou mocked, have you seen enough? You have nothing. Fat one, see how you explain to your old master. Junmo Zai remained calm. See how you explain when you return. Fat one, let us go. With that he turned away without hesitation, leaving Tang Yuan bewildered. Third young master. The master of Than Bao Hall presented the next item. Now we auction a new treasure. Opening the bright chest, he began introducing it. A highly toxic herb under special conditions, a priceless treasure capable of restoring life. He announced the price, starting at 200,000 taels, each increment no less than 10,000 taels. Hearing this, he calculated. No wonder it eventually turns black. This kind is stronger than usual. He turned to Tang Yuan. Fat one, I want this. Tang Yuan immediately agreed, understood. Tang Yuan hastily bid high to please him. I bid 300,000 taels. Menghai Zhou and Li Feng were furious upon hearing it, especially Li Feng cursing that damned fat one. Those around also cursed. It is his trick again. The master of Than Bao Hall announced that young master Tang bid 300,000 taels. Does anyone offer higher? Both believed the precious poisonous herb would fall to them as the call of 300,000 rang once. 300,000 for the second time. Suddenly a cold voice sounded. Menghai Zhou refused to concede, gritting his teeth and declaring, I bid 3 million tael. Junmo Zai was startled. Tang Yuan angrily shouted, that man Menghai Zhou. Shouted in fury, what are you, daring to compete with me? Rage flared, he swiftly covered Tang Yuan's mouth. I bid 500. He shouted before everyone, Menghai Zhou, you bastard. It was you earlier, seeking death. Menghai Zhou retorted at once, you can bid, why can I not? Li Feng and Menghai Zhou cursed angrily in unison. He sneered mockingly, penniless brat, where will you find 3 million? Tang Yuan chimed in, as long as you produce it, this herb is yours. In the outer courtyard, he and a servant curiously discussed the earlier commotion. Pressed the price, young master Tang bids 5 million taels. Does anyone offer higher? He was astonished. Tang Yuan felt awkward and hesitated slightly. Earlier we never said how much. Junmo Zai's expression darkened. Fat one only said 5. Since when was it 5 million? Could it be Than Bao Hall is forcing a sale? Observing the vicious follower beside the master of Than Bao Hall, knowing rules are not easily broken and bids must be honored. Seeing that arrogant man step forward, are you showing yourself now, a retainer of Than Bao Hall? The master calculated calmly. Than Bao Hall does not force purchases. Today the bidding is concluded. Young master Tang bid 5 million taels exactly. Junmo Zai curled his lips with a smile, hatred burning within. What rule cannot be broken? If so, this young master can sit here daily calling high bids and let Than Bao Hall earn more. Hearing this, the master of Than Bao Hall questioned, what does young master Jun mean? I understand it as the Jun family of Tian Xiang opposing Than Bao Hall. He listened, then turned. When did Tang Yuan say 5 million? Besides the word 5, what else was said? Menghai Zhou bid 3 million yet could not produce it. Does that count? Seeing this, he paused in thought, then asked in return, is this not a trick by Than Bao Hall to inflate prices? He revealed no emotion, calmly stating that if Than Bao Hall manipulated prices it would lose credibility. But today, there was a loophole seized by the youngster. In a small courtyard corner, voices murmured, indeed a loophole, I will investigate. Li Feng and Menghai Zhou stood outside. Menghai Zhou dejected while Li Feng mocked. Young master Meng, you bid 3 million, can you produce the silver? The surroundings darkened, malicious thoughts swirling. He offered an excuse. I was angered that Tang Yuan raised the price 3 times before stopping, flustered and lacking 3 million, damn it. Meng Haizhou panicked, sweat pouring down, hearing the warning that without enough silver and disrupting the auction, his collar was seized and he was kicked. Guards dragged him out of Than Bao Hall. That man fell heavily. From now on in Tianxiang he would no longer be qualified to step into Than Bao Hall. Jun Mo Zai witnessed it, shame turning to anger. Even if Meng Haizhou was wrong, it was not for the Li family to decide who may enter Than Bao Hall. Perhaps someone stood behind controlling. A long, cold-back figure listened to the scolding of Jun Mo Zai. Though Meng Haizhou caused the disruption, it was he who openly insulted Than Bao Hall. Upon the city wall he sorted through everything. When did this young master insult Than Bao Hall? Meng Haizhou caused chaos, yet this young master would not be deceived. He clapped and praised. Everyone applauded Than Bao Hall. He mocked. Than Bao Hall with keen insight has resolved the matter. This young master admires it. Tang Yuan echoed, why are you not clapping? Do you have objections to Than Bao Hall? Hearing his words laced with threat, everyone applauded in response. Than Bao Hall is fair and impartial, shameless, truly shameless. The shamelessness of young master Jun Mo Zai has reached a new height. His thick skin even makes me blush. Faced with the pressure, Tiu Engai could only force a smile, thinking to himself that this bearing truly was worthy of third young master Jun. The scene shifted to another room. Tiu Han ground his teeth in resentment. Jun Mo Zai, that cunning brat, I will never spare him. Tiat Dong calmly advised that he was wrong in this matter. It was not his fault, but Fan Kin Ha was likely connected to Jun Wuyi. Tiu Han flared up in anger. Jun Wuyi then what? Tiat Dong replied indifferently that regardless of their past grudges, he was now crippled. His life was essentially ruined. The two stepped closer to confront each other. He said that even if Fan Kin Ha were brought to Thien Huang City for auction, without a divine mystic transferring power, under the deadly poison he would die even faster. His words only made the other party more furious. The atmosphere grew tense. Tiat Dong coldly cut in, enough, no need to argue further. Tiu Han snorted and turned away. At the magnificent Thin Bao Hall, Jun Mo Zai and Tang Yuan stood above observing. Hearing the host announce that Fan Kin Ha would be auctioned again at the previous price, he realized the voice had changed, proving there was internal discord. The master of Thin Bao Hall continued presiding. Previously young master Duong bid 300,000 taels for Fan Kin Ha. Was there anyone bidding higher? Crowd fell silent before the sky-high price. The hammer struck for the third time. 300,000 taels sold. Inside a wooden room, someone lamented that the treasure had fallen into another's hands. Zio Yi, on the other hand, was delighted at buying a spirit herb cheaply, making Ling Meng feel suspicious. Though her mouth called him detestable, Zio Yi's face was radiant. She hurriedly denied it when teased. Hugging her flushed face, she argued that she only wanted to teach that foppish young master a lesson, to let him know her prowess. The auction continued with the final item, a 6th-level mystic beast tendon, starting price 4 million tael. Immediately the crowd competed in bidding, the numbers soaring without pause. After fierce competition, the item was settled at 13 million taels, making Jun Mo Zai particularly interested. His face darkened, knowing the treasure had fallen into the second prince's hands. He called Tang Yuan to leave. Zio Yi saw this and called out loudly, Jun Mo Zai. He said happily that it turned out he was still safe and sound. Jun Mo Zai turned back with a smile, so it was Miss Dugu, long time no see, you have grown even more beautiful. Zio Yi blushed and awkwardly asked if that was true, leaving Tang Yuan beside them astonished. Jun Mo Zai paused slightly, then nodded in agreement, yes. Hearing that, she grew even more bashful, claiming it was because she had successfully lost weight, leaving him bewildered. Zio Yi suddenly pouted in anger, accusing him of daring to tease her. Suddenly a white-furred creature poked out from her robe, astonishing everyone. It was Tiu Bak Bak, the small mystic beast she doted on, causing Tang Yuan to exclaim in shock. Tiu Bak Bak happily waved in greeting. She said it liked Jun Mo Zai very much and suggested he try holding it. The creature leaped excitedly from its master's arm. Upon hearing him disparage it, it froze midair. Zio Yi was stunned, while Tang Yuan could only remain silent. In the end, Tiu Bak Bak still jumped onto Jun Mo Zai's head, making him helplessly marvel at its innate speed. Zio Yi was astonished because this was the first time it had been so close to a stranger. Despite her attempts to pull it down, Tiu Bak Bak clung tightly to his robe. Jun Mo Zai grew irritated and demanded that she quickly take it away. Zio Yi impatiently called it back, but it kept crying out, unwilling to leave. The claw marks tore his robe hem apart, making him even more frustrated. Realizing it had caused trouble, Tiu Bak Bak looked apologetic. Jun Mo Zai turned and left. Yi gently scolded it, then coaxed that she would take it to see him later. At that moment Yi Guhan appeared, conveying Ling Meng's invitation for Jun Mozai to meet her. Ling Meng stepped out. Jun Mozai joked that fate was kind to let them meet again. Princess sternly said she wanted to warn him about something. He sensed killing intent hidden around them, as if someone were secretly watching. Ling Meng reminded him that Dugu Zio Yi was her close friend. She demanded that he limit contact with Zio Yi, but Jun Mozai pretended not to understand. Their exchange grew heated. The princess asserted that Zio Yi was not someone he could reach. The two faced off tensely. She warned that she would report the matter to Dugu Wudai. During this, Jun Mozai became angry and calmly told her to do as she pleased. Ling Meng left in anger, while he continued muttering in irritation. Yi Guhan angrily demanded to teach him a lesson. Jun Mozai also flared up in response, making the atmosphere even more tense. Suddenly he turned and ran, shouting loudly for help. To preserve his identity, he slipped away as swiftly as the wind. Yi Guhan was furious, but Ling Meng stopped him, telling him not to pursue. She immediately ordered a change of direction toward the Dugu residence. Jun Mozai walked quietly along the deserted street, calculating his next move. Looking at his conspicuous clothing, he decided to change to avoid being recognized. He slipped into a deserted alley to begin altering his appearance. Taking out a special solution, he changed his skin tone and hairstyle. After changing into new clothes, he checked his appearance again, completely different from before. At last he caught up with the trail of the assassin. Their destination turned out to be a place hung with red lanterns. Jun Mozai stepped into the Ling Vu Ho Pleasure House, a place of extravagant indulgence. In the Engi Thuong Pavilion area, he discovered suspicious figure. Nearby, a luxurious flower boat quietly docked at the shore. Two people secretly boarded the boat. He immediately followed. To avoid detection, he moved along the reeds to approach. He dived into the water, holding his breath to observe the situation. Relying on his agile movement technique, he approached the boat without a sound. Using a breathing tube, Jun Mozai patiently hid beneath the water. On the boat, the two spoke about waiting for Lord Lu, prompting him to calculate silently. Inside the cabin, the men in black secretly discussed matters, and the veiled woman revealed herself as Ngayat Nhi, exposing a scheme related to the previous failed mission. Hearing that, the old man immediately refuted it, believing Ngayat Nhi had not spoken appropriately. If the intelligence had no errors, then how could they not know the princess had a sky-profound guard at her side? That mission could not possibly be ranked as an ordinary third-tier task. I immediately declined, using someone else as a shield. I am merely a weak woman. Once Lord Lu arrives, you may speak to him directly. Staying underwater for too long made him gradually adapt, so his expression remained calm. It seemed that regarding the earlier assassination of the princess, they had yet to reach internal agreement. After a brief silence, someone stepped onto the flower boat. A man strode in without hesitation, making the atmosphere instantly heavy because he was a powerful figure. Sensing something unusual, that man asked what was happening. I hurriedly bowed in greeting to Lord Lu. He showed no courtesy and instead reproached them for the faulty intelligence that caused the Blood Sword Hall heavy losses, demanding a fair explanation. Tu Yingbo refused to accept the blame, saying could a failed mission be pinned on them. The Blood Sword Hall had always acted based on the information provided by the employer, while you had overlooked the fact that the princess was protected by a sky-profound expert. Hearing the mention of a sky-profound expert, the old man pondered and asked if they were certain. Vo Kuk affirmed decisively, blue throwing knives like the sea and sky, peak sky-profound cultivation. Tu Back remained doubtful. How could such a top-tier figure appear in the capital? This matter must be reported to Second Master for further discussion. With a sky-profound present, they could not touch the princess. In the difficult situation, the old man even lamented that it was truly regrettable that even Jun Mozai had not been dealt with. He chimed in with regret. If Jun Mozai had died sooner, it could have made old Master Quan heartbroken. Hearing his own name mentioned and being wished dead early, he wondered when he had ever offended her. Time was pressing. The old man hastily told everyone to withdraw, promising to arrange departure from Thien Huang City and asking that his regards be conveyed to the Blood Sword Hall Master. Before concluding, he said that although the matter had not succeeded, Second Master would still take note. Tu Back instructed them to handle the mysterious beasts and told Ngayat Nhi to prepare to retreat. I accepted the order and quietly inquired about the matter entrusted to Second Master. Hidden underwater, Jun Mozai heard every word clearly. The Second Master they mentioned was none other than the mysterious Second Prince. Ngayat Nhi said resentfully that old thief Quan had left her nation ruined and her home destroyed. If second master did not help avenge her, then what was the use of relying on that man? The old man soothed her not to be impatient. Jun Zhan Tian was the pillar of Thien Huang Nation. How could he be easily touched? Once this matter was finished, the head of the Supreme Divine Profound would take action, and then it would no longer be difficult. Hearing them discuss harming his grandfather, Jun Mo Zai was so shaken that the water churned violently and made a sound. That conspiracy even involved a divine profound figure. The noise made Tubak shout loudly asking who was there. Everyone bustled about searching and discovered a stranger beneath the boat. He quickly weighed whether to strike or slip away first. Tubak angrily shouted in an attempt to intimidate the intruder. Cold, sharp aura burst from his body. Jun Mo Zai dived deeper because the two blood-sword assassins had not gone far. Among many ways to save himself, he chose the simplest one, to retreat. The old man leapt onto a rooftop to observe his shadow in the water, believing that hiding underwater still could not escape his spiritual sense. Tubak was furious, and Gayat Nhi praised his spiritual sense, saying that although he was only at peak gold rank it rivaled Sky Profound, he modestly replied that it was merely a special technique. In his hand he gripped a golden staff tightly, in the dark of night focusing on the movements beneath the water. After determining the position, he gathered strength, swung forcefully backward and then hurled it down, his face filled with killing intent as if determined to end his opponent. The staff wrapped in golden light shot straight toward the lake's surface. The speed was so fast that even Jun Mo Zai was startled and inwardly exclaimed that it was too fast. The bamboo staff grazed his clothing, creating a powerful shock that left him dizzy. When he opened his eyes and looked back at the scene, he still felt lingering fear. He thought to himself that if he had been half a moment slower, he might not have withdrawn unharmed. Feeling his clothes were cumbersome, he drew his dagger to deal with them. Swiftly tearing off his garments, seeing the bamboo gradually rise, he calculated borrowing its force if his opponent missed. Not seeing the assassin's surface, Tubak personally went down to inspect. Jun Mo Zai judged that he was only peak gold rank and not skilled in swimming. He had to rely on profound energy to stay above the water. With no path of retreat, he decided to take the risk, swimming close to the staff and hiding at a blind spot. After confirming the bamboo was sturdy, he gripped it tightly and prepared to counterattack. His solid body burst upward with force, bending the staff downward. Seeing the tip of the staff disappear, Tubak was astonished. An undercurrent pushed the bamboo tip to rebound upward. Borrowing that momentum, he shot out of the water right before his eyes, leaving him stunned. His movement technique was swift as the wind, creating waves that blocked vision. He sped away while tossing a farewell. I only saw splashing water and could not make out his face. Under the bright moon, his figure streaked away like an arrow, leaving onlookers astonished. Standing in the water, the old man angrily looked up at the sky, not expecting the very bamboo he had thrown to turn back toward him. Consumed by anger, he failed to dodge in time. A cry of pain rang out as the bamboo struck him. A heavy blow left him dizzy, yet he still forced himself to look on. Before his eyes, he only managed to see Jun Mo Zai gliding over the waves like a great fish. Before losing consciousness, the last image in his mind was merely a white figure flashing through the night. The moment Tubak fainted, Ngayat Nhi flung out a long silk ribbon that wrapped around him. He leapt into the air to gain momentum. With exquisite movement technique, she pulled Tubak ashore and set him down gently. Standing beside him for a while, she sighed, knowing that even if she pursued now it would be useless. Just who was that person in the end? At the same time, outside Lingwu Lake, a fat man carried a lantern through the night without the slightest fear. Ancients said that walking at night often led to strange encounters. Sure enough, he ran into a white shadow emerging from the bushes. A few minutes later, the fat man was frightened unconscious and stripped of all his clothes. The white shadow turned out to be Jun Mo Zai borrowing some garments to avoid returning in an unsightly state. It was past midnight when he returned to the residence. The guards and Ki-er were still awake waiting, anxiously asking where he had gone. Though tired, he still gently rubbed Ki-er's head and told her to bring clean clothes for a bath. She blushed and obeyed. Afterwards, he went to third uncle room. Jun Wuyi calmly asked about the major incident at Thin Bao Hall that afternoon. He admitted it frankly, saying that place had acted too arrogantly, then asked if third uncle had any concerns. Jun Wuyi frowned and explained that Thin Bao Hall could not be offended for the time being because it involved significant interests. He sat down and asked why those words did not resemble third uncle's usual bearing. Could that place truly be so formidable? He patiently said that if it were only himself he would not fear, but behind him stood the entire Quan family. Sometimes a family was both glory and a burden of responsibility. After pondering for a long time, Jun Mo-zai nodded and said he understood. Before leaving, third uncle invited him to drink. He smiled and declined, saying that soon he would not be able to drink for half a month. He revealed that he had already prepared all 5 necessary medicinal ingredients to celebrate for third uncle. Jun Wuyi was astonished, as if struck by thunder from a clear sky. Seeing this, he added that the Golden Needle Meridian opening had been ready for half a month. In just 10 more days the fixation could be removed, then they would raise cups together. After saying that he left, leaving third uncle deep in thought about 10 years of illness soon to be resolved. Next morning, the residence was heavily guarded, with orders that without His Majesty instruction, anyone who charged into the inner courtyard would be stopped immediately. Jun Jan Tian stood in the yard gazing into the distance, lost in thought. At the same time, Jun Wuyi entered the first stage of recovery, meditating in the garden to calm his mind. Beside him, the pot of medicine was bubbling vigorously. The time came, the water was boiled to the highest level as required by Jun Mo-zai. He checked the medicinal herbs such as 9 extinction grass, heart-connecting grass, and severed continuation root, then placed them into the jar one by one. Jun Wuyi circulated his power with all his strength, his aura erupting and tearing his clothes apart. Jun Mo-zai sighed that these 5 were all extremely potent poisonous herbs. A strange green vapor rose from the medicine jar. Medicinal power spread throughout Jun Wuyi's body, making him frown in discomfort. Jun Mo-zai immediately reassured him. This was only the beginning, he must keep his mind steady. In just a moment, green energy enveloped his entire body, gradually forming mottled patterns, causing Jun Wuyi to cry out in pain. Jun Mo-zai continued to encourage him. Endure it, third uncle. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and forced out the words, continue. Seizing the chance, Jun Mo-zai swiftly poured the bottle of fiery intestine flour into Jun Wuyi's mouth. Sudden action startled Jun Wuyi, a bit of the medicine spilling out. Jun Mo-zai hurriedly stuffed a cloth into his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue in agony. Jun Jan Tian spoke anxiously, but Jun Mo-zai immediately explained this was a necessary measure, using poison to counter poison to force the toxin to reveal itself. The simultaneous eruption of 3 deadly poisons made Jun Wuyi's body go rigid. Medicinal power seeped in gradually. A stream of golden light gathered in Jun Mo-zai's hand before being transmitted into his body. 3 other beams of light swirled before his chest, making Jun Wuyi tremble in horror. The poison accumulated for 10 years in his legs and waist erupted, the pain like flames burning his soul. Before long, the 2 of them noticed Jun Wuyi's body beginning to change. Jun Jan Tian shouted in delight, he has stood up, but Jun Wuyi only managed to call out father before fainting. Turned out he had lost consciousness from the extreme pain, his face pale. Jun Mo-zai continued to feed him more medicine, urging him to quickly swallow Chu Jing Zia. When the final medicinal power was absorbed, he sat behind him, giving instructions while circulating his energy to guard him. In the blink of an eye, he struck with his palm, channeling internal energy into Jun Wuyi's back. Receiving the vast internal energy, he awakened and began regulating the flow of profound energy. Jun Mo-zai said urgently, the moment has come. Hearing this, Jun Jan Tian immediately circulated his power and lifted Jun Wuyi into the air. Kicked off the ground and leapt up, silver needles in hand to coordinate his move. He executed the ultimate technique, Golden Needle Meridian Crossing. Silver needles shot out like lightning, piercing the acupoints before Jun Wuyi fell into the boiling medicinal cauldron. After using the force to rebound, he landed lightly. The toxins were gradually purged. Jun Jan Tian exclaimed in astonishment, the poison has been completely dispelled. Meanwhile, he remained focused on observing the detoxification process. Sensing the timing was right, he grabbed Jun Wuyi's arm and pulled him up. At the same time, he transmitted force to open his blood and energy channels, helping him eliminate the remaining poison. Jun Wuyi opened his eyes, the toxins within his body being forced out. He coughed violently, spitting out the lingering toxins. He fell to the ground, emitting wisps of white smoke. He said with satisfaction, the great task is accomplished. Third uncle has been completely detoxified. Suddenly, the seal broke open, the profound energy accumulated for 10 years erupting violently. Jun Jan Tian looked at the pale blue aura spreading out in shock. Unbelievable, Jun Wuyi had stepped into the heaven profound realm, and had even attained a body immune to 100 poisons. Jun Wuyi was overjoyed that his legs could stand firm, but he reminded him to conserve his strength for now. He instructed that he must circulate 360 cycles to fully recover. With everything completed, Jun Jan Tian called his name emotionally. He responded calmly. Tears of joy streamed down the old man's face. The old man sighed with emotion. The Jun family has an outstanding successor. Even death would hold no regret. Jun Wu's legs trembled as he stepped forward. He stood up on his own, causing Jun Zhantian to call out his name in shock. The old man rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not mistaken. Jun Wu said joyfully, "At last I can stand on my own 2 feet." He knelt before his father. Jun Wu respectfully greeted him. This unfilial son pays respects to father. He thanked Jun Mozai for saving his life. Jun Zhantian emotionally helped him to his feet. Jun Wu declared that he would shoulder the heavy responsibility of the Jun family. The scene shifted to the magnificent Grand Preceptor Li residence, where Li Fang was complaining resentfully. He lamented losing 5 million taels and losing the qualification to enter prosperous treasure hall. Li Yuran calmly analyzed the situation. He proposed preparing 3 million taels to handle the next step. The jade coral was kept, the others withdrew. Alone in the room, he carefully examined the treasure. Sure enough, it contained an enormous source of heaven and earth origin power. If absorbed, it could extend lifespan. He ordered that his grandfather be invited. Li Shang was astonished and full of praise upon seeing the jade coral. Li Yuran proposed assisting with the absorption of the origin power. Soldiers were ordered to stand guard strictly around the area. Li Shang asked about his senior brother. Li Yuran explained that their master was in seclusion, but the senior brothers were sufficient for protection. Understanding everything clearly, Li Shang ordered them to begin. Li Yuran immediately circulated his power to assist. The origin power from the jade coral surged forth. Li Shang felt the spiritual energy pouring in, his meridians becoming relaxed. Danshan that had once been destroyed gradually regained vitality. That man felt his body transforming distinctly, his essence left behind by Jun Mozai being enveloped by spiritual energy and swirling white light. While absorbing the primal force, Li Thuong could not help but marvel that his Danshan seemed restored. Realizing this, he grew extremely excited. The energy left in his body by the old thief Jun Zhantian had been eliminated today, leading him to believe he could now dominate the world. Yet, as both slowly absorbed the energy, they gradually broke free from the bindings. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the coral gem became violent, frightening him. Li Thuong struggled to withstand the fierce force, astonished at why the gem's energy was so ferocious, then panicked and loudly called Li Yuran. Ultimately, Li Thuong could not endure the violent spiritual energy, and his body suffered severe damage. Only then did he rush to help, but it was too late. As the smoke cleared, Li Yuran exclaimed in bewilderment. He could not understand where the mistake lay, since the coral gem clearly had efficacy, yet it suddenly exploded. The master had promised success, yet now he was severely injured, his Danshan shattered, and his path of cultivation nearly ended. Li Yuran could not accept the cruel truth, and could only scream in despair. At the Dugu residence, an enraged voice resounded. Tung Hone scolded sharply, causing Dugu Wu Dai to fearfully call for his father. He angrily reprimanded and blamed his daughter for paying attention to Jun Mozai. Dugu Wu Dai awkwardly explained that he had no knowledge of it, but Tung Hone immediately interrupted, demanding he quickly resolve everything while Xiao Yi was still in the palace. If the old man heard any similar rumors again, it would make him taste the family law. After leaving, Dugu Wu Dai irritably ordered his subordinates to be summoned. He commanded the 7 Dugu brothers to return immediately to the barracks outside the city without delay. Any violation would be punished under family and military law, astonishing them greatly. After arranging everything, he muttered in anger. Jun Mozai dared to seduce his daughter. Did he think that having backing meant no one dared touch him? Elsewhere, Jun Wuyi sadly asked whether he truly had to abstain from alcohol. Jun Mozai firmly affirmed, while Jun Zhantian was curious about the boy's mysterious cultivation method. Jun Mozai tactfully refused to reveal it, leading the old man to guess a master had instructed him. Both Jun Wu Yi and Jun Zhantian agreed to keep the secret to avoid danger. Watching them come up with explanations on their own, Jun Mozai was silently amazed they had thought for him. Jun Zhantian asked about future plans, but he casually replied that he still wanted to live as a leisurely young master. However, Jun Wuyi's recovery needed to remain secret. Jun Zhantian opposed pretending, but still listened to his explanation. Jun Mozai smiled and suggested causing minor trouble as a cover, such as disrupting Thin Bao Duong or teasing princes and ladies. Jun Zhantian glanced, recalled past events, and warned that Thin Bao Duong was a force beyond the mundane. He revealed that Thin Bao Duong was just the tip of a vast power, enough to make the world wary, and must never be offended. Afterwards, he handed all underground power to Jun Wuyi for management, while requiring Jun Mozai to assist, but first purge the internal traitors. Jun Jan Tian suspected this might relate to the royal family. Jun Mozai analyzed that although cleansed, royal spies still lurked and needed elimination at the critical moment. After pondering, Jun Jan Tian agreed and handed over the list, letting them handle it themselves. Jun Wuyi worried the approach was too harsh, but Jun Mozai calmly explained that indecision would bring greater disaster. He interrupted, asking if they could keep hiding forever, and pointed out the limited vision of the third uncle. Using Thin Bao Duong as an example, he emphasized that even the emperor dared not touch it, astonishing Jun Wuyi at his ambition. Jun Mozai sighed and asked about the 300 soldiers sent for training earlier. Jun Wuyi said they had entered the Thin Fat Forest to hunt mystical beasts. So far, 27 were missing or had sent surrender letters. During this, he concluded the remaining were reliable if they could return. Time passed and news of Li Thuong's severe illness spread through the capital, causing Jun Mozai to drink quietly and wonder if it was his fault. In the palace, Yang Huaiwu was furious that a civil official had engaged in mysterious energy cultivation. The result was critical before completion, causing him pain and anger as he reprimanded the court officials. Everyone remained silent due to conflict between civil and military officials, while Tang Wanli dozed in the main hall. Yang Huaiwu's face darkened seeing the court not focused on discussion. He helplessly sighed and dismissed the court, asking all to withdraw. Jun Zhantian quickly left, but was called back by Tung Hone. Hearing this, he responded irritably, challenging the other party to a contest. Tung Hone boldly declared he wanted to discipline his grandson. Jun Zhantian was furious, unable to believe someone dared target his grandson. Tung Hone scorned him for overvaluing a useless person. He arrogantly claimed that giving such instruction was a rare honor. Jun Zhantian questioned the reason, demanding a clear explanation. Tung Hone warned that Jun Mozai had teased Zioyi, and if anything happened, the consequences would be unpredictable. After hearing this, Jun Zhantian fell silent, then angrily issued a warning. He declared the Dugu family would regret it if his grandson were harmed. Enlai, seeing tension, stood to mediate, advising the elders to maintain face. Jun Zhantian departed, but Tung Hone continued, stating the 7 Dugu brothers had arrived at the Jun residence. He sarcastically suggested preparing medicine for injuries, angering Jun Zhantian as he left. The ancient Jun residence, Ki received a large wine jar, commenting it could be sold for profit. Jun Mozai looked at the boiling wine and told Ki to prepare it for tasting. While the wine still boiled, a loud sound suddenly rang nearby. Jun Mozai showed displeasure, coldly stating this was the Jun residence and dared to cause trouble during the day. Immediately, the 7 Dugu brothers appeared boldly before him. One shouted for Jun Mozai to face them, but he calmly ordered no disturbance to the elders. He greeted politely, inviting them to drink tea as honored guests. Dugu Hao angrily questioned while others threatened, yet were enchanted by the fragrant wine. Hearing mention of Dugu Zioyi, they were astonished and quickly captivated by the wine's aroma. Seeing the jar in the distance, all 7 cheered with delight. They wondered if it was a mesmerizing scent. Meanwhile, Jun Mozai leisurely poured wine into cups. After pouring, he lightly cleared his throat to attract attention. He smiled and asked if what they sought was this, causing Dugu Thuong to gaze hungrily at the jar. Finally, Dugu Sung could not resist and asked what he held. Jun Mozai calmly replied it was just wine, nothing special. After speaking, he casually poured the cup of wine to the ground. Seeing this, the 7 brothers' faces changed, regretting the precious wine wasted. Jun Mozai asked curiously, it fell to the ground and you can still drink it. What a waste, what are you here for? Speak quickly. If there is nothing then please leave. Lian wants to see Doc Ko An among the Doc Ko 7 brothers explained. We came under orders to arrest you. At that moment, his foot was stepped on by the person beside him. He howled in pain, but his brothers paid little attention. Doc Ko Sung merely coughed lightly and calm. Then he said seriously, we came to invite young Master Jun Mozai to our residence to strengthen the bond between the Jun and Doc Ko family. Meanwhile, the others discussed their plan. As long as they could trick him, Zio Engai matter could be discussed later, there would be other chances. Doc Ko An looked at him expectantly. Third young Master Jun, please. Hearing them, he smiled. Old Master Doc Ko is truly courteous. Then let us go, lest we keep him waiting long. After that, he casually threw the wine cup to the ground. Seeing this, their expressions turned even uglier. Such fine wine was wasted. Could they still lick it up now? Doc Ko Hao spoke, young Master Jun, our 2 families share deep ties. We brothers came to invite you with respect. Should not your wine be shared for us brothers to enjoy? Doc Ko Sung agreed. Second brother speaks reasonably. After hearing that, Jun Mozai immediately refused. No, I do not have much here either. Look at these jars, once finished they are gone. Hearing this, he showed a greedy look, glancing toward him. This moment he kept talking non-stop, pretending to understand. So the 7 brothers are hinting, servants, quickly seal these wine jars. The scent is still strong, move them away from me. In an instant they were overjoyed, move them away. Could it be a gift for our old master, Doc Ko An praised. Third young master Jun is truly sincere. He continued, move them to my private storehouse. Tonight when I return I will hold a family banquet with grandfather and third uncle. He obeyed Jun Mo Zai command. During this the Doc Ko 7 brothers' faces darkened, so this wine would be used by the Jun family at the banquet tonight. Was it not to say that after tonight such wine, Doc Ko Tine blurted out 2 words, eldest brother. 2 members of the Doc Ko 7 brothers rushed out to stop him. Seeing this he asked in confusion, what do you 7 elder brothers mean? I still have to return tonight, let us hurry so we arrive in time. Hearing that the 2 of them burst into loud laughter, full of pride. Charged straight at Jun Mo Zai, gently now, be careful not to hurt anyone. Jun Mo Zai has been controlled by us. 4th brother quickly get the bowls. Doc Ko Kayat Tuan immediately ran but in the wrong direction and was shouted at. At the same time, one member of the Doc Ko 7 brothers slammed his hand onto the table. Ian saw Doc Ko An remind them, absolutely do not drink too much, just a little from each jar, not too much. He understood. They urged each other to drink a few bowls to ease their craving, urging Jun Mo Zai to hurry. The members of the Doc Ko 7 brothers urged one another to move quickly. They smelled the wine fragrance from the jars. They secretly planned to ask Jun Mo Zai where it was sold. Truly delicious. A supreme grade. The imperial wines before were all rubbish. The wine was quickly poured to fill the bowls. Wonderful flavor intoxicated the Doc Ko 7 brothers. After drinking they flushed with excitement, jealous when the other drank more. Third brother had secretly downed 3 bowls. That fellow was truly shameless. Doc Ko 7 brothers plunged into drinking, telling themselves, brothers, just this one feast. At the same time he spoke to reassure. Third uncle, I am fine, return and rest, do not let them see. Jun Mo Zai thought to himself, this is not even the strongest liquor. Even in my previous life it was at least 70 to 80 degrees, a large bowl at least half a gin. The wine was excellent but its kick was terrifying. Soon wine jars and porcelain cups were scattered everywhere. Drank themselves senseless and fell asleep, sprawled everywhere, completely off guard. He silently witnessed the scene. Jun Mo Zai judged the Doc Ko 7 brothers to be a bunch of useless fools. Just then Jun Zhan Tian came down holding a sword. He landed lightly and walked through the courtyard, seeing people collapsed everywhere. He spoke from behind, so you have returned, everything has been settled. The scene shifted, a voice rang out, why have they not returned yet? Tung Hone was worried, those brats do not know restraint, have they crippled him already? Subordinate reporting to master, the Jun family sent someone to deliver some items. Tung Hone ordered them brought up and opened the bag to look. The moment he saw it he was startled, these were items carried by the 7. Inside was a letter stating that the 7 young masters of the Doc Ko family were guests at the Jun residence, enjoying themselves. They would return in 2 or 3 months. Old Master Doc Ko need not worry. Tung Hone crushed the letter and cursed it. A bunch of useless fools, wasting food and grain, 7 against 1 person. Even the family jade pendant was sent back. Night fell. Dugu Wu died dismounted and announced himself, requesting an audience with Old Master Jun. The other replied that the Old Master was not home. He had just gone to visit a friend. Hearing this, Dugu Wu Dai sighed. Clearly he and the old man had just argued and returned home, then hurried here, and now they say he went to visit a friend, trying to fool him. A man in a wheelchair approached and slowly said, so it is Brother Dugu honoring us with your presence. Jun Wuyi was pleased. Where are the servants? Quickly invite him in. Seeing him, Dugu Wu Dai was astonished. Something felt different, outwardly unchanged, yet his bearing was calm. He recalled Jun Mo Zai's father, Jun Wu Hui, who died in battle. Now he seemed as steady as Jun Wu Hui back then. He gaped and said, Brother Wu Hui. After a few words he halted. No, Brother Wu Hui is dead. This is Jun Wu Yi, seated in a wheelchair. Seeing Dugu Wu Dai fall silent, Jun Wu Yi asked after him. He frankly stated his purpose. I have come in courtesy. I heard the 7 brats of my family caused trouble at your residence. I came to take them back and discipline them properly. Jun Wu Yi smiled. How would I know? He called a servant to ask whether the 7 young masters of the Doc Ko family had come before. The servant respectfully replied yes. They came to find 3rd young master. Nothing else is known. Hearing this he smiled. So that is the case, Brother Doc Ko. Matters of the younger generation, you may handle personally. Dugu Wu Dai laughed. I do not care about those brats if they have caused trouble for the Jun family, that would be bad. Jun Wu Yi said, matters of the juniors are not managed by elders beforehand. Brother Doc Ko should speak directly with Jun Mo Zai. Ordered someone to lead Dugu Wu Dai to the young master courtyard. Entering the courtyard, he stood there greeting, Uncle Dugu, honoring us with your presence is an honor for this nephew. Dugu Wu Dai went straight to the point. Where are those 7 little bastards? They must be properly dealt with. He smiled and replied, they are already asleep. The Doc Ko brothers found the Jun residence delightful and drank a bit too much. Dugu Wu Dai was furious. Have they never drunk before? How did I raise such useless things? Take me there. He walked ahead. Dugu Wu Dai called out, wait, brat, I warn you. Do not touch my daughter. This time, for the sake of your father and third uncle, I will spare you. If there is a next time, I will tear you apart and feed you to the dogs. He calmly looked back and said, old man, I do not care about your reputation. Do not cause trouble at the Jun residence. This young master will not accept such threats, and I warn you as well. Do not let your daughter cling to me. If there is a next time, this young master will make you the grandfather of my son. Dugu Wu Dai angrily swung his hand at Jun Mo Zai. But halfway he withdrew his hand, thinking that striking brother Wu Hui's son would not be right. Shortly after, the two arrived at another courtyard. Outside, Dugu Wu Dai shouted for them all to get out here before him. Entering inside, Dugu Wu Dai saw his sons unconscious and was astonished. What kind of wine is this? Why is it so fragrant? Dugu Wu Dai looked over the people in the room and angrily shouted for them to stand up, otherwise he would beat them awake. As he spoke, he threw a punch at them. Even when he punched them in the face, they still did not wake up. Seeing Dugu Wu Dai helpless, Jun Mo Zai thought to himself that the old man believed his wine was ordinary. Even beating them to death would be useless. Seeing the situation, Dugu Wu Dai helplessly said to Jun Mo Zai, brat, help me carry these boys out. From behind, he sneered and said, does the great general think he can come and go as he pleases? What do the Dugu take our Jun residence for? Hearing this, Dugu Wu Dai turned around and sternly asked what more he wanted. Jun Mo Zai seized the chance and loudly declared that the 7 Dugu brothers had just arrived at the Jun residence, and from the main gate to here had damaged 2 red sandalwood doors worth 1,000 taels of silver. He did not miss the opportunity to list other expenses, totaling 25 million taels of silver. Only then could Dugu Wu Dai take them away. Hearing this, Dugu Wu Dai cried out in shock. How could it cost 25 million taels? He replied coldly that his wine was an unparalleled treasure in the world. What the young masters drank was the first brew. Jun Mo Zai calmly explained the value of the wine. 1 jar sold for 10,000 taels of silver. Dugu Wu Dai naturally did not believe it and said he would not trust him. Jun Mo Zai did not hesitate, slowly pouring more wine and saying that only he understood this wine in the world. 10,000 taels per cup. Whatever he said was the price. If it were someone else, he would not dare sell it at this price. Please have a taste. He placed the cup before Dugu Wu Dai. Dugu Wu Dai picked up the cup and muttered whether drinking this could make one an immortal. He said it seemed ordinary, then drank the cup. As soon as he drank it, Dugu Wu Dai widened his eyes in surprise, then suddenly grew dazed and murmured that it truly was a fine wine he had never tasted before. Jun Mo Zai continued that this was already the finished brew, 10,000 taels per jar. Was it not worth it? Dugu Wu Dai in his tipsy state replied that it was indeed worth the price. But suddenly he came to his senses and said it was not worth it. This was addictive. How could 1 jar cost 10,000 taels? Jun Mo Zai did not give up, poured another cup and said that if the great general insisted on deceiving himself, he could not help. This was the first brew. Did the general want another cup? Dugu Wu Dai still did not believe, lifted the cup and muttered that the wine was truly good but could not possibly be worth 10,000 taels per cup. After saying that, he drank it, and as expected, his eyes lit up immediately. He exhaled, his face flushed from the wine, declaring that the fine wine was indeed genuine. At that moment, he forgot all his anger and asked for another cup. Jun Mo Zai saw this and said that General Dugu had just drunk 10,000 taels and still wanted more. Hearing Dugu Wu Dai burp, he sighed and said the previous cup was a gift. If he wanted more, he could not afford to gift it again. Moreover, his son had stormed into the Jun residence, smashing and beating, humiliating him and seizing their fine wine. How could the Jun family allow such contempt? Dugu Wu Dai turned pale and stammered that those were his words, not his own. Jun Mo Zai, still smiling, replied that if he said nothing, did the great general think they should compensate for this matter? In that case, hand over the 25 million taels of silver at once. Dugu Wu Dai flew into a rage and shouted that the wine had never been sold, so how could it demand 10,000 taels? The price was utterly unreasonable. Jun Mo-zai replied that if he could sell a jar at that price would he acknowledge the debt. Gu Wu Dai without hesitation agreed that if he could sell the wine at that price, he would accept the debt. If he could not, then in the future all his fine wine would be supplied unconditionally. Jun Mo-zai agreed as well, but before that the Dugu were not allowed to cause him trouble. At the villa that evening the servants prepared to bring out the dishes. Tang Wanli sat with Jun Wu-yi in high spirits. He laughed loudly and said had he heard about that old physician who for treating the Danchan made his grandson spend 5 million taels to buy sea coral jade from the seabed. Jun Mo-zai laughed and asked what was wrong. Was it not allowed? Was that jade useless? Tang Wanli poured wine for him while laughing and continued that it was not useless. The jade was indeed very useful, but it was said to have exploded during treatment. That healing sea coral jade had exploded. That old man truly cured illness like ruining things, nearly injuring his grandson Li Yuran. It was said the man was disfigured. Though he did not approve, he could not deny it was a brilliant achievement. Tang Wanli picked up another bite and sneered that this matter was worth getting drunk over. Jun Wu-yi said the matter was indeed laughable, but Li Shang's Ming blood divine guards once dominated for a time. If Li Shang died, the rest would surely target the Jun family. Tang Wanli agreed that they needed to be on guard. Now most of the Jun family's strength lay in Jun Wu-yi's hands, and he trusted him to arrange it properly. Jun Wu-yi replied that he would still need the old sir to help arrange things. In any case, safety came first. At that moment, another man appeared bowing outside the door. Space around the three suddenly fell silent as a voice rang out, "Brother Jun Wu-yi, 10 years since we parted, are you well?" As the voice faded, Tang Wanli and Jun Wu-yi were both startled, not expecting someone to arrive from afar. Jun Mo-zai recognized it at once and thought to himself that this was the one who had stopped him from bidding at Thin Bao Hall. It seemed this matter involved an opponent again. Jun Wu-yi spoke first, saying it had indeed been long, not knowing a distinguished guest had come from afar. "Please come in to talk." He turned to Tang Wanli and said there was no need for him to show himself. His son could handle everything. He also stood up saying he would go with Jun Wu-yi, then pushed the wheelchair and led him out. As he walked, Jun Mo-zai thought that Thin Bao Hall truly had grievances with the Jun family, and he must remind third uncle to endure. No matter what, the matter must not be exposed. On the roof of the villa, two dark figures appeared. One of them laughed loudly. Jun Mo-zai pushed Jun Wu-yi's wheelchair out and thought that even after 10 years he still carried himself with such bearing. Under the moonlight, the two figures became clear. They were Mu Zutong and Tiu Han. Mu Zutong softly asked whether Jun Wu-yi had lived well these 10 years. Jun Mo-zai thought that between Thin Bao Hall and the Jun family their views would be hard to reconcile. Mu Zutong continued that it seemed his cultivation had reached Earth Mystic, and if the young lady knew, she would be at ease. However, he did not grow angry but hesitated and asked how she had been recently. Tiu Han did not wait for an answer, leaped down from the roof and called out Jun Wu-yi's name. Tiu Han sneered and mocked him that though he was crippled, he still harbored such thoughts. Such a state of mind was not bad. Jun Mo-zai refused to yield and said that what he said was correct. His third uncle might be crippled yet still stood, but if one were brain damaged like that man, then it would truly be beyond saving. Tiu Han's face turned pale with anger as he said that the other day he had magnanimously spared him, and today he still dared to defy him. Did he truly think he would not dare to kill? Jun Mo-zai did not retreat and glared at him, saying this was the Jun residence, not Thin Bao Hall. If that man dared to act wildly here, did he believe he would not carve him up? Tiu Han, though furious, did not relent, and mocked that the #1 foppish young master of Thien Huang truly lacked no words. Jun Wu-yi, tell him whether you truly have the strength to kill me. Jun Mo-zai retorted not to think himself precious. In his organization, what was he? If the Jun family killed him, would his master dare mobilize troops against them for the sake of one dog's life? These words struck Tiu Han's pride, and that man charged forward in fury. Jun Mo-zai quickly stepped back several paces, then counterattacked. Two stood apart for a moment. Jun Mo-zai rushed forward and seized Tiu Han's arm. Tiu Han broke free in surprise and said was he planning to trade injury for injury. Tiu Han grew uneasy thinking he was a sky mystic expert, so how could he find an opening? In the end, that man decided to use his strongest move, his body emitting green flames. It was not bad, and his fighting will alone marked him a formidable foe. But it was a pity he could not cultivate mystic energy. Jun Wu-yi, sitting in the wheelchair, said, "Brother Mu, you have come from afar this time, only to trade words with my nephew." Mu Zutong explained that 10 years had passed and it was finally his turn to come out. Someone had asked him to bring a gift. Jun Wu-yi seemed to have guessed something and asked about her. Tiu Han angrily rushed forward and loudly demanded what she had asked him to bring and why he did not know. That man lunged, intending to seize the item. The two clashed as Tiu Han grabbed Mu Zutong's sleeve. Jun Mozai saw this and thought to himself that both were going all out and Tiu Han could not withstand Mu Zutong's move. Jun Wuyi was also surprised and said could he see it. This was no joke between him and Tiu Han. Tiu Han was struck until blood flowed from his mouth. He roared and tried to resist but soon fled, leaving behind a threat that he would remember today and that he would pay the price. Mu Zutong sighed that Jun Wuyi's nephew was indeed not simple. Just now he had injured Tiu Han, and without witnessing it personally, it would have been hard to believe. After speaking, he took a small bundle from inside his robe, handed it directly to Taiet Dong, and said the young lady had always been waiting for him. After 10 years apart, Jun Wuyi accepted the pouch, his gaze fixed upon it with deep focus. Taiet Dong slowly recounted in a solemn voice that she had resisted with death until this very day. When he opened the bundle, Jun Wuyi saw a letter and a lock of hair. On the pink paper were written, 10 years of separation, longing night after night. My hair has grown to my waist. In this life I will never turn back. Taiet Dong continued, saying that the young lady was gradually approaching the divine profound realm. He hoped Brother Jun would understand her feelings, that one day hardship would give way to sweetness, and asked him not to let go in haste. After a while, Jun Wuyi replied softly that he had been discourteous today, his emotions unsettled, and it was not convenient to meet. He lowered his head and said he would come in person to apologize another day. Taiet Dong clasped his hands in farewell as well. This little brother has completed his mission and now takes his leave. After speaking, he leapt into the air and returned to the rooftop he had just left. Even late into the night, Jun Wuyi remained immersed in his memories, only regaining his senses after a long while. In a hoarse voice, he recounted the 10 years of suffering that gradually unfolded before Jun Mozai. 12 years ago was the most glorious peak of the Jun family. At that time, Jun Wuyi was only 19, brimming with passion and carrying a carefree bearing. At an auction at Thin Bao Hall, he accidentally met a young girl. The two chatted happily and developed mutual affection. A few days later, they strolled hand in hand throughout Tianxiang City, happiness overflowing as their feelings deepened with time. Some time later, many mysterious figures came seeking Jun Wuyi. At that time, he was traveling outside the city with Han Yenjiao, and those people immediately made their move against the Jun family. After only a few exchanges, Tianxiang City fell into desolation, and the vitality of the Jun family was severely damaged. Upon returning, Jun Wuyi was shocked to discover that Han Yenjiao came from Silver City of Wind and Snow, one of the most mysterious clans, and she was the daughter of the city lord. He recalled and explained that Thin Bao Hall was a branch of Silver City of Wind and Snow, outwardly named Thin Bao, inwardly called Thang Bao Hall. Hearing this, Jun Mozai curiously asked, "Third uncle is also a descendant of the Jun family. How did he end up like this?" Jun Wuyi replied that back then he did not know Han Yenjiao had been betrothed since childhood to the grandson of Silver City's great elder. After returning, the enemy used the lives of the Jun family to threaten her, forcing her to return to Silver City. She never came back again. The last time they met, Yenjiao turned her back and said that if he reached divine profound sovereign, there would still be hope for them. 2 years later, the Jun family of Tianxiang Kingdom suffered a crushing defeat, and Jun Wuyi's 2 elder brothers died inexplicably on the battlefield. He choked as he recounted that his eldest and second brother left in mystery, and when we were in the advantage we were ambushed. Our brothers risked their lives to protect me and fell one after another. At that time I swore revenge, but my strength was too weak. Any one of them could capture and torment me into this state. Only then did I learn that the true culprits were people from Silver City of Wind and Snow. But what use was knowing? With this crippled body, how could I speak of revenge? Everyone was disappointed, Mozai. You also think your third uncle is useless, do you not? Leaving him at a loss for words. Without waiting for his reply, he continued, "Your grandfather has only 3 sons left. 2 are gone. If I also depart, he will collapse." Under the bright moon at midnight, Jun Mozai stood in the manor and thought that the Jun family must not decline in his hands, especially after he had been reborn into this body. Therefore this hatred must be settled by me personally, he told himself inwardly. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Tianxiang, the bleak autumn wind stirring a faint sorrow in the heart. Among the mountains and forests, Yingbo rode forward on horseback, softly humming. Suddenly he stopped to ask the way to Tianxiang City. Passers-by warmly gave directions, yet some recognized him by the sword on his back. Yingbo smiled and replied that he had come to retrieve something. The scene shifted to a narrow alley in pouring rain. where two mysterious figures were conversing. The man in white asked whether he had grown used to human attire. The other replied that it was cumbersome, then was instructed to return to Tian Fa Forest to report. The 9th grade Mystic Core must not fall into the hands of mystic cultivators. Tian Xiang Kingdom was about to stir. The scene continued to the Li family at night. Li Shang judged that the news leak must have someone behind it and ordered an investigation. Beside him was Li Yuran, his face ruined after the explosion and thus fully covered. He said only 3 people knew about the lost mystic core. The one who revealed it was also the thief. Li Shang still harbored doubts, unable to understand his purpose. Li Yuran analyzed that the man did not yet know how to use the mystic core, so he wanted to lure powerful experts to probe its secrets. Second, this person was certainly in Tianxiang City. His strength was not ordinary and he stood at the threshold of a breakthrough. Believed that when the experts gathered, he would obtain what he desired, and that proved this man possessed a formidable intelligence network. Hearing this, Li Shang gradually understood. From these 3 points, Li Yuran concluded that the man was very likely from one of the great aristocratic families in the capital. Apart from the Li family and the Tang family, there remained the Murong, Dugu, Meng, Song, and Jun families. Li Shang nodded, but reminded that he had still overlooked a major force. The 3 great gangs in Tian Xiang City, and even the imperial family must also be included in suspicion, for that was the greatest aristocratic power. As he spoke, Li Shang suddenly coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Warned Li Yuran to be cautious. If his master personally arrived, the chance of seizing the mystic core would be higher, otherwise they should withdraw. Li Yuran respectfully replied that this morning he had released the 1,000-mile Oriole, believing his master had received the letter. Afterwards, Li Shang asked about the progress of his mystic energy. Li Yuran said that although the healing had failed, thanks to the spiritual energy from the explosion, he had reached the peak of the gold grade. Seeing his hesitation, Li Shang affirmed that he was the hope of the Li family. Misfortune turned to blessing. This time it was worth it. The scene shifted to a sunny day in Tian Xiang City. 2 people walked side by side on the street. The man in green said third uncle was becoming increasingly inscrutable. It turned out to be Jun Mo Zai and Jun Wuyi in disguise. He asked where he had learned the art of disguise. He smiled and replied that along the way uncle had asked too many questions, let him keep a bit of mystery. Over the past 10 years, Tianxiang City had changed quite a lot. Perhaps it felt as if a lifetime had passed, but he would grow accustomed to it. Jun Wuyi looked around and said this place used to be the gathering of worthies pavilion of the eldest prince. Now it had become Huang Hua Hall. Hearing the unfamiliar name, he asked in confusion what Huang Hua Hall was. Jun Mo Zai explained that according to the Jun family's intelligence, it was a place disguised as a brothel, in truth a station for trading young boys and girls. Jun Wuyi was shocked. He had not expected such a filthy place to exist in the imperial capital. Could it be the authorities turned a blind eye? Jun Mo Zai replied in a low voice that light could not shine everywhere. Just then they were drawn by a crowd where a lackey was whipping a young girl. Her body was covered in welts, yet she still cried and begged, pleading for her younger brother's life. On the other side, a thug lifted the child and growled a threat not to let him escape. The child struggled to break free, causing him to angrily curse. The boy rushed toward the girl and cried out, "Sister." Her face turned pale in warning. Behind the boy, a burly man had appeared. He delivered a ruthless blow that sent the boy crashing to the ground. The young girl hurried over and gathered the child into her arms. His body was covered in injuries. He struggled to whisper that he wished to go home and see their parents one last time. After speaking, his breath gradually faded, leaving his sister sobbing beside him. The surrounding crowd was indignant but was shouted down by the hooligans, just as Jun Mo Zai and Jun Wuyi stepped forward to examine. Witnessing the scene, both were stunned in disbelief. Jun Wuyi angrily shouted that they even dared to strike a child. Did they have any humanity left? The thugs sneered back with contempt. He even threatened that if they dared speak more they would share the same fate. Just then a coin fell from the boy's pocket and rolled forward. The coin stopped at the tip of Jun Mo Zai's shoe. He lowered his head to look and slowly said, "Was this not the will of heaven?" He silently vowed to accept this commission as his first transaction, lifting the coin and clasping it before his chest as he murmured. Jun Wuyi ground his teeth in fury. Beneath the imperial city they treated human lives like grass. But Jun Mo Zai spoke up and asked whether speaking of royal law to them would be of any use. If they truly valued the law, they would not have brazenly committed such cruelty. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately shot forward, kicking off the ground and dashing straight ahead like the wind. Jun Mo Zai leapt high into the air, sweeping his arm fiercely. aiming directly at the thugs in front. The strike was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already taken down one of their leaders. In just a few breaths, bodies were strewn across the ground, blood splattered all over him. Junmo Zai said coldly, handling it cleanly like this was not better. For this kind of scum, either ignore them, or eliminate them completely to avoid future trouble. Seeing his nephew act so decisively, Jun Wuyi reminded him in a low voice that a warning would suffice. But Junmo Zai replied calmly that even the law could not control them. The surrounding civilians panicked and reported to the authorities while he merely smiled at ease. After a while, Junmo Zai sighed and said that third uncle was too merciful. Once released, they would continue doing evil, just as the accomplices of that group rushed over to question them. Coldly drew his sword, declaring that at this moment he could not be bound by rotten laws, he must use violence to suppress violence. After speaking, Junmo Zai turned and swung his gleaming sword. He charged into the newly arrived thugs, unleashing continuous attacks. Before they could react, they were knocked down in an instant. Junmo Zai rushed deep into Hoa Duong. Jun Wuyi hurriedly shouted a warning about an ambush and chased after him. Before his eyes stretched a trail of blood and scattered corpses. Jun Wuyi was shocked by the bloody scene. The corridor of Hoa Duong was stained red, enemy corpses piled up on both sides. Deep inside, 3 guards blocked the way, fiercely demanding to know who he was. Junmo Zai replied calmly that he had only come to settle a private matter. He said he had accepted a commission to kill, then left those 3 to Jun Wuyi to handle. Jun Wuyi steadied himself, hearing him remind that they must finish quickly because the authorities were about to arrive. He unleashed Wolf First Might, causing the 3 men to panic and flee in terror. While Jun Wuyi was engaged in battle, Junmo Zai searched for what he needed and discovered the hidden chests. He opened a room. Inside were countless young girls imprisoned. He immediately told them to leave quickly. Shortly after, he opened the chests. Inside were gold, silver, and jewels. He even tossed the banknotes into the air. Covered in blood, he threw the money onto the ground, telling everyone to take it and leave at once. He directed them to head east, leaving the young girls stunned and grateful. After that, the 2 stood before the deepest room of Hoa Duong. Junmo Zai concluded that this was the most secret place. When they entered, Jun Wuyi suddenly froze, horrified by the sight inside. Junmo Zai said in a low voice, "This is human livestock." He explained that they raised deformed children to sell to circuses, then asked third uncle whether they should still be spared. Jun Wuyi ground his teeth in fury, declaring that such crimes deserved proper punishment. 2 left Hoa Duong. Jun Wuyi worried that the authorities were about to arrive and asked how to deal with the victims. Junmo Zai said calmly that they had already lost their will to live. Existing was only suffering. Jun Wuyi turned pale in opposition, unable to bear stripping away the little life they had left. He slowly explained that keeping them alive like that was the cruelest thing of all. Unable to take them along, he turned his back and left the place, leaving Jun Wuyi deep in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he too clenched his teeth and followed. As night fell over Thien Huang City, the 2 leapt across rooftops. They changed their clothes and altered their appearances. Then Junmo Zai asked about protecting the children. Jun Wuyi affirmed that he would protect them in secret, while Junmo Zai believed they must find the one behind it all. Suddenly he stopped, coldly telling the one following to reveal himself. Jun Wuyi was astonished, not understanding how he had discovered the other party. A white-robed elder appeared, praising his sharp perception. The elder brushed the dust off his robe and asked how he had detected him. Junmo Zai did not answer, instead asking the elder his purpose. The elder introduced himself as Tong Lao Tam, saying he was merely curious and meant no harm. Junmo Zai coldly requested that he leave, unwilling to be disturbed. Tong Lao Tam angrily threatened him, but Junmo Zai frankly replied that he did not wish to make enemies without reason. He immediately released a powerful aura, preparing to strike. Seeing this, Tong Lao Tam was horrified to realize it was the peak realm of Tian Xuan. The elder retreated in fear, bidding farewell and promising to meet again another day. Jun Wuyi was astonished by his nephew's strength, and he only said this was not a suitable place to discuss it. Passing through the forest, he suddenly asked Jun Wuyi to stop. He suspected there was still someone following, startling Jun Wuyi. After checking, he confirmed that they were safe. Jun Wuyi sighed, realizing his nephew had only pretended to be cautious, then returned together. On the way back, Junmo Zai mentioned again that Tian Xuan had only been a bluff, and asked third uncle to help forge weapons. The meteorite he had purchased earlier had yet to be fully utilized. Shaping the weapons required the assistance of Jun Wuyi. A few days later at the Jun residence, the sound of hammering rang continuously as Jun Wuyi forged throwing knives. Junmo Zai patiently polished them, explaining that it was to achieve optimal balance and sharpness. believed that only by finishing them with his own hands could the weapons become truly familiar. At the same time, they had to be nourished day and night with profound energy. Holding the new sword, he felt its aura and believed more time was needed to harmonize with it. Jun Wuyi understood, yet still wondered because he had never seen him practice. Jun Mozai replied that he cultivated every second, never wasting time. For him, cultivation had to become a natural instinct. Hearing this, Jun Wuyi was extremely astonished. Just then Ki-er brought 3 invitation letters. The Crown Prince, the Second Prince, and the Third Prince all invited him to a banquet. In addition, General Dak Ko and young Master Duong also sent invitations. The scene shifted to the Dak Ko residence in the late afternoon. Tung Hon angrily questioned Jun Mozai about the wine that had left his 7 sons unconscious. Tang Wanli glared in defense, asking whether he wanted to cause trouble. Jun Mozai calmly said that with silver he could wake them. Upon hearing about money, Tung Hon immediately became wary, afraid of being deceived. Jun Mozai smiled reassuringly, saying the cost was not high. He requested 70,000 taels of silver and 7 jars of wine to be placed before the room. Tung Hon was suspicious, but agreed on the condition that if it failed he would demand 5 times the compensation. After following his instructions, the 7 brothers smelled the wine and immediately woke up. They were instantly punished by their father. Tang Wanli asked why Jun Mozai knew they were pretending. He replied that a profound practitioner could not remain drunk for so long, then was teased about his engagement to Dak Ko Zioye. Tang Wanli burst into laughter, believing she had already taken a liking to him, making Jun Mozai even more embarrassed. He sighed and concluded that the girl was merely someone who did not yet understand the ways of the world. Tang Wanli smiled calmly and said to Jun Mozai that old Dak Ko was pretending to be foolish, but how could Lao Fu fail to see through that man's deeply hidden schemes? Hearing this, he curiously asked what he was truly plotting. Tang Wanli slowly explained that the Dak Ko family did not want him to become their son-in-law, and at the same time His Highness would not permit the 2 families to form a marriage alliance. He nodded in understanding. 2 great military aristocratic families joining by marriage would make the imperial house wary. He added that if he married Dak Ko Zioye, the 2 families would pretend to oppose each other to reassure His Majesty. He thought to himself that he should change the topic, then mentioned the 3 letters he had just received. Tang Wanli smiled in surprise and said that the 3 princes all wished to win him over. Truly impressive. Upon being praised, he revealed a smug smile, helpless about being too handsome. Even men could not help but look at him a few more times. Tang Wanli sternly reminded him to deal carefully with those 3 people, not to be overly confident in his intelligence lest he invite disaster upon himself. He was about to say that he already had his own plan to respond, but Tang Wanli waved his hand to stop him, saying there was no need to reveal the details. Lao Fu had no interest in hearing them. He said that marrying Zio Yi was not important. What was necessary now was for him to let him hold a grandson soon. Then he boarded the carriage and left. Turning to the Jun family, Ki-er hurriedly reported that young Master Duong had been waiting for a long time, and he told her to lead him in. Before long, a figure rushed into the room and shouted loudly that he had returned. He calmly replied to Tang Yuan, "Speak directly. Stop pretending to be miserable. What trouble have you caused again?" Tang Yuan burst into tears and begged for help. "Third young master, save me. The old master wants to send me into the palace." Hearing this, he was stunned and asked, "Could it be that you are being forced to become a eunuch?" Tang Yuan held his head and lamented that you are the eunuch. He immediately cut him off. "So you are being arranged to replace Murong Tian Jun, is that right?" Tang Yuan turned pale and confirmed that his father had already arranged everything. As long as he passed the inspection of that old eunuch, it would be settled. He asked in confusion what he should do. He patted his shoulder and laughed. "Your father is truly skilled." Tang Yuan explained that his grandfather wanted him to train first so that he could inherit the position in the future. Hearing this, he burst out laughing. "Would that not mean it is already decided that you will become the next head of the Duong family?" Tang Yuan made a bitter face and added that suddenly an old friend of his grandfather appeared and took all his brothers as disciples, except him. He asked in surprise, "Because you lack cultivation talent, you were chosen to inherit the family business." Tang Yuan dejectedly lamented that third young master truly understood his suffering. From now on he would have to sever ties with romantic pleasures. He scolded back, "Becoming a high official with generous rewards and you still complain." Tang Yuan firmly said, "I do not want to be an official or a family head. What I long for is doing business and developing the family commerce." He hoped to spread the Duong family brand across the entire continent, but as soon as he finished speaking to his grandfather, he was scolded until he cried. Pulled aside his clothes to reveal a bruised back, lamenting that he had been beaten to this state. He could only advise him, "It seems hard to change, you should follow your fate." Tang Yuan interrupted, "In fact there is still hope because the inspection is not yet complete. Everything depends on the old eunuch responsible for the body examination. It is said that when Murong Tianjun went through that inspection, he had to rest for half a month before he could walk normally. He burst out laughing, and you still have the mood to feel proud. Before long it will be your turn to experience it." Tang Yuan turned pale and begged for help. "Third young master, save me. I do not want to endure that awkward situation." He asked carefully whether it was a full body examination. Tang Yuan explained that the body inspection was very strict. Any hidden illness would lead to elimination. Tomorrow morning the official in charge would come. He hoped he would help prepare. After thinking for a moment, he agreed to lend a hand. Tang Yuan was still worried. He smiled reassuringly. "You do not need to understand. I still want to cooperate in business with you. Just leave it to me." On the way, he thought he should handle the 3 invitations first. The banquet locations of the princes were all at Engi Thuong Pavilion, the place where he had once met Ngayat Nha. His grandfather also sent 2 guards to protect him. Although he had no interest in the second prince, this was an opportunity to eliminate future trouble. While he was thinking, someone called his name from behind. It was Guan Qinghan. She sternly asked where he intended to go. He hesitated and replied that he was going to Engi Thuong Pavilion. Hearing this, she rebuked him. Going to a brothel and still being so frank, truly shameless. She said in disappointment that she thought he had turned over a new leaf, not expecting that after pretending for only 2 days he would reveal his true nature. After hearing her out, he calmly replied that third uncle had told him to go, causing Guan Qinghan to fall silent. However, she was still suspicious, and demanded to go along to see third uncle to confirm. He immediately refused and left, saying someone was waiting for him. Before leaving, he even teased that, when she was angry, she looked even more beautiful. Watching his figure, Guan Qinghan thought to herself that she could not let him continue to fall. Otherwise, she would have difficulty explaining to his parents and his deceased elder brother. Not long after, she knocked on the door of Jun Wuyi and complained that he was causing trouble again. She accused him of openly saying he would go to Engi Thuong Pavilion at Lingwu Lake. Jun Wuyi smiled and said he already knew and that he himself had sent him there, leaving her stunned. He explained that the second prince had taken the initiative to invite him to discuss matters, and the location happened to be there. Guan Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing she had wrongly blamed him, then left. Jun Wuyi softly said that she would understand in the future, and at the same time called a subordinate over. The servant standing outside respectfully asked what orders third master had. Jun Wuyi sternly ordered an investigation into the incident at Hong Hoa Hall, and to bring the survivors back to the Jun family. He instructed that if possible they should not reveal their identity. If they encountered obstacles, they were to convey his intention. Night fell over Lingwu Lake. The moon hung high above the sky of Engi Thuong Pavilion. In the banquet room, the second prince asked everyone what they thought of Jun Mo Zai. Thao spoke disdainfully, saying he was merely a spoiled young master. Thuong Bak Van replied that the second prince valued him because of the backing of the Jun family. Duc Thao sneered and said that even as the grandson of Jun Zhan Tian, he had only reached Sky Profound. Removing him would not be difficult. Tu Bak mocked that Sky Profound experts were rare. How could worldly aristocratic families compare to the illustrious Jun family? Everyone changed expression. Only Duc Thao muttered unpleasant words about that lord. At that moment, a beauty walked in with a charming appearance. She was the courtesan Queen Ngayat Nha, causing the second prince to marvel at her increasingly radiant beauty. Outside, the carriage stopped at the entrance, and a subordinate reported that third young master Jun had arrived. Sitting in the carriage, he thought to himself that the style of this place was indeed unique. In the room, everyone speculated that the 2 old men following him were hidden masters of the Jun family. Ngayat Nha stood by the window and spoke to the second prince. "Today let me personally go out to welcome Jun Mo Zai." The second prince hesitated but agreed, only reminding her to be careful not to be taken advantage of. Ngayat Nha confidently replied that taking advantage of her was not an easy matter. He stepped out of the carriage and asked about the banquet location. The subordinate led him to Vu Wai Hall on the 3rd floor. Upon hearing Vu Wai Hall, he blushed and asked whether it was the place where beauties performed mysterious dances. He showed excitement and praised the second prince for knowing how to choose a place. When he stepped inside, the second prince warmly received him. He respectfully greeted him. The second prince smiled in response. No need to stand on ceremony. When we were young, we used to play together. The second prince introduced his friends so that everyone could become acquainted. He secretly realized that he deliberately emphasized the hierarchy between ruler and subject, a calculating tactic. Second prince introduced Fuongbak Van, a grand scholar and also his teacher. Next was Lu Tubak, a civil and military official proficient in both and a golden profound expert. He smiled and teased that Minister Lu's stance was truly unique, worthy of a master. Lu Tubak bowed in return and praised third young master Jun for being exceptionally handsome. He cheerfully said he would invite him for drinks another day. Than Duc Thao stepped forward laughing loudly and introduced himself as a descendant of the Than family of Jiangdong. He frowned and asked who he was, inwardly mocking the other party's arrogance. Fuongbak Van stroked his beard to mediate, explaining that Duc Thao was the young master of the Than family, so it was understandable that they had not met before. He still replied coldly that he had never heard of him, feeling even more displeased at his provocative attitude. Duc Thao was angered and spoke sarcastically that the fame of the Jun family resounded far and wide, implying something about the other party's upbringing. He did not become angry, only smiled faintly and asked in return, "Than Duc Thao, since this is our first meeting, please offer more guidance." "How is your mother?" These 4 words slipped out gently like a feather brushing past his lips. Yet the words made Duc Thao so furious he gritted his teeth, silent without a word. At that moment, a friendly guest approached, inviting the attendees to move to the banquet hall. Ngayat Nhi specially guided the girls to help show the guests the way. While later inside the room, the dancers, including Ngayat Nhi, moved gracefully, their costumes with delicate powder patterns adding elegance to the performance. Like flowers bright yet gentle, swaying within a misty haze. When the dancers performed enthusiastically, the second prince turned to Jun Mo Zai and said, "Younger brother, please sit." He sat down with a light smile, saying, "This season is wonderful, this girl will grow beautiful, just as I wish." The second prince heard this, his face darkened, thinking, "Yet he looks at what belongs to me, even I do not have it, let alone others." Later, Ngayat Nhi continued to play the zither, thinking as she played, looking at Jun Mo Zai with playful eyes. Chance to defeat him has not come, no, it is still early. The second prince was about to say more to Jun Mo Zai, but he clapped and praised, "Beautiful playing." He waited for him to finish speaking before commenting. "Speaking of affairs, before the great families of the capital, though nominally one household, it is small, they form formations with offense and defense." Jun Mo Zai replied attentively, "Indeed." The second prince smiled, nodded in agreement, but before finishing Jun Mo Zai exclaimed, "Second's words are not wrong." Ngayat Nhi's rounded hips made him hard to resist touching, though slightly base, yet truly enticing. Then the second prince hinted at his strength and hopes, while Jun Mo Zai feigned naivety and spoke nonsense. The second prince grew irritated, thinking he should not waste effort on this useless thing, expending energy without gain. Only Uncle Van glanced at Jun Mo Zai, judging that this young man was not simple. Jun Mo Zai held his wine glass slowly, saying, "Second prince, besides drinking, is there another performance today? I've enjoyed the wine, what else should I do?" He thought, "This fellow is truly useless, better off apart from him." Thinking this, the second prince spoke, "It is late today, everyone should return home." He did not respond but thought, "They probably realized they could not persuade me, so let me go. The goal not yet reached cannot lead." He stepped before Ngayat Nhi, beginning, "Ngayat Nhi, you have grown truly beautiful." She was slightly annoyed, replying, "Respect yourself, young master." Jun Mo Zai observed, noticing her difficult-to-guard charm. But he spoke gently, "Do not be shy, young lady, young Master Quan has chosen you for the night." At this moment, he realized Ngayat Nhi carried a weapon. She said clearly, "Young Master Quan, Ngayat Nhi sells skill not body, please forgive." He smiled, stepping closer. "It is not that I do not pay or sell," young lady reminds, "this humble master is deeply grateful." Others in the room were astonished, wondering why Jun Mo Zai looked at Ngayat Nhi. The second prince remained calm, reminding the third young master, "She only helps for fun, noble and refined. Please do not make it difficult for her." As soon as the words ended, Jun Mo Zai grimaced, asking, "Make it difficult? She has seduced me, clearly likes me, how could I refuse?" He had not finished speaking when Ngayat Nhi interrupted, "Young Master Quan should have the manners of a gentleman with our daughters." Tang heard this, his face darkened with a sneer, "She seeks a gentleman in the brothel." He was embarrassed, turning to appeal to the second prince, "Second, please save me." At that moment, Jun Mo Zai grabbed her hand. He said nothing, pulling Ngayat Nhi toward him. He smiled, saying no yet coming into my arms. Duck Thou shouted, Junmo Zai, release her, openly insulting. Ngayat Nhi angrily looked up, about to swing her hand for a slap. Before touching, her hand was stopped. He countered lightly, hitting back Ngayat Nhi. After hitting, he spoke loudly, a courtesan dares strike me wanting to rebel. Ngayat Nhi stepped back a few paces. He fell to the floor. Someone shouted, Third young Master Quan, why be angry at a woman? Today is second prince's banquet, why not show respect? Junmo Zai pretended to think, strange, Duck Thou, this petty man feigns elegance, it is the second prince's order. He grew furious, could not endure. Before finishing, Uncle Tu cut in, enough talk. Junmo Zai glanced, does this girl have a great background? Today I will play to my heart's content. Second prince could not contain himself. Huan Mo Tang is drunk, should return to the residence early. He smiled, I drank little, how could I be drunk? The second prince's face darkened, drunk is drunk. Two looked at each other, then Junmo Zai sneered, ridiculous. If the second prince says I am drunk, then I am drunk. Unzio Mei, today with second prince here considering face, I will temporarily spare you. I may settle debts at any time. After saying this, he turned and laughed loudly as he left. Outside, Junmo Zai reminded his two attendants to watch every movement of Engi Thuong Kak after the second prince and company left. One observed birds, the other watched experts, no negligence allowed. I said this, Ngayat Nhi will soon make a move. Ngayat Nhi wept loudly, eyes red, gripping her clothes, mumbling, I will kill you. Second prince stepped forward calling, Ngayat Nhi tonight. Ngayat Nhi calmed, stood up, her voice cold. Second, Ngayat Nhi is tired, please forgive. Did not care whether the second prince responded, going straight into the room. Duck Thou angrily, Your Highness, Junmo Zai is disrespectful, should we send someone to teach him? The second prince interrupted, he knew I would not touch him, today just arrogance, Jun Zhan Tian once got angry before. Master Fuang spoke, today's act by Junmo Zai is deliberate, showing careful preparation before coming. Second prince did not understand, why say that? The elder explained, the military does not vie for royalty, but whoever draws the military gains a sure victory. The second prince realized he was not on my side. Master Fuang continued, he wants to avoid trouble. Whatever banquet Junmo Zai attends, the outcome is the same. The second prince furious, Junmo Zai dares to disregard. Everyone knows the bad relation between him and Your Highness. If in these days he is injured, the greatest danger is Your Highness. The second prince brooded, wondering, today humiliated yet must protect him. Master Fuang's suggestion made the second prince darken, if not fearing Jun Zhan Tian, naturally ignore. Second prince angrily tossed, dishes shattered across the floor, the night remained silent. Ngayat Nhi stood on the balcony, dejected. Hein still persisted cautiously, initially fearing reputation. If Hein thinks Jun Zhan Tian dares not act, why does Ngayat Nhi need Hein? Junmo Zai, today's humiliation of her, the cold moon will make you die unburied. At the same time, Ngayat Nhi released the birds. A shadow flashed past, releasing a small net. A mysterious person caught a pigeon. He stood watching for a moment, then quickly departed. The second prince's mansion. As he informed Duck Thou, anger surged. Today Junmo Zai dared humiliate him. All will think the third prince acted. Wait, he will make Junmo Zai die without remains. Soon after, Zio Bai Bai ran out to the street. Junmo Zai's sedan passed, it jumped onto the sedan. Young Master Zio Bai Bai wondered, isn't this the omen leopard of the lone young official? Why run here? Could it be she is nearby? It pleaded to follow me, the cruel master would trouble me. Understood, please go elsewhere, begging so. Outside, the search calls of the little mother echoed. Zio Bai Bai, where are you? I could only sigh. He lifted the sedan curtain, secretly muttering this cursed fate. Gu Han continued speaking. At this moment Zio Yu was eating candy while innocently asking, is little Bai Bai really inside? He merely lifted the curtain wearily. In Tian, Xiang City with more than 100,000 people. Why is it that every time this young master goes out he runs into you? Is it fate between us or just unfortunate coincidence? Zio Yi blinked as she saw a familiar person and exclaimed Junmo Zai, while Yi Gu Han's expression darkened when he saw him. Junmo Zai stepped out with little Bai Bai, reciting the verse, fated to meet even from 1,000 miles apart, and slowly walked forward. He stood before the young lady and smiled, Miss Dugu, we meet again. Zio-Yi's face flushed red, her mind in a tangle. He said they were fated to meet. Could it be that she and he truly shared such a fate? She felt ashamed and did not dare look straight at Junmo Zai. Yi Guhan reproached that Brat Jun is indeed cunning. For the sake of Miss Dugu you truly used every trick, even I, a villain, can hardly believe it. He almost shouted, you little thief of the Jun family, why do you not quickly return the mystical beast to Miss Dugu? He retorted, Yi Guhan, you are meddling too much, this is between me and the girl, what right do you have to interfere, just protect your princess and that is enough. He was furious, you truly have no reason. I had no intention of troubling the girl, but to be honest, this Miss Dugu, her little bye-bye is far too easy to deceive. This young master even thought of catching it to stew in a pot, but it is so small there is barely any meat. She felt her spirits sink. What did you just say, stew what? He said in surprise, eldest miss, have you heard that your father and brothers have toppled my Jun family? That matter was truly a disaster. Zioye blushed, her eyes sparkling and her voice gentle. Is that so? I know in truth you should not be blamed. When I return I will tell my father to help you repair your house. Any losses will be compensated. Coughed lightly, somewhat uneasy, it is fine. This matter cannot be blamed on you, I am young, enduring a little is enough. Yi Guhan criticized, Junmo Zai, you have truly gone too far. The Dugu brothers suffered at your hands, how can you say such words? Zioye was puzzled, how could that be? He shouted, injustice, that is completely untrue. Your brothers are so strong, how could I possibly subdue them? Yi Guhan explained to the young lady, Miss Dugu, these past few days you have been in the palace. Go home later and see for yourself. It is getting late, I must return to guard the princess. He advised her, we should continue on our way. Zioye smiled, little bye-bye, come to big sister. Be good, big sister will take you home. Junmo Zai wondered why the leopard he had never met liked him so much. When Zioye called, come to big sister, Junmo Zai smiled faintly. This time it was very obedient, he thought to himself. Could it be because of the exquisite crimson tower and the heaven-opening creation art? He shyly made a request, Junmo Zai, may I look for you tomorrow, little bye-bye truly likes you. If it does not see you it will be unhappy. Junmo Zai agreed, very well, tomorrow I will help you coax it. But in his heart he thought otherwise. He still needed to clarify the connection between the mystical beast and the secret on his body. Otherwise there would be trouble later. Junmo Zai and Zioye looked at each other and smiled, saying in unison, it is settled. He laughed wickedly, little leopard, tomorrow this young master will use you for an experiment. Turning to the residence, Junmo Zai called out for third uncle. He stopped upon entering, the smell of medicine was too strong. Junwuyi walked out and said, I have brought the children back, but I have not yet understood everything. I must ask the children again. His voice was cold. Of the boys and girls we released, I have found 45, and the deformed ones number 39. Junwuyi said seriously, I have used mystical energy to clear their meridians. I hope they can live like ordinary people. He was surprised. Did third uncle truly do that? He said sternly, Junmo Zai, your actions are too grand and your desire for merit too heavy. Though kindness cannot be spread recklessly, it also cannot be ignored. Like with these children, we cannot simply overlook them. He thought to himself, is this the difference between me and a true gentleman? But does such kindness truly have meaning? Junwuyi suddenly remembered and asked, did you come to me in such haste for something? Junmo Zai explained, I need a batch of mystical beasts from low to high level. Each kind is required. Level 8 would be best. Junwuyi burst out laughing, level 8 mystical beasts, are you dreaming? Level 4 or 5 can still be found. As for level 6 or 7, unless they are cubs, capturing them alive is truly difficult. He continued, low-level ones are enough, those levels should suffice, I need them tomorrow morning. Junwuyi nodded and walked ahead, I will give the order at once. He thanked him, many thanks third uncle. Junwuyi continued, go back first, I still have some matters to handle. One moment sooner can lessen their pain. He had no intention of returning yet and smiled, I will go have a look with third uncle. Junwuyi led him inside, they have been arranged in the military camp. Follow me. The people here are those the Jun family can trust. There is no fear of information leaking. The military physicians in the camp have also made preparations. The manpower should be sufficient. As for decocting the medicinal herbs after their recovery, it should help them restore part of their bodily functions. A guard ran to the end of the corridor and saluted, greetings third Master Jun. Junwuyi nodded and ordered him to withdraw first. He led Junmo Zai to a child undergoing treatment. Junmo Zai assessed, how is it? Commented, after making a round, some of them cannot be saved. 3 have no bones left. Even the bones at the waist have rotted. Death is only a matter of time. As for some others, their meridians and the skeletal frames of their limbs are completely ruined, beyond recovery. The rest are not in overly serious condition. With careful recuperation for a time they can recover. He continued, add more medicinal herbs and use mystical energy to clear their meridians twice more. They can return to normal. If third uncle wishes to save them, the cost to treat one person is about 50,000 taels. But if we keep destroying such dens, there will be more and more pitiful people. Do we save them or not? Jun Wuyi understood such matters end here, but since these people have been saved, we cannot abandon them halfway. Jun Mozai emphasized, remember only this once. He replied with a single word, agreed. Jun Mozai instructed, after the treatment is done, I want to keep 2 people. Jun Wuyi agreed but was puzzled, why 2? He explained briefly, among them only 2 possess a bit of innate spiritual aptitude. By the way, third uncle, I wish to learn a little about the Jun family's financial income. Jun Wuyi said without hesitation, in recent years there has been no war, the Jun family's income has greatly decreased. At present, the fief brings in nearly 2 million taels each year. Beyond that there is nothing more. He sighed, perhaps that is all, but is it enough to maintain such a large clan? Leave it to me. I may be able to think of a way to improve the situation at home somewhat. Jun Mozai left Jun Wuyi's residence. A subordinate came to report, young master, a pigeon flew out from Ting Chang Pavilion. Mozai asked, it was not injured, was it? The subordinate replied, no, if released it can still fly far. Jun Mozai took the slip of paper from the pigeon's leg and read, within 1 month Jun Mozai must be killed, we cannot coexist under the same sky. Laughed, this woman is truly narrow-minded. If this pigeon is released, can it be tracked? The subordinate shook his head, it can only be followed if captured or killed at the moment it takes off, otherwise I cannot keep up. Jun Mozai tied the slip back to the pigeon's leg, unsurprised, oh that is fine then. He released the pigeon, all right, fly away. The pigeon immediately spread its wings and flew off. Jun Mozai smiled smugly and laid out a plan for his subordinate, set the mousetrap and wait for the mouse to stray far from it. Once the bait is cast, who can escape? Scene change inside the carriage. Fuang Ngo wondered, 6th Elder, is the matter of the mysterious pellet true or false? We came here in such haste, is this making a mountain out of a molehill? Tianxiang City has many experts, how could anything escape? 6th Elder explained, Fuang Ngo, you do not know, first the Elder sent word of the appearance of a spirit Xuan expert, then a level 9 mysterious pellet. This is enough to prove it is real. He said confidently, who dares oppose Silver City of Wind and Snow, this time with 3rd Elder and 6th Master guarding the pass, so what if it is a peak spirit Xuan? The old man remained modest, though Silver City of Wind and Snow is powerful. There are many experts in the world, we cannot be careless. This time it is also intended to let the little princess gain experience outside. There is no need for so many attendants to follow. Silver City is powerful. Zia is no ordinary person. Yan Meng wondered, why not continue the important story? She tugged at his sleeve, do not leave people in suspense. And then what happened? 6th Elder sighed, you are causing trouble again. No wonder those fellows learned about me and Princess Ha-sun, then wore expressions of gloating. Thinking this, the old man said kindly, ever since you left Silver City you have been telling stories. She did not care who told you to suddenly stop speaking after finishing. What happened between Jun Wuyi and eldest sister, their love story is so beautiful. Zhao Jianhun wondered, is the matter of the mysterious pellet real? Why would the elders take such a risk? Fei Mengchen explained, though it is dangerous we have always been safe, but the Jun family has fought for many years, it may be dangerous. Zhao Jianhun said angrily, the 3 brothers Jun Wuhui are enemies who cannot coexist under the same sky. This trip to Tianxiang is to escort the state preceptor, and also to settle matters with Jun Wuhui. However, Fei Mengchen remained calm and replied that he knew you had suspected him for many years. Though he once intended to act back then, that person truly was not him. Zhao Jianhun seemed about to explode, shouting that this was a matter of soldiers at war. Why interfere? Yet he was reminded that some matters lay beyond the battlefield. He roared that Quan Wu Hui and Quan Wu Meng had died, only Jun Wuyi survived, the truth would sooner or later be exposed. He would not accept a victory stained with disgrace. Scene shifted, someone teased a pigeon while saying a peak 9th grade mystic pill was indeed a rare treasure. If one could contend with the heroes of the world for it, that would be a joy in life, leaving others wondering how it fell into the hands of a mystic. It was regarded as a great humiliation. The news spread swiftly, drawing experts from all directions to Tianxiang Kingdom, each bearing an imposing presence. The scene shifted to Jun Mozai residence. He stood observing the mystic beasts in cages and silently classified them. First level Bai Xuan, second level was Duok Lai, third level Jin Feng Wolf, while Mang Engieru belonged to the 4th level. It was only mentioned last night and today it was already bought for him. He looked at the beast in his hand and praised third uncle efficiency as truly admirable. Why do you not react to me? Let me try the 2nd level. He pondered and reached out to test the third level, yet there was no change at all, making him suspicious. What is going on? Could it be that little Bye only shares a special affinity with him? On the other side, the pythons flicked their tongues warily. A fierce wild ox rammed hard against the cage, wanting to break free, making Mozai exclaim in surprise at the reaction. Hearing that, the pythons also began to stir, seeking a way to slip out. He smugly thought perhaps the open heaven creation art, or the Hong Jun law, was taking effect on the mystic beasts. The scene shifted. A servant reported that the young master and young lady of the Dugu family had arrived. He immediately ordered them to be invited in. Take these things away and deal with them. They are no longer needed. Third uncle can decide if those 2 snakes are cooked. Remember to leave him a portion. Jun Wuyi calculated that 2 bone-gnawing snakes were worth 200,000 taels. What a lavish meal. Xiao Yi hugged her lovely pet and walked over. Accompanying her was Dugu Wu Dai, who upon seeing Jun Mozai shouted loudly, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" Mozai remained calm, smiling as he greeted brother Dugu and invited him to drink together. Dugu Wu Dai replied loudly that he had not forgotten being tricked last time, warning him to be honest this time, yet if it was free, drinking was not bad. Suddenly Xiao Yi's spirit beast flew over. Mozai caught it and praised little Bye for being clever, then ordered wine to be poured for the guests. He praised Miss Dugu for looking radiant today, making her wonder why he no longer called her little girl. Then she pouted, saying she thought he did not notice her. Realizing her sulking expression, he hurriedly denied it, while secretly thinking of using the little Bye in his hand to test. Suddenly little Bye grew another pair of small wings. All at once he was drawn into a mystical space beyond imagination, feeling as if his body could explode at any moment. He spread his arms to absorb the energy, deciding to take the risk and accept it first before thinking further. Little Bye also absorbed a strange stream of spiritual energy, making Xiao Yi anxiously ask Jun Mozai what was happening. Though sitting right before her eyes, he seemed separated from her by vast distances. Jun Wuyi realized a tremendous source of power was gradually radiating from Jun Mozai's body. He thought it must not be discovered by outsiders, and immediately acted to control the situation. Jun Wuyi swiftly handled the factors that might affect him. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Suddenly a strange force lifted Jun Mozai into the air. Then it dragged him back down in a dazed state, causing him to cry out in pain. Immediately after, a source of power gathered and merged into his forehead. Little Bye also benefited from that stream of energy and began to evolve. Rays of light from above continuously descended upon the place where Jun Mozai stood. The former elder could not help but wonder in shock what level of cultivation was required to create such a heaven-shaking upheaval. He exclaimed in astonishment that this cultivation likely surpassed the supreme divine mystic realm. Unexpectedly, such a powerhouse was hidden in Tianxiang City. Xiao Han could not help asking, "Ninth Elder, can a person truly reach this level?" He replied in a deep voice that even the word powerful was insufficient to describe that person, perhaps even beyond that realm. With your current strength, it is best not to know too much. Spiritual energy gathered around the Hongjun Pagoda, enveloping heaven and earth. The sky and land changed color, sun and moon dimmed. The 6th elder was shocked. This terrifying power, what happened to old Night? 3rd elder said sternly that such a figure had appeared in Tianxiang City. We must not be careless, otherwise we may not withdraw unscathed. Jian Hun also stopped to observe. Bei Meng Chen was astonished, not expecting such an expert here, not merely at the peak of divine mystic but even higher. That same day, 300 Jun family guards completed their life and death training, each as if just stepping out of the gates of hell, their aura soaring. Heaven divides into yin and yang, earth separates into darkness and light. All things move in cycles of reincarnation. Humans are born of the 2 energies of yin and yang and disperse according to creation. Once yin-yang escape is mastered, the body can merge with all things, at its peak even conceal itself within the air. In the room to the courtyard, he absorbed spiritual energy while controlling it without harming the surroundings. Jun Wuyi softly called Jun Mozai. He immediately responded. "Third uncle, he truly does not understand what is happening. It seems this little fellow wants to rely on him again." Jun Wuyi was astonished. It had actually advanced. Unbelievable. Jun Mozai added that its fur had changed color. He judged that the advancement phenomenon of the iron-winged leopard was the change in fur due to spiritual energy. Jun Wuyi's face was filled with contemplation. The little beast had shown such progress just after birth. He said calmly that if it advanced then so be it, it had nothing to do with him. Just then Dugu Wu Dai entered holding his aching body. He rubbed his head while asking what had just happened. Why did the old man strike him? Jun Wooyi quickly denied it, saying he must have drunk too much. His tolerance was truly poor. Dugu Wu Dai immediately believed it, so that was the case. This wine was indeed powerful. After advancing, little Bai Bai was extremely proud. Zioyi praised that little Bai was truly adorable. Jun Wooyi called Dugu Ying over. Let me see how much skill you have learned. He thought third uncle intended to give guidance. His awkward look made Jun Mozai laugh. Remembering his grandfather's words, he cheerfully told Zioyi that he still owed her a fine blade. Then he took out an exquisite wooden box. Inside was an exquisite blade. Zioyi asked in surprise what kind of blade it was. Jun Mozai replied that the blade was named Hongxiu, forged in Tianxiang City, thus called Hongxiu Tianxiang. This was the first blade he forged in this life, therefore it was called the foremost blade of Hongxiu Tianxiang. Praised that he forged it himself, it was truly beautiful. He handed the blade to her, explaining it was designed to be concealed within the sleeve, asking if she liked it. Zioyi hesitated, truly giving it to me, I have nothing to repay. Jun Mozai said calmly that this was originally a debt. She fell silent in thought for a long while. Then she removed the necklace from her neck. She said gently that she would give him this item. Unaware of the deeper meaning of the jade pendant, he happily accepted it. Zioyi blushed and softly called you this jade pendant. He smiled, saying it was her heartfelt intention, and remarked that she must be quite proficient in blade techniques. Zioyi replied, of course, let me demonstrate for you, then performed a few graceful moves. However, Jun Mozai immediately interrupted. It is only beautiful without practicality. Such a precious blade used with those flowery techniques, it is truly a waste. He softly asked again, do you mean my saber technique is not refined enough? Calmly replied, it is not entirely your fault. It is that this set of saber techniques is too rigid. Hand me the saber, observe every movement of mine carefully. The Hongxiu saber emerged, the martial spirit stirred, its aura free and unrestrained. This is the Hongxiu saber technique. The first move Hongxiu Jing Yang, consisting of 9 forms praised as a pinnacle supreme art. Do you want to learn it? Zioyi exclaimed in admiration. She eagerly stepped closer, urging him to teach, making Jun Mozai blush at the close distance, while Zioyi chuckled in amusement. Still not satisfied, she intended to tease further, while he closed his eyes and shouted, if we learn then we learn, what do I have to fear? Suddenly their lips touched, their eyes met in confusion. A moment later, the two hurriedly separated. Zioyi also felt embarrassed, as things went beyond expectation. Jun Mozai flusteredly explained that this was merely an accident. Hearing that, she angrily tried to push him away, softly scolding him as a scoundrel. He gently advised, Miss Dugu, please stand up. How can you learn saber techniques while covering your face like that? She stubbornly said, after what you have done you still call me Miss Dugu, then what do you intend to call me? Zioyi replied gently, you understand it in your heart. Hearing that, he exclaimed, I know now, making her secretly delighted. But the answer left her stunned. Little girl, disciple, hurry and stand up. Your master will impart the saber technique. Zioyi angrily retorted, who is the master and who is your disciple? Jun Mozai was embarrassed, wondering in his heart who had suffered more from that first kiss. Zioyi urged, quickly teach me the saber technique, and he deliberately made things difficult. He resentfully complained, you kissed me and even took the jade pendant. Why are you still so fierce? I will go find Jun Sanshu to seek justice. Hearing that, Jun Mozai hurriedly pulled her back. Fine, I was wrong. I will teach you at once. Zioyi snorted softly, at least you know what is good for you. He released his hand, sighing inwardly that women were truly incomprehensible creatures. He anxiously asked why he had not begun teaching yet. Jun Mozai thought to himself that he would have to hold her hand to guide her. At that moment, noisy clamor erupted outside. Jun Wooyi announced that the state preceptor of Wu Tang and the famed General Zhao Jian Hun had arrived in the city. In addition, the mystic Qi Grandmaster Shi Zhang had also arrived, with the second prince responsible for receiving them. Jun Mozai remarked that His Majesty arrangement was truly brilliant. Jun Wooyi stated that this was a test to choose the successor to the throne. He proposed going to watch the excitement, and Dugu Wu Dai immediately agreed. Zioyi lightly tugged at his sleeve, asking about the secret from earlier. She promised not to reveal it and not to press further. She hoped that when the time was right, he would tell her himself. Jun Mozai fondly rubbed her head. Dugu Wu Dai waved his hand to stop them, warning him not to take advantage of his sister. If he did it again, he would show no mercy, causing Zioyi to laugh secretly. He called out, Zioyi, let us go. He must not let him get close to her, and the two left at once. When they turned back, Jun Mozai had already disappeared. Blended into the crowd to gather information. A prince appeared behind him, recognized him and spoke teasingly. Junmo Zai remembered having met him at a small tavern before. He pretended to be cold and asked, "Who are you?" The prince laughed and said that even in disguise, he still recognized him. He brought up the words Junmo Zai had once used to mock him. Junmo Zai burst into laughter, and the prince invited him to drink. He asked, "Do you know who I am to invite me for a drink?" The prince replied that after drinking each would go his own way, there was no need to know identities. Junmo Zai laughed and said, "Your memory is truly good." He said he wanted to stand and watch the excitement, and the prince praised him. When the two sides confronted each other, neither was willing to yield. He laughed loudly, saying that even a single conversation was enough for several cups. The prince asked about the peerless wine he had once mentioned. Junmo Zai merely smiled and replied, "Try to guess." Xiong City was bustling as the state preceptor, and the grandmaster entered one after another. The crown prince personally welcomed the delegation. Prince led him to Song Lao San Tavern. He praised the wine there as the finest of the finest. Song Lao San wished to meet him again, so the prince brought him there. The tavern owner warmly received them and invited the two inside. Junmo Zai felt this person was strangely familiar. Through their conversation, he realized that the man was no ordinary person. The tavern owner asked what could be considered true wine appreciation. Junmo Zai raised his cup and recited poetry, discussing the essence of wine. Song Lao San curiously asked further about the meaning of wine. He explained that wine was a confidant, joy, solace for sorrow, and longing for home. Farewell wine, battle wine, each carried its own state of mind. In short, wine was the expression of one feeling. Prince praised him, considering him a genius. He asserted that to appreciate fine wine one must have truly exquisite wine. Song Lao San confidently claimed his wine was unmatched under heaven. The prince reminded him that beyond the heavens there were still greater heavens. What if he lost? Song Lao San declared that if he lost, he would take Junmo Zai as his master. Junmo Zai secretly realized his true identity. It turned out the tavern owner was a heaven-profound expert. Faced with the challenge, he could not refuse. Junmo Zai confidently said he would make the other party convinced in both heart and word. Prince smiled and asked, "Then if you lose, what will you do?" Lao Tam said firmly if he fails, he hopes he will not mention this again. His expression darkened as he thought he was not qualified. He nodded happily, keeping his word once spoken. The prince spoke, "To be fair, let me be the arbiter." Lao Tam nodded in agreement. 3 days later in the afternoon, I will close the door early. Everyone come back here to gather. Unexpectedly, Yingbo appeared, ordering a pound of beef, 2 jars of wine, then said he would also come as an arbitrator in 3 days. Junmo Zai was silently astonished. When did this person arrive? No aura could be sensed at all. Lao Tam asked politely, "May I ask who you are?" He answered briefly, "I am just a wine enthusiast. Proceed as you wish. Now bring the wine and meet up." The prince stood up to leave. "See you in 3 days, I take my leave." He left while thinking, why would such a strange person appear in Xiong City? Who exactly is he? Prince asked the guards who just entered, what is their background? The answer made him even more amazed. No one came in, nothing was seen. Back to Junmo Zai, he asked if the grassland scenery was beautiful. Yingbo asked back, "Did you realize I came from there?" He analyzed like a detective, "Your strap is not the kind from Central Plains. The belt is made from a special fiber only found in the grassland." "Those 2 points enough," he replied, "still not enough. Moreover, I have not allowed you to sit in front of me yet." Even being dismissed, he remained calm. "Let me add, you carry the scent of the grasslands and solitude. If I am not qualified to drink with you, I will leave." Hearing this, Yingbo allowed him to stay. "If so, then sit down." Lao Tam brought the items. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Here is the wine and meat." He poured wine while saying, "Xiong City is indeed extraordinary. Even the innkeeper is a master of Kshuan." Being hit by the words, Lao Tam remained calm, not surprised at all. He said modestly, "You have sharp eyes, I admire you, but I am just an old man, running a tavern to make a living." Yingbo gently advised, "Just focus on brewing wine, forget the other matters." Lao Tam was silent for a while then replied, "Thanks for the guidance." Junmo Zai called, "Lao Tam, bring me those 2 jars of wine." He asked, "Won't you drink my wine?" He replied, "Drinking your wine is a debt of gratitude. There are many kinds of debts in the world, but debts of loyalty are the hardest to repay." Yingbo sipped and said, "The wine is quite good, better than Manai, only the beef is slightly overcooked but still edible." Junmo Zai laughed, "Did not expect you to be so picky." Lao Tam brought out another cup of wine. Junmo Zai drank it like spring water, thinking, who understands this exile? Only wine could evoke some old memories. Two sat enjoying wine in their own way. Yingbo spoke, "Youngster, you are very different." Jun Mozai asked, am I qualified to sit here yet? He drank and said, meridians damaged yet still reaching 7th grade of Xuan Qi, keeping composure, sitting with you is not a disgrace. He put down silver, saying, even interesting people can become boring at times. Too many dull people in the world, why classify yourself as one? You acknowledged me, yet I still stand. If not qualified to drink with me, I will leave. Yingbo thought, so this youngster is saying I am unworthy. His words pulled him out of memories, also spoiling the wine mood. The youth's solitude was rare, sparking curiosity and prompting questions. He could not resist speaking. Youngster is impressive, daring to say so without knowing me. I remember you. In 3 days I will find you for trouble. The army camp, Tang Yuan reminded Tam Shao. The set day is tomorrow, you promised, rely on you this time. Jun Mozai replied firmly, rest assured, follow my instructions, no mistakes. He calculated silently. The old eunuch had extreme cleanliness, instructing, fat, take this pill an hour before inspection. Then follow each step as I said, and it will be done. Tang Yuan hesitated, this method sounds awful. Done, afraid the young master will skin me. Jun Mozai could only console, I truly sympathize. He gave the advice, you decide, when everything is over I will visit. Remember, absolutely no meals, he replied, I remember. The next day at the Tang residence, Tang Wanli kept instructing, later at the palace eat well and perform properly. Tang Yuan thought, what did Tam Shao say yesterday, seems no breakfast. Tang Wanli patted his shoulder, standing there doing what go, he replied yes sir, unclear if he forgot or pretended. Scene shifted to outside the inspection room in the imperial palace. Tang Yuan thought, still early, no one yet, seized the chance to take that thing, it's too big, trying to swallow while thinking. Seeing him chew something, Tang Wanli shouted, what are you eating, show me your hand. He quickly replied, just candy. Tang Wanli warned, say another word and I break your leg. Time passed, more people arrived, someone asked, Brother Song, do you know what they inspect? He said, I don't know, but definitely not pleasant. Tang Yuan pushed through, what's so scary? Isn't it just walking for a few months, we can handle it. Soldiers shouted enough people, those called enter for inspection. Tang Yuan thought, the pill just helps circulation. Why now something seems wrong, the soldier called, first Tang Yuan, he panicked. Tang Wanli heard the name and pulled him back. Called and still standing there, hurry inside. He was pushed in, no time to react. The old eunuch asked, are you Tang Wanli's son? Strip, stand over there. Tang Yuan hesitated, can you turn away? He coldly said no. His stomach made strange noises, he panicked, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. He turned and said, eunuch, can you stop? Of course he did not agree, waved hands performing movements toward him. Tang Yuan's clothes were instantly cut away. No time to react, he cried out, but he ignored, ordering left hand up. Then continue, right hand up, hug stomach, lower part exposed. Tang Yuan was embarrassed, sweating, telling himself to endure. The old man continued, requesting constant posture changes, voice steady and loud. He thought finally at last, no need to endure that scene anymore. He did not expect himself in this situation, lying enduring the difficult inspection steps. He was ruthless, kicked him then shouted, dare to play tricks. Tang Yuan could only endure, feeling nearly unbearable. Suddenly the old man became silent, sensing something. Internal force gathered in his eyes, his gaze became sharp and focused. That day the old eunuch stepped into a perilous hell. Outside the purification chamber a loud noise suddenly rang out, startling Tang Wanli who was drinking tea. Tang Yuan was thrown out, his body completely naked without a single piece of clothing. Smoke billowed thickly around him. Wanli wondered what had happened. He hurriedly asked what had happened to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan could no longer stand up. According to Thao, his backside was severely injured. He looked toward him and wondered what that smell was. Chu Truck Chow, what do you mean? Give this old man an explanation at once. The old eunuch replied, carry that wretched grandson of yours out of my sight immediately. Otherwise do not dream that I will spare his life. Then only the sound of the eunuch retching could be heard. Tang Wanli angrily said, hateful, why let him get hurt first and only then settle the score. The scene shifted to the Jun residence. Jun Mozai asked in surprise. Tang Yuan was thrown out. Jun Zhantian happily replied, that is right, it has been more than 10 years since I saw such a sight. Tang Wanli grandson was sent into the old eunuch mouth. He thought to himself, heavens, fatty, you are truly bold. The old eunuch is also an expert. Jun Zhantian continued, yesterday Tang Yuan was beaten in the palace. Tang Wanli went to seek justice. Tang Duong offered much wealth but eunuch Chu refused and even wanted to report to his superiors. He wondered, so to settle it smoothly the fatty was expelled. Jun Zhantian wondered why Jun Mozai was not laughing. He told the truth, the idea was his. Originally he wanted him to take a chi-stimulating pill and be lightly beat. The old man asked in shock if it was true. Absolutely do not let it leak out, he warned. Fortunately, he is Tang Wanli grandson. If it were someone else, eunuch Chu might have chopped him to pieces. He wondered, but he is only a eunuch. Are you not going to tell me he was once a great general? Junjian Tian drank tea and said Chu Truck Chow back then was not only a general, it was merely fate playing tricks. Hurriedly asked father, could eunuch Chu be Chu Zonglong, but I heard he withdrew from the battlefield. Junjian Tian slowly recounted that it was a secret known only to those involved. Back then the crown prince was captured and later rescued. He had countless wounds from venomous insects, pitiful for a great general from then on. As he was speaking, he suddenly received notice that Tang Duong had arrived at the gate seeking to see old man Jun. Junjian Tian worried why so fast. Was the matter exposed? Tang women carried Tang Yuan in. To calm the matter, Tang Yuan was temporarily expelled from the Tang family. They requested old man Jun to take him in for the time being. He replied that he understood and Tang Yuan would be handed to them. Tang Yuan lay in pain on the bed and questioned, "Third young master, what is this about?" He said it was a qi-stimulating pill which was actually a laxative. He insisted that compounding the medicine himself, how could there be a mistake? Tang Yuan said he followed his words, ate his fill before going to the palace and only took the pill before meeting the old eunuch. He asked in shock, "Yesterday I told you not to eat breakfast, how did it become like this?" He replied that it turned out he did the opposite. This could also be considered completing the task and achieving the goal. In any case, he had prepared himself to be beaten. At that time he was still beaten by third uncle. Grandfather wasted no words and expelled him from the family. Fortunately, he had prepared plenty of private funds. Third young master, in the future Kaka will follow you. He asked casually whether that brat would establish a commercial empire for him. Tang Yuan replied he was born to do this. After a while, Jun Mo Zai stood alone, muttering that beneath heaven and earth there are yin and yang. The human body originally only has yin and yang qi. Creation and destruction stem from yin and yang. All things can conceal and so can the human body. Ki-er, can you see me? What do you mean? Tell Ki-er a joke. She continued, young master, please move aside a little. Young master, why are you blocking me? Stop pulling at my clothes. Young master, why are you pressing your face against the wall? Is it comfortable? He turned around searching for something, and he rammed into a tree trunk at great speed. Ki-er reminded him not to crash into the tree. If it hurts, she would go find a doctor. He thought irritably how to cultivate this broken thing. If he continued, perhaps he would transmigrate again. His actions left Ki-er bewildered. Young master, what are you doing? Go find the young madam immediately. She hurried away. He informed Guan Qing Han to quickly check on the eldest young master. That day was truly strange. Seeing Jun Mo Zai sitting on the ground, Guan Qing Han questioned what he was doing. Abusing himself? At this moment Jun Mo Zai's mind was unclear. He had to finish cultivating to secretly watch the four beauties bathe. Guan Qing Han frowned and asked what he said. Before he could speak, there was only the sound of a slap. He was struck hard, yet he was still not awake, so he received several more slaps. Now he was more awake and asked seriously, "Sister-in-law, why are you doing this for no reason?" She blushed, knowing in her heart. Jun Mo Zai then noticed her icy gaze like blades, and he could only sweat. Guan Qing Han shed tears and coldly drew her blade, swiftly raising it to his neck. At that moment, a servant reported young master, young madam, steward Jiang Nan, official Jiang, and the two young masters have come to visit. He wondered, we have done nothing, yet her natal family has come. Does the steward also want a 9th-level mystic core? Hearing the servant, Guan Qing Han was also confused. These 2 days, the capital had become chaotic. During the day it was still normal, quiet, without great waves. Every morning the city guards on patrol discovered several corpses. The dead were not ordinary people. The scene shifted to the #1 faction of Tianxiang City, the Golden Sun Gang. Yingbo stood at the gate observing before stepping inside. Seeing everyone stop practicing martial arts to watch, Yingbo got straight to the point and called Kim Fong Liat to come see him. Several men shouted loudly that their gang leader name could not be called casually. Yingbo remained terse and lightly unleashed a move. The familiar guards were torn to pieces. Back at the Jun residence, he thought thankfully that sister-in-law slap had awakened him. He sweated after an afternoon of training, hid briefly and moved one zhang, but now how could he get out? Jun Mo Zai recited the incantation in the courtyard. With a whoosh his figure vanished, using all accumulated spiritual power. Unexpectedly hiding required spiritual power and coming out also required it. He asked Ki-er to help dig him out. He approached Ki-er and whispered that what happened just now must not be revealed. Then from the room she stood still, shouting, "Heaven's third young master, beloved third young master. Jun Mo Zai, where are you? Come quickly." He walked in and asked what happened, surprised that he had such talent. Found a seat and began discussing talent. What are you talking about? Tang Yuan slammed down the business plan and asked how he wrote it. Raised his brows and stared, asking whether such a small matter needed many people. Tang Yuan gripped the plan and said, "You still ask me? This plan overturns commercial concepts. If fully implemented, it may offend the great order of the world. Just follow it, third young master. Once there are goods, watch me open shops across the continent." He nodded approvingly. Everything would be handled by him. Tang Yuan excitedly said, "Let me do it for you. When gold and silver come, you just wait and see." The scene shifted to the capital. Fong Liat said, "Brother, if there is still truth, I will not beg." Hai Chen Feng calmly replied, "Brother Kim, first clarify the situation." He pleaded earnestly, "Brother, if you do not act, I fear the effort of my entire life will vanish like smoke." Kim Fong Liat carefully recounted the whole incident of Ung Bak Kong coming to cause trouble for the Kim Duong gang. Yingbo easily defeated his subordinates. In less than 3 moves, Kim Fong Liat was struck down and lay flat on the ground. That man forced him to submit within 2 days, otherwise he would face a tragic end. Hai Chen Feng exclaimed in shock, "He won in only 3 moves, this person cultivation is likely far above mine." Kim Fong Liat anxiously asked whether Brother Hai would stand by and watch. Hai Chen Feng quickly replied, "Brother Kim, pass on my words. In 3 days at the southern forest, Hai Chen Feng will respectfully await him." The scene shifted to the training ground of the Jun family. The troops advanced with imposing momentum amid resounding shouts. I loudly gave the order. Unit captains step forward and report the results of the field training. General immediately replied, reporting to young master, "This training resulted in a total of 46 casualties. Among the rest, 130 have broken through to the initial stage of human Xuan. 84 have reached the middle stage of human Xuan." I nodded in praise, "Very good, but remember this is only the beginning. All achievements come from effort. Even a coward can become a warrior. One day you will reach realms you once never dared to dream of." The soldiers answered in unison, "We obey, young master." They earnestly requested to follow and assist. Jun Mozai coldly told them to seek third uncle for appropriate arrangements. A moment later, Jun Wuyi said, "Decide for yourself, I am very busy." Jun Mozai teased that since learning disguise techniques, uncle had always been busy handling matters like the previous Hong Hoa Duong affair. He laughed and replied that after returning he had cleaned everything up, then asked how his nephew had realized it. Jun Mozai tilted his head and explained that lingering killing intent would alter one aura. Very few could notice it. Third uncle could rest assured. Jun Wuyi smiled and asked whether he was busy this afternoon, reminding him to return early for tonight's banquet to receive the Guan family. He said the first purpose was the 9th grade profound pill, the second was to welcome great-grandfather back. But Jun Mozai believed the matter was not so simple. Jun Wuyi added that whether Guan Qing Han stayed or left was the Guan family affair. If she found a good match, the Jun family would also send her off with proper ceremony. Jun Mozai replied that if sister-in-law found happiness it would be wonderful, yet he still felt the Guan family was suspicious. Jun Wuyi affirmed that if they were only concerned about Guan Qing Han happiness there was nothing to blame, though it was her natal family. The Jun family also regarded her as their own. Jun Mozai smiled and praised third uncle for his bold spirit, worthy of a Tian Xuan master and the famed blood-clad general. Jun Wuyi laughed loudly and said, "Do not mention old empty titles," then handed over a pill he needed. Jun Mozai gently accepted it. Looking at the pill in his hand, he was astonished to learn it was a 6th grade profound pill just refined. That afternoon at the Song family tavern, Yang Huainong entered and loudly called for Song Lao Tam. Today seemed quite unusual. He joked that it was only a wine contest. Preparing so grandly made this prince somewhat wary. Looking around the table, he was surprised by the large number of cups arranged. Rows of gleaming wine cups were neatly and meticulously set out. Song Lao Tam replied that to others this was a small matter, but to him it was a great event, and he believed this contest would become his most precious memory. Yang Huainong asked in surprise, "Are you the elegant and romantic Song Lao Tam of legend? Why have you changed so much?" He calmly replied that past matters were not worth mentioning. Speaking of them only added sorrow. Duong Mak poked his head out to call father, and was introduced as Yang Huainong's son. Yingbo leisurely sipped wine and remarked that the boy foundation was not bad. Yang Huainong nodded in thanks. Suddenly Jun Mozai lifted the curtain and stepped in, greeting them and joking that today could it be old song great joyous night. After speaking he placed 2 jars of wine on the table, making Yang Huainong curiously ask why so few. Jun Mozai calmly replied each jar was worth 12,000 taels of silver, drinking for free and still complaining it was little. Song Lao Tam also brought out 2 jars, saying this wine had been brewed for 5 years from the essence of 5 grains and more than 30 rare flowers and herbs. Yingbo praised such painstaking effort, while Junmo Zai remarked that perseverance was commendable but not necessarily successful, causing Yingbo to ask whether he belittled persistence. He retorted that since ancient times no one succeeded without perseverance, success or failure could not be decided by empty words. Junmo Zai replied that one should pursue only what victory was certain. Knowingly persisting in hopelessness was merely foolishness. Yingbo frowned and asked, "Then how many grand masters of profound arts do you know?" I continued, "The fame of the 8 great grand masters is known to all. The first 7 need no discussion. As for the 8th, in the eyes of the world there are likely 2 evenly matched." Yingbo immediately answered, "How could he be equal to me?" Prairie Eagle God Yingbo and the Sword God Fong Qian Van had competed for half a lifetime without a victor. Thus this 8th place was shared by the 2, yet Fong Qian Van's reputation was merely hollow. Junmo Zai said, "Senior is correct. I heard Yingbo trained on snowy mountains battling 1,000 eagles. Judging by that, Yingbo far surpasses Fong Qian Van." Yingbo nodded in agreement. "You brat know a little, but I do not agree with your view on perseverance." Mak Tang thought secretly. He had only suspected before. Seeing Yingbo now truly formidable, he asked, "So many people climbed the mountain to train, why did only Yingbo become a grand master?" Yang Huinong curiously asked, "Could it be the others all died?" He replied, "That is correct. Effort does not equal success. Song Lao Tam wine is good but not the best." Lao Tam continued, "Whether wine is good or bad one knows by tasting it." He opened the jar and fragrance filled the room. Yang Huinong inhaled deeply and marveled, "Truly fine wine." Yingbo praised that only 2 or 3 kinds could compare. Junmo Zai thought to himself, "The aroma is rich yet slightly mixed. If poured into more than a dozen bottles it would instead be ordinary." Lao Tam raised the jar high. Junmo Zai praised with his mouth, "Good craftsmanship," using profound energy to refine the wine. He poured small cups one by one, inviting everyone to taste. Yang Huinong drank it all and felt satisfied. Truly fine wine. Yingbo took a sip and said, "Indeed not bad. I have tasted many kinds, but none compare with this. Truly top grade." Junmo Zai looked at the cup and said, "It is still not up to standard. The impurities are not fully filtered. This is a major taboo in brewing." Lao Tam questioned, "This finest wine was made from years of effort." Yang Huinong looked at Junmo Zai arrogantly and said, "Little brother, taste his wine." He brought out the jar he had carried and said, "It seems your highness does not value me. Before deciding victory or defeat, how do you know whose wine is better?" Yingbo examined the jar carefully. "Why is there no fragrance?" "It is wrapped in an oil paper layer again." He opened the oil paper and said, "Do not hurry, it is still early." Inside the jar was a piece of wood stuffed in. Yingbo was surprised. "It is even sealed with white orange wood." I exerted strength to remove the wood piece, confidently placing it to my lips. The white orange wood was opened. Fragrance spread throughout the room. Junmo Zai said, "Not yet drunk yet already intoxicated. The aroma spreads 10 miles." The wine fragrance was ethereal like a dream, filling the room. Everyone was astonished. This wine with aroma alone led one into an immortal realm. He poured the wine into small cups across the table. Yang Huinong gazed and said, "Not yet drunk yet already intoxicated. The aroma spreads 10 miles. Tears streamed down his face as he said, "Not merely 10 miles. Lao Tam wondered, wine relying only on aroma, to drink without witnessing this would be regretful. Yingbo inhaled deeply and thought, "This aroma is a beautiful dream," wishing to remain drunk forever. Looking at the cup he swallowed, the shimmering wine alluring. Yingbo's hand holding the cup trembled. The guest raised it to taste. Cup touched his lips, the guest froze. Yingbo stiffened, trembling. The guest cried out excitedly, "Good wine, truly wine a man should drink, rare in the world." Yang Huinong drained the cup and slammed it down, staring as he stammered, "Only today do I know. Indeed, I have wasted more than 10 years of my life." Lao Tam sipped and sighed inwardly, "I have lost, but losing to such fine wine leaves no regret." His hand trembled holding the cup. "Today having drunk such wine, the first half of my life has no regrets." Tears flowed down his cheeks, alas. Prince contemplated the bowl of wine. Lao Tam loudly admitted defeat. "My wine is not worthy to compete, I submit." He knelt before Junmo Zai to acknowledge him as master, asking master to accept a bow from this disciple. He looked at the scene before him, awkward and unsure what to say. Yingbo courteously advised Junmo Zai, "Dare to play, dare to accept." He sat humbly and said, "You overpraise me." I opened my eyes and smiled. "It is I who should seek your help." Prince smiled and asked, "Little brother, how much of this wine remains could it be?" Jun Mozai stated the price and asked, I said before, 12,000 taels of silver per jar. Is it worth it? Wang Jiang replied, worth it, but paying 12,000 taels is truly not easy. Lao Tam clasped his hands solemnly. Such supreme wine is rare. It cannot be measured by gold or silver. 12,000 taels or even a jar for gold is worth it. He presented the plan. If that is the case, we will hold an auction with limited quantities. We can obtain a considerable sum. Wang Jiang asked in surprise when the auction would begin and where it would be held. He smiled without answering about the auction location, but Song Lao Tam would be informed in advance about this event, and he would attend his wine auction. Wang Jiang cheered happily, then asked Jun Mozai, that is wonderful, could Lao Fu have a chance to participate? Could you share a portion with me? Suddenly remembering, Lao Tam hurriedly stood up to introduce the prince he had just been speaking with, informing his master that this was Prince of Equality Yang Huinong, the only imperial younger brother of His Majesty of the Tian Huang Empire. Hearing the identity of the man before him clearly, Jun Mozai merely smiled faintly. So it is the Prince of Equality, pardon my discourtesy. The other two stared at his calm reaction in astonishment, an ordinary scholar meeting a prince without the slightest ripple. Yang Huinong frankly made an offer to Jun Mozai. This old man is willing to spend 1,200,000 taels in exchange for 10% of the shares. Consider it preparing a way out for my descendants. I hope little brother will agree. Duong Mak fell into thought upon hearing this. The prince who had always been open and carefree was now planning a retreat. Jun Mozai teased, the little young lady is truly adorable, making Duong Mak angrily retort, I'm a man. Jun Mozai did not care, casually agreeing to Yang Huinong, since you please my eye, I will let you have this share of profit. Cupped his hands in farewell, I will have Tong Lao Tam announce the auction. At present I have urgent matters and must return to the residence. Ying Bo saw him about to leave and immediately spoke to stop him. Brat, you recognized me and still plan to slip away quietly. The debt of making me lose face before remains unsettled. That man lowered his voice with menace. Remember that my debt is not easily erased. Jun Mozai showed no fear, stepping closer and saying, Senior, demanding a debt without evidence may not be proper. He coldly retorted, those who try to collect a debt from me usually end up owing me instead. Would you like to try? Ying Bo raised his wine cup and sneered, brat talking big, compared to me you are still green. No matter what, this debt you must repay. Jun Mozai did not linger, turning his back to leave. Very well, after today if you can find me then we will speak further. The sky outside suddenly turned gloomy. The streets were deserted without a single soul. Atop a tall tower a young woman was silently observing. It was Ngayat Nhi. She stood in contemplation, her gaze icy. Jun Mozai, even with Jun Zhan Tian or the 8 great supremes protecting you, tonight you will find it hard to escape this calamity. Suddenly a man in black appeared behind her. Young miss, the rain is about to fall. He concealed his face completely, revealing only a pair of eyes marked by a long scar. The wind is fierce and dangerous. Please come down to take shelter. Ngayat Nhi was resolute, hatred blazing in her eyes. No, I want to witness Jun Mozai fall with my own eyes. This information was obtained with great difficulty. It absolutely cannot be missed. Not long after, night fell completely. A carriage quietly rolled along the desolate road. Jun Mozai sat inside with a solemn expression, an uneasy feeling rising in his heart. When was the last time I felt this worry? A heavy killing intent spread through the air, causing Jun Mozai to heighten his vigilance, a premonition of life-threatening danger approaching. The coachman cried out in panic upon seeing 3 men in black rushing forward, enemies attacking. One leaped onto the roof of the carriage and thrust his sword fiercely down into it. Sharp iron arrows pierced inside. Fortunately, Jun Mozai dodged in time. Outside, a rain of arrows poured down. His subordinates immediately broke through the encirclement. He turned and shouted loudly, Young master. Jun Mozai ordered, do not worry about me. After sending the signal retreat at once, I have my own way to escape. Subordinate threw a round sphere into the air. It flew high and then burst into a brilliant light. The assassins recognized that beam of light as the special distress signal of the Jun family. He did not hesitate to charge forward. Hurry, if a heaven profound arrives there will be no chance left. But when they rushed into the carriage it was already empty. Jun Mozai had escaped earlier. Fortunately, I prepared for this situation. He murmured an incantation. Heaven shields the cosmos. Earth stabilizes yin and yang. Reincarnation transforms. Creation manifests life. Conceal the body within the mystery. The assassin's sword chopped down onto the carriage, shattering it into pieces. When the smoke and dust cleared, the assassin looked around in confusion. Where is he? On the tall tower, Ngayat Nhi watched in shock. What is going on? One who destroyed the carriage immediately ordered, search everywhere for me. A bolt of lightning tore across the sky, followed by a heavy downpour drenching the rooftops of the district. On other rooftops, Ngayat Enhai's subordinates had already drawn their bows in ambush. Suddenly a dark figure swept past behind an archer. It was Junmo Zai with his face concealed. As he was about to turn back, lightning struck again. Junmo Zai raised his hand in a signal, ordering silence. Several others discovered him and shouted as they rushed over. The first immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow. But they were too slow. Junmo Zai had already taken them all down. One even cried out in regret. Blade wielders below looked up and discovered Junmo Zai on the rooftop. That man roared furiously, "You dare harm my brothers." He immediately leaped up in pursuit, determined not to let him go. That man quickly closed in. Junmo Zai glanced back with a faint smile and chanted, "All things can be hidden. The body returns to nothingness. 9 cycles revolve, yin and yang unite." In the blink of an eye he vanished. That man exclaimed in shock. He disappeared. Damn it, what movement technique is this? Beneath the rooftop, Junmo Zai's subordinates were searching for him when they were discovered by the assassin. Quickly chased them. They closed in rapidly, but suddenly a sword appeared, sending them crashing to the ground. The subordinate turned around in astonishment. Could it be an expert of the Jun family? "Many thanks, senior, for saving my life." He asked about the young master. Junmo Zai had no choice but to lie. "The young master has already escaped. If you had not delayed, you would have returned to the residence long ago." The assassin speculated that the mysterious person had used a wondrous movement technique to save Junmo Zai and then take down the archer. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel fear at the current situation. He immediately ordered pursuit. This person is not highly cultivated, only skilled at sneak attacks. Junmo Zai and his subordinate seized the chance to withdraw swiftly. The pursuer quickly caught up, his eyes brimming with killing intent. That man said disdainfully, "After killing my brothers, you think you can leave so calmly?" Junmo Zai did not reply, using the curtain of rain to increase his speed and instructing his subordinate, "Stay close to me, do not stop no matter what." The two accelerated forward through the rain. The assassin caught up, drawing his sword to block the way in threat. Junmo Zai nimbly dodged his vicious sword strike. Even so, his shoulder was still lightly injured, thinking to himself that this could not be dragged out any longer. His eyes turned resolute, deciding to end the opponent in a single move. A powerful punch from Junmo Zai left the opponent reeling. The assassin collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the two immediately withdrew. Not long after, his companions found him lying unconscious on the ground. Seeing the reinforcements of the Jun family appear, Ngayat Nhai ordered her subordinates to retreat. The sound of galloping hooves rang out. Junmo Zai said, "Someone is coming. It must be the Jun family reinforcements." After speaking, he bade farewell to his subordinate and left. Shortly after, Lao Pang arrived and hurriedly asked who had just saved them. The subordinate replied, reporting to Elder Pang, perhaps it was a hidden expert of the Jun family. Upon hearing this, the elder let out a sigh of relief. It is good that he did not die. Where is the young master? He was momentarily flustered upon learning that Junmo Zai had not yet returned. Lao Pang sternly rebuked, "You abandoned the young master and ran away on your own." That moment Junmo Zai appeared, saying leisurely, "Elder Pang, do not blame him wrongly. Thanks to him risking his life to block the enemy, I was able to escape." The elder was astonished. "Then we must properly thank the expert who saved you both." The subordinate replied, "That person's movement technique was too miraculous. It is unclear which direction he went." Junmo Zai also pretended to show curiosity. Lao Pang anxiously continued to ask, "What did that person look like?" Junmo Zai turned his back and coughed lightly before replying briefly, "He covered his face so I could not recognize him." The elder said worriedly, "I did not expect that after the marshal's incident someone would still dare target the young master. You should return and report to third uncle, recount everything and prepare hot water and rain umbrellas." Lao Pang hesitated before asking, "Young master, can you still attend the family banquet?" Junmo Zai replied calmly, "It is fine, I am not seriously injured. This kind of matter is already far too familiar." After that the elder escorted him away. "Young master, please return to the residence. The marshal and steward Guan have been waiting for a long time." Junmo Zai suddenly remembered, "There are still a few of my items in the sedan. Give me an umbrella, I will go back to retrieve them." In truth, he was secretly tracking the assassin's traces. While carefully observing, he softly said, "Just the remaining traces on the surface already provide enough information." He seemed to have discovered something. "This scent is very familiar. Even the sound is quite distinctive, enough for me to trace the mastermind behind this." The saw Junmo Zai return and hurried over. Young master, quickly change your clothes, lest you catch a chill. The family banquet is about to begin. Please hurry and attend. The scene shifted to the meal. Jun Woo Yi and Jun Mo Zai dined together. He asked thoughtfully, I wonder which expert acted so cleanly. Does third uncle know this person? Jun Mo Zai glanced at Jun Woo Yi and smiled as he replied, Third uncle, the world is vast. There is no shortage of extraordinary individuals. There are countless people in this world who possess strange talents. There is nothing unusual about that. He cut him off. I do not wish to discuss that in depth. You must already understand the situation this time. Do you need me to send people to assist? Jun Mo Zai replied softly, I am only 30% certain. The timing has not yet come. The weapons they are forging for me have not been delivered. Acting now would alert the enemy. Jun Woo Yi asked again, You mean the crossbows you mentioned before? He nodded. Third uncle is indeed perceptive. And where are the steward's people? Is today not the welcoming banquet for them? He replied, They are in the eastern courtyard. Guan Qing Han seems somewhat displeased, and they have just arrived as well. Dong Liu appeared with her, a trace of displeasure flashing across Guan Qing Han's face. Ru Shan, Qing Bo and Qing Yue also entered one after another. Dong Liu praised him, third brother Jun. This must be young master Jun the third, truly handsome and extraordinary in bearing. Because Jun third young master disliked socializing with those young nobles, the atmosphere became awkward. Jun Mo Zai swept his gaze over them. The evasive look of the Guan family's second young master made him feel suspicious. Qing Yue followed behind Qing Bo and stepped forward to speak. Jun Mo Zai responded politely, The two brothers Guan have traveled a long way to Tianxiang City, inwardly thinking that they called him third young master rather than third brother, clearly unwilling to acknowledge kinship. He smiled, These past 2 days your younger brother has been busy and failed to receive you in time, truly discourteous. Qing Bo laughed and said, We are family, why stand on ceremony? Besides, we have already strolled around everywhere. He lowered his voice, his eyes meaningful, I know an interesting place. I guarantee you two have never been there. Qing Bo asked curiously. Jun Mo Zai immediately replied, Spirit Mist Lake is a paradise for men. Qing Yue sneered, This fellow is indeed improper. While Jun Mo Zai smiled, I am a regular there. Qing Bo burst into laughter. I wondered where you meant, so it is Spirit Mist Lake. Qing Yue said in a low voice, During our 2 days in Tianxiang City we spent more than half the time there. He explained awkwardly, but we did not go there for pleasure. Upon hearing that, Qing Yue hurriedly stopped him. Qing Bo reassured him, A man acts openly. What is there to be ashamed of? Besides, Jun third young master is family. Jun Mo Zai chimed in, Exactly. When there is a chance we can even enjoy ourselves together, at the same time noticing that the two of them seemed somewhat uneasy. Qing Bo hesitated, In truth my second brother has a confidant at Spirit Mist Lake. Qing Yue insisted that she only sells her art. Hearing this, Jun Mo Zai pondered, So that is how it is. The Guan family's second young master is indeed romantic, while also deducing many things. He probed further, I did not expect Brother Guan II to be so familiar with Spirit Mist Lake. I also frequent that place. He leaned close and whispered, Many of the girls who sell their art have received my favor. For example, Yue at the Rainbow Garment Pavilion. Qing Yue's expression changed. Third young master, do not speak nonsense. Yue is a noble young lady. Jun Mo Zai pulled him aside, whispering a few more intimate details to provoke him. He continued to exaggerate the story, causing Qing Yue to grow furious. In the end, he could not endure it and shouted loudly, Enough, Jun Mo Zai. You are truly the most shameless man under heaven. Jun Mo Zai calmly asked in return, What do you intend to do, inwardly sneering. Everyone around was startled and looked over. Jun Woo Yi was also astonished. Qing Yue drew his sword and declared that he wanted a duel with Jun Mo Zai. Dong Liu angrily shouted, You unfilial son, have you gone mad? 3 years ago he met Yue and became infatuated with her. This time he came to Tianxiang City. After hearing her complaints, he wanted to teach Jun Mo Zai a lesson. Now he was so enraged that tears streamed down, swearing he would not let it go. Jun Mo Zai frowned, so this brat was truly love-struck. Family members also felt extremely ashamed upon hearing this. Dong Liu stepped forward and shouted, Hurry and apologize to young Master Jun III. Delivered a heavy slap in front of everyone. Qing Yue still stubbornly refused to admit fault and demanded a duel. Seeing the tense situation, Jun Woo Yi immediately intervened. He advised that the cause should be clarified. This was merely a conflict among the younger generation. Guan Qing Han stepped forward, asking third uncle to calm his anger and allow her to find out the reason. Jun Mo Zai put on an innocent expression and asked where he had offended. Qing Yue was at a loss for words, for he could not reveal Yue's identity publicly. Jun Mo Zai said sincerely that if he was at fault, he would make amends. The space fell silent. Qingbo stepped forward to recount the story. Everyone understood clearly. Causing conflict over a courtesan was truly laughable. Dong Liu flew into a rage, berating him for disgracing the family. Qing Yue retorted, Yue is the woman he loves deeply. He revealed that the purpose of this trip was to annul the engagement on behalf of his elder sister. Guan Qinghan was stunned. Zhen Mozai was also shocked. Zhen Zhantian pondered, realizing the Guan family's true purpose. He took his leave and departed, using drunkenness as an excuse. The old man quietly returned to the residence, fully aware that the engagement had always been only in name. Zhen Wuyi felt awkward, as the public annulment made the Zhen family lose face. He asked in a deep voice, what exactly does second young master Guan want today? Qing Yue declared that he wanted justice for Yue. Zhen Wuyi coldly repeated his words. He questioned whether he was involved in the assassination that afternoon. Qing Yue hurriedly denied it, saying he only wanted to teach him a lesson. Zhen Mozai and Zhen Wuyi both understood that he was merely a pawn being used. Dong Liu angrily cursed him as foolish, but Qing Yue painfully admitted it. He said he had once been used by her and was still willing. Even being used by her made him feel happy, because that proved he still had value in her eyes. After hearing it, everyone sighed. Love is truly hard to escape. Zhen Mozai spoke to mediate, praising his devotion. Dong Liu expressed his thanks and ordered the two of them to return to their rooms to reflect. Zhen Mozai noticed Qingbo wearing a meaningful smile. Dong Liu stepped forward to apologize to Zhen Wuyi, at the same time hoping to explain the reason for the annulment. He hesitated and said it was best not to know about this matter. Zhen Wuyi smiled, I am not someone who fears trouble. Dong Liu looked at his daughter and sighed, it is all because of her. Guan Qinghan retorted, Dong Liu brought up what happened half a year ago. Old memories surged back, every detail becoming clear. There she once caught sight of a youth in green silently following Guan Qinghan along the long road. At that time, Li Tengyun coldly threatened her, saying he did not care about her identity or background, only that she would certainly belong to him. Dong Liu recounted while trembling in fear, for that man was Li Tengyun, the only son of the supreme Li Jutian, and also the sole young master of Thin Nam Blood Soul Mountain Manor. Li Jutian, the renowned supreme expert, was honored as second under heaven, second only to divine eagle supreme Van Byet Tran. This was a force that even the Quan family, the Quan clan, and even the Thin Huang Empire did not dare provoke. Dong Liu honestly explained that after discovering Guan Qinghan's identity, he immediately sent people to pressure her, threatening that if she refused, both the Quan family and the Quan clan would struggle to escape disaster. Guan Qinghan did not ask for the reason and struck directly, true to the style of Blood Soul Mountain Manor. Zhen Mozai laughed and asked about Li Jutian's age, saying he likely had already surpassed 100 years. He said with disdain that at such an advanced age yet having a son only 20 years old was indeed a rare matter. Zhen Wuyi sternly asked what was so amusing about it. He immediately replied that it was amusing because the Quan family did not dare confront Blood Soul Mountain Manor, and thus belittled the honor of their daughter, treating her like a commodity to be traded. Dong Liu hurriedly defended himself, saying he did not wish for this. Guan Qinghan was his flesh and blood and he was in deep pain, but the Quan family had more than 1,000 members, and he could not push them all into danger over a single matter. He shouted that they did not understand the terror of Blood Soul Mountain Manor. He looked coldly at Dong Liu and asked whether after pushing another into humiliation they could live in peace afterward. Zhen Wuyi warned that Mozai must not be disrespectful, then sighed helplessly, saying that when a family lacked the strength to protect, sacrifice was sometimes unavoidable. He suppressed his anger and said that without trying, how could they know they could not protect her? They were merely afraid of the other side's power. Dong Liu sighed and said that if sacrificing himself could save the entire Quan family, he would have fought Li Jutian to the death. But what benefit would that bring? If he were to shift all responsibility onto the Quan clan, he asked whether the Quan family would truly be safe, or whether the Quan clan would bear the consequences. He said frankly that Patriarch Quan spoke correctly. Guan Qinghan was now a member of the Quan clan. Once married, she was like water poured away, long since no longer related to the Quan family. Hearing this, the father and son could not help worrying about the future of the Quan clan. He firmly declared that he was the sole heir of the Quan clan. The future of the family lay in his hands, and his decision was the will of the Quan clan. Patriarch Quan, the Quan clan would absolutely not accept the annulment of the engagement, and they should abandon that intention. Dong Liu grew anxious, but Zhen Wuyi immediately interrupted, expressing trust in Zhen Mozai. affirming that Guan Qinghan was the daughter-in-law of the Quan clan, and that his decision was the decision of the entire family. Donglu regretted his choice, while Jun Mo Zai suddenly called out to Guan Qinghan. Jun Mo Zai looked at her intently, his demeanor steadier than his age suggested. He gently reassured her that if the Quan clan lacked the strength to protect her, before the Quan clan collapsed, they would fall together, rather die together than endure humiliation. Guan Qinghan fell into deep thought, wondering whether she should sacrifice her entire life for those she cared about, preferring to destroy herself rather than accept disgrace. But if Blood Soul Mountain Manor used this as a reason to exterminate both families, would she not bear the greatest guilt? After thinking it through, she requested permission to speak. Wu Yi listened and gently told her to speak, saying that third uncle would certainly support her. She knelt down sincerely and said that her engagement with Jun Mo Zai existed in name only. Thus she boldly entreated third uncle. She asked to dissolve the engagement, her eyes showing rare determination as though she had considered it carefully. Jun Wuyi was stunned and for a moment could not speak. Guan Qinghan awkwardly said that she no longer had the face to meet the old madam. She only hoped third uncle would grant her wish. Tomorrow she would follow her father back to the Quan family, and from then on sever ties with the Quan clan. He advised her, understanding that she was sacrificing herself to avoid implicating others, saying the annulment could be agreed to, but the Quan clan would absolutely not allow anyone to be humiliated. He smiled warmly and said that third uncle was right. This was not merely about a marriage contract, but about the honor of the Quan clan. Guan Qinghan was moved to tears. Donglu hesitantly asked whether for the sake of the nation, the family, others, and themselves, they truly could not yield. Jun Wuyi replied frankly that their positions were different. The Quan clan was the pillar of the military and could not endure such humiliation. Hearing this, Donglu suddenly understood, realizing that coming to the Quan clan to request the annulment had been a mistake and that the Quan clan had not acted impulsively. Donglu left at ease, stating that the Li family had given only 2 months, and hoping third brother Quan would prepare soon. At the Li residence, heavy rain poured down onto the eaves. Yu Ran sternly handled affairs, and coldly asked whether Jun Mo Zai had lost his life today. A subordinate reported that he was still alive, thanks to a mysterious person who appeared in time and drove back the assassins, forcing them to retreat. He continued questioning whether they knew which force stood behind the assassination. The subordinate tremblingly replied that it was still unclear. Yu Ran ordered an investigation. After being injured and having his appearance ruined, he had grown increasingly withdrawn, and his temperament became unpredictable, causing his subordinates to fear him. As night fell, he went alone to a secret place and met his senior brothers. All concealed their faces. One hurriedly asked whether Li Yuran had news of the mysterious pill. He affirmed that there was none for now, but when the mysterious pill appeared, they would certainly be the first to know. At the same time, he reminded them to remain vigilant because people from Silver City of Wind and Snow and Shichang Zio had appeared, making the struggle even more intense. Li Jianhong reassured them that as long as they seized the mysterious pill and let the fastest person withdraw, they would stay behind to block the way. Even if Van Byet Tran personally arrived, they could still delay him. Li Yuran smiled and hoped his senior brothers and sisters would assist, when suddenly news arrived. Someone loudly announced that the aura of the mysterious pill had appeared in West City. Countless experts were rushing there. Li Jianhong immediately ordered them to depart. Despite the torrential rain, all rushed forward. Li Yuran watched them and thought that their white garments amid the crowd looked truly distinct. At Jun Mo Zai's residence, he carefully observed the pill on the table and calculated. Originally, he had planned to wait for Tang Yuan's injuries to heal before auctioning it, using the competition among the forces to reap profit. The appearance of Blood Soul Mountain Manor forced him to change his plan. This was not a 9th-level mysterious pill, but a 6th-level one given by Jun Wuyi. It had been tested many times and had lost all its effect. After speaking, Jun Mo Zai activated his technique, causing the pill to emit a dazzling light. Only a few seconds later, a violent explosion sounded. A brilliant radiance burst across the sky. The rainy night suddenly became bright as day, startling the elders. They discussed the pure energy of a peak 9th-level mysterious pill and immediately flew toward the source of the aura. Yenmeng also sensed the anomaly and curiously wished to join. She shouted to her subordinates and quickly departed, causing them to hurriedly follow. Shichang Zio also joined the struggle for the mysterious pill. As he prepared to set out, Bei Mengchen appeared to tease him, asking why he had not been invited to participate. Shichang Zio coldly replied that if he did not fear danger, he could follow. Bei Mengchen laughed and said that with his strength, he needed to rely on no one. In the end, who the mysterious pill would belong to remained undecided. Yingbo in the tavern also sensed the aura of the mysterious pill. He smiled with excitement, his eyes lighting up as though he had found an opportunity to temper himself. The royal household on the other side was also shaken, guessing that the legendary 9th-level mysterious pill had appeared, while Old Third remained calm and continued drinking. The elders arrived and suspected that activating the mysterious pill in a rainy night might be a trap. The 6th elder solemnly affirmed that the mysterious pill was real and decided to head south. Third elder detected the aura of 2 powerful experts ahead, so everyone immediately dispersed to seize the initiative. The 6th elder was astonished to realize that the 2 were Shichang Xiao and Fei Meng Chen. Shichang Xiao calmly replied that Silver City had 3 elders but only 2 had appeared. The remaining one had acted too swiftly. Fei Meng Chen was enraged. Thach Hein intended to move a step ahead could they hold back. He shouted without hesitation, ordering everyone to get out of the way. The elder seemed indifferent, unclear where the 2 wished to go, but everyone was Lao Pang allies. If urgent, just say, perhaps the 2 brothers would lend a hand. Shichang Xiao did not argue and immediately deployed his martial art. Do you also wish to block me? Even Han Fang Tiat had never said these words to me. They collided, fighting fiercely. Shichang Xiao continuously unleashed classic moves, shaking the space violently. Elder Jiu and Elder Luke struggled against Shichang Xiao's tremendous power. He combined to form a defensive barrier with the Han Fang Fai Tiat sword technique. He was astonished they had trained Han Fang Fai Tiat sword to this level, yet still did not tarnish the supreme snow prestige. Shichang Xiao suddenly smiled dangerously. He suddenly surrounded them, catching the elders off guard. Shichang Xiao's chilling laughter echoed everywhere. He did not forget to taunt, angering the supreme snow prestige. Seizing the opportunity, Fei Meng Chen advanced, driving Shichang Xiao insane. Junmo Zai also quickly executed his plan, acting decisively. The 3rd elder suddenly appeared, blocking him, advising not to keep the Xuan Dan and hand it over for safekeeping. He persuaded Junmo Zai, offering a life for a Xuan Dan fair, but he coldly replied that both the life and Xuan Dan were his, no need for protection. Worried seeing only one person approaching, rejecting the 3rd elder while all masters focused at Thien Huang City, how could he guarantee his life? He smiled lightly, introducing himself as the 3rd elder of Fang Tiat and Gan City, promising safety if the Xuan Dan was handed over. He was arrogant, why trust him? This was truly the supreme divine Xuan, not easily conceded. He was impatient, puzzled why everyone arrived so late. An idea sparked. Junmo Zai's body emitted a special blue light. The 3rd elder mocked, and Ngok Zion Din Fang was insufficient. The light shifted to intense yellow. Worried as Zion Qi from Ngok Zion transformed into Earth Xuan, suppressing power but changing color. The 3rd elder reassured himself, even at peak Earth Xuan could not defeat him, criticizing Junmo Zai for feigning Xuan intent. Before finishing speaking, he transformed into another state, astonishing the 3rd elder. Gaped in the blink of an eye, this boy progressed from Ngok Zion Din Fang to Thien Zion Din Fang. Junmo Zai silently rejoiced. He emitted red light, the 3rd elder doubted. The red supreme divine Xuan, the black-clad man was no ghost. No other colors could he truly advance to supreme divine peak. Long then arrived, he looked on in astonishment. 3rd elder questioned, are you the imperial tutor of Wu Duong Empire Fei Meng Chen? But he ignored him. Junmo Zai was annoyed, the Xuan Dan burning. Why had Shichang Xiao and Yingbo not arrived? Only when everyone was present could the Xuan Dan be taken. In less than a minute, the 2 he mentioned had arrived. Yingbo used a hawk to transform Xuan Qi fluidly. Shichang Xiao landed, praising, Snow Hawk 13 transformations had not faltered. 2 elders were injured battling Shichang Xiao, supporting each other away. Junmo Zai's Xuan Dan attracted more people, elders gathered. Hong represented, greeting the elders, addressing Thach Su Ba and Ung Su Thu. He was solemn, finally everyone was present, the time for Xuan Qi to battle. Junmo Zai calculated before the fight, intending to take the Xuan Dan and escape, but seeing Tiu Han and Mu Zhu Tong, worry appeared. Observing closely, 2 strangers in the rain Fuang and Go asked, Yen Mong sighed, rain too heavy, little princess should return. The old man with silver hair worried as the little treasure entered danger, fearing loss of life. Shichang Xiao loudly asked if he truly wanted the Xuan Dan. Yingbo confidently replied, the 9-level Xuan Dan of Water Center was precious, why not want it? Then Yingbo shifted to threaten, while Shichang Xiao stood aside. Everyone pondered the news, 2 great supremes in combat, who dared cause chaos. Junmo Zai was different, standing provocatively in heavy rain ready to act. Yingbo charged, scolding him as rude. The third elder watched, quietly judging the black-clad man not simple. Yingbo still took the loss. Move sent him flying. Junmo Zai shouted for his life. The shout startled nearby elders, regretting not acting sooner. The Xuan Dan glowed yellow, flying north. Yingbo quickly grasped it. Upon closer inspection, Yingbo noticed something unusual. Shichang Zio flew up, mocking, determined to fight to the death, his body ablaze. Yingbo felt excited by the opponent's stand. Two great supremes officially clashed, attacking each other fiercely. One in the sky, one on the ground, determined to defeat the other. In a blink, the sky exploded. A red-black energy vortex opened like a magic gate. Disciple Li Jianhong asked, "Shall we go?" Calmly waiting for the right moment, the third elder decided to act. Yingbo saw many ascend, happy, power surging, feeling great. Tore his shirt, revealing muscles, attacking beautifully, scratching opponents, causing the old man pain. In a peaceful military family, Guan Qinghan gazed at the moon, lost in thought, surprised the family fire had hero-like momentum. Even at this point, worthy of a military disciple, if facing a demon elder. Guan Qinghan's eyes glittered with faith, trusting he chose like Junmo Zai. He was thinking when Donglu entered, calling softly, "Guan Qinghan." Hearing, Guan Qinghan turned, recognizing his father, asking what was wrong. Donglu in the rain hesitated, asking if she blamed him, but she cut in, not blaming, father always the master. He sympathized, knowing protecting over 1,000 household servants was heavy, understanding father's dilemma. Donglu sat beside, speaking frankly, explaining about Zhu Hui Mountain Villa. She listened, agreeing to hear. Donglu frowned, explaining after receiving the letter. Some elders advised father to agree. Simple reason, if she married there, house staff connected to Zhu Hun Mountain Villa. Beneficial to the family, Guan Qinghan objected. Donglu continued, the house split into two factions. Thanba sought sole control of the east. Than and Gayet and mother firmly opposed. Mother cried daily over this matter. Seeing father hesitant, Guan Qinghan immersed in painful memories of his mother. Heavy rain outside, their moods heavier. Donglu recounted past in detail. Zhu Hun Mountain Villa agreed to conditions, primary status and treatment properly. Than 3 entered Li Ju Tian Supreme. After hearing, Guan Qinghan felt helpless and disappointed, wondering what he was to the family, an agent or a monetary pawn. She choked with emotion as she recounted that years ago when the two families arranged the engagement, Guan Qinghan had never objected. Mo Yi, her elder brother in love, was a hero of his generation. Marrying him was never a humiliation. When Mo Yi sacrificed himself for the country, she had prepared to remain chaste in loyalty. Yet the elders decided she must preserve her widowhood for the Jun family's eldest young master, claiming the family could not lose its support. And as a daughter of the Guan family, she had to shoulder that responsibility. Seeing her father turn away in silence, Guan Qinghan grew more emotional as she spoke. She kept her virtue for her husband out of righteousness, yet they treated her as a tool to maintain the alliance between the two families. This humiliation left her heart in agony. Today the old play repeats itself. They intend to marry me to Blood Soul Mountain Manor, a force even more powerful than the Jun family, and the elders are once again the first to change their stance. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she became, clutching her sleeve tightly. If one day an even stronger power than Blood Soul Mountain Manor appears and forces me to become a concubine or a slave, I fear everyone would still agree. Father, can such a principle truly exist in this world? Guan family was once renowned for its honor. Since when did it lose its dignity and shame like this? If given a choice, I would rather see the Guan family fall as a heroic clan than watch silver-haired men without backbone bow and scrape in flattery. I only wish to know what decision father will make. After her long confession, Guan Donglu slowly replied, "You are not wrong. The family has abandoned its own flesh and blood, while the Jun family insists on protecting you." He raised his head and let the rain strike his face, speaking in a low voice, "I have endured for the sake of the family all my life, but this time I want to change." After deep contemplation, Guan Donglu lowered his head and resolved to become a true father. Once he finished speaking, his heart felt lighter than ever before. It was as if a 1,000-pound stone had just been lifted from him. Guan Qinghan called softly, "Father." Donglu sighed in the rain. "Though your sister-in-law's harsh words were hard to hear, they helped me understand that some things must be done even when we know the danger." Seeing that her father had come to clarity and mentioned Junmo Zai, Guan Qinghan replied gently, "He has changed greatly in recent times. Now he carries the bearing of a true man." Then she urged, "Father, go inside. Standing long in the rain will harm your health." Faced with his daughter's concern, Donglu shook his head. "It is fine. Today's rain has made me more clear-minded." Said firmly, a man must be like this. There are matters that even knowing the danger one must still step forward for a greater cause. In a shadowed corner of the courtyard, Jun Wuyi listened in secret. At the end of the conversation he smiled faintly. Wan Donglu, only now are you worthy of being a true father. After standing there for a long while, unease suddenly rose within him. This time I went out. Why do I feel an ominous premonition approaching? Back on the fierce battlefield, after Yingbo's shove, Jun Mo Zai was sent flying several zhang away, his body crashing heavily onto the ground and jolting his inner force. He struggled to his feet and sought a way to conceal himself, silently cursing, "That old eagle's strength is terrifying. Sooner or later I will make him taste it." At this moment Yingbo, with his robust frame, was battling multiple experts alone, a surging aura enveloping his body. Seizing the chance, the masked group charged forward. One of them ordered the sixth brother to provide support. From within their formation, a master of supreme lightness skill shot out like lightning. Yet Yingbo did not waver in the slightest. Instead he fought with even greater fervor, laughing loudly, "You have come at the perfect time." Suddenly a layer of force like a shield appeared around his body, blasting those nearby away. Taking advantage of the moment, Yingbo struck with a punch that sent the third elder flying. The Prairie Divine Eagle movement technique unleashed its might. Alone he suppressed all heroes except Shichang Zio. Seeing that so many still could not subdue Yingbo, Shichang Zio roared in anger, "You useless fools, move aside." As his words fell, a strange flame erupted from his body, making the ground tremble. The third elder stood at the edge, sweat pouring down amid smoke and dust. Shichang Zio's scornful voice rang out, "A battle between two supreme venerables is not a place for you to interfere." In another corner, Jun Mo Zai had steadied his breathing, standing high above with the red sphere hovering, thinking that the plan was half successful. Though fighting fiercely, Yingbo still kept track of Jun Mo Zai's movements and was briefly distracted. "Hey, what are you doing?" At that very moment, a hand suddenly reached out from behind. Yingbo sensed it in time and narrowly evaded. He turned and laughed loudly, praising, "Well done, little thief. If I had not noticed in time, the mystic core would have been snatched by you." As he spoke, he threw a punch that slammed down, forcing the opponent flat against the ground. Not stopping there, Yingbo followed with a kick that sent the man flying. The force was so great that earth and stones flew up. The masked men cried out in alarm, "Sixth brother." They hurried to surround their companion and shouted angrily, "Yingbo, your methods are truly vicious." Li Jianhong formed a seal and swore a venomous oath. "From this day on, the disciples of Cold Blood Supreme will regard you as an irreconcilable enemy." Those words touched Yingbo's limit. He replied coldly, "Dare to anger this old man and you will bear the consequences. If you displease me, I will make sure Li Wu Bai has no successor." Shichang Zio spoke up to propose, "Yingbo, why not join forces to deal with them first?" Yingbo sneered, "Shichang Zio, do you take this old man for a fool? Came today to fight. Behold, Snow Eagle 13 transformation." As soon as the words fell, he charged forward at once. The move was executed at lightning speed. A swirl of blue-violet radiance coiled around his body, clashing against Shichang Zio's red-black energy, creating a shocking spectacle, light erupting like thunder tearing through space. Lightning swept across the battlefield, forcing everyone to dodge. The masked men shouted in fury, "A warrior would rather die than be humiliated. Yingbo, I will stake my life against you." Not far away, Jun Mo Zai watched in concealment, inwardly praising him as worthy of the Prairie Divine Eagle. Meanwhile, Shichang Zio calculated that if one side were worn down, his advantage would increase greatly. Without hesitation, he and the third elder joined forces and rushed to attack Yingbo. Elsewhere, Fei Meng Chen calculated silently, "We cannot let Shichang Zio gain the upper hand, otherwise the situation will be unfavorable for me. What I must do is maintain balance among the three factions and prolong the battle a little longer." And he quickly joined the fray. Yingbo, seeing another opponent, laughed loudly. "Today truly is a fortunate day." Standing on the rooftop, Jun Mo Zai sighed softly. This Yingbo is truly a battle maniac. The ninjas looked up at the red-violet light flashing in the sky. One hurriedly urged, "Senior brother, we should withdraw." The one called Senior brother cursed helplessly, "Damn it," while Jun Mo Zai, hidden on the rooftop, laughed inwardly, "Keep fighting, the more chaotic the better." At the center of the battlefield, Yingbo unleashed Snow Eagle 13 transformations, forming a protective ring, along with gigantic eagle wing. Shichang Zio saw this and burst into laughter, loudly praising it as magnificent. Both sides poured out their full strength and charged at each other, one side flashing with blue lightning, the other blazing with blood-red light like a sea of fire. The collision of the two powerhouses created an explosion that shook heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, the shockwave shot straight toward the house where Jun Mo-zai was observing, causing him to sigh. The elders nearby heard the noise and were astonished. Could the house speak? Jun Mo-zai had no choice but to reveal himself, brushing off dust and complaining, "If you are fighting, then fight. What does it have to do with this room?" Making the elders furious as they recognized the man in black. The commotion immediately drew Yingbo and Shichang Zio's attention. Both stopped and looked back. Without prior agreement, the two simultaneously rushed toward Jun Mo-zai with the intent to attack. A loud explosion rang out, but he had already escaped in time. Shichang Zio smashed the wall in anger for losing the target. Yingbo wiped the corner of his mouth, unconcerned as he urged, "Enough nonsense, continue the fight." On another street corner, Jun Mo-zai emerged from beneath the ground, letting out a breath of relief at having escaped danger. Meanwhile, Yingbo and Shichang Zio continued their fierce battle. After many consecutive clashes, Yingbo gradually grew exhausted and roared, "This old man no longer wants this thing." Threw the pill away, and it landed in Fei Mengchen's hand, leaving him astonished. Realizing the ploy to shift calamity, he immediately tossed it back. "I do not need this thing." Three elders, seeing this, secretly rejoiced as an opportunity had arrived. Shichang Zio also fixed his gaze on the hovering pill. He shouted loudly, "Move aside, you foolish old eagle." Yingbo thought to himself that if he let him seize the mystic core he could not continue fighting, and declared that whoever wanted it must first defeat him. An elder swiftly grabbed the mystic core, enraging Shichang Zio, while Yingbo seized the chance to urge that he be eliminated first. The third elder panicked and threw it away, unwilling to become a target. Thus the mystic core flew through the air, no one daring to hold it. From afar, Xingkai Shan remarked that the pill's spiritual energy was extremely pure yet seemed to contain a strange power. Yisong Zio nodded in confirmation and resolved to seize it at all costs, then rushed toward the crowd. At this moment Shichang Zio was the closest, reaching out to grasp the mystic core. From a distance, Jun Mo-zai felt anxious, thinking why those two had not yet made their move. Suddenly 2 explosions rang out like meteors descending, accompanied by a voice filled with authority. The sudden strike blasted Shichang Zio away, causing him to roar in fury. As the smoke gradually cleared, Yisong Zio and Xingkai Shan appeared, declaring that the clan's treasure could not fall into others' hands. As soon as the words ended, the mystic core flew straight toward the two of them. With the status of heaven's punishment descending, no one dared to block the two powerhouses. Therefore, Yisong Zio immediately gave the order that once they had seized the needed item, they were to open a path and withdraw at once. After obtaining the pill, Yisong Zio and Xingkai Shan swiftly left the battlefield. On the rooftop, Jun Mo-zai observed in silence, pulling down the brim of his hat, thinking to himself that since they had come, how could he possibly let them leave so easily? Immediately afterward, he deployed the Hong Jun Tower formation. The phantom of a colossal tower rose behind him. This move consumed all spiritual power to activate the Hong Jun Law. Spiritual energy erupted in an instant so brief that only top experts could sense it. While fleeing, Xingkai Shan quickly noticed something unusual and asked third brother whether he had sensed that aura. However, Yisong Zio ignored it and chose to leave first. The ninjas could only stand frozen and watch, horrified as they wondered what kind of monsters they were that so many experts could not stop them. Meng Shen saw that those powerful experts did not dare to act and suddenly understood. Could it be them? Yingbo and Shichang Zio merely snorted coldly without another word. The name Heaven Punishment Forest surfaced in their minds. The 3 elders could only sigh upon hearing it, so it was that force after all. Shichang Zio repeated that title, staring intently at his injured hand as he pondered. Could it be that they were preparing to re-enter the martial world? Elsewhere, many of Li Jianhong's fellow disciples were severely injured, especially the 6th elder who remained unconscious. Everyone was doing their utmost to treat one another. Jianhong frowned helplessly and said the profound pill was lost. What should they do now? Junior brother Li would surely be extremely disappointed. A female ninja gently consoled him that no one had expected 2 supremes to appear at once. Unless their master personally intervened, there was no way to reverse the situation, forcing Li Jianhong to accept the truth while still worrying about the task of monitoring Jun Mo-zai. Jun Mo-zai overheard these words, making him even more wary of Li Yuran's intentions. In another place, after the battle, the 3rd elder bowed in apology to National Preceptor Shi and Divine Eagle for Silver City's offense. Shichang Zio replied generously that everyone acted for their own interests and there was no need to dwell on it, at the same time expressing his wish to taste Silver City's famed snow-bright tea. Yingbo arrogantly mocked the false courtesy and declared that he would personally seek out Han Fengzhu. Having said that, he leaped into the sky like an eagle and challenged Li Wu Bei to find him, causing Shichang Zhao to merely snort coldly. Afterward, he tossed a bottle of medicine to Li Jianhong and the others and said boldly for them to take it. Recognizing it as soul-restoring elixir, Li Jianhong gratefully thanked him and called his junior brothers to save junior brother Lu. Just when everything seemed calm, Li Jianhong suddenly sensed killing intent and narrowly dodged a flying dagger. However, his junior brothers failed to react in time and were struck. Li Jianhong cried out in horror for his junior brothers. The others immediately heightened their vigilance. Roared in fury, "Who dares to strike? Show yourself at once. What honor is there in hiding in the shadows to launch a sneak attack? If you have the guts, then come out and fight." Li Jianhong gritted his teeth as he examined the flying dagger, realizing it was a type of poison-coated weapon he had never seen before. As long as this kind of flying dagger appears, this enmity must be repaid, otherwise they would refuse to be human. Killing intent surged from the entire group. Suddenly someone discovered in alarm that the 3 flying daggers had vanished, astonishing everyone. When they looked again, they realized the daggers embedded in the 3 victims had disappeared without a trace, only bleeding wounds remained. Afterward, the soldiers of the Tian Xiang Empire cleaned up the scene. The place that had witnessed a fierce battle became desolate under the heavy rain. The calm was only temporary. Elsewhere, a new upheaval was beginning. Within a certain city, Junmo Zai spoke up to provoke the 2 mysterious guests. During this, Hisong Zhao and Kai Shan quickly revealed themselves. Kai Shan crossed his arms and demanded the other party's identity, telling him to stop pretending to be mysterious. In an instant, Junmo Zai suddenly appeared before them, startling the 2 men. They could not comprehend how he had manifested so eerily. Even Yunbai Chen would have struggled to detect it. Maintaining his composure, Hisong Zhao asked his purpose. Junmo Zai introduced himself as Feng Ju Qing and inquired about their identities, while inwardly knowing they were the Beast Kings of Heaven Punishment Forest. Hisong Zhao frankly introduced himself and his companion Kai Shan. Junmo Zai circled around to ask why they had come to Tian Xiang City for the 9th grade profound pill. Hisong Zhao sneered and replied that it had merely been a false display and they had been deceived. In any case, having met your excellency, this trip was not in vain. Perhaps it is even a rare opportunity. Kai Shan was hot-tempered and had now exceeded his limit of patience. He growled, "Third brother, why waste words with this brat? Hand over the treasure at once, otherwise 1 hand from me is enough to crush you." Junmo Zai showed no fear and instead asked back, "Beat me to death? Are you that confident in your ability?" Kai Shan replied shrewdly, "Of course not, but you do not have the strength to kill me either." Then he was stopped by Hisong Zhao. Hisong Zhao also did not wish to waste time and spoke directly. "State what you truly intend." He was momentarily surprised by Hisong Zhao's frankness, stunned for a second before replying, "It is actually very simple. I merely ask the 2 of you to do me a favor." Hisong Zhao found this rather amusing and warned him not to think that possessing something they wanted meant he could coerce him. There was nothing they could not abandon. If necessary, they knew how to take it back. He immediately responded, "As top-tier mystic beasts, surely you would not stoop to making things difficult for me. If you did not care about the item, why return here? As for seizing it by force, do you think you have that ability?" Seeing that his martial prowess was inferior to Junmo Zai, Hisong Zhao relented slightly and explained, "We have never obeyed the commands of the weak. If you cannot persuade us, why should we heed the weak?" He grew exasperated, having exhausted his strength yet still failing to persuade them, and asked in return, "What would satisfy the 2 of you as persuasion?" Kai Shan seized the chance and quickly said, "It is not difficult. Fight a round and we will know." He was stopped by Hisong Zhao, who loudly scolded him for talking nonsense. "Always demanding a fight is the behavior of the hot-headed. We are all mastered." Hisong Zhao secretly reproached that the 4th brother truly did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. With such a mysterious fellow, what if they could not defeat him? After a while, Hisong Zhao decided on 3 rounds. Whoever wins 2 wins overall. The victor will have us help with 1 matter, and our benefits must not be lacking either. Junmo Zai quickly agreed. "To be fair, I will set the 1st round, you set the 2nd. If a 3rd round is needed, the winner of the 2nd will decide it. What do you think?" Having said that, Junmo Zai initiated the move, and arrogantly told them to watch closely. Instantly, a circle of light appeared beneath his feet. His body gradually sank into the ground through the circle. He cheerfully raised a finger in farewell to Hisong Zhao and Kai Shan, leaving them astonished. When he emerged from the ground, Song Zio and Xingkai Shan still could not believe their eyes. Song Zio was speechless as he muttered, how could this be possible? Junmo Zai stood still and challenged them, now it is your turn. The scene fell into chaos. Xingkai Shan and Song Zio were stunned. He did not even see through the trick. Spoke frankly, such a trivial trick is not difficult. If the two of you can do the same as I did, I will concede this round. The two remained silent for a long time before awkwardly admitting that they could not do it and conceded defeat. He said sternly that he accepted. The next round would be theirs to decide, or they could even charge together. He did not mind. They discussed carefully, facing such an expert. Whatever they chose seemed like a loss. He grew impatient and said, if you have finished discussing, then let the two of you decide first. I will go home and sleep. Xingkai Shan barked angrily. What are you being so arrogant for? I will compete with you. He laughed disdainfully, having no idea what that man intended to compete in. Xingkai Shan boldly announced the rules. I will compete with you in urinating. Song Zio at his side was startled upon hearing him say that. He was also at a loss for words and could only stare at Xingkai Shan. That man wore an arrogant expression and affirmed it was a contest of urination. You tried just now. Now it is my turn. If you cannot do it, you lose. Immediately afterward, Xingkai Shan gathered momentum and soared high. His agile movement technique even drew praise from Junmo Zai. Xingkai Shan looked pleased as his body rose, his hands swiftly undoing his belt. A yellow stream poured down like a flood. Junmo Zai was left speechless and deeply shaken. Song Zio covered his face. At last it ended. He let out a long breath and slowly descended. Xingkai Shan said excitedly that he had finished his performance, and now it was your turn. He could only concede defeat, unwilling to compete further. Xingkai Shan laughed heartily and said, I am not bullying you. It is a trick everyone knows. He suddenly revealed a dangerous smile and admitted defeat wholeheartedly. According to the rules, the winner of the second round decides the third. Please demonstrate a little for us. That man asked in confusion, what is there to think about? In the next round we compete the same way as before and it will be settled. Song Zio shouted in annoyance, move aside. Even if I lose face, my third brother still needs his dignity. Junmo Zai pondered for a moment and said, what fourth brother just mentioned is not wrong. It fully complies with the original agreement, so we can simply compete once more. Xingkai Shan asked in surprise, would that not mean we are certain to lose? Junmo Zai proposed setting a new rule. Song Zio cautiously asked for an explanation. He replied confidently, very simple. This time we will not compete in the air but move underground. What do you think? That man immediately objected, urinate underground, that is impossible. Down there it is all mud and stone. How could it be done? Junmo Zai said calmly, if I can do it, what will you say? Song Zio calculated silently. Burrowing through earth is already difficult, let alone doing that underground. I want to see what trick he plans to use. He answered, if you can do it, we will admit defeat. Junmo Zai immediately made his move. In the blink of an eye, Junmo Zai's body sank down to his waist, only his upper half remaining above ground. A stream of yellow liquid appeared, allowing everyone to witness it with their own eyes. Xingkai Shan's expression changed. He really did it. Junmo Zai returned to the surface and asked for the result. The two admitted defeat in unison. Song Zio asked seriously, what exactly do you want us to do? Do not forget the promise from before. Junmo Zai replied confidently, as long as you complete it, the reward will naturally be worthy. After speaking, both sides shook hands in accordance with the agreement. A faint green light slowly appeared. Song Zio felt his profound energy reviving. Just one more step and he could break through. The two released their hands. Junmo Zai asked, do you believe me now? He replied in a low voice, I believe. This kind of temptation is hard for any mystical beast to resist. Xingkai Shan asked in astonishment, third brother, what exactly happened? Junmo Zai grasped his hand and transmitted energy, making him so delighted that he begged for more. Withdrew his hand. Song Zio stopped him from being rash and then asked about the task. Junmo Zai said slowly, I have a reason that prevents me from acting personally. That is why I entrusted it to you. Xingkai Shan said excitedly, just say it, I will do anything. He replied coldly, recently Li Jutian has made me uncomfortable, kill him. Upon hearing this, both of them shuddered in shock. Xingkai Shan sighed, killing Li Jutian is not a simple matter, change the request. Junmo Zai pretended to be disappointed, if you cannot do it then forget it. Song Zio hurriedly stopped him and asked for more detail. He asked in confusion, is not Blood Soul Mountain Manor synonymous with Li Jutian? He explained, Li Jutian often travels and is not at the manor. This matter is easier to handle. Junmo Zai nodded, I agree, but we must add a condition. demanded that his son Li Tengyun be taught a severe lesson. Yi Songzio was shocked. If we kill or cripple him, the hatred will be irreconcilable. Jun Mozai appeared weary. If that is the case, what is there to discuss? He proposed beating Li Tengyun until he is seriously injured, unable to get out of bed for half a year. He accepted as long as it throws the manor into chaos and breaks both his legs. Yi Songzio agreed to that request. Jun Mozai set a time limit of 1 month. He gladly accepted and asked where to make contact. He designated the meeting place, and the two immediately took their leave. Jun Mozai stood silently watching them depart, feeling relieved. Collapsed onto the ground from exhaustion due to excessive spiritual power consumption. If he lost the connection with Hongjun Tower, his true strength would be exposed. When he returned in a fatigued state, the servants hurried to report the news. Jun Wuyi asked worriedly, "Where have you been?" Jun Mozai muttered about Blood Soul Mountain Manor. The next morning he woke up and asked how long he had slept. Jun Wuyi recounted his critical condition when he returned. He urged him to explain the meaning of his words last night. Jun Mozai said awkwardly that it was only a speculation. Jun Wuyi looked at him with suspicion. He revealed that many experts had gathered in the western part of the city last night. Jun Wuyi sternly asked about the one who possessed the profound core. He broke out in a cold sweat and said that he had thrown the profound core away. He hurriedly sought an excuse to leave, but was stopped by a shout. At this moment Guan Qinghan came to visit and asked about the situation. Jun Mozai was flung to the front of her, his entire body covered in bruises. She was stunned and did not understand what had happened. Guan Qinghan panicked. Jun Wuyi rushed out demanding to discipline him. Two of them struggled without end. Guan Qinghan had to speak up and plead for him to stop. Hearing that, Jun Wuyi finally stopped. Both of them were astonished by her reaction. She said coldly, "Keep hitting him," then turned and walked away. Jun Mozai watched her leave with a puzzled expression. Jun Wuyi sternly warned him to be honest. He continued to discipline his nephew. After that, he reminded him that tomorrow was the anniversary of his father's death. Jun Mozai obediently responded and was asked further about Blood Soul Mountain Manor. He smiled and said everything had been resolved. Not long after, they arrived at the place of worship with 8 statues of the White Robe Guard. Those stone statues were the loyal guards of his father. They lived and died together, their loyalty and righteousness remembered for eternity. Jun Wuyi said in a low voice, "Elder brother, today I bring Mozai to pay respects." He recalled the entrustment his elder brother had given him years ago. From now on, the responsibility of the Jun family rests on the shoulders of the younger generation. Jun Mozai comforted him, "Please restrain your grief and take care of your health." At that moment, a soldier reported that Zhao Jian Hun had come to pay respects, causing Jun Wuyi to be astonished. After a long while, he strode in confidently, approaching Jun Wuyi and greeting. "Jun Wuyi, after all these years, we meet again. Finally, we have the chance to reunite once more." He replied calmly, "Zhao Jian Hun, I have also longed for this day. It has been far too long, truly very long." He lifted his head to look at Jun Mozai's father, eyes full of emotion, then respectfully clasped his hands in salute. Zhao Jian Hun spoke in a deep voice. "Jun Wuyi, countless heroes and renowned generals have walked the battlefield, yet only one has earned my deepest admiration, and that is Jun Wu Hoi. When the two nations clashed, I and Jun Wu Hoi were acquainted, but each encounter occurred on the battlefield. Sadly, that hero and genius commander did not fall in the midst of war." Hearing this, Jun Wuyi was astonished. "Did he not die in battle?" "Zhao Jian Hun, what do you mean, what do you know?" He declared firmly, "I did not slay Jun Wu Hoi, but he perished during a fight with me in a strange way. I will never bear another's guilt. Regarding past events, I do not know the details either." He asked with doubt, "So what have you come to discover today?" Zhao Jian Hun spoke angrily. "If I had truly defeated and ended him, I would have proclaimed it to the world, publicly honoring him. The truth is otherwise. Jun Wuyi, between us remains one final unresolved battle. You are a soldier. If you win 3 battles in a strange manner, what would you think? I ask you, how did Jun Wu Hoi depart and how did you fail?" He answered gravely, affirming he did not know the truth of the matter. Zhao Jian Hun stared at Jun Wuyi, then turned to leave. "One day I will uncover the truth." The Jun family and the Dak Ko family, currently Tian Xiang, seems uneasy. He immediately asked worriedly, "Brother Zhao, could it be you have obtained some news?" He smiled ironically, "Someone wants to ignite conflict." After the national master and I arrived in Tianxiang, all 3 princes wished to pay respects, their demeanor extremely strained. Jun Wuyi's expression immediately grew serious. Unexpectedly, after Zhao Jian Hun's words, he said calmly, "The Jun and Dak Ko families are absolutely loyal to Tianxiang. The 3 princes compete for the throne. Mutiny may be the last resort, but these two families trouble them with ways to remove obstacles. He merely sneered upon hearing this. Zhao Jianhun continued confidently, to be honest, I long for that day. Then I will lead the army north, flatten Tianxiang, and expand the territory of Wu-Tang. Zhun Wuyi responded calmly. If so, why reveal it? Would it not aid the Zhun family in preparation? He spoke gently. Before Zhun Wuhui, I have never hidden anything. I hope the Zhun family will produce another white-clad commander to fight alongside me against the three armies. Before leaving, Zhao Jianhun advised, I do not want a heroic family to perish in a dark struggle for power. He assessed slowly. It seems the three princes are impatient, yet they are not yet qualified to touch the Zhun family. Perhaps their target is you, so you must be extremely careful. Zhun Mozai spoke sternly. Third uncle, though I am not yet strong, it will not be easy for them to harm me. Whoever strikes first, I will not forgive. Zhun Wuyi instructed, do not show humility. Once you act, be decisive. Zhun Mozai understood. As they reached the door, a shadow suddenly sped across the route. Zhun Wuyi was surprised. Who is that? Such swift movement. Though the face was unclear, the posture was familiar, like a hawk spreading its wings, graceful yet rapid. Zhun Mozai thought of Yingbo, turning to say, seems like someone familiar. Chase after him, third uncle, go ahead. Zhun Wuyi nodded, all right, be careful. During the pursuit, Zhun Mozai wondered. The Haiyan Dan struggle has ended, so why is he still here? What does he intend? Recalling the past, from the moment he met Yingbo, he had exerted all effort to attract attention to learn the usage of the 9-level Haiyan Dan. He used all means, flattery to gain favor, fine wine to build connections, utmost care. But the changing situation forced adjustment, and the support of Thien Fat Thur Vuong made Yingbo's position unnecessary. Thinking this, he was frustrated. All the effort in scheming and arranging formations was wasted, truly unbearable. Scene shifted, cautious footsteps echoed on the rough path, then suddenly stopped. Zhun Mozai hid behind a tree, exhaling. Luckily the trail remains. Heaven truly aids me. Amid the maple forest, Hai Chen Feng pondered. I came here for friends, but after this battle, will there be a chance to return? Seeing Yingbo, he asked slowly, are you the ones who overthrew the Kim Duong gang? He replied coldly, you are entrusted by Kim Fong Lian, a Tian Haiyan cultivator daring to challenge me, bold indeed. Hai Chen Feng spoke respectfully. For righteousness one does not retreat, even through mountains of blades and seas of fire. Please, senior, instruct me. Yingbo immediately struck. Fate brought this meeting. Today, let us exercise the muscles together. His force was powerful, completely overwhelming Hai Chen Feng. Two engaged, the battle intense. Yingbo faced the sharp sword barehanded. He smiled confidently, certain of victory. Yingbo's movements were skillful, aura soaring. He sought masters to spar with to comprehend the martial essence left by predecessors. Zhun Mozai observed, indignant. The opponent is merely mid-level Tian Haiyan, yet he exerts such effort. Moreover, repeating moves clearly uses the other to practice. Evidently, Yingbo had created his own techniques, though the system remained incomplete. Without an opponent, would not Hyatt Hun Mountain Villa and Fong Tiat Silver City be suitable choices? Yingbo troubled by flaws in his moves, while his memory held countless skills from a past life. Turning to the present, he laughed confidently. Little one cannot endure. A disciple of Wai Lam Kai Tun has only this skill. Surprised by counterattack, he flinched, dangerous, seen through. Hai Chen Feng's sword technique strong, forming a solid defensive wall. Yingbo astonished. Could this be Wai Lam Kai Tun's ultimate skill? The sword strikes pressed him unceasingly. He shouted angrily, little one, are you mad? Using this move is self-destruction. Before finishing, Hai Chen Feng shouted, Lang Qian Ken Kan. A green dragon appeared with forceful shockwaves. Yingbo, enraged, stop at once. I am your senior, I am Yingbo. Hai Chen Feng astonished, but had burned all mystical energy, like an arrow leaving the bow, irreversible. Yingbo troubled, if this move is nullified, perhaps he survives. Otherwise, Mong Hong Tran will not spare me. Finally he resolved it, expression weary. Such trouble, how to explain to Mong Hong Tran? Suddenly a voice rang out, forcing a duel to such an extent with a disciple truly worthy of a supreme light. He thought in astonishment, when did this person appear? Even I did not notice, terrifying. The other said coldly, this move is too cruel, self-detonating Danshan. Had I been a step late, your disciple would be gone. Yingbo stunned, he still saved him. He affirmed, with me here he cannot die, step back. Zhun Mozai began to channel energy. Yingbo threatened, if you cannot save him, I will make you pay. He sneered, you dare threaten me, bold indeed, then I will not save. Cornered, Yingbo asked, so what do you want? Zhun Mozai looked straight, beg me to save him. Yingbo was angered to the point of speechlessness. Zhun Mozai bowed, sighing, if you do not beg then so be it. He turned to leave but was blocked by Yingbo. Yingbo reluctantly said, I beg you. Junmozai smiled with satisfaction. That is right. Teased, just a few moves of the little hawk causing such misery, so find weaklings to practice on daily. Junmozai smirked, 17 moves not yet seamless, yet aiming for Master Realm, truly shameful. Yingbo turned back and asked, what did you just say about Junmozai? Junmozai became solemn, you have not fully comprehended it, imitating an eagle yet ending up like a fly, the true power cannot be brought forth. Yingbo secretly admired him, being able to see the flaw. He must be an expert. This time I have truly profited, meeting such a master here. In the end he was convinced and acknowledged Junmozai as his senior. He said coldly, step aside and observe. After I save him I will point out a few moves. Yingbo listened and agreed. He activated Hongjun Tower. A dense and mysterious spiritual aura spread out. Hai Chen Feng felt the spiritual aura pour through his meridians into his dantian. The energy was terrifying. Even his master Yi Lam was far inferior. The body that had once lost its function, its meridians shattered, now brimmed with vitality once more. Yingbo was astonished. Even Hai Chen Feng's crippled cultivation body had hope of recovery. He did not expect such a supreme technique could recreate it. As the powerful spiritual aura healed him, Hai Chen Feng's meridians were nearly restored when the aura suddenly began to surge madly. He worried, could it be that he is about to break through? He sensed something was wrong. Having experienced it before, Junmozai understood at once. With a single thought he withdrew the spiritual power from Hai Chen Feng. Hai Chen Feng lay unconscious. Junmozai said, I have stabilized his injury, for now his life is not in danger. He continued, to fully recover he will need several more treatments. I must leave now. Yingbo seemed to want to say something. Junmozai instructed, take him to the Jun family in Tianxiang City. Find my disciple the third young master. Ask him to treat the boy. I have already passed several moves to Junmozai. If you wish to complete them, then go find him. He lowered his head in thought, memorizing the name Junmozai. When Yingbo raised his head, Junmozai had already vanished. He secretly marveled, such swift movement technique. He prepared the yin-yang escape. Junmozai executed it and concealed himself deep underground. His mind was shaken even more. His consciousness could not resist the attraction of Hongjun Tower. It left his body and flew toward Hongjun Tower like lightning. The great gate opened silently. Now Junmozai began to enter his subconscious. His whole body was naked. This was the river of consciousness. I have come here again. The second level of Hongjun Tower opened wide to welcome Junmozai. He thought deeply. The first level granted the powerful heaven-opening creation art, and also the great divine ability art of heaven. Junmozai walked while pondering. What surprise does the second level hold? He stepped before the gigantic incense burner of the creation furnace. The gigantic incense burner suddenly shone, illuminating Junmozai directly. His body underwent a heaven-shaking transformation. The spiritual aura of Hongjun Tower cleansed his meridians, pouring into the Beihui point at the crown and the Yangqun point on the soles, surging endlessly. His meridians contracted and expanded. The clothes on his body could not withstand the violent aura of heaven and earth. Junmozai's pores were like crystal springs. The red maple forest of more than 10 mu on this land withered. The vegetation on the ground turned into a forest of decay. 1,000 years later, outside Tianxiang City there would be a land of death, no living being remaining even if floods swept through. Yet this patch of land could still recover. Near the incense burner, Junmozai's soul consciousness was surrounded by the flames beneath the furnace. He was bound and illuminated by the light. He closed his eyes and wondered where this was. Junmozai's entire body floated in midair, enveloped by powerful energy. The creation furnace resounded. A streak of white light rose. Blood spurted from his wrist and fell into the creation thunder. The dim flame was nourished by blood and blazed again. Multicolored flames wrapped around the entire furnace. He frowned. Clearly it was fire, yet it was not hot. This was chaos flame. He devoted all his strength to the next stage of cultivation. Junmozai emerged from Hongjun Tower. The divine art of the second level officially began to merge. From silver profound, he leaped to gold profound peak. Initial stage, middle stage, peak stage. In an instant, 6 peaks surged upward. Yuang Ngo and Yen Mong appeared, shyly shouting at Junmozai, shameless rogue in broad daylight. He cut in. Unexpectedly being called vile made him unable to endure. If I do not discipline you today, heaven and earth will not forgive. He turned back to ask them, what discipline me? What have I done to you? Yen Mong said angrily, you, shameless rogue, do not come over here. Junmozai still did not know his clothes had been burned in Hongjun Tower. He moved slightly and felt his whole body cold. Looking down he saw himself bare. He hurriedly used his hands to cover his body. Yen Mong fumed, you commit wrongdoing and still shout. You are the shameless one, did I permit you to look? Junmo Zai's gaze turned cold toward her, calmly accusing her of being a female rogue. Yen Mong's face burned as if scorched by fire. She ordered Fuang and Go to kill that scoundrel. His face darkened. You surname Zio, bastard, dare to run rampant before Junmo Zai, staring at my body, not knowing life from death. Junmo Zai was furious inside. Provoked, he rushed forward. Shameless thing, dare to be rude, he roared. A longsword shot out golden cold light. Unexpectedly, this youth had gold profound cultivation. As soon as he pointed his sword at Junmo Zai, he vanished, leaving Fuang and Go stunned. A slap struck his face, followed by a kick to the groin. His body bent like a shrimp, and the sword fell from his hand. Fuang and Go was stunned. Junmo Zai put on a robe and sat on the ground, astonished. Yen Mong broke out in cold sweat. Fuang and Go was gold profound, yet could not withstand a rogue's move. He asked arrogantly, "Who are you, from where, daring to tease this young master? Fortunately, I am kind." He laughed dangerously, "Otherwise I would have cut you down." Fuang and Go glared. "The Wind Snow Silver City will not spare you. Wait for the day your entire family is exterminated." Upon hearing this, he stared intently. "You are from Wind Snow Silver City, Zio family." Fuang and Go shouted arrogantly, "What are you afraid, unless your whole family kneels and kowtows? Otherwise your clan will be wiped out." He sighed, unwilling to argue, but Fuang and Go pressed on, demanding, "Kneel down to me." He said nothing, then suddenly rushed forward and slapped him hard across the face. Unfilial brat. The blow sent Fuang and Go flying far away. Junmo Zai still not venting his anger as he cursed. "Is the Zio family of Silver City so impressive? Threatening me? What are you shouting for? Crawl back here." Yen Mong was bewildered, not knowing he was calling her. Junmo Zai said angrily, "If not calling your name, then what ghost name should I call you?" Yen Mong trembled. "My name is Yen Mong. Impressive, you should not hit him." He misheard the name, Han Yen Mong from Wind Snow Silver City. "Then you must be as well. What is Han Yen Jio to you?" Tears welled in her eyes. "She is my elder sister. You should not hit him. My elder sister is formidable." He thought, so she is the little princess of Wind Snow Silver City, the youngest aunt of third uncle. Speaking seriously, would that not make her my elder? He glanced at Fuang and Go. "This is the dog your family raises." Yen Mong stammered, "No, he is not our household dog." Hearing that, he felt disgusted and said, "What nonsense education." He sneered, "A stray dog," she denied it. "He is my senior brother, surname Zio, that is." He said, "If I call him a dog, then he is a dog without discipline." A sinister expression made others tremble in fear. Yen Mong retorted, "No, he is not a dog, see, he has no tail. Dogs must have tails, he is a person." He burst into laughter. "Perhaps you do not know his tail was cut off, otherwise why would he look like this?" Fuang and Go coughed blood and lay on the ground unable to stand. He struggled to retort. "You are the dog," he said coldly, still able to talk. He prepared to give Fuang and Go another blow when he fainted. Stopped to observe, waved his hand and tore open Fuang and Go's clothing at the chest. "This is snow profound silkworm armor." He turned to look at Yen Mong. "Snow profound silkworm armor is a fine item. Everyone in Wind Snow Silver City has this." She trembled. "Snow profound silkworm armor is the most precious." He stepped closer, "Rest assured, knowing you have snow profound silkworm armor, I am cultured and will not seize things from a young girl. Miss Han, this brat, in the future call him senior sister. No need to call him senior brother anymore." After saying that, Junmo Zai turned and left. Yen Mong collapsed to the ground in despair. She tried to steady herself. The autumn wind rose. Fuang and Go was gravely injured and unconscious. Yen Mong did not know what to do. She stood there for a long time in fear. At this moment, an extremely strange phenomenon appeared. She looked very pale. It was unclear what was happening. As the wind swept past, the forest gradually sank into a haze of dust, each gust blurring everything, slowly fading into the vast expanse, gentle and silent. At this moment, he sighed. "Fortunately, before entering the city, I prepared this set of clothes. Otherwise, it would certainly have been hard to explain." Unwuyi saw him, his face full of joy. "You have finally returned. The prairie eagle god asked you to save someone." Junmo Zai replied calmly, "It is nothing. Let him wait. After I change clothes, I will meet him." He urgently needed to change because underneath he was still bare. He pulled Junmo Zai over and shouted, "Why bother changing clothes? This set is still clean. Hurry up." In the end, he met Yingbo. That man immediately recognized him. Yingbo laughed and said, "Quickly bring me 2 jars of your wine." After drinking yours no other wine tastes good. He replied calmly, each jar costs 100,000 taels. If you want to drink first then bring the silver. Yingbo stiffened upon hearing that and began to speak. Fine, the main matter is settled. Your immortal old master told me to find you to treat this fellow. There is also a small matter. We will speak of it when there is time. He sneered, I am not someone who works without profit. Why should I heal him? That man asked him, what condition do you want to propose? Junmo Zai answered decisively, I want him, if I heal him, I want him to work for me for 3 years. Yingbo hurriedly shook his head and refused at once. I cannot agree to this on his behalf. That man said sternly, this brat speaks reasonably. He can be considered an expert, we must ask him. Junmo Zai thought there was no rush, but Yingbo was anxious. You are not in a hurry, but I am. Even if you have time, this brat will die. That man walked over to Hai Chen Feng, had just opened his mouth when he accidentally turned to him and asked, did this brat just come out of a brothel? Returning to that day, Hai Chen Feng still firmly refused Junmo Zai's request. Yingbo persuaded him, now is not the time for you to worry about trivial matters, you must preserve your life first. Hai Chen Feng remained resolute. He looked impatient, not knowing how to persuade him. What ate great supreme truly, nothing special, just look at me. Junmo Zai bent down and whispered into Hai Chen Feng's ear, let me tell you something. After that no one knew what he said, but Hai Chen Feng's attitude completely changed. If it is truly as you say, not only 3 years, I could even serve for a lifetime. Yingbo cursed angrily, what did you say to make this stubborn blockhead turn around? What sorcery did you use? Junmo Zai recounted with a dangerous smile, I only told him one sentence, as long as you follow me, I guarantee you will have the strength to toy with and take revenge on Yingbo. That man seemed unconvinced, just him. He replied confidently, just wait and see, bring him to my courtyard. As he stepped out the door he suddenly saw a ball of flesh. That man looked closely again. It seemed that ball of flesh was a person. Could it really be a real human? Tang Yuan noticed Yingbo's gaze and became annoyed. Old man, what are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome man? That man mocked, Fatso, what rank are you? He responded forcefully, move aside, this young master is losing weight. Do not ask questions that lower my noble aura. From inside the room Junmo Zai's voice rang out in anger. Hey, you are holding a dying man and still have time to chat, Yingbo. That man did not wish to argue further and quickly left. Tang Yuan heard this and instantly turned pale. Yingbo, great supreme, I just pointed at his nose and cursed. The scene shifted to Hai Chen Feng, who asked suspiciously, if you truly accomplish what you said, I will stay. Junmo Zai said seriously, staying by my side is not simple. Do you understand? Hai Chen Feng replied softly, I understand, since I follow you, what should be done and what should not be done, I know clearly. He looked at Hai Chen Feng and said with trust, that is good. I want to control all the underground forces in the capital. After I heal you, you will begin handling this matter. I need someone to control everything for me. Whatever difficulties arise, you must resolve them yourself. Moreover, according to my information, the Murong family and the Li family are watching these gangs. Hai Chen Feng replied firmly, no problem, I already have a plan. Seize the Golden Sun gang, then use its name to subdue the remaining gang. Junmo Zai instructed, I will not interfere in your actions, but you must also be cautious and know your limits. At present my master is refining a pill that can raise profound energy cultivation. Once there is a chance for you to break through in strength I will inform you at once. You will not regret following me. An hour later he stepped out looking exhausted. Yingbo hurriedly approached Junmo Zai and asked, where is that brat? That man was speechless. Hai Chen Feng had changed, striding forward with imposing momentum toward Yingbo. That man looked bewildered. Has your power recovered? Hai Chen Feng quickly replied, thank you Uncle Ying for your concern. With the divine physician's miraculous hands my power has recovered. Junmo Zai said coldly, since it is good then hurry and do your work. Remember what I told you. Immediately Hai Chen Feng obeyed and did not dare to argue. He asked casually, why are you still here? Is there anything else? Yingbo broke into a sweat. Today I was fortunate to meet Master Li. I chatted with him for a long time about martial arts and we became close friends. Junmo Zai listened and sneered. That man boasted arrogantly, he and I spoke very pleasantly. In the future your master will mention you as his disciple. Although your talent is not bad, you are lazy by nature. That man said with great feeling, today by chance he met me and transmitted to you the soaring eagle strike technique. Thus he asked this old man to give you further guidance. Junmo Zai covered his mouth and laughed, inwardly mocking this old eagle for his acting skills. Yingbo immediately ordered, go outside and practice the soaring eagle art for me to see. Hurry up. I must return to the prairie. Jun Mozai feigned confusion. Old eagle, are you mistaken? Last month my master said my soaring eagle art had improved greatly. Why has he now sent you here? Moreover, I practiced diligently. Why would my master say that? That man seemed struck at his weak point and stammered, that matter actually. Jun Mozai cheerfully eased the situation. So that is how it is, you should have said so earlier. Then we will speak when there is time. You are very busy, are you not? Yingbo refused to let it go. I am upset right now. Earlier you said it was a small matter. Can we begin? Jun Mozai sighed, but I am exhausted, spending the whole day as a confidant to that old fellow. Why does he not teach you himself? Clearly he just wants to be lazy. If it is taught well, the credit is his. If it is not taught well, the blame falls on me. I will not do such a losing business. That man could no longer endure, and sternly demanded his condition. Jun Mozai's arms suddenly performed a movement that seemed simple, yet upon closer look was not simple at all. The 5 fingers drooped and curved continuously. From elbow to wrist, each curve added a measure of force. After finishing the demonstration, he stared at Yingbo and asked, "This is one of the moves of the Ghost Eagle 9 forms. What do you think?" That man replied with satisfaction, "Of course it is good. The Ghost Eagle 9 forms is indeed a strange technique. Brat, what do you want? Just say it directly." Jun Mozai said frankly, "I need nothing from you. Instead, I can help you perfect the technique. You must stay in Tianxiang City for a period. We will discuss it slowly." Yingbo interrupted, "What exactly do you want? Speak quickly. Stop beating around the bush." He said with a playful expression, "I will support you for a year. My request is not high. Food, lodging, and wine are all on me. Even better than that kind of wine. You may drink freely for a year. How about it?" Upon hearing this, that man clenched his fists in anger. "You mean you want me to be your errand boy for a year?" Jun Mozai denied it. No, absolutely not as you think. I mean you only need to stay here and do nothing. There is only one request. Seeing that Yingbo was at his limit, Jun Mozai said seriously, "If the Jun family encounters danger, I hope you will ensure the Jun family's safety for this 1 year." Jun Mozai further persuaded, "When you cultivate the eagle form art you need time and space. I can provide that. I only want you to use your name to bring safety to the Jun family for 1 year." That man fell silent for a long time, pondering Jun Mozai's words. Jun Mozai promised, "As long as you agree, during this year you will be the most valued person in the Jun family. Your status will even surpass my grandfather's. Moreover, my master will often visit." Yingbo's eyes lit up. "Good. I and your master met as if old friends at first sight. I agree to your proposal." Jun Mozai said with satisfaction, "Wonderful, our agreement is complete. Tonight I will go to Spirit Mist Lake. Will you come?" The scene shifted to Shengbao Hall at dusk. The 3 elders all wore worried expressions. The 3rd elder and 6th elder looked at Feng Wu lying on the bed and asked in unison, "What happened?" Yan Meng cried, "It was that rascal Liu Man." 3rd elder comforted her, "He dared to slight our little princess." Feng Wu's injuries were caused by bodily impact force. The technique was extremely swift. This is an external cultivation expert. It has been long since we have seen one reach such a level. Yan Meng asked in confusion, "What is bodily impact?" He frowned and explained, "Attacking solely with physical strength without using profound energy." The 3rd elder remarked, "Judging from these injuries, if that person had used profound energy, Feng Wu would not have survived even with 9 lives. Though cruel, he still held a trace of restraint." 6th elder hurriedly asked, "Little princess, did that person know your identity?" Yan Meng replied pitifully, "At first he did not know. He was about to leave. But when senior brother Zio added 1 sentence, he turned back and struck senior brother Zio." The 3 elders listened attentively, and asked what exactly Fuang Ngo had said. He did not hide anything and recounted everything. "Brat, Silver City of Wind and Snow will not spare you. Just prepare yourself and wait for disaster to descend." The 6th elder could only sigh, "Truly the recklessness of youth. Silver City of Wind and Snow is renowned across the world, yet for juniors like you, that reputation alone is enough to cost you your lives if the other side shows no mercy." Sparing Fuang Ngo proves they have no fear of Silver City at all. Just who exactly is the force backing this person? Tiu Han speculated it was likely not Blood Soul Mountain Manor. They had never appeared in the struggle for Haiyan En, and they had always been arrogant. They would not act without leaving their name behind. The 6th elder asked sternly, "Then who do you think is behind this?" Tiu Han answered decisively, "It is the Jun family." He analyzed, "In Tianxiang City, the Jun family bears deeper hatred toward us than any other force. Only they would be so sensitive toward the Xiao surname." Taiet Dong objected, "Do not speak nonsense, Tiu Han. You cannot blame everything on the Jun family without evidence just because of old grudges." Enmong also agreed, I think it is not the Jun family because there is still one matter I have not mentioned. The sixth elder asked wearily, what else is there? She recounted in fear after that person left, the entire red maple forest where we stood suddenly vanished, leaving only a barren clearing. The old man asked in shock, is that true? Could you have seen it wrongly? Yen Mong affirmed with certainty that every word she said was the truth. Third elder ordered, I will take the princess to the maple forest to verify. Tiu Han invited physician Fuangungu to treat Fuangungo. Old Ninth sent a carrier pigeon back to Silver City and a letter to Blood Soul Mountain Manor. Tayat Dong followed sixth uncle to the Jun family to investigate. With the matter decided thus, they immediately began to act. When Yen Mong and the other arrived, the third elder still asked doubtfully, girl, are you certain this is the place? You did not mistake the direction. He pointed firmly, this is indeed the place. Third elder looked. Senior brother Tiu's bloodstains are still there. He froze for a moment, then slowly placed his hand upon the ground beneath his feet. The third elder continued, girl, you said when you met that man, he was naked and seemed completely unaware, is that correct? Yenmong nodded in confusion, yes, third elder, why do you ask that? He explained slowly, when Jun Wuyi reaches great completion in his cultivation, he burns everything around him, including his clothes without even realizing it, which makes me even more suspicious. He decided to go to the Jun family at once. Full pressure must be applied, for Silver City cannot touch this person. Elsewhere at Lisa's place, 4 corpses lay silently in the moor. Li Yuran gathered with his subordinates, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. A girl in red said firmly, once you step into the martial world your fate is no longer your own. Our brothers have fallen. We can only avenge them to reclaim this debt. Li Yuran replied coldly, the enemy of 6th senior brother is Yingbo, that requires master to act. As for the deaths of the 4 senior brothers, the key lies in that throwing knife. That throwing knife seems never to have appeared on the continent, yet during the assassination of Princess Ling Meng, it was said a heaven-profound expert used a throwing knife to save her. A brown-haired man exclaimed in shock, you mean the Princess Ling Meng's throwing knife is the same as this one? Yuran smiled, I will enter the palace to investigate. If they are the same, then we have a lead. Once we control the princess, that man will surely reveal himself. The girl in red teased, but Ling Meng is the one junior brother is pursuing. Senior brother should restrain himself and not ruin a fine romance. Yuran answered calmly, third senior sister misunderstands. If I can avenge the 4 senior brothers, even if I must sacrifice my feelings or my life, I would accept it willingly. The brown-haired man said emotionally, this trip was not in vain. The 4 brothers can rest in peace. But master will only arrive in a few days. I need your support. Li Jianhong laughed loudly, we are brothers of one family. Your matter is our matter, just speak. Li Yuran said in a low voice, it is the underground forces of Tianxiang City. I once controlled the northern city gang, but it was completely wiped out and now remains vacant. Senior brother said confidently, before master arrives, we will help you unify the underworld of Tianxiang. Li Yuran expressed his joy and thanks, then prepared to enter the palace to investigate the throwing knife. The brown-haired man reminded him, the people in the palace are deep and unfathomable. Junior brother must be extremely cautious. Before leaving, he instructed, although the family needs this force, our name must not appear. Weigh the pros and cons carefully. Li Yuran nodded in understanding. The Jun family residence, Mo Ta sighed. Yingbo asks too many questions. It seems I am not qualified enough to be a master. He was startled when he saw Guan Qinghan's figure pass by. Mo Ta stepped forward to greet her. Sister-in-law, when did you arrive? Why did you not have Ki-er inform me? He replied gently, I saw you were busy so I did not disturb you. It is already late autumn, the flowers and grass should have withered, yet this place remains lush. The flowers in your main courtyard and small courtyard are unusually verdant. I tend them carefully, yet they are not as thriving as those left unattended here. There must be some mystery. Ota thought to himself that the spiritual energy around the Hong Jun Tower affected the plants. So even in late autumn the flowers still bloomed, defying natural law. He laughed it off, it is just that the Jun family's feng shui is good. In his heart he secretly planned to switch to planting plum blossoms to suit the winter. An Qinghan said seriously, you have worked hard these days. Third brother, I have a few things to ask, I wonder if it is convenient. Jun Mozai replied frankly, sister-in-law just asked, I will tell you everything I know. She stared at him, I heard from third uncle that Blood Soul Mountain Manor has been dealt with, is that true? Mota hesitated slightly, for now it can be considered settled. She smiled, though still doubtful she chose to trust him. Even third uncle admires you. He answered modestly, it was all just luck. An Qinghan blushed, Third uncle also said your strength far surpasses mine. During the previous spar you held back. You have truly grown up. Mota joked, sister-in-law is not even 20 yet, why speak like an elder? He asked directly, third uncle said you have always concealed your talent, but were your absurd actions in the past also a disguise? He replied awkwardly, yes, the Jun family's situation at that time left me no choice. She interrupted, I understand the Jun family's circumstances, but were those ridiculous deeds in the past truly related? Mota stiffened and reluctantly said it was only acting. Inwardly he sighed at having to bear the consequences left by this identity. He warned coldly, if there is still such a disguise again, I will leave the Jun family and never return. A woman's honor, how could it be made into a joke? Tang Yuan appeared and teased, third young master, your sister-in-law is truly beautiful, even when angry. Mota scolded irritably, you annoying fat fellow, when will your plan be finished? I am not in a good mood today. Do not force me to help you lose weight. He panted as he replied, it is done long ago. This is the revised version as requested. Please take a look. Mota skimmed through it and secretly praised him. I only drafted it briefly, yet he turned it into an entire thick book. Truly talented. Return the book, very good. Tang Yuan said regretfully, but you have not read it carefully. Mota smiled, I trust you so there is no need to read it, nor any need for further revision. Tang Yuan was moved to tears, third young master, I am willing to devote all my effort, no matter the hardship I will not fail you. Ningbo passed by and mocked, this flattery is truly unsightly, it is more comfortable at Junwuya's small courtyard. Jun Mozai patted Tang Yuan on the shoulder. Your first task is to use fine wine to hold a unique auction and bring in maximum profit. Tang Yuan said confidently, ordinary wine is hard to put on the auction block, but our wine is different. A starting price of 520 taels per jar is reasonable. Mota scoffed, how could 520 taels be enough? My target is 12,000 taels per jar, and that is only the starting price. Reassured him, do not worry, I have already prepared a plan. The location will be opposite Prosperous Treasure Hall. You will be the shopkeeper, opening in 3 days. Tang Yuan worried, my grandfather warned me not to provoke Prosperous Treasure Hall. Mota confidently repeated his previous achievement and assured him it would be fine. He finally felt at ease, all right, having a location is good, Prosperous Treasure Hall is not bad either. Mota waved goodbye, make thorough preparations. We meet again in 3 days. Tang Yuan hurriedly called out, third young master wait, I need your help with something. He turned back and asked, what is it? He expressed his unease. His fiancée had heard that he was expelled from the family and wanted to come see and comfort him in this situation. He teased Tang Yuan, your fiancée wants to meet her future husband. This young lady is truly bold, but remember not to bully her. Said anxiously, I hope you will come with me. If I get beaten tomorrow, at least someone can carry me back. I heard her temperament is not very pleasant. He shook his head and refused, I am not going. Would that not make me a mere backdrop for the flower? Your current appearance already draws enough attention. Why bring me along? Tang Yuan panicked, you are only going to help me. How did I not realize you are so narcissistic? He left dejectedly to find third uncle to handle the grand opening invitations, reminding him not to look for him if there was nothing important. He turned away, but he still called after him, remember to go with me tomorrow. This matter is very important. As night gradually fell, Junwuya looked at the stack of invitations on the table in astonishment. He teased, you truly know how to choose your targets. All the invitations are sent to wealthy families in Thien Huang City. He said firmly, since it is an auction it must target the nobility. It is called Noble Hall. If I cannot squeeze money from them this time I will not be satisfied. He shook his head and said he was too reckless. He merely smiled, this is only the beginning. He said after selling all this wine he would limit it to 1 or 2 jars per day to drive the price sky high. A servant reported that Mu Zhu Tong and the 6th elder of Fong Tiat and Gan Than had come to visit. He frowned upon hearing how quickly they had found their way here. He asked third uncle, the other party has reached divine profound. I fear your condition is hard to conceal. Should I use some trick to mislead them? He stopped him, sooner or later they would know I have recovered. This news may not necessarily be bad. He nodded, then had someone invite the guests in. Tong burst into loud laughter as soon as he entered. Junwuyi, your complexion is much better today than last time. Junwuyi pretended to be surprised, so it is the 6th elder, what an honor. Sixth elder stared at him intently. You are Jun Wu-Yi. He replied calmly, that is correct. The old man praised that at not yet 40 he had reached the mid-stage of sky profound. To achieve this in the secular world is truly rare. Zhu Tong was astonished. Jun Wu-Yi smiled faintly and said thanks to seniors blessing the poison had been dispelled, only his legs still needed further care. 10 years of suffering caused my cultivation to become like this. The sixth elder said those with fortune are aided by heaven. This is the only son of Quan Vo Hoi. Jun Wu-Yi replied, fortunately the bloodline of the Quan family still remains. The sixth elder praised that the descendants of the Quan family are indeed extraordinary and barren. Politely asked, may I ask what surname the sixth elder bears? The old man replied his surname is Zio. Zio Han is his grandson. He immediately understood they came because of that matter. He outwardly flattered the old man's divine profound cultivation, saying the Quan family was truly blessed to receive him. Jun Wu-Yi invited the guests inside, as night had completely fallen. Sixth elder sipped his tea, then asked whether third master Quan had ever met the young master of the Zio family. He replied he had never met him, and asked further about his identity and age. The old man recounted that his grandson had been strolling with the little princess when he was severely injured by a hidden assailant. The old man suspected that in Thien Huang City aside from the Quan family who would dare do such a thing. He asked back whether there was any evidence. The old man shouted at him to shut up, using his pressure to force him aside. The shout was like thunder. Divine profound energy surged straight toward him. He was shaken by that overwhelming force. His entire body burned as if surrounded by flame. He let out a soft groan, blood trickled from his nose, partly real, partly feigned to deceive them. The sixth elder sighed, still able to stand firm, not bad. He wiped the blood, thinking to himself that supreme divine profound was indeed formidable. The sixth elder was about to strike again, when Zhu Tong hurriedly intervened. Jun Wu-Yi asked coldly what he meant. The old man replied indifferently that he simply liked doing so. Someone from Silver City met with misfortune here, so the Quan family must pay the price. Jun Wu-Yi grew angry, saying the Quan family could not endure humiliation without cause. The sixth elder sneered, saying he does not speak of fairness with the weak. The third elder and Yen Mong hurried over. The sixth elder was surprised to see third brother appear. Suddenly a deep powerful voice rang out rebuking the commotion. The sixth elder angrily shouted for the one who interfered to show himself at once. Yingbo stepped out, causing everyone to fall silent. His face was as cold as ice. The third elder called out Yingbo's name in shock. Yingbo stepped forward and asked whether the sixth elder wished to die with his body intact. He unleashed a momentum that completely suppressed the opponent. Power gathered within his hand. Then he unleashed a fiercely suppressing strike. Two elders were enveloped within that force and hurriedly begged for mercy. Yingbo pointed at him. You dared to strike before my eyes and now you beg for mercy. He inwardly felt relieved that he had endured that blow. In his heart he regarded disturbing him as an unforgivable offense. Thinking this, his fist tightened even more. He threw a punch that sent the sixth elder flying. The sixth elder trembled and asked why. Yingbo replied that he acts as he pleases. The weak have no right to question. The sixth elder wanted to retort but was unable to. Yingbo mocked that aside from that Feng Hangsu fellow Silver City had nothing worth mentioning. He threatened that if they were not convinced, he would wipe out those who followed them to Thien Huang City. The sixth elder could only beg for mercy out of respect for the city lord. Yingbo said it was only out of regard for that Feng Hangsu that he spared them. He concluded that only if that Zio admits his fault would he be granted a way to live. The sixth elder had exhausted every option by now, tears streaming down his face, and in the end he could only bow his head and admit that he was truly convinced in both heart and words. Yingbo let out a satisfied sneer, mocking him. Good, at least you know when to submit like a sensible little shrimp. This old man is generous enough to let it pass. Then he turned around, his gaze as cold as blades sweeping across the crowd. Is there anyone else still unconvinced? Zhu Tong spoke up in protest. I refuse to accept this. You bully the weak with strength. How can you still call yourself a strong expert? If you want my life, then strike. It will give me a chance to witness the bearing of a supreme master, Yan Meng echoed. I also refuse to accept it. Yingbo stroked his chin and sneered. So Feng Zhu Yin Cheng still has those who are not afraid of death. This old man is not like the others. Today I will give face to old man Han Feng Zhu and spare you two juniors. Say one more word and I will make it hard for you to even stand. The third elder could not hold back. Eagle Supreme, today you attacked without cause and injured my brother. Yin Cheng needs a clear explanation. Yingbo scoffed. Without cause, your brother opened his mouth demanding my life. and you call that without cause, then what would count as a reason? And you still dare speak of fairness. Just now Jun Wuyi also asked you to return justice to the Jun family. How did Feng Zhu Yin Cheng respond? Jun Mozai said calmly, when my strength was inferior to yours, you did not need to explain anything to me, so now that I am strong enough to suppress you, I likewise have no need to say anything more. Hearing this, Yan Meng turned to look at him, her heart suddenly stirred. They had clearly never met, so why did she feel such an indescribable familiarity? The third elder faced Yingbo and tried to soften his tone. Eagle Supreme, please calm your anger. Can we discuss this slowly? After that the two left under Jun Mozai's watchful gaze. He turned to tease Yan Meng. Little girl, what are you staring at? Have you fallen for this young master's dashing charm? Yet inwardly he felt a flicker of unease. Could she have recognized him? Only then did Jun Wuyi notice Yan Meng and ask, is this Jiao Enhai's younger sister? Zhu Tong answered vaguely and changed the subject. That is right. Jun Wuyi, has your injury truly improved, as the sixth elder said. He nodded. Yes, Mu brother, I believe it will not be long before these legs can move again. Zhu Tong was overjoyed. That is wonderful. I will send word to the eldest young lady at once. She will surely be overjoyed. Yan Meng widened her eyes in excitement. So you are Jun Wuyi, third brother Jun. Elder sister mentions you every day. Why have you not gone to see her? Jun Wuyi let out a soft sigh. I have always wanted to go. In these 10 years there has not been a single moment when I did not long to see her. Zhu Tong explained, little princess, it is not that Jun Wuyi did not wish to go, it is just that without sufficient strength, he would likely be stopped before even reaching 300 miles from Yin Chang. Blurted out the words foolish and ignorant in mockery. Yan Meng flared up in anger. How dare that brat be so rude? Jun Wuyi interjected, could you tell me a little about your elder sister, little sister? She narrowed her eyes mischievously. Of course I can, but first you must call me aunt, then I will tell you. She rubbed her eyes a few times and looked again at where Jun Mozai had just been standing. Oh, where did he go? Jun Wuyi could only laugh. Where has that brat slipped off to again? Yan Meng snorted, I will definitely tell elder sister, and when she comes to the Jun family she will settle accounts with that rude brat. Jun Wuyi was stunned. Your elder sister will come to the Jun family. Eyes shone with certain joy. Of course, she wants to marry you. Why would she not come? All these years of bitter cultivation were for the sake of being united with you. Jun Wuyi laughed through his tears, silent tears streaming down, his hand clutching the front of his robe. 10 years, and at last he knew her true feelings. She was still waiting and still remembered him. This moment Yingbo and the third elder had reached a secluded place, and he asked, may I ask why Supreme Master has appeared here? His voice was indifferent. I have yet to ask why you came here. What exactly is going on between Feng Zhu Yin Cheng and the Jun family? The third elder's face turned solemn. Could it be that you do not know the root of this matter? With a half smile and half sigh, he recounted the entire grievance between the Jun family and Yin Cheng from beginning to end, naturally omitting the internal conflicts within the city. After listening, Yingbo stomped his foot in thought. The Jun family appears ordinary on the surface, yet hides thunderous killing moves within. It is not too alarming, as long as Blood Soul Mountain Manor does not interfere. Feng Zhu Yin Cheng may not be that frightening. Besides, there is that expert. He waved his hand to dismiss the third elder. Enough, withdraw all of you. The Jun family is now under this old man's protection. If you dare cause trouble again, do not blame me for turning hostile. Then he softened his tone and asked, has Eagle Supreme heard that there is a reclusive expert in Tianxiang City? Yingbo frowned and asked in return, who is that expert? Though he spoke so, doubt had already risen in his heart. Could it be that Yin Cheng also knew of that senior's existence? Third elder hurriedly said, a few days ago that person displayed his might and turned heaven and earth pale. Today another strange matter related to him has occurred. Yingbo's voice sank. What matter? He said that within 60 miles of the southern forest outside the city, because that senior was enraged, all the trees were burned clean, the land left barren without a single blade of grass. Yingbo was startled. Was not the southern forest the place he had just left? Could it be that after he departed a heaven-shaking change had occurred? The third elder took his leave. Today our skills are inferior to yours, but for humiliating Feng Zhu Yin Cheng, there will be a reply another day. Mountains high and rivers long, farewell. Yingbo snorted lightly. Since I dared to cause trouble, I am not afraid of trouble. He turned and urged Zhu Tong carry the sixth elder. We returned to the city. After a few steps he suddenly stopped. I heard the young master of Blood Soul Mountain Manor has taken a liking to the Jun family's daughter-in-law and intends to take her as a concubine. Eagle Supreme halted. It would be best to prepare early. Blood Soul Mountain Manor may not be as easy to deal with as Feng Zhu Yin Cheng. During this, Yingbo felt as if struck by lightning, so not only had he misstepped, he had sunk deep into the mire, and it would be hard to pull his foot out. He clenched his fists and roared angrily that Jun brat, get out here for this old man. Jun Mo Zai immediately ran off while his mind kept turning, even though Yingbo had already given the sixth elder a harsh lesson. That was not done by his own hand. The style of the Jun family was never like that. After leaving Yingbo's residence, Zhu Tong still carried the sixth elder on his back. Third elder walking behind spoke up. Sixth brother, you cannot blame yourself either. The opponent was Yingbo. The sixth elder cut him off. I understand, third brother, but I would rather die than be humiliated. Zhu Tong advised, sixth elder, earlier it was to preserve everyone's lives that you endured. I truly respect you. Speaking of humiliation, the sixth elder had pressured the Jun family not a little before. If he had not been so overbearing at the start, perhaps Yingbo would not have gone that far. Before he could finish, he shouted Zhu Tong, put me down, this old man is not so crippled that he cannot walk. I will walk myself. My matters are not for a junior to lecture on. His heart was filled with irritation. If he truly had backbone, he would not have been at a disadvantage against Yingbo, and now he vented his anger on others. Jun Mo Zai's mocking voice rang out, backbone, truly worthy of an elder of Feng Zhu Yin Cheng. I would admire you more if you had been just as tough before that little eagle earlier. Everyone was startled and turned around. Who is there? Yan Meng recognized him at once and accused. It was he who injured senior brother and even laid hands on me. He asked bluntly, you all belong to Feng Zhu Yin Cheng, do you not? The third elder stepped forward and replied, that is correct. May I ask who senior is? He spoke without beating around the bush. Years ago this old man had friendships with several generations of Yin Cheng's city lords. I did not expect it to decline to this state today. Truly regrettable. Third elder secretly agreed. His words were not wrong, but which generation of city lord had he known? Just how old was this man? He continued to rebuke. Juniors of Yin Cheng disturbed my cultivation, and you shielded and indulged them. Is that the rule of Feng Zhu Yin Cheng? Yan Meng sensed the extraordinary aura from the person before her. Was this the violent man from before? Why did he seem so different? Jun Mo Zai circulated his energy, his aura surging. I heard you seek me for revenge. Today this sovereign has come before you. I will give you the chance. The third elder hurriedly bowed. Please calm your anger, senior. It all began because our two children were taught a lesson outside. If there was any offense, we ask senior to overlook it. He said coldly, yet you used that as an excuse to seek out this sovereign, went to the Jun family to flaunt your power, and even intended to act against a child, and you still want it overlooked. The sixth elder finally spoke, senior. The Jun family and Feng Zhu Yin Cheng have long held deep grudges. If senior does not know the root of it and yet reproaches us, I fear it may harm your reputation. He raised his brow. You mean this sovereign meddles in matters unrelated to me? I had intended to laugh it off. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly exerted force and pointed, causing the sixth elder to tremble as a faint streak of red seeped from the corner of his mouth. He continued calmly, I do not like your insolent tone. For the sake of your injuries, I merely gave a light warning. The third elder was bewildered because he had not seen him make a move at all. He concluded leisurely, that is enough for today. If you wish to seek trouble with this sovereign in the future, feel free. He then asked, may senior leave your title so that we may report upon returning to the city. Suddenly he teleported behind the sixth elder. Jun Mo Zai seized the green jade and vanished, leaving the third elder stunned, a treasured heirloom of the Zio family. His laughter echoed back as he turned toward Silver City of Wind and Snow and asked, that man split apart the lovers that day. Was he not greatly satisfied? The third elder called out but received no reply. This object was the strange warm jade discovered by the Zio ancestors in the collapsed Snow Mountain range years ago. Even if the heart meridian was shattered, this jade would still protect and heal the wounds. The jade was divided into 3 parts. Only those of high standing in the Zio family were worthy to wear it. The third elder said darkly, who would have thought an expert would fancy things like street ruffian. Night fell over Tianxiang City. Members of the Golden Sun Gang gathered from all directions and swiftly headed toward the main headquarters. Earlier at the headquarters, the gang leader of the Golden Sun Gang had issued the Golden Sun order summoning the entire gang. Only the current gang leader could release this order, proving a major matter was at hand. Fang Liat and Hai Chen Feng summoned all the gangs within the city. Fang Liat announced that today was the General Assembly order and invited the brothers for an important matter. Today onward, the Golden Sun Gang will welcome its new gang leader Hai Chen Feng, Hai Hein Ni. This is the first step in unifying the Tianxiang underworld under the Golden Sun Gang. Do any of you brothers have objections? One man said, Brother Hai possesses peerless martial arts, but being gang leader does not rely solely on martial skill. He explained seriously, the capital now has powerful experts and some forces want us to submit. All Master Long Gai consider this. If I remain gang leader, how far can I lead the brothers? We cannot afford to offend any great family. We cannot get involved, but Brother Hai is capable of bearing the burden, maintaining the gang and raising high the banner of the Golden Sun Gang. A disappointed hall master, another person raised his hand, I have an opinion. As the gang leader said, if we do not act this way, even as the #1 gang we would only beg for survival, why not directly choose someone? Hai Chen Feng's face darkened. That day he waved his hand and attacked the one who had just spoken. The man was sent flying into the wall, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Hai Chen Feng said coldly, a true man should stand on his own. Why rely on anyone? Better to die than live that way. To live one must rely on oneself. If you only seek peace like a dog wagging its tail for favor, you are unworthy to be brothers of the Golden Sun Gang. Does anyone else have objections? Everyone fell silent. Today Hai Chen Feng officially becomes the new gang leader. Those who wish to follow may follow, those who disagree may stay. Tomorrow marks the rebirth of the Golden Sun Gang. Scene shifted, Junmo Zai stood there chuckling to himself. He had repaid the 6th elder and even picked up a miraculous jade. He felt pleased but still did not know what the jade was made of. He tossed it into the Hong Jun Tower for now and would study it later. Back at Yingbo's residence, that man was furious. Junmo Zai, you little brat, you know you have harmed me. That brat and Gai Hoa deceived this old man and set up such a huge trap. Why did he not inform me earlier? If I had told you earlier, I feared you would have already returned. How could you still be here? Yingbo softened his tone. When will your master arrive? This old man wishes to discuss Silver City of Wind and Snow and Blood Soul Mountain Manor. The girl shook her head blankly. How would she know when he would come? That man was so angry he nearly smoked with rage, yet pretended to feel wrong. Could it be you want this old man to shoulder everything alone? He replied confidently, you will not be alone. I will stand beside you in battle. Yingbo was disappointed. What can you do? Silver City of Wind and Snow and Blood Soul Mountain Manor have more than 10 supreme divine profound experts. Just one of them could kill you. He answered firmly, when the boat reaches the bridge the way will appear. Besides, there is still Senior. Yingbo was speechless. This old man is alone and lacks manpower. He came up with an idea. I have already considered this matter. Even if both sides have supreme figures, when dealing with the Jun family they will not act directly. As long as the Wind and Snow Supreme and Li Jutian do not intervene, the others pose no problem. Yingbo realized, you are right. Aside from Han Fong Tiat and Li Jutian, the others from Silver City of Wind and Snow and Blood Soul Mountain Manor are in my eyes nothing but earthen chickens and ornamental dogs. Even mid-stage divine profound experts are the same. Junmo Zai merely forced a smile. Once given a staff, that old fellow tries to climb to the heavens. He turned back. Above earth profound is heaven profound. Above heaven profound is supreme divine profound, said to be the highest realm of profound chi. But Senior as a great supreme is stronger than ordinary divine profound experts. So why was the 6th elder defeated by your ordinary moves? Is there some difference? Above divine profound lies the 12 stages of divine profound, 12 grades step by step ascending to heaven. What grade are you? Yingbo answered frankly, when facing Wind Fist Cloud Manifestation I am at 5th grade, the lowest among the 8 great supremes. I do not know whether I can break through to 6th grade before I die. Below 5th grade lies the divine profound realm. Above 5th grade is the supreme bone. To become a supreme divine profound one must first reach divine profound. Junmo Zai asked. Yun Biat Tran and Li Jutian must be at the 12 stages of divine profound. He rejected it. Certainly not. Yun Biat Tran is at most at the 8th stage of divine profound. Any higher is impossible. He finally understood, so if an 8th grade defeats a 9th grade, that would make him #1 under heaven. Yingbo explained in detail, above the 8th grade divine profound lies a whole new horizon. Even I do not know that realm, only Yun Bai Chen, Li Jutian, and those from the heavenly punishment forest discuss it. He understood clearly, strength is divided differently, remembering that he once heard Zaza and Third Uncle mention it. Thanks to Yingbo, he now knew, in the future when meeting Yun Bai Chen or others there may be a new realm. Jun Mozai asked whether he knew any special matters about Fang Tiat and Gan Than and Blood Soul Manor. Yingbo replied that the Quan family is only secular. Surviving until now is already a miracle. He did not believe it. Is Fang Tiat and Gan Than truly that formidable? The chance of victory is almost non-existent. That man explained that the 3rd, 6th, and 9th elders are not worth mentioning. The problem lies with the Xiao family of Fang Tiat and Gan Than. This is like directly confronting Fang Tiat and Gan Than. He wondered, is not the city lord of Fang Tiat and Gan Than surnamed Han? Why provoking the Xiao family counts as direct opposition? It involves a hidden secret. 300 years ago, the martial world had a great faction called Zhai Zun Alliance that ruled half the underworld. Its momentum like a raging current, its strength overwhelming, Li Ju Tian was unmatched beneath the heavens. Young Master Ngok Lam Fang met a woman beautiful as a painting, peerless in grace, called Ku Tiu Ngok Fuang Kong Yen La, acknowledged as the #1 beauty. Bloodshed followed and tragedy began. Ngok Lam Fang was moved, used schemes and mobilized experts to seize her, yet failed repeatedly, unable to win the lady's heart. Even assassination could not succeed. Jun Mo Zai was still puzzled, just like Blood Soul Manor toward Guan Qing Han. Yingbo recounted that Kong Yen La and Huang Tiu Ngok were rescued by 3 men, fled far away, and she eventually became husband and wife with the eldest among them. On another night, Ngok Lam Fang was killed by the 3 joining forces, his head in one place, his body in another. The 3 brothers established a force at Snow Mountain against the Zhai Zun Alliance. 20 years later, when their cultivation was complete, they descended the mountain for revenge and destroyed the alliance. In the final battle, Han Tiu Jiao fought Ngok Tram Van. Their spirits burned as they perished together without end. Han Tiu Jiao grieved for his sworn brother's death, cut off 2 of his own fingers. Silver City remained and the Xiao family would endure forever, not failing their ancestors. Jun Mo Zai understood the story. He had not expected such events behind it. Yingbo reminded him that if the Quan family faces the Xiao family, it is no different from facing Fang Tiat and Gan Than. Your 3rd uncle's woman accomplished this difficult deed. He wondered why the Xiao family did not exterminate the Quan family back then, and what price Han Tiu Jiao paid. He must strive even harder. Jun Mo Zai's gaze changed as he asked, Old Eagle, you are 5th grade Divine Profound, early stage Supreme. Advancing to 6th grade is not easy, is it? Yingbo nodded, roughly so. Whatever the brat wants to say, just say it. Jun Mo Zai spoke frankly that his master is obsessed with alchemy and years ago researched a superior kind. Pill that increases rank power. That man understood his meaning. What conditions do you have? He did not beat around the bush. He only requested that when the Quan family goes to Fang Tiat and Gan Than to avenge against the Xiao family, end hidden grudges and rescue 3rd aunt. He wants you to help. Yingbo laughed and agreed, just this matter. He replied, it is settled with a single word. Long Hun Gang, a subordinate, rushed in. Gang leader, Kim Duong Gang, has replied to the letter. The leader of Long Hun Gang had been waiting for the alliance letter. The subordinate nodded, that is correct. Leader of Long Hun Gang opened the letter. They finally responded, the situation is tense if the alliance has backing. Before finishing, his face darkened. The subordinate anxiously said, Gang leader, Kim Duong Gang does not agree to the alliance. The leader of Long Hun Gang angrily tore the letter. They dare demand surrender and submission. Who is Kim Fang Liat? On what grounds does he want us to surrender? At that moment, the mansion gate exploded apart. That man roared in anger. Who? Hai Chen Feng strode in with imposing presence. The subordinate recognized him. The leader of Long Hun Gang stammered in inquiry. That day, that man had 2 choices. Kim Duong Gang dominates the capital underworld. Choose submission or death. Leader of Long Hun Gang wanted to ask which eminent expert he was. This is a matter between 2 gangs of the martial world. Why must your divine ability intervene forcefully? Hai Chen Feng did not reveal his identity. This seat is the leader of Kim Duong Gang. The leader of Long Hun Gang trembled upon hearing the name. Hai Chen Feng uttered a single word as if issuing a death order. The leader of Long Hun Gang was surrounded and could only tremble as he retreated. Hai Chen Feng's sharp gaze was like a threat. He counted to 3, surrender or die, no one would be spared. The subordinate behind him called out anxiously. When he saw the gang leader raise his finger to count, he immediately trembled in fear. Immediately after, Hai Chen Feng signaled for the archers to prepare, and the entire squad instantly readied themselves. In this situation, the leader of the Long Hun Gang had no choice but to accept surrender. He smiled smugly. From now on, we are allies. Hai Chen-feng ordered Fong Liat to take charge of the Long Hun gang right after he finished speaking. Upon receiving the order, Engim Engai immediately carried it out. The leader of the Long Hun gang was stunned by Fong Liat's appearance. He burst into laughter. "It is indeed me. Today I will yield this position to the capable. Is that not a surprise?" Suddenly a voice rang out, filled with authority. With just a few words he could make an entire gang submit. It turned out to be Li Jianhong, a heavenly profound expert, truly unlike ordinary people. Hai Chen-feng and Fong Liat exchanged wary glances. They asked who the one who had just spoken was. That man declared firmly, "The underworld in the capital is a large piece of cake. No one can swallow it alone. Even if you manage to devour it, you will have to spit it out for me." As he was speaking, Li Jianhong suddenly noticed something that surprised him. Hai Chen-feng said nothing more, only smiled confidently and continued preparing for battle. "The strong prevail and the weak perish, the victor is the strong." Li Jianhong regained his composure. Indeed a heavenly profound expert, truly not easy to encounter. The two of them gritted their teeth and began an intense battle. Both unleashed their full strength and charged at each other at extreme speed. Hai Chen-feng and Li Jianhong were both determined to fight to the end. Their powers clashed and sparks scattered brilliantly. Seeing this situation, Li Yuran's men quickly moved toward the two of them. He secretly calculated, wanting to assist Li Jianhong in taking down Hai Chen-feng. Suddenly, Hai Chen-feng sensed something and turned his head. In an instant, Li Yuran's fist had already reached him. He immediately defended. It was the move Heartless Cold Blood Finger. This person is a disciple of Lan Tiat Tri-Tun, is he not? He recognized it yet showed no panic, even a hint of pride. "You recognized my Heartless Cold Blood Finger. Since you have recognized it, why not kneel at once?" Hai Chen-feng let out a cold laugh, his eyes stern as he told the other party to stop dreaming. Li Yuran's man smiled triumphantly. "Blue Wave White Snow Sword, so you are a disciple of Y Lam Tri-Tun, both from the 8 great exalted supremes. Today we'll decide who is superior." "Did not refuse. This battle is inconvenient here. Do you dare follow me elsewhere?" Li Jianhong immediately agreed. The loser must withdraw from the struggle for dominance in the capital's underworld. After saying that, the three of them left, leaving only Fong Liat and the leader of the Long Hun gang behind. Fong Liat looked at the leader of the Long Hun gang with a calculating gaze. "Let us discuss how to arrange everything." This moment in Fong Tiat and Gan Than, a group was moving through the main hall. They were on Tang Yuan, welcoming two special guests. One leading the group of Fong Tiat and Gan Than spoke, respectfully welcoming the city lord, greeting the lady of the city. The two special guests began to reveal themselves. They were none other than the city lord and the lady of Fong Tiat and Gan Than. The city lord gestured for everyone not to stand on ceremony. Grand Elder spoke, "Today we have invited you here because there is an important matter to discuss." The Holy Lord asked, "Is this news from Thien Huang Than?" The elder immediately confirmed, "Yes, it is news sent back by the third brother from Thien Huang." He hesitated. "The news within is somewhat shocking." The city lord looked at the message in his hand and his face darkened. He had not expected such a thing. He handed the message to everyone to read, then expressed his thoughts. The people of Fong Tiat and Gan Than read the contents of the letter aloud in astonishment, unable to believe such events had occurred. Grand Elder spoke, "In just a few days so many incidents have happened, and that brat of the Jun family who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth was actually able to heal himself. Truly a rare matter." Before he could finish, the city lord interrupted, "Grand Elder, since you have gathered everyone here this time, you must already have a plan." He believed that Ying Bo relied on his status as an exalted supreme to humiliate the sixth brother without cause, damaging the reputation of Fong Tiat and Gan Than. He must be severely dealt with to uphold the city's honor and prestige. This is the first matter. City Lord said sternly, "Since there is a first matter, there must be a second." He continued without hesitation, "Jade of renewed marriage is a treasure of our Xiao family, a celestial relic in the mortal world. It must absolutely not fall into the hands of outsiders. This jade must be retrieved." He put forward a plan, therefore, no matter what, we must first send people there. If that person is truly mysterious, we can investigate further. If he has only an empty reputation, we will immediately take it back by force. Grand Elder still had something to say. "The third matter concerns the Jun family, a mere secular clan, yet they dare to challenge the authority of our Ngan Than. This old man proposes exterminating the entire clan." The city lord loudly objected, "What happened 10 years ago, do you want to repeat it once more?" The Grand Elder tried to persuade him with every argument, but the city lord only replied calmly, The root of everything lies with the Xiao family. His gaze darkened. The Xiao family killed 4 important members of the Jun family, crippled Jun Wuyi. Do you still wish to commit further wrongs? He was determined to persuade the Holy Lord, but the city lord cut him off. This matter requires further discussion. Do you not remember what happened 10 years ago? Do you want to push Yen Jiao to the point of no return? At the reminder of the Holy Lord, the Grand Elder could only sigh helplessly. 10 years ago, when Yen Jiao returned to Ngan Than and heard that the Xiao family was dealing with the Jun family, she went mad before Han Yen Mong and the Grand Elder, severing her own meridians to live or die together with the Jun family. Life was barely saved by the city lord. Thinking the matter was over, the Xiao family struck at the Jun family again. When she learned of it, she drew 2 swords and stabbed herself, begging the Grand Elder to retract the order that had been issued. He had no choice but to cancel the plan against the Jun family. Yet because of Yen Jiao's reckless act of risking her life to save the Jun family, the hope of taking her as a daughter-in-law was shattered. The Grand Elder was furious. That very moment, Yen Jiao was sheltering beneath an icy cliff amid falling snow. She held the letter in her hand, tears streaming down. It truly is him. His injuries have gradually recovered. Truly heaven has blessed him. Then Yen Jiao suddenly knelt down, thanking heaven and earth for healing him. She prayed for heaven to bless him. She was willing to lose 10 years, even 20 years of her life in exchange for Jun Wuyi's peace. Her voice echoed through the wind and snow. Even if he and I cannot be together, I will forever be his woman. In the Jun family residence, the once quiet atmosphere was broken by Tang Yuan. Third young master, wake up. The sun is already hot. He was truly driven mad by you. What are you doing? What is this? Turning back, he gaped in shock at the sight before him. Tang Yuan had disguised himself in an extremely bizarre appearance, with thick layers of powder, asking him whether he looked handsome. He immediately felt nauseated. Do you know that your powder-caked face will scare people? The powder is so thick. Are you trying to pretend to be a monster? After a while, he calmed down and asked, why did you wake me up so early? Tang Yuan stammered, did you not say we were going to meet Miss Tun? Jun Mo Zai pretended not to remember. Who is Miss Tun? The one you lost to in cards and ended up owing her a debt. He shyly and angrily scolded, you keep harping on this all day. It was just a careless mistake. Do not mention it again. I look quite good now, do I not? Jun Mo Zai forced a smile much slimmer indeed. Hearing that, Tang Yuan became delighted. The first time meeting Miss Tun, I must leave the best impression. After some time, the two of them arrived at the appointed place. Jun Mo Zai said, do not tell me you arranged to meet your fiancé here. He was truly surprised. Was it not you who chose the meeting place? Tang Yuan did not understand. Why not meet here? I think it is quite reasonable. Jun Mo Zai smiled meaningfully. A young lady arranging to meet her fiancé in a place like this. It seems she is not an ordinary person. Tang Yuan was utterly confused. What is wrong with it? If not here, then where must we meet? At a physician's house? That would be truly strange. Suddenly, something shot toward them. Little Bai Bai leaped into Jun Mo Zai's arms from nowhere. He lifted it up in surprise. Little Bai, why are you here too? Is something wrong? Two of them together with Little Bai went inside, Tang Yuan eagerly searching for Miss Tun. Suddenly, he discovered Sun Xiao Mei standing ahead with a man. Jun Mo Zai guessed that man was her elder brother, the one who had escorted Xiao Yi here. Tang Yuan recounted, I heard that for this meeting Tun Shang Shu spent immense effort and wealth, booking this entire small building. He frowned. Inside there is only Miss Tun. Why is there another woman here? Jun Mo Zai thought for a moment and asked Tang Yuan, have you ever met Miss Tun before? He answered honestly, never. She is a sheltered young lady who never leaves home. How could an ordinary person like me ever meet her? At this moment, Xiao Yi called out, Big brother Mac Ta, come over here. She moved close to him, knowing he would go with the fat man, so she insisted on pulling Sister Tun along. Mac Ta awkwardly changed the subject. Miss Doc Ko, what a coincidence, and where is that Sister Tun? Xiao Yi hugged Little White and pouted. Are you still calling me Miss Doc Ko? She said irritably that Sister Tun was right here. Tang Yuan and Jun Mo Zai stared at the other with astonishment. Hearing that, the other person slowly turned around. Sun Xiao Mei cheerfully greeted them. This is the third young master Quan of the Quan family and my future fiancé, Tang Yuan. Upon hearing her call herself Sun Xiao Mei, Tang Yuan's eyes widened and his mouth fell open, unable to utter a word. Mac Ta curled his lips slightly, thinking they were truly a well-matched pair. This girl wore her hair in a man's style, clasped her fists boldly, exuding the bearing of a female general. Tang Yuan collapsed to the ground in misery, leaving the other three utterly baffled. Sun Xiao Mei gently said it seemed the little woman had frightened her own fiancé. She invited the third young Master Quan to sit down. Zioyi explained that although Sister Tun was not striking in appearance, she was virtuous, intelligent, and generous, beloved by everyone. Mak Ta politely replied that she was far from ordinary. He smiled to himself. Indeed, Miss Tun surpassed many mediocre men in both speech and bearing. As Sun Xiaomei poured tea and chatted, she remarked that the third young Master Quan seemed very knowledgeable, completely unlike the rumors. Mak Ta asked how he was different. She frankly replied that she had not come today for Tang Yuan. Their marriage was arranged by their parents, she had accepted her fate and for 5 years had meticulously recorded all of that man's movements. Jun Mo Zai felt a flicker of worry, thinking the fat man was in for suffering this time. Sun Xiaomei said honestly Tang Yuan was not a good person nor a gentleman, but he was sincere and straightforward. He lifted his lips with interest. That assessment truly struck the mark. She continued, he loves and hates clearly. I like such a man. Even if his reputation is poor and his body fat, I do not mind. Sun Xiaomei calmly discussed her own appearance and marriage without the slightest embarrassment, worthy of the title of a heroic daughter. Looking at Jun Mo Zai, she thought she had long heard of the third young master, and was grateful for how he helped the Duong family and the Hong family save face. With such wisdom, he must have guessed her purpose in coming here. Mak Ta seriously asked why she insisted on meeting him. She confidently replied first she wanted to see just how fat her fiancé was, second and most important was to meet the third young Master Quan. I have 2 close sisters, one hates you to the bone. She glanced at Zioyi, making her stiffen, and the other harbors deep feelings for you. Zioyi blushed shyly. Jun Mo Zai smiled and asked which young lady possessed such keen eyes. She hurriedly cast a pleading look at Sun Xiaomei to keep the secret. Sun Xiaomei smiled meaningfully. That person is right before you, third young Master Quan, you have already accepted the token, why pretend to be confused? At the mention of the token, Jun Mo Zai suddenly recalled Zioyi's figure. Seeing her bashful appearance, he suddenly understood, never expecting that he had unwittingly been bound for life by a little girl. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Sun Xiaomei spoke to ease it. Now I understand why someone hates you so deeply, and that young lady's feelings for you are not without reason. Mak Ta frowned and said Miss Tun's words confuse me. I still do not understand your purpose in coming here. She proudly replied that not understanding was good. Understanding too much might bring misfortune to a young lady. I'm also curious how many people in this world have caught your eye. Mak Ta truly grew angry and asked, what are you saying? Sun Xiaomei calmly replied, you should know how to restrain yourself. Now is not the time for you to show arrogance. He inwardly marveled that this girl was formidable, with meticulous thoughts and sharp intuition. Otherwise she would not have sensed the pride he concealed. Sun Xiaomei turned to encourage Zioyi, your eyes are indeed good. But then her expression turned serious as she said what a pity, making Zioyi anxiously ask what was pitiful. Sun Xiaomei laughed again and patted her head. It is only a pity that you are still too young. In her heart she thought a man like Jun Mo Zai would be hard for any woman to keep. Zioyi would likely suffer greatly. Jun Mo Zai also secretly praised her as a talent. If she paired with Tang Yuan, she would be a powerful support. Sun Xiaomei lightly kicked Tang Yuan and told him to get up and go home to meet her father. Tang Yuan sprang up and shouted, you lunatic, do not come near me, who wants to go to your house? His thoughtless words angered Sun Xiaomei. She immediately pinched his hand hard. Then she dragged Tang Yuan away despite his struggling and cries for help. For long only Zioyi and Jun Mo Zai remained sitting opposite each other in an awkward atmosphere. She inwardly complained about why Sister Tun had exposed her secret like that. Zioyi felt embarrassed by her earlier words. Seeing her fidgeting, Mak Ta asked in confusion whether there were worms under her feet. She angrily replied, there are worms under your feet. Jun Mo Zai indifferently asked, so what, then stood up intending to leave. Zioyi quickly steadied herself, her gaze firm. She demanded, after causing such great trouble, are you just going to leave? Mak Ta frowned and asked what trouble she meant. She explained that the 8th level iron-winged leopard cub living in her house had thrown the capital into chaos. Everyone was pressing her father with questions. Mak Ta sternly asked how her father had responded. Zioyi recounted that her father said he knew nothing. If they wanted answers, they could go to the underworld and ask its parents, frightening everyone into fleeing. Mak Ta burst out laughing and praised her father as a true talent. She agreed that those words had scattered them all. Zioyi seriously said, little white is mine, no one may covet it, it is also a witness to our relationship. Yesterday my family received an invitation from the Quan family, startling Mak Ta. He reproached that without receiving the invitation she would not have known about that huge wager. A jar of wine worth 10,000 taels, was it my father who forced it? Macta proudly replied it was my own idea. Macta stroked his chin calculating. If the auction succeeded, the Dak Ko family would owe him an unprecedented debt on the continent. Zioyi worriedly asked, "Are you certain? I do not understand why you accepted such an unfavorable bet." He scratched his head and said whether it was fair or not was hard to say. She resolutely said tomorrow she would meet her father. If he made things difficult she would cry loudly to protect him. Macta gently patted her head. "Little girl, rest assured, I will not suffer a loss." Zioya blushed and stammered, "Are you leaving? I am fine." She said so, she still felt reluctant. Macta also awkwardly realized she was no less beautiful than any stunning woman. He stood there gazing at her in fascination, making Zioya shyly remind him, "Did you not say you had to leave?" Macta frankly admitted he almost did not want to go. Zioya proudly replied she was not afraid of a lecher like him and urged him to leave quickly. Suddenly Jun Mozai reached out and lightly touched her cheek, leaving her stunned. He quickly withdrew his hand and smiled awkwardly, "Truly beautiful." After saying that, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I will go first." She touched her cheek, watched his departing figure and said, "Tomorrow I will see you." Macta waved in response. On the way back he wondered why he was in such a good mood, then startled as he realized perhaps he had been moved by that girl. The image of Zioya's shy expression surfaced in his mind, giving him a headache. This body was only 16 years old. Falling in love early was truly troublesome. After a while Macta returned to the Quan family. Seeing him, Yingbo hurried over saying today he had comprehended another move. He excitedly boasted, but Macta showed impatience saying he was busy, leaving Yingbo disappointed and surprised by his changed attitude. At the same time in other noble families, Giano respectfully presented the invitation to his master. The old man took the invitation and asked in surprise what kind of invitation it was. On the invitation were written the 3 words Noble Hall along with many seals, including those of Junwu Yi, the Duong family and the palace of the Equal King, making him tremble in shock. He quickly ordered that in 3 days the event would open. Hurry to notify everyone and prepare thoroughly. 3 days later the invitation became a symbol of prestigious status. All the nobles of Thien Huang City lined up awaiting the moment of the grand opening. Streams of people entered one after another to look around, exclaiming in admiration as they observed everywhere. Amid the early autumn season there were still pots of rare flowers in full bloom, prompting everyone to praise in unison that it truly lived up to the name Noble Hall. Suddenly, lively chatter rose from all directions, everyone whispering that it was only an ordinary auction, yet it carried both familiarity and luxury. No matter the outcome, today would broaden their horizons. At the entrance, guards and palace maids were already bowing respectfully to welcome the guests. Tang Yuan looked at the dense crowd and exclaimed, "Third young master, it is already this lively on the opening day. It seems the silver you spent on renovations was entirely worth it. Truly a masterful calculation." Jun Mozai smiled confidently. "This is only the beginning, the real show is yet to come." At the same time in the nearby imperial palace, someone was also praising this brilliant idea. Yang Huiwu watched the departing figure, unable to conceal his admiration. Wen Shangwu said, "No matter how precious that wine is, it is hard to match a price of 10,000 tael, but this move has stirred the competitive instincts of the noble. Not only can it be sold at a high price, it may even far exceed expectations." Yang Huiwu shook his head, believing things were far from as simple as they appeared. He gave a soft snort and said he wished to hear his insight. Yang Huiwu analyzed, "To achieve this one must understand the human heart and the weaknesses of the powerful elite. Grasp that point and navigating officialdom would not be difficult. Those who step into that place will absolutely not leave empty-handed. Once present, a bit of spare silver means nothing. What they value is face and prestige." When Shang Wu immediately understood. Yang Huiwu continued, "Inviting only one family among the 3 great powers is enough to break the balance and spark hidden competition." When Shang Wu nodded, "Once the situation is disrupted, contention will arise." Yang Huiwu affirmed that this was the mark of a master manipulator of hearts. He sighed regretfully. How wonderful it would be to bring such a talent under his command. Shang Wu remarked that no matter how formidable, he still had to rely on great powers. Yang Huiwu agreed yet still praised this as a rare auction. He asked solemnly if Mr. Wen wished to accompany him to witness it in person. Shang Wu looked at him meaningfully and said, "Your Majesty has been tempted." He laughed and said such an interesting matter could not be missed. He also wished to taste that 10,000 tael wine. Yang Huai-Wu said that with the gentleman accompanying him he felt at ease. It was only a pity they had no invitation. Calculated that the three princes and Princess Ling Meng had all been invited. He smiled faintly and said he would conveniently observe how the imperial sons contended. Back at the noble residence, a carriage had already stopped at the gate. Dugu Wu Dai stepped down and asked Zhao Yi if this was the place. Jun Wu Yi came out to welcome him, saying it was an honor that brother Dugu had come to congratulate. Dugu Wu Dai laughed loudly and said there was no need for courtesy. Jun Wu Yi replied that in the capital only brother Dugu was worthy of his personal welcome. Dugu Wu Dai was moved to be called elder brother. Just then, a group of riders galloped into the city. A loud shout announced that people from the Murong family had arrived. The guards immediately lined up in 2 rows to welcome them. Yanjun and Yue led the way inside. Following behind was the second most important figure of the Murong family. The elderly man being supported was Murong Feng Yu. Suddenly a mocking voice sounded as Zhao Han stepped out with an arrogant demeanor. Yanjun angrily shouted, asking who dared to be so insolent. Zhao Han sneered about the carriage covering him in dust, making Tianjun even more furious. He was already irritated by personal matters, so he was even more eager to find someone to vent his anger on. Feng Yu coughed lightly in apology and inquired about Zhao Han's identity. Zhao Han replied, inwardly assessing that this old man was tactful. Feng Yu humbly admitted fault. Zhao Han merely gave a cold snort. The sound of hooves rang out again. The royal family had arrived. Inside the carriage, Ling Meng felt annoyed as it kept stopping to block the princes. She lifted the curtain, seemingly further stimulating the rivalry among her elder brothers. The moment she looked out, she saw the dangerous scene ahead. 2 carriages raced side by side, nearly crashing into another and causing chaos among the commoners. That was the carriage of the Prince of Equality's residence. Inside the auction hall, Jun Wuyi reminded Jun Mozai to use some tactics. Feng Yuan chimed in that evil men needed someone to deal with them. Jun Mozai felt annoyed inwardly, wondering why he was being labeled a rogue. Just then Zhao Han, Yan Meng, and Zhu Tong walked over. Yan Meng provocatively demanded that he call her little aunt. Jun Mozai grumbled and told her to move aside, but she still blocked his way. She spread her arms to stop him, saying that if he did not call her that she would not let him pass. He reluctantly complied, but deliberately altered the pronunciation to tease her. Yan Meng laughed happily before realizing it, and by the time she thought it through he had already vanished. Jun Mozai quickly reached the city gate. Third Prince was reprimanding Duong Mak for not offering greetings. The boy stammered and bowed in salute. The third prince continued to make things difficult, bringing tears to Duong Mak's eyes. Ling Meng tried to intervene, but the third prince kept arguing about royal etiquette. Jun Mozai stepped out and said mockingly that the princes should enter inside. Such behavior was no different from disregarding the noble avenue. The third prince said irritably that it was a family matter and irrelevant. Jun Mozai immediately refuted him and elevated it into a matter of national importance. He implied that obstructing business meant causing losses to the national treasury. The third prince was furious, yet could find no reply. Jun Mozai continued pressing into the ambitions and familial bonds of the royal house. His words so alarmed the third prince that he covered his mouth and begged him to stop. Seeing him yield, Jun Mozai showed satisfaction before feigning disappointment. Then he changed his tone and invited all 3 princes and the princess inside. Inside the auction hall it was packed with people. The eldest prince asked his close minister for his thoughts. The minister replied that young Master Jun was indeed arrogant, but his handling today was highly brilliant. Your Highness should observe more carefully. He curled his lips into a cold smile. This brat really surprised me a little. But those shameless tricks are truly headache-inducing. As for observing carefully, do you think it's worth the trouble? The second prince and the 2 people standing beside him witnessed the entire event unfold. Only Duck Thou was furious to the extreme, still nursing a grudge from being humiliated by Jun Mozai last time and determined to retaliate. Back Van was calmer, sensing something unusual about today. Yang Hu and Nguyen Trang huddled behind Ling Meng, whispering, "Is that really the third young master of the Jun family rumor? His current demeanor not much different from before, truly an intriguing person." She not only confirmed but deliberately spoke loudly so Jun Mozai could hear. Intriguing, huh? Wearing such flashy clothes and calling it intriguing. His arrogant posture made people uncomfortable at first glance. Jun Mozai smiled warmly, inviting the second prince and the 2 guests inside one by one. But when it came to Duck Thou, he suddenly raised his hand to stop him. Jun Mozai smiled meaningfully, saying, "Sorry, great young Master Duck, Each invitation allows only 3 people. Your Highness the Second already fills the quota. If you wish, wait outside for a moment and when free, I will have someone bring tea and pastries to serve you. Duck Thou angrily shouted straight at Jun Mozai, why must I wait outside? He calmly replied, you have violated the rules of this hall. I am only following protocol and cannot let you in. If anyone breaks the rules at will, what becomes of the reputation of this place? Duck Thou furiously retorted, Jun Mozai, don't be outrageous. He raised an eyebrow disdainfully, asking back, where am I outrageous, or do you want to pick a fight? Duck Thou's face flushed red, gritting his teeth as he cursed, then turned and stormed off, muttering, fine, if I can't enter then so be it. Ling Meng glanced at him, and then turned to leave as well. Mak Tai watched her silhouette, silently wondering why Princess Ling Meng came without her attendants today. Who were the 2 people in black? After a while, Tang Yuan stepped onto the podium, raising his voice to greet everyone. I am the treasurer of the Nobility Hall. Tang Yuan, on behalf of the Jun family, the hall, and the royal mansion, sends greetings and warmly welcomes everyone attending today. The crowd below laughed at this opening. Tang Yuan rubbed his hands and continued, so what is nobility? Nobility means the class with high status, belonging to the upper echelon. Everyone knows potatoes in the market cost only a few coins per pound, but in a tavern or tea house, thinly sliced, they can sell for 20 taels of silver. The hall erupted in laughter. Ling Meng blushed, biting her lip in silence. Tang Yuan lowered his voice, asking, so is it merely eating potato? He slammed the table, loudly stating, no, it is enjoying them in style with status, class, and value. Only then does it deserve the word nobility. Duong Mak turned to tease Jun Mozai, so being noble means eating thinly sliced potatoes. He tilted his head in response, what's the matter, in a good mood today, Miss Duong? The boy immediately frowned, reacting, don't call me that. Jun Mozai continued, always complaining when oppressed, never achieving anything substantial. How can one have a future like that? Duong Mak despondently asked, Brother Jun, what should I do? Since childhood those 3 always bullied me. Teach me how can I no longer be oppressed, how can I reclaim justice? He replied casually, they are princes you can only endure, your status is not equal to theirs. The boy lowered his head, asking, why is my father not the emperor, though of the same blood? Why is he only a prince while my grandfather is the emperor? He shrugged, how should I know? Perhaps your father endured similar hardships in his youth. Growing up accustomed to enduring, it is hard to reach the highest throne. Duong Mak clenched his fist, firmly stating he will no longer be belittled. Further said he does not want to still be oppressed when grown. Does being emperor mean no one dares disrespect anymore? Jun Wei coughed softly from behind. He thought silently, just pacifying a child. Why has it turned into a struggle for the throne? On the podium, Tang Yuan continued speaking tirelessly, finishing the introduction, announcing the rare wine auction officially begins. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the stage. Murmurs arose. Song Lao San, the famed expert of the mystic heaven, personally brewed the wine here. The fragrance spread throughout the space. The crowd stirred again, just the aroma alone proved its supreme quality. Cups of wine were placed before the guests. Lao San raised his glass, saying, the wine for auction today has never appeared on the mainland. This is a supreme vintage. Please taste a cup to know what you are about to bid for. Yang Huai Wu in the corner also smelled the wine, curiously took the cup and drank it in one gulp. Flavor spread, filling him with excitement. His body trembled slightly, face flushed from the alcohol. Mong Long tasted it and clicked his tongue. Indeed an exceptionally fine wine. When will the auction start? I must buy at least 10 jars. Dugu Wu Dai glared at him, telling him to sit down and speak quietly. He shouted, what nonsense, screaming and yelling. Can't you see there are distinguished people here, not a trace of nobility? He mentally calculated how Jun Mozai would handle it. 1 jar worth 10,000 taels. If things got out of control, he would ignore that brat. Seeing Zio Yi giggle, Dugu Wu Dai teased, if you laugh more, I'll marry you off early. She pouted, saying, Father, you are afraid of losing, aren't you? 2,500,000 taels, selling me wouldn't even suffice. He snorted, if not enough, I have other ways. No money, pledged the daughter, make that brat the son-in-law done. Zioya blushed but stubbornly said, who cares, so precious. Elsewhere Jun Wuyi asked Jun Mozai, aren't you coming down to watch? He calmly said, I sense something off, it seems that person has arrived too. He brought a mysterious expert, I don't want more trouble, best not to show up yet. He looked at him suspiciously, waiting for explanation. He said today let Tang Yuan and Zio Duong handle it, they are enough. I will only appear at a critical moment, my current strength not suitable for display. On the stage, Tang Yuan loudly declared the rare wine auction officially starts. Each jar starts at 10,000 taels, bid any amount, limited quantity. maximum 50 jars per table. Someone added, this wine took Lao Song half a lifetime to gather rare ingredients from the mainland. He added, such a supreme vintage will not exist again, so this auction is both first and only. The hall buzzed only once really. Tang Yuan announced start, first lot 50 jars. Hai Chen Feng was first to raise his hand, I bid 1 million tael. Everyone astonished, starting this high, who can follow. He loudly introduced, I am Hai Chen Feng, leader of Kim Duong Gang in Thien Huang City. I love wine as life, this supreme wine must be mine. 1 million not much, I hope everyone respects. Jun Mo Zai was pleased, having arranged Hai Chen Feng's response beforehand, he would appear, also taking chance to step into elite ranks of the empire. The hall stirred, everyone knew Kim Duong Gang changed leadership, but new leader a mysterious expert, 50 jars will be hard to compete. Seeing no one spoke, Hai Chen Feng clasped hands in thanks. Suddenly Li Yuran interjected. He turned to the speaker. Li Yuran coldly declared, I bid 1,500,000 taels. Supreme wine, first lot, extraordinary meaning. I also love wine, hope Hai Gang leader forgives. He thought of the previous night 2 senior brothers returned severely injured. The one who struck was the new Kim Duong Gang leader. Cannot let him get pleased easily. Hai Chen Feng laughed, so Master Li is a kindred spirit. Competition more interesting. I raised to 3 million tael. Yuran smirked, Hai Gang leader generous indeed. Then I bid 3 million and won. Hai Chen Feng was secretly annoyed. Raising properly is fine, but adding just one makes uncomfortable. Fine, I will follow through. He spoke, Master Li is clever, 3 million and won. But for this wine, 5 million I would not regret. Li Yuran raised an eyebrow, earlier gang leader said highest bid wins, why upset? If displeased, I will add more to clarify. Hai Chen Feng thought, if he raises further I will stop, forcing him to spend huge. Smirked confidently, I bid 5 million. He deliberately stretched the tone, then added, +2. After hearing this, his face darkened, and he ground his teeth tightly. Hai Chen Feng angrily cursed to his face, you brat are going too far. Suddenly a voice echoed in Hai Chen Feng's mind, yet he was leaving, he looked around in suspicion, wondering where the voice came from. Voice resounded in Hai Chen Feng's mind, I said yield to him, do not continue bidding. The command made him turn to search. Then he saw Jun Mo Zai standing on the second floor looking at him. He calculated inwardly, even the composure of a sky-profound expert. His steady cultivation and calm temperament were stirred by a few words. If Hai Chen Feng continued to raise the price, Li Yuran might not keep up. Like Li Yuran, skilled in calculation but lacking luck, he had just encountered Hai Chen Feng, because behind Hai Chen Feng stood him. Hai Chen Feng tried hard to suppress his laughter until he trembled. In the end he could not endure it and burst out laughing. He said, I am merely the leader of a small gang, how could I dare offend the Grand Preceptor's residence? If young Master Li is interested, there are not only 50 jars of this brew, I shall withdraw from the auction. He thought that Li Yuran's agitated attitude would drive him to shout a price of 10 million taels. Why did he withdraw at this critical moment? This brew was worth Hai Chen Feng spending 5 million to buy a few jars. Hai Chen Feng continued, since young Master Li loves this brew, I wish you obtain this batch. Li Yuran raised his brows and wondered if there was an expert behind him giving guidance. But even with an expert, how could he suddenly change? By what method was the message conveyed? It was puzzling, he said. In that case, many thanks to Leader Hai for yielding, yet it felt like lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Leader Hai's wisdom left Li Yuran unconvinced. Another day I hope to seek your guidance. When Shang Wu and Yang Huai Wu looked at each other warily. Their gazes met and they spoke in agreement. Then Shang Wu said, one who can pick up and let go. Li Yuran is a talent. Does your majesty wish to consider him? Yang Huai Wu replied, he is worth considering. But the one worth observing is the person directing Hai Chen Feng. His intelligence surpasses Li Yuran by far. I suspect he is the one organizing this auction. Therefore, as long as we watch Hai Chen Feng, we can seize him. Continued, if so, to achieve results, let this old man capture Hai Chen Feng for interrogation. Yang Huiwu sighed. Hai Chen Feng is a disciple of Wai Lam Zhai Tun. We cannot provoke him. There are many ways to find this person. Tang Yuan loudly announced the start of the second auction round, 50 premium jars. Hai Chen Feng stood and said, I bid 1 million for 50 jars. Does anyone wish to raise it? I praised him inwardly. Hai Chen Feng is truly professional. Ling Meng bid, I offer 1,500,000. Hall brightened as she stepped out, all eyes shining like spotlights. She stood proudly in the center of the hall as everyone scrutinized Ling Meng. Hai Chen Feng said, since the princess bids, I will not compete, I will buy the next round. Tang Yuan announced that Princess Ling Meng bid 1,500,000. Is there any higher? 1,500,000 the first time. 1,500,000 the second time. 1,500,000 the third time. Finally concluded, the hammer struck to end the round. Jun Mozai said boredly, this fatso leaves me nothing to say. He even dares predict Princess Ling Meng's marriage. The third auction round begins. The eldest Prince Lian said, this brew is reasonable. 600,000 I take the May batch. Tang Yuan frowned. He raised it by only 100,000, saying 600,000 to warn others not to compete. The eldest prince asked if anyone else wished to bid. Tang Yuan was annoyed and bluntly said whoever bids will be dealt with. Hai Chen Feng said, His Highness the eldest prince stated that the highest bidder wins. This batch I bid 1 million as before. The eldest prince replied, Leader Hai is angered. This prince bids 1,500,000. Hai Chen Feng thought it acceptable. Raising further would be unreasonable. Dugu Wu Dai thought 1,500,000 has become the fixed price. 16 rounds all seized by the great families at this price. 900 jars sold for over 30 million, exceeding Jun Mo Zai's earlier profit. Compensating 25 million, still over 2,000 jars left. Would he use his daughter to offset the debt? After many rounds of contention, the grand auction was nearing its end. Of 3,000 jars, 2,700 had been sold. Someone shouted to wait, this prince has something to say. Third prince slowly stepped onto the stage, imposing in bearing, lightly tapping the hammer in his hand. He declared before everyone, please hear me, today fortunate to taste May brew, a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Thinking of the Tian Xiang Empire, there remain 300 jars of fine wine, yet one person qualified to taste it is not here. That person is His Majesty the Emperor with 300 jars remaining. I propose the rest be respectfully presented to the Emperor. What do you all think? Everyone analyzed silently, meaning to end the auction, not pay the noble hall, directly seize the wine to present to the Emperor. Hai Chen Feng was dissatisfied. If you wish to show filial piety, then buy it yourself to present. You just obtained 50 jars and now demand to offer it. Daring to call it reasonable, the third prince calmly asked the hall's chief steward for his opinion. Tang Yuan replied that if presenting the brew to His Majesty he dared not object, but it could not be at a loss. Of the remaining 300 jars, 100 belong to me. The third prince may buy them at the lowest price to settle. As for the other 200, how you handle them is up to you. I have no objection. He analyzed inwardly. 100 jars cost 3 million. This prince does not have so much to waste. 200 jars are still many. The third prince said, fine, load the remaining 200 jars onto the carriage. I will deliver this grand gift to the Emperor and state it is the noble hall's tribute. Mozai spoke, third prince, you direct and act alone. Tang Yuan is only the chief steward, I am the master. Of the 300 jars, 100 are mine. If you wish to take them, follow the highest price of today's auction. Short of a single coin, do not dream of touching them. Dugu Wu Dai remarked that he had not realized this brat had such courage. His words were refreshing. Zaiyu was displeased and reminded, Father, can you not speak more elegantly? I like Jun Mo Zai acting like a rogue yet looking handsome. She pouted that father speaking crudely was unacceptable, that brat being roguish yet handsome and stylish. Third prince asked displeased for young Master Jun's opinion. Could he not present a jar to the Emperor? Lian saw and spoke frankly, I have no intention, business is business. The fatso said his brew has no price, do as you wish. My Jun family would rather die than submit. Today the third prince shows contempt before hundreds of witnesses. How could this be endured? Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, he shifted direction. If others will not take the 100 jars, I will take them without issue. Jun Mo Zai replied coldly that the third prince need not concern himself with that matter. The remaining 100 jars belong to Duong Mac's share. The heir of the Prince of Equality has nothing to do with it. The third prince angrily shouted and pointed, ordering you to get out here. Duong Mac curiously asked what was the matter. Lian saw his scheming and asked, I will take the 100 jars from your share to present to Imperial Uncle. Do you agree? The boy hesitated. As a prince he dared not protest and sought to save face. Boy pressed his lips and softly said, Duong Mac leaves it to your highness. Below, Yang Huai Wu observed silently, and could not help evaluating that the third son did not know his own provocation. The eldest and second paid no heed and stood aside mocking. Yang Huai Wu's eyes were sorrowful, slowly deepening in disappointment. Then Shang Wu turned and said the royal family is heartless. Your Majesty need not take it to heart. being a ruler is inherently lonely. Do not be troubled by unworthy grandsons, when many demand they need not fear ridicule. He explained earnestly that they hope to show filial piety to gain your majesty's favor and secure their positions. Ridicule matters not. If the brew enters the palace and is presented to you, your absence today would naturally bring joy. He confirmed that indeed it was so. These 3 sons may one day become brothers who slaughter one another. When Shang-Wu hesitated, Yang Huai-Wu saw the hesitation and guessed, "There is no need to say it, I understand." Yang Huai-Wu helplessly raised his hand and said, "Mr. Wen, behind the noble hall and the Jin Yang gang there is a mysterious figure manipulating matters." When Shang-Wu was puzzled, is he negotiating agreements on behalf of his master? Lian saw him analyzing intently whatever this person's intent, using several thousand jars to completely disrupt matters. He cannot be underestimated, he must be captured. Ling Meng nearby pondered, hearing the words Father Emperor, was this not placing him in a difficult position? At that moment a figure approached. Li Yuran bowed respectfully, "I greet the princess." Ling Meng sighed in realization, so it is young Master Lai. She saw him lower his voice and say, "The other day I entered the palace intending to meet the princess, but unfortunately had no chance. Today I am fortunate to see you. Princess, you are even more beautiful than before, a beauty that could topple cities, breathtaking and admirable." She gently replied, "Young Master Lai flatters me too much. May I ask what business young Master Lai has with Ling Meng?" Li Yuran answered frankly, "I heard that previously the princess encountered a mysterious sky-profound expert who helped with throwing knives. Afterwards there were 3 throwing knives that the princess regarded as treasures. I wonder if Li Yuran has ever seen their appearance." Ling Meng was slightly surprised by his request, truly unable to understand why young Master Lai was so eager to see that throwing knife. Young Master Lai hopes to explain clearly the reason, to avoid putting this palace in a difficult position. "Since that is the case, I will not hide it. Princess, you may not know, that day when I went out I encountered assassins who tried to kill me. Fortunately, a strange blue throwing knife appeared and saved my life. A life-saving grace is like the grace of giving birth. I have always wanted to find my savior." I suddenly recalled that day the princess was saved by a mysterious master. Both seniors used throwing knives. I wonder if they are the same person. Hearing this she sighed, "So that is how it is." And he took an item from inside his robe. When my benefactor left, he only left behind a throwing knife on the ground. I regard it as a treasure and keep it close to me. Li Yuran frowned as if pondering something, his gaze never leaving it. Ling Meng examined the throwing knife. Although the shape was similar, the material and craftsmanship were clearly different. It could be confirmed they were 2 completely different kinds of throwing knives. He seemed curious, only the shape is similar. I wonder what differences there are with the princess's 3 throwing knives. Let us compare which is better. After a while she affirmed that young Master Lai's throwing knife carried a bone-piercing chill, very distinctive. My 3 throwing knives are even dozens of times stronger. Ling Meng thought to herself that perhaps this was the throwing knife of her life-saving benefactor. Only a true master could use such a weapon, deadly yet still refined and beautiful. Yuran softly asked, "I wonder if Ling Meng has the fortune to see the princess's throwing knife." She hesitated slightly before answering. About this, seeing that he immediately pleaded, "I truly wish to know whether the 2 who saved our lives are the same person." In the end Ling Meng agreed. Although these throwing knives are treasures of this palace, she carefully took them out, and upon hearing young Master Lai speak so, she unwrapped them and made an exception this once. She swiftly took out a finely engraved throwing knife. The moment Li Yuran saw it he exclaimed, "Indeed they are the same person, heaven has witnessed it. At last I have found him." Ling Meng raised her head to look at him, not expecting that young Master Lai would recognize her benefactor's help. This moment Li Yuran took his leave, wishing the princess well. Li Yuran bids farewell. "Another day I will enter the palace to visit the princess." As he walked he pondered, sure enough that villain is connected to Princess Ling Meng, although Princess Ling Meng is the only woman who has moved his heart. For the sake of revenge, sacrificing her is nothing. Court everyone was preparing to leave. Jun Wuyi spoke. "After finishing, call Tang Yuan and Tong Lao Tam to see me at once." Jun Mo Zai stood there calmly saying he still had other matters to arrange. "Third uncle, prepare forces to secretly make contact with the major families. Regardless of the outcome, withdraw immediately." Everyone quickly gathered information. After this round our hall will surely understand the major families in Thien Huang clearly, especially their affiliated forces. He understood he calculations clearly. I will handle it with great care. Jun Mo Zai pondered then ordered, "Those 3 pose no problem. As for the prince, After some thought he commanded, Duong Mak, I have a few words. When you return, deliver them to your father. Absolutely do not let them leave. Duong Mak immediately understood Jun Mo Zai's meaning and replied, understood. He suddenly recalled an important issue. There is also Hai Chen Feng, although he is a sky profound expert. Meanwhile, Ling Meng sat in her private chamber feeling sorrowful. Father, elder brother, all are my kin. Why has it become like this? Sadness enveloped Ling Meng's mind. She wished to speak with Tiu Engai to find a shoulder to lean on, yet did not know whom to seek. At that moment Tang Yuan happily said, today I earned 90 million taels. How Tam, recalling the earlier situation, assessed that selling the heaven-grade beauty wine to those nobles was truly a waste. Zio Yi beside them praised, Master's gift is indeed a supreme treasure, impossible to measure with money. Junmo Zai spoke, this time your commission is also over 10 million taels of silver. He curiously asked, do you have any plan? He quickly replied, yes, since childhood I have had a dream. When I have money I will fulfill it. I will go to Linvu Ho, find singing and dancing girls. Each must strip naked and serve me. Everyone was shocked upon hearing Tang Yuan say this. She immediately scolded, Tang Yuan is truly shameless. Jun Mo Zai felt somewhat helpless, raising his hand to rub his forehead. Fatty, do not joke. I have something to say about this auction. Hearing this, he could not help but feel puzzled. And Jun Mo Zai reminded, this auction was your idea, Tang Yuan, do you understand? Tang Yuan still did not understand and asked again, this auction was my idea. He confirmed, yes, everything was your idea. No matter who asks, say it was your idea, understand. The original intention was to make money. Tang Yuan asked no more and only said, understood, from now on whoever asks I will say it was my idea. Who would have thought my mind was so brilliant? Then Jun Mo Zai carefully explained that this noble hall is only for the wealthy, those invited are meant to stimulate spending. Tang Yuan quickly responded, I understand, third young master. I call you brother, all grievances I will bear for you. He gratefully patted Tang Yuan's shoulder. Thank you, Tang Yuan. At this moment, a maid entered to report that Princess Ling Meng invites you downstairs. Zio Yi received the message with a weary expression. Then she looked toward Jun Mo Zai, brother. Be careful. Zio Yi blushed, fool. She left. Jun Mo Zai spoke, it is fine, continue your work. Fatty, this silver you cannot take elsewhere. Tang Yuan hearing this asked in surprise, why? Jun Mo Zai took out a notice and calmly said, spread the word, at any cost purchase all the medicinal herbs listed. Tang Yuan immediately read the list, heavenly spirit herb, 3 colored lingjai, 9 profound root, so many, after including my share will there be any left? Jun Mo Zai explained, after buying the herbs there will be as much silver as we want. Opening Noble Hall is also to let them see what a grand gesture means. Tang Yuan felt a bit regretful, so we are not selling anymore, truly a pity. Jun Mo Zai confirmed, absolutely not selling, if we sell too much it will lose value. This wine will make them spend silver, Lao Tam agreed, master is right. Jun Mo Zai instructed, withdraw now and begin purchasing the herbs immediately. Jun Wuyi spoke, this time the commotion is too great, there must be an issue. He replied confidently, rest assured I can accomplish it. Third uncle, you have been here long, surely there is some interesting news. Jun Wuyi was very surprised that Jun Mo Zai guessed correctly. News has come from Jiangnam. The mystic beast sinew crossbows are completed. Many experts have unknown movements. The second prince may be planning something major. Jun Wuyi added that the mystic beast sinew crossbows will be transported to the capital. Besides the payment to hire experts by the second prince, the Blood Sword Hall may also send people to escort them. Jun Mo Zai felt even more excited after hearing this. The bigger they act, the more beneficial for us. Yet he still worried that with many escorts taking the crossbows from them will not be easy. Jun Mo Zai did not mind and continued the plan. Third uncle, how long will they take to reach the capital? Jun Wuyi replied, at least 10 days. Jun Mo Zai said confidently, 10 days is enough for us to prepare. Third uncle, we need precise information about them. Jun Mo Zai proposed a plan. We can use 300 guards and 3 sky profound experts. Third uncle, Hai Chen Feng, Tong Lao Tam are the pillars. Jun Wuyi frowned, with only 3 of us I fear it is not enough. We need to reinforce with more forces. He had not even finished speaking before Jun Mo Zai cut him off. This was absolutely impossible. Yingbo could not reveal his identity so easily. Moreover, that man would never accept such underhanded conduct. This would likely be a rare and brutal confrontation. Whether now or in the future, our Jun family can only rely on ourselves. Outside, Zio Engai walked side by side with Ling Meng along the street, when both suddenly sensed that someone seemed to be watching them from above. At that moment Sun Zio Mei was standing upstairs looking down at the two of them. She hurriedly called out for them to come up at once. After that she and the other girl stepped inside the house. Sun Zio Mei came down from upstairs to receive them, and upon noticing her pale complexion, quickly asked whether something had happened. Ling Meng sadly recounted that something unpleasant had indeed occurred just now. If elder sister had been there, she could have helped her take a look at someone. When the three of them sat down, Sun Zio Mei curiously asked who it was. She immediately replied Li Yuran, the most outstanding third-generation disciple of the Li family. His gestures and words all carried an unusual air. Based on what she knew, she said she had heard of Li Yuran before. He and Jun Mo Zai were both difficult to fathom, but Ling Meng disagreed. How could the two be weighed on the same scale? Seeing her insistence, she replied that neither of them was simple. Yet in her view Jun Mo Zai concealed even greater danger than Li Yuran. Zio Yi standing beside them could not help but interject. Little sister does not understand. Earlier you said Jun Mo Zai was arrogant. Why do I not see that at all? Today Jun Mo Zai truly was dashing and outstanding. Seeing Zio Yi so infatuated, she reminded her not to regret it because of a moment of impulse. But Zio Yi immediately retorted, what is wrong with him? Could it be that your elder brothers are all more perfect? Sun Zio Mei hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Enough. Zio Yi, Ling Meng, your spirit is unsettled, so you should return to the palace early to rest. Ling Meng gently shook her head. I do not want to go back. Her eyes suddenly lit up. If elder sister does not wish to return to the palace, then why not go find Jun Mo Zai? His home has plenty of interesting things. He found the suggestion quite good. Then let us go see what is so extraordinary about him. Zio Yi shyly said it was because you always carry prejudice that you cannot see his good points, while my judgment is very accurate. The scene shifted to a crowded and noisy street. After the conversation, the three of them strolled together. Suddenly a fierce gust of wind swept across. Ling Meng's hair fluttered in the wind. She suddenly felt something was wrong. Sun Zio Mei noticed someone launching a sneak attack and loudly warned everyone to be careful. Yi Guhan immediately appeared and blocked the men in white. He stood firmly at the front, shielding those behind him. The men in white surged toward Yi Guhan shouting for his life. One of them unleashed a vicious move aimed straight at him. Seeing the others heading toward Ling Meng, Yi Guhan shouted. At that very moment one seized the chance to throw a punch. He took advantage of his momentary lapse to strike. Yi Guhan was forced back several steps. The pain made him curse under his breath. Another man in white charged over aggressively. Yi Guhan, sitting on the ground, still struggled to hold them off. Realizing the situation was worsening, Yi Guhan urged Ling Meng to leave quickly. With tears brimming in her eyes, she called out uncle, then immediately told Zio Yi to release Zio Bai to seek reinforcements. Sun Zio Mei gritted her teeth. The other side had 5 great sky profound level experts. Aside from a divine beast, no one could retreat unscathed. Zio Yi nodded, looking at Zio Bai and instructing it to quickly inform their father to come rescue them. Sun Zio Mei drew her sword and lightly cut her hand, tore off a small piece of cloth and let it soak in the wound. After that she tied the red cloth to Zio Bai leg and urged it to leave at once. The man in white sneered, where does that little creature think it is going? He raised his hand to block it but could not stop it, and was even scratched by it. In the end they could only watch helplessly as Zio Bai dashed away and vanished. A man in white angrily shouted, our target was only Princess Ling Meng. If you insist on interfering, then we will oblige you. Yi Guhan glared and demanded who they were. If they had the guts, then state their names instead of hiding. He coldly laughed and replied that an old white-faced man like you is not qualified to know our identities. If you go down there, then ask the King of Hell. Another urged third brother to hurry and seize that girl. As for Yi Guhan, let them deal with him. Third brother immediately nodded. He stretched out his hand intending to grab Ling Meng to see how far she could still run. Seeing the dire situation, he softly uttered a curse. Yi Guhan no longer restrained himself. His entire body erupted with inner power. Aura radiating from him seemed to compress the very space around. A heaven-shaking explosion resounded immediately after. Men in white panicked, all leaped away to dodge and flip through the air. They quickly steadied themselves and charged again, their target still Yi Guhan. This time they exerted their full strength to unleash deadly moves toward him. He could not withstand it and was forced backward. Suffering many injuries, Yi Guhan still struggled to stand firm. He resolutely declared, with me here you will not pass, then shouted as he gathered his strength preparing to strike. He focused on executing his ultimate technique, one sword severing all ties with loneliness as his companion, causing a man in white to stare in shock. Maintaining a stern expression, Yi Guhan continued channeling his power, pouring all his strength into the blade. The lonely absolute sword art was fiercely slashed down by him. Immediately another earth-shaking explosion thundered out. He realized he was risking his life to protect that young girl, could only watch as Ling Meng group gradually moved farther away, then decided to deal with him first. The scene shifted to the magnificent Li residence. Li Yuran intently gazed at the painting on the desk depicting Ling Meng's face, a trace of sorrow in his eyes. Perhaps the plan had already begun by now. He slammed his fist against the wall to vent his frustration. Told himself he was sorry to the one he loved most. For the grand cause of 1,000 autumns he could only sacrifice her, because at present he could not lose the support of his sect. At the same time at the noble hall, Jun Mo Zai was pushing Jun Wuyi outside to bask in the sun. Suddenly Zio Bai Bai sprang out of nowhere and leaped into his arms, startling Jun Mo Zai. Meanwhile in the desert, Yi Guhan was still locked in a tense battle. Yi Guhan pointed his sword at his junior brother Li Jian Hong and shouted, but the other remained calm. Seeing that attitude, he grew even angrier and roared, while that man only showed displeasure. Immediately after, Li Jian Hong took the initiative to charge forward and engage. The inner strength of both sides was evenly matched, forming a balance. After a few exchanges, Yi Guhan retreated. Another of Li Jian Hong Jr. brothers rushed in, then a resounding explosion erupted. The two of them immediately withdrew to avoid the aftershock of the collision. Seeing that he was still standing firm, Li Jian Hong fellow disciples looked displeased and wanted to join forces to besiege him. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself that perhaps today he would not escape, only hoping Yang Ling Meng had run far enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yuran men shouted in unison telling him to prepare to suffer. Knowing he had no way out, Yi Guhan gave a bitter smile. From now on he likely could no longer continue protecting Ling Meng. Li Yuran men charged forward together, intending to drive him into a dead end. Returning to the noble hall, upon hearing that Zio Engai had encountered trouble, Jun Mo Zai loudly told Jun Wuyi that he had to go take a look. Ignoring the calls behind him, he mounted his horse and left. Jun Mo Zai's heart burned like fire, only hoping the little girl was safe and sound. Thinking this, he urged his horse to gallop as fast as the wind. After traveling some distance, he discovered someone following behind. Turning back, he saw Jun Wuyi and hurriedly called out third uncle. He sternly said he would not let the tragedy of the past repeat itself upon you. As for Yi Guhan Place, the battle still raged fiercely. Li Jian Hong was about to unleash a decisive strike toward him. Fortunately, Yi Guhan reacted with extreme speed and swiftly shifted aside to evade the lethal move. In the second beat, he suddenly spat blood as the opponent's sword had pierced his left chest. Seizing that moment, Li Jian Hong struck with another palm and shouted for his life, causing Yi Guhan to take the blow, blood spilling from his mouth again as he glared at his opponent with deep hatred. Immediately after, Yi Guhan gathered his strength and returned a sword slash diagonally to the left. Caught in the counterattack, Li Jian Hong froze briefly before letting out a cold laugh. Since it had come to this, they might as well descend to the netherworld together. Yi Guhan continued thrusting once more amid the cries of his fellow disciples, someone furiously shouting to take his life. Li Jian Hong barked to stop them, saying his profound energy was exhausted and his internal organs were damaged. He would not survive, they should quickly chase after that girl. Trained to the very end, Yi Guhan collapsed onto the ground. His entire body stained red, he choked out his final words, lamenting that loving mandarin ducks were but a dream. He would rather betray the world than betray her. He was leaving. Ling Meng, running with Sun Xiaomei, suddenly glanced back and whispered, wondering how Uncle De was. After speaking, she abruptly halted, her eyes filled with unease as she looked behind. Seeing Yi Guhan lying motionless, she burst into tears and loudly called Uncle De. That moment Li Jian Hong men caught up. She paid no heed to herself and only stood stunned, calling Uncle De 3 times. Left with no choice, Sun Xiaomei and Zio Engai rushed forward to block them. The subordinate of Li Yuran lashed out with a kick, sending both of them flying. Li Jian Hong said coldly that he did not wish to fight them, they should not force him. Even after falling, Zio Engai still tried to see whether Ling Meng was safe. Ling Meng wept as she demanded to know who they were. She asked why they wanted to harm her, and why they harmed her Uncle De. He replied indifferently that she did not need to know, because she had no path to live, and she screamed that even in death she would not spare them. Hearing this, Li Jian Hong grew furious and struck her across the face. He scolded her as she sat on the ground, saying death was near, yet she still spoke boldly. A junior brother hurriedly intervened, saying this person was still connected to a major matter and could not be dealt with for now. Li Jianhong ground his teeth as he looked at Ling Meng, then ordered his men to escort her away. Sun Xiaomei clutched her aching arm and shouted to release the princess, but the other side had already circulated their energy. Another palm strike sent her flying aside. In the blink of an eye, they carried their captive away, while Jun Mo Zai and Jun Wuyi were galloping toward them. From afar, upon seeing the figure of Yi Gu Han, Jun Wuyi called out in confusion. As they drew close, the two were horrified to see him unconscious. Jun Wuyi immediately leapt off his horse. He examined the injuries and hastily transferred his energy to heal him. Shortly afterward, Yi Gu Han regained consciousness. He asked what had happened, but due to severe injuries, Yi Gu Han fainted again, forcing him to tell Jun Mo Zai to see whether he could still be saved. Jun Mo Zai stepped forward to examine him carefully. He circulated his inner force to assist in the treatment. Despite exerting all his strength, there was no improvement, and he said worriedly that the injuries were too severe. Sun Xiaomei and Xiao Engai ran over to report that the princess had been captured, pleading for rescue. Upon hearing Ling Meng's name, Yi Gu Han's fingers twitched slightly. He tried to open his eyes but could not speak. Jun Wuyi asked whether he wanted them to save the princess. Jun Mo Zai shook his head, saying that with their current strength, how could they possibly save her? He sighed that they could only leave it to fate. Yi Gu Han still struggled to whisper 2 words asking for help before fainting again. Though he did not complete the sentence, they all understood it was his final plea for Ling Meng. Seeing him unconscious, Jun Wuyi asked whether he had already passed away. Jun Mo Zai replied that he was not dead but in critical condition, continuing to transfer spiritual power despite Xiao Engai urging him to go save her. He said irritably that even a sky-profound expert had ended up like this. He was merely an ordinary man, how could he dare risk his life? His heart was also in turmoil. He had come here because of Ling Meng, never expecting trouble to pile upon trouble. Hearing this, both Jun Wuyi and Jun Mo Zai expressions turned solemn. The two looked at each other, fully understanding the other intention. Jun Wuyi said they could not stand by, but Jun Mo Zai remained firm in refusing to go. Though he refused aloud, he still suspected the matter concealed dangerous implication. Jun Wuyi resolutely declared that if you would not go then he would go. This debt of gratitude could not be ignored. The image of Jun Zhan Tian, raising troops for him years ago, surfaced in his mind. In the end he lowered his head and agreed, saying he alone would be enough. Jun Wuyi urged him to set out quickly. Xiao Engai anxiously told him to be careful. Jun Mo Zai merely glanced at her before spurring his horse forward. He drove his horse ahead like an arrow. Sun Xiaomei comforted Xiao Engai, saying he would be fine. Wen Shangwu observed silently, believing everything was proceeding according to plan. After traveling a considerable distance, Jun Mo Zai vanished and used his spiritual sense to search. His spiritual sense surged outward in all directions. In a blink he detected the trail of Li Yuran group and rushed toward them. As he flew, he assessed the strength of the opposing side. He also sensed a stronger expert in the distance watching. Upon seeing Wen Shangwu, he guessed that man was from the royal family. Wen Shangwu was confident that no expert who arrived could slip past his notice. But after waiting a long time, he only sensed the powerful aura growing distant without seeing any figure. He was astonished, thinking that if he could exchange blows with that person, it would surely be a rare opportunity. Even so, he continued pursuing his mission. Ahead, Li Yuran group carried their companion and ran at full speed. A junior brother reported that fifth brother was in critical condition and required urgent treatment. Li Jianhong clenched his teeth, saying fourth brother was also gravely injured, all because of Ling Meng. Mentioning their master, he felt guilty for having led 9 people out, and now only 3 remained unharmed. A junior brother worried that their master would soon arrive, and they did not know how furious he would be. After speaking, they continued on their way. The entire group sped forward at astonishing speed. Jun Mo Zai followed closely, recognizing them as disciples of Laveau Bai who had once contended for the mystic pellet. The group stopped before a tree that appeared utterly ordinary. Li Jianhong pressed against the trunk, and the entrance to a secret chamber gradually revealed itself. Jun Mo Zai was astonished by the underground passage, then silently followed down ahead of them. Inside the cave, only the faint glow of 2 flickering oil lamps remained. Li Jianhong ordered the other 2 to tend to their junior brother, while he stayed behind to interrogate Ling Meng. "Ah no, I only wanted to remind you to calm down. Senior brother may be angry, but you should still think carefully before acting." Seeing him glance over with suspicion, I slowly explained that junior brother Li Yuran was truly suffering inside. Hearing that, Li Jianhong relented, out of consideration for his junior brother. As long as she was not killed it would suffice. At the mention of Li Yuran I could not help but freeze. Could it be that he was also involved in this great upheaval? Ling Meng finally woke from her coma. The moment she opened her eyes she looked up in panic at the people before her. Li Jianhong shouted loudly, "You woke at just the right time." The moment she regained consciousness she began cursing, "You villain, release me at once, I must go see Uncle Jia." He immediately set a condition. "As long as you clearly state the origin of the master of those flying daggers in your body, I will set you free." She replied loudly, "I have never met that senior. How would I know his background?" Li Jianhong stepped closer and said sternly, "According to what I know, that person only acted once to save Her Highness the princess. Yet the princess claims she knows nothing." He snorted coldly and aimed his accusation at Ling Meng. "Do you take us for children?" She ground her teeth in hatred. "Just because of that suspicion you harmed my Uncle Jia." Li Jianhong calmly admitted, "If the princess still stubbornly refuses to reveal that person's origin." Lifted Ling Meng's chin and threatened, "Tonight do not even think of leaving here unscathed." At that moment Jun Mozai spoke mockingly, "So this is what Lei Wubai teaches. The title of cold-blooded supreme sounds laughable." As his words fell, a flying dagger shot down from the air and stabbed into the rock wall behind Li Jianhong before he could recover. He immediately circulated his spiritual power and shouted, "Since you are here, why hide? I have been waiting for you for a long time." While his fellow disciples looked around in alarm, he sneered, "Relying on mere juniors like you, and you dare raise your voice before me." Ling Meng seized the chance to call for help. "Senior, is that you? Please take me to see Uncle Jia. Please seek justice for him." Suddenly a gust of wind swept past, turning everyone pale. What is happening? Immediately after, she was suddenly lifted into the air under astonished gazes, as if an invisible force pulled her away at great speed. Jianhong hurriedly gave chase and shouted, "Stop right there." At that time when Shang Wu stood beside a tree and thought to himself that the trail vanished here, he was certain the earlier sound came from this place, when a sudden explosion at the exit startled him. Before he understood what was happening, Ling Meng flew out of the dust and smoke, falling straight into his arms. Li Jianhong immediately mistook the mysterious figure for Wen Shang Wu. "You bastard, still trying to run. This time let us see where you can flee." Wen Shang Wu caught the unconscious Ling Meng in his arms, realizing he had fallen into a trap, his whereabouts exposed, yet there was still no sign of the senior behind him. Yu Ran's men immediately surrounded them. "Today do not even think of escaping." As soon as the words ended, Li Jianhong executed a move, preparing to strike. Wen Shang Wu coldly launched a powerful attack in response. The two swung their fists at the same time, two forces colliding in midair. They glared at each other, their strength evenly matched with neither willing to yield. Moments later both withdrew their moves and stepped back. Wen Shang Wu said in a deep voice, "So you are disciples of the cold-blooded supreme. I wonder how the Tian Xiang Empire offended you. Your disciple even joined hands to kidnap the royal princess. Has Supreme Lei forgotten the agreement of years past?" Li Jianhong felt a flicker of unease. How did he know about the Supreme's agreement? Under Wen Shang Wu's sharp gaze, he thought to himself that this man's strength was far from ordinary. The more he thought, the more resentful he became. No matter how profound that old man's cultivation was, his junior brother's grudge had to be avenged. Having made up his mind, he shouted provocatively, "Old man, if you have the guts, leave your name. The grudge between you and me will be settled sooner or later." Those words enraged Wen Shang Wu, and he immediately made his move. Li Jianhong had no time to guard before taking a blow, his body forced backward. Wen Shang Wu glared and shouted, "My name is not something a brat like you is qualified to ask." After speaking, he turned and carried Ling Meng away. "Today I spare you for Lei Wubai's sake. If you dare be insolent again, even if he comes, he cannot save you. Get lost." Without waiting for a reply, when Shang Wu circulated his spiritual power and flew upward, "Remember to tell Lei Wubai that my surname is Wen. I will certainly seek him out over today's matter." Seeing him go far away, the two fellow disciples dared to step forward and call senior brother. One clutched his neck resentfully. "That old man harmed 4 of our junior brothers and still dares to shout." After that, they supported each other and left. "Once master arrives, let us see where that old man can hide." Elsewhere, Jun Mozai rode leisurely on horseback, letting them fight among themselves. He curled his lips in disdain. "This young master has no time to waste on you." With that, Jun Mozai calmly returned, calculating inwardly that he must continue his performance flawlessly. After a while he returned to the Jun residence. Jun Wuyi immediately came out to greet him. He asked directly whether the princess had been found. He feigned difficulty. "Everyone overestimates me." He even sighed, the person has been missing for so long, who knows where to search, there are still no clues. Hearing that, Jun Wuyi also sighed wearily. Yingbo, standing beside, said, he has already become like this, further transferring profound energy is useless. Since the boy surnamed Jun has returned, this old man need not stay. I will go back to continue my seclusion. He hurriedly told Jun Mozai to check on Yi Guhan. His condition was truly critical. He immediately went to where Yi Guhan lay and used spiritual power to examine his injuries. The other party coughed up blood again, put on a helpless expression. Moreover, the price to save him would likely be no small one. Immediately after, he turned back and told the two behind him to rest elsewhere. Jun Wuyi also advised, go find Sister Guan Qinghan, we are enough here. Though little Yi is a senior, he is still a man. If you stay here, Jun Mo Zai will find it difficult to treat him. Sun Zio Mei, upon hearing that, pulled Zio Yi away. Then we will go first. After they disappeared, Jun Wuyi asked again, truly could not find the princess. If so, why did you return? He no longer concealed it. It is enough that you understand, why speak it aloud? The Jun family is already unstable. Third uncle worries too much about today's matter. Jun Wuyi pondered, I have considered all that you said, but the descendants of the Jun family must uphold the pride and resolve taught by our ancestors. Jun Mozai asked in surprise what the ancestral teaching was. He solemnly recited, with a bird beneath the waist one is a man, live with head held high under the heavens and feet planted upon the earth. He repeated coldly, with a bird beneath the waist one is a man, walk with head held high under the heavens and feet planted upon the earth. Jun Mozai clenched his fists. That ancestral teaching is excellent. A true man must have backbone and courage, living upright between heaven and earth. After a while, he folded his arms and commented, it seems that ancestor before passing away was worthy of being a man. Jun Wuyi nodded, whatever you do, you must not feel ashamed before your heart, only then can you hold your head high. You understand my choice. He replied that he understood. First ensure a clear conscience, then act according to one's will. At that moment, someone loudly reported news, interrupting the conversation. A servant reported that General Dugu and Minister Sun, along with Princess Ling Meng, had come to visit. Jun Wuyi immediately ordered them to be invited in, and before long they hurried over. Ling Meng rushed in, calling out Uncle Jia 3 times in succession. He ran over and asked Jun Wuyi, third Uncle Jun, where is my Uncle Yi? He replied in a deep voice that his life was temporarily preserved, but the situation was very bad. The imperial physician accompanying them quickly examined him. Mr. Yi's internal and external injuries were both critical. More than half his blood had been lost. In the end, he could only say that he hoped the princess would restrain her grief and prepare the funeral arrangements. Ling Meng was stunned. You mean Uncle Yi cannot be saved? She choked as she begged the old imperial physician to find a way. But the answer remained pessimistic. Your Highness, the injuries are too severe, and the blood loss too great, even immortals would find it difficult to reverse. Hearing that, Ling Meng burst into tears, calling Uncle Jia. The old physician could only remain silent. Jun Wuyi suggested painfully that they stay together one last time, then left quietly with the imperial physician. Ling Meng still knelt there, clutching her head and sobbing, Uncle Yi. At this time, Sun Zio Mei returned and knelt on one knee before her. He said seriously, Jun Mozai can save Mr. Yi. As soon as the words ended, both of them turned to look at him. Jun Mozai closed his eyes to calculate. If too much blood was lost, it can be replenished. Internal and external injuries can be treated with medicine and spiritual energy. The only difficulty lies in the 15 broken ribs. The pain of setting them would be unbearable. Problem is that in this world there is no anesthetic. If there were, then wait. Suddenly he raised his hand to slap his forehead as he remembered the tea medicine. But the next instant Jun Mozai froze, sensing that something felt wrong. It turned out he had accidentally struck Ling Meng. She clutched her cheek with tears in her eyes. Jun Mozai cried out in alarm, what happened to you? In the blink of an eye, he regained his composure, blaming her for appearing like a ghost without making a sound. Ling Meng clung to a sliver of hope, stammering as she begged Jun Mozai to save Yi Guhan. Hearing this, he was startled, wondering how she knew about it, then immediately turned his head to glance behind him. Zio Yi and Sun Zio Mei were so frightened by that icy gaze that they trembled. Right after that, he flatly refused. Even the 3 great national physicians are helpless. What could a wastrel like me possibly do, princess? I fear you have sought the wrong person. The moment he finished speaking, Ling Meng bit her lip and dropped to her knees, leaving Jun Mozai stunned. Under his astonished gaze, she clasped her hands earnestly. Jun Mozai, I kowtow to beg you to save Uncle. Sight rendered him silent, a princess lowering herself so far for Yi Guhan. Zio Yi immediately stepped in to block between them. reproaching Junmo Zai for still hesitating when the princess had already knelt to beg. She demanded indignantly whether he wanted both of them to kneel as well. Junmo Zai paid no mind and merely told Ling Meng the truth that he too wished to save him. But the Jun family is presently only under suspicion. If he truly saves someone whom even the three great physicians cannot cure, everything will take a different turn. During his analysis, Ling Meng pressed her lips together, understanding the difficulty, then slowly rose and turned away. She lifted her head and swore before heaven and earth, declaring in the name of Yang Ling Meng her solemn oath. She vowed that if Junmo Zai saved Yi Gu Han, she would return to the palace to request her father to grant her in marriage. Whether as wife or concubine, she would wholeheartedly follow him. If she broke her word, she would bear grievous consequences, her family would know no peace, and she herself would suffer endless calamity. After speaking, she drew a blade and cut her hand, using her own blood as proof. Before everyone, she drew a red circle, the most sacred blood oath ritual on the Xuanxuan continent. Taking heaven, earth, and her ancestors as witnesses, she kowtowed within the circle of blood to affirm her vow, never to change. Zio Engai stood frozen as she witnessed it all. Then Ling Meng rose to her feet. She turned back to ask Junmo Zai whether that was enough to earn his trust, thinking to herself that he had long held grievances against her. That claim of distrust was merely a demand for condition. Tears shimmered in her eyes, she choked with emotion, unable to watch Uncle fade away helplessly. Junmo Zai frowned at her and asked again if she was truly that resolute. The three of them stared at one another in silence, the tension thick enough to suffocate. Zio saw the way they looked at each other, filled with unspoken thoughts, and grew angry. He felt aggrieved inside, thinking, so what if she is a princess? How can she casually promise herself away and try to take what is mine? This cannot be conceded. Faced with such determination, Junmo Zai sighed and agreed to save Yi Gu Han. During this, Zio was teary-eyed as she scolded him for being hateful. But he immediately stopped her, saying he would not accept that oath because the two of them were never suited. Swearing marriage vows like this was absurd. He was also conflicted inside. He was not yet ready for such bonds. No matter how beautiful she was, it could not be forced. Ling Meng replied that once a blood oath was made, it could not be changed. She only hoped this truth would never reach Uncle ears. Junmo Zai could only say he would do his utmost, but the injuries were too severe. He did not dare guarantee complete success. To avoid trouble, she should announce publicly that Yi Gu Han had been gravely injured beforehand, and that any future visits must be reported in advance. Did she agree? Ling Meng reluctantly nodded. While Zio still sulked in a corner, Ling Meng could only reassure her that she was not competing for anything. Zio asked if that was true. Ling Meng gently replied that she would wait until Zio had entered the household before requesting the marriage decree. It was merely a promise to correspond with the oath. Surely that was not unacceptable. Hearing this, Zio Engai pondered seriously, then blushed and said, "Since elder sister is older, then you may go first." Junmo Zai looked at the two women arguing in exasperation. He himself had not decided anything, and they were already discussing so far ahead. He silently walked to the sickbed and told Zio to immediately inform third uncle to send someone to the noble hall to fetch several necessary medicine. After speaking, she immediately stood up and nodded decisively in agreement. Only Ling Meng and Mak Ta remained in the room. She softly asked why being beside him gave her such a strangely familiar feeling. Ling Meng rested her chin on her hand in thought. Could it be they had met somewhere before? The more she pondered, the more the words familiarity and reassurance surfaced in her mind. Suddenly she remembered Sun Zio Mei was still there, and turned to ask why everyone had come to the Jun family. Sun Zio Mei recalled and recounted that after she was captured, Zio Bok Bok led Jun third uncle and Junmo Zai to rescue her. Afterward they returned first while Jun third young master went to gather information. During this, Ling Meng was astonished. Junmo Zai went alone to search for news of me. She suddenly remembered the mysterious flying dagger expert who had carried her out of the underground cavern. She secretly compared the feeling of being beside that person with standing near Junmo Zai. They seemed very similar. Ling Meng shook her head to dispel the speculation, yet she recalled that during the previous assassination attempt, he had also been present and then vanished inexplicably. She looked at the white-clad figure before her and had to admit he was truly handsome. Time passed quickly. Zio returned, and Ling Meng immediately asked that she had heard Jun third young master once made a treasured blade for her. Was the Hong Tu Thien Huang de Enhat Dao she had shown off before? Could she let her take a look? Zio was initially displeased, reminding her that last time she had not even bothered to look. yet in the end she still handed it over. Hearing this, Mactaw exclaimed that he had given the blade for her protection. Why was it tied up so tightly like that? Zio stubbornly replied that it was a token he had given her. How could she bear to use it casually? In the end, Zio still let Ling Meng examine the blade. She held it up and studied it carefully before nodding faintly. Ling Meng recognized that this blade and her flying dagger were clearly crafted by the same person. Gaze darkened, the exquisite lines seemed born for a woman. He was indeed thoughtful toward Zio. Seeing her silent, Zio asked if she had looked enough, saying it was only a small blade. Ling Meng sighed. If that person truly was him, then perhaps all his previous trailing actions had merely been a disguise. With martial skill and medical ability so superb, he could easily stir up the entire capital. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt sorrowful. Perhaps it was not that he was unworthy of her, but that she was unworthy of him. Zio innocently said that although it was not a rare object, from material to design it was one of a kind. Those words sounded like boasting in Ling Meng's ears. She replied coolly that she had several small blades like that. Zio waved her hand, not believing she had that many. She said irritably that Junmo Zai had once told her he would only forge blades for her alone. Ling Meng deliberately retorted that when there was a chance she would show her own treasure. Zio refused to yield, saying they would see when the time came. Between the two of them flashed a rivalry hard to conceal. Watching the scene, Sun Zio could only sigh at how infatuated Zio was with Jun's third young master. He also felt that Ling Meng's attitude had changed too quickly, leaving her uneasy. Meanwhile, Mactaw had already finished treating Yi Guhan's injuries. Other three immediately gathered around and bombarded him with questions about the situation. He sighed and said women were truly troublesome. If he did not speak, then sooner or later they would drag him into trouble. Mactaw sat down beside the bed and called Ling Meng by name. He sternly reproached that Yi Guhan could originally have escaped. If she had known to run then, it would not have come to such severe injury. His voice was full of reproach as he asked what she had been thinking to stand there rooted like that. Ling Meng was left speechless. Mactaw shouted that she was not allowed to cry. If she dared shed tears here, he would immediately throw both of them out. She trembled in fright and forced her tears back. He continued that if she had not run, could those two have abandoned her? She had dragged them into danger. Ling Meng felt wronged and wanted to explain. He cut her off, saying Yi Guhan had used his life to shield her. If she did not cherish it, then that price would lose all meaning. At this moment, Junmo Zai raised his hand and pointed straight at Zio and at her as well. Zio stared blankly and asked what he meant. He immediately rebuked her. What was the meaning of carrying a sword at her side like that for no reason? The more he spoke, the more irritated he became. Did she know that to unleash the full power of that sword technique one had to use that very sword? Did she understand how much effort and time he had spent forging it? A complete waste. Zio could only stand there and endure the scolding, and at that time their target had never been her. Princess Ling Meng was already struggling to escape. Why had the two of them not gone to seek help but instead stood there and recklessly rushed forward? Truly foolish. Junmo Zai then turned to Sun Zio and shouted. She knew she was being chased yet still ran along an open road with nowhere to hide. Why not slip into a nearby house, circle around to throw them off and enter through the front door and leave through the back for safety? His anger had yet to subside, truly too immature. The princess panicking at that moment was understandable, but she clearly knew the situation. Why not think of a way to knock her out temporarily and take her elsewhere? Do not let her own lack of foresight implicate others. Junmo Zai's gaze turned icy. I do not blame her for being weaker than the opponent, but do not drag the entire family into danger. Sun Zio replied awkwardly that they were only at the golden Xuan level while the others were already at the heavenly Xuan. How could they possibly resist? Junmo Zai folded his arms and explained, strength does not appear out of thin air. Dressing well or complaining every day will not make one stronger. Only by throwing all one's will into life and death can one truly improve. I say these things not to reproach but to make you remember. Do not repeat the mistakes of today. He instructed the three of them that similar matters would surely happen again, but none of them should turn themselves into a second Yi Guhan, an unnecessary sacrifice, understood. After speaking, Junmo Zai returned to the bed and waved his hand. You may leave. I have been tired all day. Now is the time to rest. Zio felt wronged but did not dare argue, only muttering that she had hurried to bring him his things and still got scolded. She would just remove the sword later. Outside suddenly came a voice of complaint. Does the third young master want me to run my legs off before he is satisfied? The man grumbled as he walked. Why was the medicine needed so urgently and why must he personally deliver it? It was Tang Yuan. He stepped in with a grin. Once things are done this afternoon, let us stroll around Lake Lingyu. Tang Yuan paid no attention to his surroundings, muttering as he walked. Just thinking of the young ladies at Lake Lingyu made him excited. Maybe he could try the trick of using the service without paying that he mentioned. The third young master truly was clever. At the same time, the three girls all looked at him with killing intent. He still walked in foolishly and asked if the third young master had any instruction. When he saw them, the bundle of medicine in Tang Yuan's hand fell to the ground. He froze and stammered. He turned pale and cried out to heaven before spinning around to flee, ignoring the medicine at his feet, screaming as he ran. But Sun Xiaomei quickly caught him. You fellow surnamed Tang, daring to incite the third young master to visit such improper places. Today I will make you suffer. The three girls immediately surrounded him and scolded him mercilessly, a pleasure-seeking fool with no sense of restraint. Xiao Yi angrily turned to call Jun Mo Zai, but before she could finish speaking he had already vanished. From outside came a report that old Master Tang had arrived. An order from the palace summoned Tang Yuan for an audience tomorrow morning, so Tang Wanli had no choice but to send someone to the Jun residence to bring his grandson back. That night, the front hall of the Jun residence hosted a grand banquet to entertain General Dugu and Minister Sun. Xiao Yi sat alone at the banquet table, resting her chin on her hand and sighing in boredom. She wondered how both the old master and third uncle were already present, yet Jun Mo Zai was nowhere to be seen. The banquet ended late at night, and only then did Jun Mo Zai descend from above. Finally, the place was empty. He told himself he was not avoiding the three girls, he was simply busy with other matters. In truth, he was preparing medicine for Yi Guhan. Thinking this, he stepped toward the sickbed. Seeing Yi Guhan covered in injuries, he could not help feeling distressed. In such a condition, how long would it take to recover? Jun Mo Zai sighed inwardly, truly too cruel. Suddenly, a surge of cold aura crashed in like raging waves. He instantly became alert and swept his gaze around to find its source. Sure enough, on the rooftop stood Lu Wu Bei shouting loudly for Yingbo and Wen Shang Wu, his roar echoing like thunder. He coldly challenged, daring to strike yet not daring to face me. Then he contemptuously called the other two to show themselves. Yingbo slowly stepped forward and replied, Lu Wu Bei has finally arrived. I have waited for you for a long time. Today I want to see what you rely on to be ranked 5th among the 8 great supremes. At that moment another voice rang out calling Supreme Le and Supreme Ying. Wen Shang Wu introduced himself and cupped his hands in greeting to the two. Standing aside to observe, Jun Mo Zai calculated inwardly that this old man had 10 disciples, and now more than half had been lost. This time let us see how that man flies into a rage. Perhaps it will even help clear the troubles within the palace. Then a courteous voice invited the two supremes and Brother Wen to descend for a cup of tea. Silver City is deeply honored to host you. They merely glanced at him before turning away as if utterly uninterested. Wu Bei sneered, Yingbo, my 6th disciple has been crippled for life. It must have been you who did it, correct? The third elder was ignored and left resentfully. Yingbo calmly replied, Brother Le, why be so aggressive? It was only a disciple, and it seems he was the only one among the 10 who had not entered heavenly Xuan. Crippled then crippled, I was helping you clear out trash. Wu Bei demanded, I want to know what my disciple did to make you strike so viciously. That man shrugged, whether he deserved it or not, I simply found him displeasing, is that reason enough? Hearing this, he could only feel helpless. Such a reason, excellent, Yingbo, I will remember. Wu Bei glanced at Wen Shang Wu, the man stationed in the Tianxiang Empire. He said, Supreme Le truly has keen eyes, correct? Wen Mu is indeed the guardian of the Supreme Alliance Pact. Wu Bei said, Wen Shang Wu, being the guardian of the Supreme Alliance Pact is not a reason to kill 4 of my disciples. His gaze sharpened. Do you think that, as the guardian of the pact, you can act recklessly? He replied slowly, Supreme Le, believe it or not, your disciples were not killed by Wen Mu. Whether you believe it or not, for today's attitude, someday Wen Mu will seek guidance from Supreme Le. Wu Bei hesitated, since Brother Wen speaks thus, how can Le Mu not believe, but if you did not kill my disciples, then who did? If Brother Wen says it, Le Wu Bei will forgive and apologize for the earlier disrespect. Wen Shang Wu spoke frankly, that person is mysterious, Wen Mu is somewhat interested as well. Unfortunately, there are still no clues. To find him we must rely on Supreme Le personally, Wen Mu is helpless. Wu Bei cupped his hands. Many thanks, Brother Wen, saving them is only natural. I have troubled you today, forgive me. Wen Shang Wu took his leave, mountains high and rivers long, until we meet again, I still bear responsibilities. Then he soared away through flight technique, apologies without compensation. I watched in bewilderment. These supreme figures resolved a misunderstanding with such simplicity. stayed up late grinding his teeth, when others say it was not him. Wu Bei believes at once, far too easy to deceive. Wu Bei looked northward, Old Eagle, now only the two of us remain. He gestured behind him, this matter does not concern you. If it is not Han Feng Zhu, do not interfere, withdraw. The third and ninth elders were furious yet helpless. They could only cup their hands and leave. Yingbo sneered, what a fine display of deep master and disciple affection. That man flew up and signaled, if you wish to protect your disciple, follow me. Wu Bei frowned and muttered the name Yingbo, letting out a sigh, no matter, I can still keep up. Shortly after, deep within the forest, the two faced each other. Yingbo and Wu Bei arrived at the small forest where Princess Ling Meng had once been cornered, 10 zhang apart, standing opposite each other. I felt annoyed. These two old men thought they had lost the trail, full of displeasure, circling around only to return here again. I hid behind a large tree and observed. Could it be that the feng shui of this place is special? His eyes suddenly shone with astonishment. Before I could steady myself, within the forest 2 powerful auras suddenly erupted like mountains roaring and seas raging, filling the woods. Amid the surging aura, Jun Mozai covered his nose and ran swiftly. Truly no fun. Does even fighting require artistry? His eyes showed a hint of irritation as he glanced downward. I shot straight down with extraordinary agility, convinced. In the gloomy forest, he searched for something within the darkness. Jun Mozai observed the two of them. The ground between them was unusually flat. The large trees beneath the pressure of their auras had turned to powder and vanished between heaven and earth. Bei spoke, Old Eagle, you have improved much these years. My speed cannot match yours. My profound art is far inferior. In front of Jun Mozai it would be better to behave obediently. Hearing the contempt, Yingbo frowned. Is that so? Not necessarily. Surge of power was unleashed. That man emphasized again, not necessarily. Wu Bei stood watching as Yingbo shot upward like a rocket, his strength blazing in the night. He found it merely laughable. Wu Bei circulated his power and released a terrifying force. His whole body spun rapidly like a drill, and a small whirlwind appeared upon the ground. Yingbo stretched his hand downward, words of provocation inviting him to receive instruction. That man swung his arm like a thrown spear plunging down. Bai stood tall to face the surging force, inwardly praising that it had come at just the right moment. From the ground, a wild gale suddenly rose, shooting straight toward that robust, shadowy figure. The two streams of force collided, the shock as violent as a dragon turning over beneath the earth. The aftermath sent dust and smoke billowing everywhere, accompanied by lingering flashes of lightning. Bai immediately retreated sharply backward, keeping a safe distance to avoid the aftershock. On the other side, Back Hung also stepped back almost at the same time. Another explosive clash erupted, the entire sky swallowed by a thick gray haze. The crackling sound of snapping branches made Jun Mozai, who was standing above, breathe. By the time his body fell, he realized with a jolt that it was already too late. Jun Mozai hit the ground on his back, the pain forcing a faint groan from his lips. The noise and that soft groan startled both of them, and they angrily shouted, whoever it is, show yourself at once. Jun Mozai sprang up quickly, thinking that it was not the right time to reveal himself. With that thought, he did not hesitate to activate his concealment art, his figure instantly blending into the air. The two great sovereigns carefully searched the area but still found no clue. Yingbo frowned in confusion, then a sudden guess flashed through his mind. That man believed Vo Bai had played tricks to call for reinforcements, and still dared to claim himself among the 8 great sovereigns. Vo Bai did not yield, retorting that dealing with someone like you required no assistance. If anyone is there, then call them out. I alone will take you all on. That man snorted coldly. Even if you have backing, I fear nothing. Today you are fortunate. My newly created ultimate technique will use you as its first test. As soon as he finished speaking, Yingbo unleashed a new move called Ghost Eagle 9 Claws, sweeping straight forward. Vo Bai had just intended to use Fire Eagle Claw when the opponent struck first. A strange aura suddenly enveloped Yingbo, making him realize something was wrong. Yingbo continuously shifted his hand forms, his movements bizarre and unpredictable. Vo Bai was forced far back, pressing a hand to the ground to steady himself. Yingbo gave his opponent no chance to breathe, shouting loudly as he launched the second move. Seeing the opponent so resolute, Vo Bai also poured out his full strength to execute his techniques. Two figures charged at each other. Grass, trees, and stones swept into the air, the battle tense with neither willing to give way. At the height of the clash, Vo Bai suddenly sensed something unusual. After a fierce battle, the two finally separated, each retreating in a different direction. Drops of dark red blood fell. Vobai stared in shock at the wound on his chest. Enduring the pain, he asked in a low voice, "What is the name of this eagle claw technique, and how many forms does it have?" Yingbo laughed proudly. "How does my new move feel? Ghost Eagle 9 forms. As the name suggests, it has 9 moves. Has it broadened your horizon?" Vobai frowned. 9 moves. Indeed, you are no longer the same. Today's matter is too strange. I will withdraw for now, but sooner or later I will settle this with you. Yingbo spoke with pride in his voice. "How is my exclusive ultimate technique? If you wish to experience it, then wait." Vobai reminded him that they were both among the 8 sovereigns, advising him to stay away from the Jun family. "Otherwise, once I truly make up my mind, I will never let you off easily." Yingbo said coldly, "Destroy the Jun family. Since when did my affairs require your interference?" Seeing persuasion was useless, he only left behind the words courting death before turning and departing. Only then did Yingbo let out a breath. "Truly dangerous. I have only comprehended the first 2 forms of Ghost Eagle 9 forms. If the fight had continued, I might not have held the advantage." That man paused to gaze deeply into the distant forest, recalling the strange sound from earlier. Thinking of that, Yingbo silently felt grateful to the mysterious person who had made the noise and saved him. In another corner of the forest, the full moon still illuminated the silent surrounding. "I remember Vobai threatening to destroy the Jun family. If we meet again, he surely will not let it go easily." Curled his lips. "That is right. Though the Jun family is entangled in grudges with 2 great forces, not just anyone can trample over it at will. I cursed inwardly. It was hard enough to draw a sovereign over as support, yet you frightened him into wanting to leave. 4 of your disciples are dead, and still it is not enough. For now it is inconvenient for me to act against you. Dealing with a few disciples over there is as easy as turning my hand." At the Li family estate, Junmo Zai hid behind a large pillar observing, wondering what exactly had happened. He circled around twice and still saw no one. Could it be that they were deep inside the Li family? Suddenly remembering something, he clapped his hands softly and quietly slipped away. As he moved deeper, he faintly heard words like "Mystic Beast Sinew Crossbow, Major Matter, must be cautious." From that alone he guessed someone was eyeing this treasure. Another voice even praised it as a rare weapon. Li Yuran continued, saying it was a pity that this time they were forced to give it up. Li Jianhong refused to accept it, believing this was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for the Li family. Junmo Zai recognized from the voice that it was his senior brother. Li Yuran appeared understanding, saying how could he not know the importance of this matter. "But today the 10 senior brothers are all seriously injured. How could I still have the face to let you risk yourselves for me?" Li Jianhong softened his tone to reassure him. "If that crossbow falls into the hands of the second prince, once the matter succeeds, he will not be able to use it easily." Li Yuran analyzed that the emperor currently leans toward the brothers. The second prince will surely devote his strength to escorting the crossbow back to the capital. If you encounter trouble again, I would rather die. Junmo Zai inwardly sneered, clearly wanting them as shields yet making them willing. Over there, Li Jianhong and 2 fellow disciples had already decided to seize the crossbow and bring it back. Li Yuran immediately showed immense gratitude. A man in white spoke, "If you do not regard us as brothers, then I will leave at once." Li Yuran solemnly urged them to be extremely cautious, saying that even if the crossbow was unnecessary, he only hoped his senior brothers and sisters would return safely. Everyone responded one after another, telling him to rest assured. Li Jianhong placed a hand on his chest and laughed loudly. "Little junior brother, wait for good news." Li Yuran lowered his voice in thanks and said that in 13 days the crossbow would reach Nan-O capital, then they would act according to plan. Witnessing that scene, Junmo Zai sneered inwardly. More fools sold off yet still happily counting the money. Figure slowly rose from the ground. Junmo Zai realized why he had not found them earlier. It turned out they were in a courtyard beside the Li residence, not inside it. Amid the dense bamboo forest stood a small house. Junmo Zai curved his lips slightly, finally found it. Inside, a dim light cast over the quiet space. A man in white lay writhing, weak groans echoing within the room. Junmo Zai raised his dagger, mocking that seeing you suffer like this, let me grant you release. As the blade tip neared, the man in white widened his eyes and cried out in pain. Nothing could be salvaged, his body dyed red, his faint breath gradually extinguished. Finished, Junmo Zai coldly stepped out, drawing a blood-soaked cloth to write on the wall, a sharp smile on his lips. 4 before were not enough. Today these 3 will also struggle to keep their lives. He left unhurriedly, his heart containing only 2 words, sheer exhilaration. The house in the bamboo forest became cold and silent. Jun Mo-zai walked leisurely with his hands clasped behind his head as if nothing had happened. Upon seeing the person ahead, he frowned, recognizing him as Levo-bai. Two walked side by side in silence, neither speaking. As they passed, Jun Mo-zai slightly curled his lips, a smile half playful, half mocking. He glanced at the old man, thinking that you have arrived a step too late. Levo-bai suddenly halted as if sensing something, a terrifying aura spreading in all directions. Jun Mo-zai shuddered, his strength truly formidable. It seems difficult to avoid. He provoked inwardly, I am right in front of you. If you have the ability, then try to catch me. Thinking again he might still be discovered, in the future it would be hard to use concealment for assassination. He pondered for a moment, then told himself that perhaps he had already left. Yet just as he showed his head, Vo-bai suddenly turned back. I could only curse that this old man was truly idle. Helpless before dawn, I cannot go out. Vo-bai also sensed something unusual, wondering who it was. Such icy, razor-sharp sword energy could only be unleashed by a peak assassin. Could it truly be him? Thinking this, the old man asked in a deep voice, is the one who has come Brother So, that famed supreme assassin? I wonder how Lemu may have inadvertently offended Brother So. You and I are both supremes, why hide your face? Before deciding life and death, we should at least be open and above board. Brother So truly shows no regard for brotherhood. Could it be you are determined to fight me to the death? The only reply was the silent night. Levo-bai sneered coldly. Do you think I fear you? If you are confident, then show yourself, I will wait. After waiting with no response, he had no choice but to leave. The moon was already high. Jun Mo-zai rubbed his eyes, weariness plain on his face. He muttered, finally willing to leave. A light breeze swept past. Jun Mo-zai vanished. Li Jian-hong was overjoyed to see his master return. He pressed urgently. What was the result? Was Ying Bo taught a lesson? Levo-bai's face darkened as he said the situation had changed, warning his disciple to be cautious in the future, because Tianxiang City harbored hidden experts. Words left everyone stunned. He closed his eyes and said to check on Old Six. If it is not good, then send him to the Poison Heart Medicine King. Li Jian-hong called out hastily. Earnestly begged his master to reconsider. The old man only sighed without replying. He slowly walked toward the house ahead. A thick, fishy stench lingered faintly at the door. Levo-bai's expression changed. Why is the smell of blood so strong? Then he immediately rushed inside. The scene within left everyone frozen, their faces drained of color. A shrill cry rang out, Junior brother. The room was submerged in red and thick with the stench of blood. Li Yuran seemed to notice something. Levo-bai suddenly turned around. He shouted for him to step aside. Li Yuran's face was deathly pale as he called out to Master with a trembling voice. On the wall appeared arrogant words threatening to return and target Levo-bai's family. His hand clenched tight as his body trembled and staggered back. He gritted his teeth and cursed the despicable hidden bastard who dared to provoke him. Feeling intent surged as he swore to make the other party pay. The men in white cried out in panic, Master. He knelt and begged him to restrain his anger. He roared, asking why they had not discovered it sooner. Levo-bai kicked them aside and cursed them as useless. He ground out each word, so enicap hunt. From this day on, you and I shall not share the same sky. The scene shifted back to the Jun residence. Ying Bo sighed, what is done is done. Last night there was shouting and screaming as well. Why mention So Kok Hun? Could it be that man is in critical condition? In his private room, Jun Mo-zai muttered that he had only written a few words less. There was no need to be so agitated. Thinking of that assassin, he ignored it and lay down to sleep. Before long, he drifted into dreams. In the dream, he was delighted to have two beauties attending to him. He slept so soundly that drool ran down his chin, while sunlight already blazed outside. Waking up still groggy, he looked down at his lower body and froze. He let out a miserable cry in embarrassment. Jun Zhantian strode over and shouted why he was not up yet. Jun Mo-zai hastily hid the suspicious object, causing the old man to grow suspicious and demand to see it. He denied it repeatedly, saying it was nothing. The old man grew angry and forced him to hand it over. Jun Zhantian snatched the hidden object away. He opened it to look and his face flushed red with shame. Furious, he demanded to teach the brat a lesson. Jun Mo-zai wailed and begged for mercy. Hearing the noise, Jun Wuyi asked what was going on. He guessed Jun Mo-zai had caused trouble again. Jun Zhantian lamented that the boy had grown up and it was time to think about marriage. He reminded them to prepare because His Majesty wished to meet them. The scene shifted into the imperial palace. The carriage rolled forward, Jun Mo-zai's face dark with unprecedented embarrassment. Jun Zhantian suspected something unusual about the hastily organized scholars' banquet. Jun Mo-zai also found it strange because the decision was too sudden. Even he had been invited. The old man instructed him to continue pretending to be foolish and insane. He replied that he was originally the #1 wastrel of Tianxiang City. Incompetence was his true nature. Jun Tian burst into laughter. The carriage stopped in the quiet courtyard of the palace. As soon as he got down, Jun Zai greeted Tang Yuan, who was waiting. Jun Tian went in first, leaving him to wait outside. In the courtyard pavilion gathered young masters dressed in fine robes and hats. One person asked Meng Fai who those two were. He replied they were the 4 plagues of the capital. 2 before them were Fat Pig Duong and Tyrant Jun. Jun Zai asked Tang Yuan if he remembered the instruction. Tang Yuan smiled and said he remembered clearly. Jun Zai mocked and told him to keep his eyes open. He stepped forward to question the one who was staring at him. The person turned away, pretending not to look. Jun Zai arrogantly asked which family he belonged to and threatened him. Tang Yuan quickly tried to dissuade him, telling him not to bother. He reminded him they still had to enter the Golden Throne Hall to display their talents. Perhaps His Majesty would be pleased and grant an official post. Jun Zai smugly said he would not stoop to argue. Meng Fai angrily asked what he meant. Jun Zai immediately shouted that he was the one causing trouble. He loudly asserted this is the royal palace, yet he still dared to shout so loudly, "Brat, are you trying to rebel?" I smirked and asked if he wanted to seize the throne by chance. Meng Fai was so furious he choked on his words, stammering to refute and say not to talk nonsense. Those standing nearby began whispering and murmuring incessantly. Jun Zai seized the opportunity to step forward, swinging his hand to slap Meng Fai with a resounding smack. Instinctively he raised his hand to touch his cheek, both shocked and angry, asking, "How dare you hit me?" Jun Zai looked at him with a cold, sharp gaze. Immediately he grabbed the opponent's head and pulled it forcefully toward himself. Meng Fai held his head, the pain distorting his face. Thin Lai ran over from somewhere to stop him, urgently saying, "Enough, young Master Jun, please maintain composure." He turned back with an authoritative tone, asking who he was to dare intervene. "Is it your turn to speak here?" Then coldly released his grip, asking what exactly he was. Thin Lai introduced himself as Mo Dung Thin Lai. He was the 3rd-generation descendant of the Mo Dung family, bearing the title Mo Dung Thin Lai. He spoke to Jun Tam Thiu, hoping he would show respect, saying it was merely a small misunderstanding. Why did it become so tense? Jun Zai smiled faintly. Mo Dung family, hearing it was frightening enough. Clicked his tongue and they still used the Mo Dung name to intimidate. Mo Dung Thin Lai, you are formidable. The name sounds impressive as well. He stroked his chin and asked, "Do you know who my young master is? Do you think the Mo Dung family surpasses our Jun family? So young yet daring to represent the clan already. It seems Mo Dung and the Mang family want to collaborate on something major, intending to stir the world. I understand now." Thin Lai immediately objected. "I never claimed to represent the family, nor intend rebellion. Jun Zai, do not fabricate." Jun Zai continued pressing, "If you cannot represent, why step forward here? Go away quickly. Watching any longer, I will not be polite. Leave immediately." Nearby young masters gaped in astonishment. Some spoke up saying Jun Zai was too much. He immediately glanced that way, asking what the people just said. Then he released a string of caustic, mocking remarks. The other side refused to yield, responding with sharp words. Tang Yuan watched silently, marveling at his quick wit and reactions, truly formidable. Suddenly a commanding voice rang out, shouting, causing a commotion. Tung Hone spoke to correct them. "This is the royal palace. How dare you make such noise?" He continued shouting, "Do you no longer need your heads?" Tung Hone yelled angrily, "Truly disgraceful." Jun Zai and his group immediately separated. Meng Fai's face was swollen as he whispered. His father shouted loudly, "Why not quickly take him for treatment?" Then he turned to mock Jun Tian. "Old Jun, your grandson is indeed talented in youth." Jun Tian forced a smile. "Brother Mang, you overpraise. He is still young, does not dare accept such compliment." Tung Hone and Meng Fai's elder spoke. "It seems even shameless acts can be done by someone." Jun Zai smiled silently, standing outside so long. "If I did not stir a little trouble, it would be a loss for me." Tang Yuan asked quietly, "Third young master, those famous talents, why have none appeared? Where are they, do you know?" Jun Zai smiled slyly. "You should ask His Majesty, why ask me?" Tang Yuan sighed. "If I dared ask His Majesty, I would be doomed." Jun Zai suddenly looked elsewhere as if an idea struck, quietly telling Tang Yuan that the elders of other families had arrived. "They are all acquaintances of yours, are they not? The talents from Van Tin Thur Veen, showing off with their steps." 2 teachers of Van Tin Thur Veen were also highly respected scholars everywhere, Mai Kao Tait and Kong Lan Duan. Tang Yuan sighed in exasperation. It was those 2 old men and their students, all hypocrites. Later I must find the most arrogant to assign tasks for satisfaction. Leduong nearby heard the conversation, closed his eyes and remarked that rotten wood is unusable. Elsewhere Li Yuran covered his face and silently observed everything, the corner of his lips curling with hidden meaning. He suddenly paused, his gaze resting on a spot. At that moment the eunuch announced loudly, "Talented young masters, please come to Ham Huangdin to await instruction." He added, "His Majesty has summoned." Zheng Deng Hao Tang Yuan Li led grandson Tang Yuan forward. Tang Yuan startled, asking what happened. Jun Mozai coldly replied, "I do not know," then turned and left, leaving Tang Yuan standing bewildered. Zheng Hon laughed in amusement. "Old Jun, this is the first time I see your grandson after maturity." He laughed heartily. "Indeed, the reputation is not false. Just looking shows extraordinary, truly outstanding." Jun Tian spoke sternly. "Old Duco, I remember you still owe our Jun family 90 million taels. When will you repay?" Tung Hon widened his eyes. "Do you want to take my life? 90 million is no small sum. Even the treasury would struggle to provide immediately." Jun Tian questioned, "You admitted before with your own mouths. Now want to deny? Even presenting it before the throne you cannot escape." Tung Hon glared, his voice choking. He took a deep breath to steady himself, then said, "Indeed we owe. Why would I deceive over such a large sum? Only that the time of repayment was not specified. If not this year, then next year is fine. If this life is not done, then the next life continues, descendants can repay. It is not impossible." Jun Tian laughed coldly. "Who speaks to him of the next life, truly shameless." He squinted, saying this matter could be negotiated. "If no money, then marry off your granddaughters to offset the debt. Two families are in alliance. This small sum I do not account for." Tung Hon was struck like lightning, cursed directly, "Speaking nonsense. My granddaughter is like a fairy. Look at your grandson." Pointed at Jun Mozai, "Is this brat worthy?" Jun Tian sneered, "If not agreed, later when it is done. Do not blame me for not warning." Tung Hon furiously rushed forward, about to act when someone stopped him. "Enough, this is the throne room, do not cause trouble." Scene shifted to the magnificent Thien Duc Dien. The emperor stroked his beard, asking Tang Yuan's identity. Tang Yuan respectfully replied, "I pay respects to your majesty," excused from ritual and granted a seat. He raised his head and responded, "Yes." The eunuch gently pulled the chair forward. He remembered the instruction that when granted a seat, not to sit fully, only lightly. Seeing the small chair, Tang Yuan thought, "So small, no wonder only half can be sat upon." His oversized body made sitting difficult. The emperor laughed loudly across the hall. Tang Yuan's sweat dripped, forcing a smile. The emperor regained seriousness, asking about the shop if he managed it. Tang Yuan scratched his head in embarrassment. Indeed, such matter. Due to mistakes, he was expelled by the family. At that time, he thought he must do something to prove himself, even though skilled only at earning money. The emperor's expression became stern, asking if that idea was his. Tang Yuan humbly replied, "Yes, only small trade." The emperor's expression grew heavy. He thought so this matter attracted such attention. The emperor emphasized small, then asked Tang Yuan, "Do you know your crime?" Tang Yuan trembled, replied guilty but unsure where wrong, hoping for guidance. The emperor said the auction provoked rivalry among families. Also, issuing invitations caused internal strife, even risking political instability. Tang Yuan thought so this plan had been carefully calculated, truly admirable. Emperor continued, "You are the descendant of Chung Dung Hao. Why help others bear crime? For this matter to trade the future, do you find it worthy?" Emperor was thoughtful. Young people under this pressure often cannot remain calm, easily exposing flaws. Tang Yuan smiled confidently, thinking all the emperor said mirrored practice, then pretended pitiable, recounting being expelled from home. This upright man fell from the heavens into the gate of nothingness. At this point Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled as if he had found the truth. "My good brother, Jun third young master Jun Mozai appeared. He rescued me from danger, and even brought me home to recover." The emperor was astonished. "You mean, this idea was actually Jun third young master?" "Yes." Tang Yuan hurriedly explained, "Your majesty misunderstands. You have already heard me out. The moment I entered the Jun residence, that good brother of mine welcomed me warmly. Though Tang Yuan has no particular talent and does not know how to repay kindness, I consider myself somewhat capable in business. So I decided to make a bold move together with brother Jun." After listening, the emperor pondered, "The two of you pooled your funds and split the profits without fighting fiercely over them. What else is there?" Tang Yuan continued, "Your majesty also knows that the so-called number 1 and number 2 wastrels of Tian Xiang Street are myself and Jun Haiyan Ni. If wastrels can earn such a title, then the noble bones are worthy as well. It can be regarded as a path to wealth." Previously, by fortunate chance, I became acquainted with Song Lao Tam. The noble hall possessed the peerless secret of beauty elixir, and together it led to today's result. The emperor closed his eyes in admiration. Tang Yuan's answer was too smooth. It seemed nothing more could be extracted today. He turned and told Tang Yuan to withdraw. Let out a light breath, heavens, it is finally over. Tang Yuan beamed as he thanked the emperor. Before he could finish speaking, he was cut off. The emperor looked back and gave his judgment. It was Jun Wuyi. Tang Yuan cried out in shock, then stood frozen in place. Seeing this, the emperor asked again, could it be not so? Outside the hall, Jun Mozai waved at the young man before him. The boy covered his face and could not be recognized. Yuran spoke. I wonder what guidance Jun third young master has, he asked curiously. I want to ask you, wearing a veil all day, are you pretending or afraid others will recognize you, or has your face been ruined? I secretly guessed that fellow Meng Fai earlier might be Li Yuran's junior. He was scolded yet showed no reaction, as if observing me. Could it be he has already guarded against me, or discovered something? Li Yuran replied, third young master guessed correctly, my face is ruined. If you wish me to remove this rag for you to see, I was once a fair-faced youth. It is somewhat regrettable. Jun Mozai targeted him for another reason. Li Yuran had exhausted himself pursuing Princess Ling Mei. Yet when faced with interests, he pushed the woman he loved into danger. Those people of Li Jianhong were Li Yuran's senior brothers. They were the ones who acted against Princess Ling Meng, and the one who devised the scheme was Li Yuran. I fell silent. His feelings were not false, yet he could discard her at any time like a worn shoe. Can such a person even be called human? Li Yuran replied, a ruined face is certainly not pleasant. If Jun third young master were to carve 2 cuts upon your own face and look in the mirror, you would know. I glared back and asked, is that so? He laughed slyly. This young master wishes to know, when a beautiful face suddenly no longer dares to meet others, what does it feel like inside? Thrilling, is it not? Li Yuran described, it is indeed thrilling. If Jun third young master wishes to try, I can help. I guarantee to make you wish for death. Jun Mozai rested a hand on his shoulder and burst into laughter. Li Yuran is formidable. One sentence struck this little brother's heart. I still remember those wonderful days in the flower realm of Ho Min Hoa Thuk Lu. He grinned and continued, we were confidants in the land of flowers. I wonder when Li Yuran will teach this little brother a few unique tricks. Those nearby heard and judged him the #1 talent of Tianxiang City. Li Yuran a master of the pleasure quarters. Resentment flickered in his eyes. He modestly said, in this regard, how could I compare to third young master? Li Yuran glanced at Jun Mozai's lower body and spoke meaningfully. Jun third young master is impressive in appearance. In other aspects as well you are outstanding. He smirked. Am I truly that remarkable? Listen to that, a man does enjoy being praised. Seizing the chance, he continued. Jun third young master's gambling skills helped Tang Yuan win back his wife. After you and Tang Yuan dealt with Qin Bao, the North City gang vanished. I sneered, fortune favors me. There is nothing to be done about it. Such a minor figure is worth Li Yuran's attention. His ties with the North City gang run quite deep. Li Yuran reasoned. Jun third young master pointed out the situation at Shangbao Hall, allowing Li Fang to pay a great price for the coral jade, which then exploded unexpectedly. I have heard that Ungbak of Great Supreme still remains at the Jun residence. He feigned pity and asked, does Jun third young master wish me to continue? Somehow every story contains your shadow. Jun Mozai pondered, his gaze distant and contemplative, waved casually and answered with an innocent expression. I also find it strange, from the Jianghu to the streets, from first grade to supreme, everywhere there is your disfigured face. Li Yuran is not afraid of frightening children. Even if not, frightening flowers and grass is not good either. Before me, Li Yuran tested things out, sharing his thoughts. He did not believe he had misjudged, that a mere playboy could scheme against him. Only during the auction at Noble Hall did he realize Jun Mozai could not be underestimated. He was surprised. Was there a flaw in the auction? There must have been. He pointed out, Tang Yuan, a man who could even lose his wife, came up with a brilliant plan. I snorted softly. So that is how it is. Li Yuran smiled. The capital is in chaos. The great families remain safe. This auction also benefited them. I eagerly suggested, you should be thanking me. Li Yuran lowered his voice. If third young master wishes to kill me, I fear I cannot escape. But if I wish to kill third young master, it may not be impossible. The balance between us remains. I believe you will not break it. I clicked my tongue in praise of Li Yuran's foresight. At present the balance is good, the harmony is good. Having said that, he warned him, this balance will not be broken for now, but one day I would not mind taking a head in the night. Li Yuran replied politely, "Third young master was not any gentler years ago. We are both pitiful without a childhood. Therefore I do not mind playing a little. It is rare to find someone to play with, would you not agree?" I immediately asked, "Play at killing or arson?" Li Yuran stroked his chin. "Killing and arson, I will play them all. You can make me suffer repeated defeats." His eyelids lowered. "I do not mind continuing." Burst out laughing. "Continue playing, then let us continue. I will play with you all." The conversation between Li Yuran and Jun Mozai drew everyone's attention. Whispers rose. What are those two talking about? Li Yuran's lips curved upward in a smug smile. I sensed his intent. This brat is plotting something. Li Yuran enjoys thinking the game has begun. The two parted ways, neither looking at the other. Jun Mozai rolled his eyes around. The emperor's seat was certain. Not far were the tables of the great family. Beside them were separate tables. For whom were they prepared? The attendant at the door announced, "The Golden Autumn Scholars' Banquet begins. Please enter." The servant led Jun Mozai. "Jun, third young master, this way please." The great hall doors closed. Inside it was silent. Jun Mozai and Zio, you were startled when their gazes met. Zio's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Jun Mozai standing opposite was also awkward. Strange feeling made him turn his head. Ling Meng blushed and lowered her head shyly. I wondered what is wrong with this woman. At just his turn, Ling Meng stood rooted to the spot. I remembered last time she had sworn solemnly, yet I paid it no mind. Zio's face darkened as her gaze flickered back and forth. Jun Mozai pinched her hand hard. Like an electric shock, she jerked her hand back at once. Jun Mozai sternly asked Zio what she was doing. Her eyes blazed with anger, yet she remained silent. He thought, how could I be looked down upon by a woman? Thinking this, he slapped her butt hard in retaliation. She jumped in shock and cried out softly. Every gaze in the room turned toward Zio. She and Jun Mozai stared at each other. Tongues clicked everywhere. The nearby looks were unfriendly. Zio's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at the crowd pointing at her. She bit her lip to hold back tears and ran from the place in humiliation. I thought to myself, such coincidence. I grabbed her right there. This girl looks like a green apple, yet her body is already a ripe peach, if one were to take a bite. The guests took their seats. Wine filled the cups, the atmosphere lively. Looking at the dishes on the table, I felt bored. Everyone had arrived except His Majesty. Without him, we could not lift our chopsticks. The great hall doors creaked open little by little, drawing every gaze toward the entrance as His Majesty stepped inside. The sound of light footsteps echoed, a figure strolling in unhurriedly. The one who entered was the eunuch along with Tang Yuan. He gripped the armrest tightly, his heavy body making it seem as though the chair could barely move. Tang Yuan anxiously thought that earlier question had nothing to do with third young master, yet it implicated third uncle. The two matters were hardly different. This time it was truly troublesome. Everyone in the hall burst into laughter. One man slammed the table in anger. What a disgrace. At that moment Tang Yuan Li shouted, furiously scolding, "Why are you flying into a rage like this?" Tang Yuan sobbed loudly as he called out, "Grandfather." A man sneered, "Young Master Tang fears there will be no seat, so he even brought his own chair, truly most respectful." Tang Yuan Li was enraged, his breathing turning ragged like a beast on the verge of losing control. He waved his hand, the motion so forceful that the heavy wooden table shot straight toward that man. Tang Yuan Li thought to himself, it seems things have gone beyond expectation. Could it be that His Majesty truly shows no regard for so many years of sentiment, truly putting my grandson in a difficult position? He coughed repeatedly, then reminded Tang Yuan to raise his head. He movedly called out, "Third young master." He smiled confidently and said, "Even if the sky collapses, I can still face it. Come over and drink with me." Tang Yuan was stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment. He gently rubbed his eyes and then broke into laughter. Tang Yuan quickly regained himself. Today it seems the honored guests are all those we once offended. The third prince is truly not bad. He did nothing wrong. A voice sounded, "You young ones go drink at the side yourselves." After a moment Jun Mozai stood still, his expression stiffened. Opposite him were Zio Engai and Doc Koan. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. Tang Yuan stammered, "Third young master, just now I used his thoughts to signal. Now is not the time to speak of this. Wait a little and we will discuss it later." He closed his eyes in contemplation. Ever since Fatty entered, 4 strange divine senses had been circling him. Now was not the time to discuss it. A sharp voice rang out from the hall entrance, inviting the honored guests from Silver City of Wind and Snow. Zio Han, Fuang and Go, Tiat Dong and Yen Mong entered one after another. Jun Mozai was slightly surprised. Since when had Silver City of Wind and Snow become VIP guests of the Tianxiang Empire, and how had Fuang Go recovered so quickly? The feeling was just like last time when he snatched that strange jade. Could it be there was another piece of jade he would steal again? The eunuch at the door raised his voice. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. He thought to himself, only arriving now. All the dishes had already gone cold. When the emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his voice rang out with authority. You may rise. Below the hall, the newly arrived guests courteously deferred to one another, just as it had been 10 days ago. While everyone chatted and laughed, Jun Mozai calmly ate and drank, paying no attention to anyone. Ko An angrily demanded, can you not eat a little more properly? If you eat like this, how can anyone else eat? He did not care. He picked up the bowl of soup, pouring as he mocked, properly. Worth a few coins at most, his actions left Sun Xiaomei utterly astonished. He tilted his head back and drained the bowl of soup. The gulping sounds echoed through the hall. After finishing, he let out a loud burp. Terribly cooked, nothing worth eating. Ko An was dumbfounded. How did you eat so fast? Are you not afraid of choking to death? Xiao Yi stared intently at the food, wondering what kind of soup this was. Why did they have to scramble for it like that? He thought to himself, this is tiger tail soup, so this dish is. He said aloud, just eat it, as long as it tastes good that is enough, who cares what it is. The crab was presented like a work of art. Jun Mozai handed a crab to Xiao Yi and said, eat this. Ko An spoke while eating. Jun Mozai, you are truly something. An elder of the Murong family praised, Old Master Jun, third young Master Jun, is indeed the eldest grandson of the Jun family. He stroked his beard and smiled. Though he has never been to the battlefield, he already bears the distinct air of a military disciple. Jun Zhan Tian laughed heartily, as long as he knows that is enough. Another elder said with sarcasm, Murong brother, what do you see? He pointed at Jun Mozai and said, look at him. That shameless brat looks exactly like old Master Jun in his younger days. This, the three elders burst into hearty laughter. Emperor coughed lightly, signaling the ministers to quiet down, then raised his cup to toast everyone, his voice stern yet gentle. All the ministers rose together, hands clasped as they bowed to thank the imperial grace. The eunuch struck and announced, the Golden Autumn Scholars Banquet officially begins. An elder spoke, Your Majesty, esteemed lords, this Golden Autumn Scholars Banquet on the Double Ninth Festival is truly a splendid time in life. Suddenly a voice rang out, cutting him off. At a royal banquet, and the food is nearly gone before we have eaten much, truly unacceptable. He spoke while eating. Fatty, why are you eating so fast? This whole table of dishes is about to be finished by you. Veins bulged on his temple. Leng Duong glared angrily at Ko An and said, never have I seen such shamelessness. Clearly you ate all the good dishes and still slander others. He retorted, why not eat faster? You are all big lumps of fat. If I did not eat quickly, there would not even be soup left. Tang Yuan at the side reminded him, third young master, you cannot blame him entirely. After all, he is not the one paying for this meal. The emperor could not hold back and burst into laughter. Those around also could not restrain themselves and laughed together. Leng Duong's face darkened suddenly, his eyes filled with fury. Yuang Ngo said disdainfully, the Jun family truly are all like this, arrogant, just as the rumors say. He looked surprised and curiously asked, and who might this be? The young man cast a sharp gaze at him. Then he introduced himself, my surname is Xiao, from the Xiao family of Silver City of Wind and Snow, Xiao Fuang Ngo. Li Yuran smiled in praise, this name is truly extraordinary and refined, as if carrying immortal aura. Fuang Ngo proudly recounted, I heard that when my mother gave birth to me, she dreamed of a phoenix resting upon a parasol tree. Thus I was named Fuang Ngo. Laughter rang out across the hall. Jun Mozai teased, if your mother had dreamed of a chicken perched on a banana tree, what would you be called? He angrily demanded, Jun Mozai, you dare insult me. Jun Mozai asked back, when did I insult you? What did I say? He shouted, you clearly insulted me, then suddenly stopped, his eyes widening as if realizing something. Fuang Ngo waved his hand, his voice threatening, I will kill you. Jun Mozai calmly remarked, Silver City of Wind and Snow is indeed formidable, daring to openly threaten to kill the only grandson of Jun Zhan Tian before the high ministers of the court. Such boldness is truly astonishing. Hiat Dong stepped forward to apologize. Fuang Ngo is still young and inexperienced, please forgive him. The emperor placed his hand upon the table, calmly saying it is nothing. Ko Tiu Engai slowly moved closer to Jun Mozai. He curiously asked, what would a chicken perched on a banana tree be called? He pretended to be mysterious, that, go ask your brother and you will know, a voice announced, at this Golden Autumn Scholars Banquet, the talented ladies of the noble families will compete against our Wen Xing Academy. Cao Tite proposed, yet no one has ever defeated young Master Li, the eldest grandson of Grand Preceptor Li. Today several disciples wish to seek guidance from young Master Li. I wonder what you think. Li Yuran humbly replied, Li Yuran is shallow in talent and learning, not daring to display himself. But at present there is someone whose scholarship and strategy I deeply admire. He smiled slyly, you may as well seek his guidance. Cao Tite asked, young master, who is this great talent? Li Yuran pointed at Jun Mozai, who was eating heartily. It is Jun Mozai, young master. Seeing Li Yuran directly name him, he felt slightly annoyed. This brat dares to frame me so openly. Cao Tite said sternly, young Master Li must be joking. In scholarly circles we have never heard of young Master Jun. At that moment someone spoke up, Master Sun need not worry. If your students cannot even debate with Jun Mozai, there is no need to seek a contest with young Master Li. He stopped eating and drinking, wiped his hands as he saw Han Tri Dong salute. That man politely spoke asking for guidance. This humble student Han Tri Dong seeks instruction from young Master Jun. Being asked for instruction, he somewhat narcissistically agreed. There is no need for guidance. If I have time I will teach you 2 defensive moves, guaranteeing you can roam freely through Ho Lin Suan. On the surface Tri Dong showed respect, yet inwardly he thought otherwise, truly a degenerate. I sought scholarly guidance and he speaks of such disgraceful places, how shameful. Tri Dong did not wish to go. This student has never visited places like Ho Lin Suan. Jun Mozai asked in surprise, you have never been to Ho Lin Suan? Seeing Han talent rustic appearance, he immediately understood. He laughed with amusement, thinking that man could never manage such a place. He merely smiled off Jun Mozai's words. Young Master Jun truly has a sharp tongue. When this student arrived I saw osmanthus blooming in the imperial garden, encountered an upper couplet and invite young Master Jun to enlighten me. Speaking of his strength in the imperial garden, chrysanthemums, orchids, osmanthus, their fragrance travels 1,000 li, the foremost scent under heaven. Those present listened to him recite fluently without a single stumble and clicked their tongues in praise. The upper line seemed simple at first glance yet concealed profound meaning, especially the 2 words heavenly fragrance, subtly conveying blessings to the Thien Huang Empire. The crowd continued to buzz with discussion, wondering who this time possessed the talent to respond. With such an upper line, even Jun third young master would likely find it hard to manage. Amid the storm of compliments, he remained humble, claiming he had studied little and possessed meager talent, hoping young Master Jun would offer some guidance. Jun Mozai was never skilled at matching verses, let alone composing them. If it were reciting poetry, he might borrow a bit of inspiration. But for matching couplets like this, where could he possibly borrow from? It truly gave one a headache. Cao Tite mocked Jun Mozai level, saying that if he could not match it he should admit it frankly. There would be no shame. In the face of such sarcasm he calmly replied that it was nothing difficult, merely an upper line. Jun Mozai answered with imposing spirit, telling them to watch his brother match it and open their eyes. Li Yuran behind the bamboo curtain felt a flicker of doubt. Even he himself was at a loss. Could it be the other party truly surpassed him? Tang Wanli watched in confusion. Earlier he had said he was hiding his talent, so why was he now displaying it all so openly? That old man did not forget to provoke, saying that if within 1 stick of incense young Master Jun could match it, then the Van Tin Academy would admit defeat. Otherwise he must reconcile on behalf of young Master Duan. He also demanded the return of his pitiful disciple. Jun Mozai immediately agreed cheerfully, saying it was a small matter. A memory suddenly surfaced. That disciple was likely Triu Than Thong, the one who had once been taught an unforgettable lesson by Tang Yuan. When Tang Yuan fainted, he had been taken back by a young woman, while that so-called talented scholar, after Tang Yuan was expelled from home out of fear of bringing disaster, had long since met a tragic end. His eyes flashed with cunning. If he could not match it, then returning the corpse would suffice. The other side had only said to return the disciple, not that he had to be whole. At the same time he set a condition. If he matched it, then they must answer one of his lines. Otherwise, from now on in front of this young master, they were not to mention the words couplet again. He looked at them as if victory were assured, his tone dismissive, asking whether they dared or not. The old man believed this time Jun Mozai would certainly lose and boldly agreed. Jun Mozai brimmed with momentum, lifted the wine jug, his movements decisive as he drank several large gulps. The burning liquor coursed down his throat, stirring his spirits, and he let out a satisfied exclamation. 4 of them watched Jun Mozai intently, each harboring a different mood. Yang Huai-Wu calculated silently. If he truly matched it, then the Jun family would have to be regarded in a different light. His mind ran at full speed. He snapped his fingers as if an answer had just struck him. Poetic ideas surged in Jun Mo-Zai's mind with a teasing edge, borrowing contrasting scents to counterattack. The more he drank, the more mischievous lines he conceived. Hang Yuan excitedly read aloud and praised it as marvelous, using fragrance against stench, even hopping about in accompaniment. Several courtesans, hearing the heavily teasing couplet, covered their noses and dispersed. One by one they left the room, unable to endure that peculiar matching line. Jun Mo-Zai asked smugly who dared say he could not match it. Everyone had to admit it was perfectly matched, only the meal had lost its flavor. He repeated the condition and then presented a new challenge, saying that half a month ago an old friend of his grandfather surnamed Hoa, named Thuong, had gifted a lotus painting along with a couplet. Without beating around the bush, he said clearly that his grandfather had asked everywhere yet no one could match it, so it was brought here. The entire room buzzed with curiosity about what exactly the upper line was. Jun Mo-Zai leisurely recited, only 7 words, painting on lotus flowers, fire upon painting. Everyone was stunned. This line seemed simple yet read the same forward and backward, the meaning unchanged, the beginning and end alike while motion and stillness opposed. Cao Tait and Lin Duong were shaken, not expecting the notorious playboy to present such a difficult challenge. That old man paced back and forth in thought. A phrase flashed then seemed unsuitable. Half a stick of incense had passed and he was still stuck. Irritation showed plainly on his face as he struggled to find a worthy reply. After waiting long, Jun Mo-Zai urged that time was almost up. On the other side, everyone looked dejected, not knowing how to respond. Time slipped by quietly. The incense burned down, green smoke fading into the air until only ash remained. Kai Dong slammed the table and stood, frankly admitting he could not match it and accepting defeat. Jun Mo-Zai stretched and said the loser was not him, because the true gambler was someone else. He was merely a pawn unqualified to contend with him. He looked straight at the 2 old scholars and asked if that was not so. The 2 could only bow their heads and admit defeat. The old man kept his promise and declared that from now on Van Tin Academy before Jun Mo-Zai would no longer mention matching couplets. Jun Mo-Zai sat down, his voice lowering as he said the demeanor of the 2 was worthy of respect, and he himself did not wish to corner anyone. He reflected that a teacher shaped the soul, not only teaching words but also cultivating character. Kai Dong darkened and asked if since there was an upper line, then whether the 3rd young master had a lower line. This time he sincerely cupped his hands seeking guidance, and Jun Mo-Zai replied that the upper line was not of his own creation, he had merely borrowed it. He added that if he already had a lower line, there would be no need to use it to trouble others. The old man turned away and ordered them to withdraw, saying that if they lost they must accept it. Li Yuran smiled and echoed that Master Kong was right. He praised young Master Jun's talent in zither chess calligraphy and painting as truly rare. Jun Mo-Zai secretly judged that Li Yuran bore no goodwill, clearly intending to use others to force him to reveal his strength. At that moment Zio Yi suddenly appeared beside him. He raised his hand to cup her flushed cheeks, the close distance making her shy. The air between them grew ambiguous. Jun Mo-Zai modestly said fortunately, their side also had many talents, and Van Tin Academy had brought quite a few people this time. His gaze was warm as he asserted that the descendants of great families could not easily retreat. He even confidently said that if Li Yuran was unconvinced, then it proved he was a notch above him. Thinking of being busy with fame in the future, he cheerfully said that if even Li Yuran could not surpass him, then there was no need to seek him out. Everyone looked at Zio Yi with admiration, because those words had cleverly bound them together and pushed Li Yuran to the forefront. Suddenly, a voice rang out proposing that in that case, they should seek guidance from young Master Lai. In the lavish banquet, Li Yuran stood and saluted. Gently accepted the challenge, saying it was an honor. Yang Huai-Wu from afar looked toward Jun Mo-Zai and Zio Yi seated together. That man frowned, showing displeasure. A figure stepped out leisurely, saying since they had matched couplets they should now try musical rhythm, as Li Yuran flute was famed throughout the land. The man introduced himself as Kim A.M. Chan and wished to seek guidance. Li Yuran courteously replied that young Master Kim A.M. fame was illustrious, and he dared not compare. He humbly conceded defeat, saying there was no need to compete this round. Kim A.M. Chan's reputation was too great, his family flute art renowned since childhood, not something half-refined elegance could rival. To avoid appearing cowardly, Li Yuran deftly pulled Jun Mo-Zai in, saying he lost this round and inviting young Master Jun to take the next. successfully shifting the difficulty to another. Even wished Jun third young master good luck, preserving the academy face while turning the situation even and washing his hands of it. Jun Mo-zai was astonished by that move, conceding defeat before even competing. He felt inward disappointment, thinking that no matter how strong the opponent one should at least try, better to fail than to admit weakness outright. Afterward they shifted to poetry. The Minister of Rights Tun Than Ha discussed, and decided that both sides would compose on the spot to determine victory. The topic given was scholarship, inviting each side to choose a participant. Yang Kao-si stepped forward, announcing his name and confidently seeking young master Jun guidance. The officials recorded it. After half a stick of incense of thought, he recited a poem expressing ambition in study and dedication. Kao-si continued reciting passionately lines filled with fervor, declaring his resolve not to betray his youthful prime. The official raised the sheet of paper and handed it back to Yang Huai-Wu, respectfully inviting Your Majesty to review it. He silently read through all the couplets presented by the scholar, pondering in silence without uttering a word. The exam was approved. Yang Huai-Wu ordered it to be submitted for review. At that very moment someone had to acknowledge the scholar's talent. In less than half a stick of incense he completed a properly structured piece, the meaning not yet at its peak but the composition steady, worthy of praise. Jun Mo-zai applauded in admiration, praising the astonishing speed, truly swift as lightning. With a lively expression, the other side had no choice but to bow and admit defeat, repeatedly declaring their inferiority. He happily thanked them for the praise, modestly admitting his shallow learning and hoping for further guidance, while waiting to hear the noble young master's insight. Tang Yuan burst into delighted laughter at the joke about the quick draw. He laughed loudly in sheer glee, making those around him uncomfortable. This fat man was clearly on Jun Mo-zai's side, seeing Zhai Dong unable to compose a poem and yet celebrating as if at a festival truly contemptible. He mocked and provoked him, saying that a noble young master of such outstanding talent could hardly admit defeat so easily. At the very least he should recite a piece for everyone to enjoy. Whether sincere praise or sarcasm was unclear. The scholar continued targeting Jun Mo-zai, saying that being born into a military family and lacking literary refinement was nothing strange. Defeat had been expected all along. What was there to be surprised about? Questioned about his ability, he replied that since everyone was in the mood, this young master would oblige. He clasped his hands behind his back, feigning seriousness, and said he had never devoted himself to scholarship. Seized by sudden inspiration, he abandoned the given topic and casually recited a piece for amusement. Zhai Dong was suspicious of the strange theme, but finding it reasonable, eagerly urged him on, praising the noble young master as a great talent. Raising his hand and poetry was formed, truly admirable. Felt displeased meeting Zhai Dong here, wondering if all the scholars of Wenzing Academy possessed such character. Jun Mo-zai bluntly criticized his narrow temperament, saying that if he were ever to hold authority over a region, he would likely exploit opportunities for personal gain. His gaze was sharp as if to strip the other bare, asking whether he could be a groom by day and change brides every night. From above, Yang Huai-Wu observed everything, inwardly astonished to realize that the competitiveness of Wenzing Academy's students in recent years had somewhat exceeded proper bounds. Glanced at Jun Mo-zai, who was engrossed in conversation with Zhao Yi, wondering whether he was truly careless or deliberately hinting at something. The quiet atmosphere suddenly shifted as his expression changed, startled and shaken. A loud slap on the table echoed throughout. He struck a pose with striking charisma like a stage star, his demeanor reminiscent of a modern legend. Jun Mo-zai began his first dance move inspired by a famed performance, the opening gesture bold and impressive. His steps were masterful, seamlessly blending agile transitions with powerful rhythm. Two ultimate techniques fused into one and displayed before everyone's eye. A youthful idol aura, distinctive and captivating, became vividly apparent. He sang and danced in a modern style, declaring arrogantly that anyone who wished to love him must be beautiful enough. Do not speak of love if unworthy. He continued joking that none should be infatuated with him. He was merely a legend. Do not provoke him lest it become unbearable. 5 elders stood stunned, as if struck by lightning at the bizarre performance. He continued to stir the atmosphere, his lyrics arrogant with a hint of provocation, his movements smooth like a professional singer. He sang of loneliness while challenging who dared to trouble him. He even calmly pointed straight at that group, making veiled insinuations heavy with implication. During this, that man flushed red, stammering you without forming a full sentence, eyes wide in dizzy outrage. Unable to endure it any longer, that man collapsed to the ground unconscious, leaving everyone briefly stunned. Zhang Zhantian could not continue watching. He slammed the table fiercely and roared in fury. He lashed out with a powerful kick toward the man in court attire. He had yet to recover when he looked back in shock, meeting Zhang Zhantian's icy gaze. Two exchanged a look filled with tacit understanding. Zhun Mozai cooperated and was kicked flying, shouting as he hurtled toward a pillar of the main hall. The force was fierce, but fortunately Dak Ko Tung Hon caught him in time. Dak Ko Tung Hon steadied Zhun Mozai. The two discreetly exchanged another glance. He turned and said to him that after years of cooperation, could he truly not understand what the other was planning? He angrily shouted, asking if he intended to destroy the only remaining seedling of the Zhun family, accusing Zhun Zhantian of feigning confusion. Zhun Zhantian refused to yield, telling him not to interfere. Today he would certainly teach this brat a lesson for disgracing the Zhun family, otherwise sooner or later he would cause great trouble. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was about to strike. Fortunately, everyone hurriedly intervened, urging calm discussion. Seeing his sworn brother dragged out to be beaten, Tang Yuan wailed miserably, sobbing as he begged that third young master not be harmed. Amid the chaos, he furiously slammed the table and shouted for everyone to be silent. Yang Huiwu angrily ordered them to stop, reprimanding their loss of decorum. The fists raised in midair halted instantly, the officials turning toward him. Indignant, everyone knelt and begged Your Majesty to uphold justice and severely punish that shameless man. Zhun Mozai lay still on the ground at this moment, pretending to have fainted. Yang Huiwu sighed at the unhappy ending. The aristocratic clan's arrogant, the Wenzing scholars petty, truly disappointed. How could they shoulder the realm in the future? Let today end here, each return and reflect upon themselves. Unwilling, the crowd had no choice but to leave in silence. Suddenly, someone rushed in breathlessly with urgent news. Zhun Zhantian and Tung Hon stared tensely at the messenger. Yang Huiwu opened the memorial and read, news that the heaven-punishing mystic beasts were surging southward. Life and Death Supreme Shichang Zio together with Blood Soul Mountain Manor had issued a summons. After reading, he could not help but wonder whether the situation had truly become so grave. Before long night fell, a full moon hanging high in the sky. In the study, Yang Huiwu sat opposite Wen Shangwu, asking his thoughts on today's event. Wen Shangwu hesitated, unable to reach a firm conclusion, but affirmed that there were no significant fluctuations of mystic energy on him. Yang Huiwu remained doubtful, feeling that the Zhun family's youngster was somewhat unusual, and sought further opinion. Wen Shangwu replied sharply that not only was he unusual, his conduct was excessively unrestrained. Today in the main hall, though it seemed like jesting, it had stirred the entire realm. However, in this old man's view, he was not pretending at all. Yang Huiwu asked again, when Shangwu affirmed that he seemed to regard no one seriously. That included even Your Majesty, yet this also subtly conveyed a message. His hand holding a chess piece paused, that Zhun Mozai had no intention of contending for power. Yang Huiwu explained this to reassure himself that perhaps there was no need to be overly wary of him. Or perhaps it was a subtle reminder of the failed upbringing of Wenzing Academy. Set down the chess piece, realizing that youngster had already seen through the empire's hidden dangers and the weakness of its officialdom. Unknowingly, he had also incurred a great debt of gratitude. When Shangwu reassured that the Wenzing threat was minor, most descendants were within control, only two were worrisome. One was Li Yuran, ambitious yet his methods remained within the bounds of a subject. The other was Zhun Mozai. He raised his head and said a sovereign should not sink into dark schemes. Thus Li Yuran was not worth concern. Wen Shangwu praised Your Majesty's foresight, but Yang Huiwu still feared Zhun Mozai was more dangerous. Only while he lived could he restrain him. Once he was gone, among the three princes few could suppress those two. Wen Shangwu reassured him that Your Majesty was in the prime of life, for now no great upheaval would occur. Yet if they were allowed to remain, the future threat might not be small. It could even become a calamity for the nation. However, Yang Huiwu did not agree to take action, for if Zhun Mozai truly met with misfortune, could Tian Xiang Kingdom bear the consequences? Moreover, behind him was the Dong Fang family, a once renowned assassin clan. Could that be Zhun Mozai's maternal lineage? Yang Huiwu admitted the speculation was correct. Years ago when Quan Vo Hoi and Quan Vo Mong died in battle, the Dong Fang family had sent many experts to risk their lives in retaliation. He grimaced as he recounted that the wounds from that year had yet to heal. The turmoil caused by the Xiao family and Blood Soul Mountain Manor had taken a full year to quell. In the final battle, the old matriarch of Dongfang lost by half a move and declared seclusion, vowing that unless the snowy mountains collapsed and mystic beasts poured forth, the Dongfang assassins would never reappear, meaning eternal concealment. Yang Huiwu, however, believed not necessarily. If anyone touched the final limit of the Dongfang family, they would surely have reason to act. In the end, he decided the Jun family absolutely could not be touched. Even if removal was necessary, it must be a truly unforeseen accident. Yet Wen Shangwu found that difficult to achieve. He pondered, thinking that causing someone like Jun Mozai to encounter a natural mishap was not entirely without method. Yang Huiwu smiled mysteriously, drawing a sheet of paper from his robe and placing it before Wen Shangwu, saying the opportunity lay here. His face darkened as if the most important thing had just been torn away. After reading the paper, Wen Shangwu's expression was no better. His Majesty's mystic beast tide was indeed far from simple. Yang Huiwu said in a deep voice, "The incident occurred in the southern region of Tianxiang. I must deploy troops. All the great families in the capital must send their people to form an elite force, along with 10,000 iron cavalry to reinforce the south." His eyes were filled with resolve. The Murong, Tang, Li, Song, and Jun families must all participate. When the time comes, none of them will find it easy. He suddenly burst into a meaningful laugh. That army may be strong, but internally it may not be united. Wen Shangwu thought to himself that discord in the ranks was a grave taboo. Facing the mystic beast tide would likely end in tragedy. He asked who would command. Yang Huiwu immediately replied Jun Wu Yi. Aside from him, who else would be more suitable? Elsewhere near Jiahong Palace, Jun Mozai and Tang Yuan rode side by side. Tang Yuan asked about the current situation. Mozai replied instead, "How many of the medicinal herbs I need have you gathered?" He said sternly, "No matter what, you must collect as many as possible. Starting tonight, deliver 3 times a day. Even if it is only a single plant, it must be sent immediately." Tang Yuan nodded and accepted the order, saying he would do his utmost. Jun Mozai turned to look at the glittering imperial palace under the sun, as if he felt a burning gaze fixed on him. Behind him, Jun Zhantian secretly praised the boy for greatly satisfying his heart. He laughed and praised him as truly a man of the Jun family, when suddenly a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. That streak of light blocked the path of the group in white. Jun Zhantian shouted Mozai's name loudly, but he had no time to react. The lightning shot toward him. He could only widen his eyes and stare. In that instant, a pair of cold and merciless eyes filled with deathly aura appeared and looked straight at him. The streak of light pierced through his figure, leaving behind an afterimage. The entire group halted. Mozai clutched his chest. Even though he was prepared, he was still shaken. In the face of danger, he immediately hid within the life-protecting token inside the Hongjun Tower. The afterimage on the horse's back seemed to be pierced through. Then he reappeared, still sitting firmly. Tang Yuan cried out in alarm, reminding him to be careful. Another streak of light shot over, causing him to jerk his head up in shock. Jun Zhantian leapt off his horse and rushed forward. He gathered all his strength and threw a punch toward the empty air. His power surged to its peak. The force of his fist tore through the wind with a thunderous roar. As the white smoke gradually dispersed, Jun Mozai calmly judged that the opponent's cultivation was only at the peak of Earth Xuan. It was merely an afterimage. He was puzzled again. That speed far surpassed Earth Xuan, almost at the level of Supreme. At the tenth scene, only he remained calm and reassured everyone. With his experience, he guessed the opponent could only unleash a single strike. Otherwise, it would have been even more terrifying than Yun Bai Chen. He thought perhaps it was a secret technique that erupted briefly to reach such speed. So then, after that move, the assassin must be severely weakened. He silently judged that this person was extremely dangerous. By the time they returned to the Jun residence, the sky was already turning to dust. Tang Wanli still did not understand and asked how he managed to evade that strike. Mozai replied that as long as he did not wish to die, no one could kill him. That was a great secret. Tang Wanli sighed upon hearing this, considering it a lifelong secret of his. In the guest hall of the Jun residence, Tang Wanli and he recounted everything to Jun Wuyi. Jun Wuyi said in a deep voice that His Majesty likely intended to mobilize troops and appoint general. He pondered silently and said no more. He softly remarked that it seemed they must prepare in advance. Jun Mozai unexpectedly asked why. Jun Wuyi explained that the court had always been turbulent, but had never revealed dissatisfaction so openly as this time. That banquet was originally because of him. Afterward, they would surely weaken the Jun family step by step. The mystic beast tide was merely an excuse. Mozai smiled lightly and said that if one thought so, then it was wrong. This time he would go along. The Tianfa forest was the most suitable place for him. Jun Wuyi was surprised and asked if he truly wished to go. He sighed and then mentioned whether the training of the 300 guards should be relaxed. Mozai answered seriously that the current intensity had still not met the requirement. It would increase further. He said that only those who could endure would become the strongest combat force. Jun Wuyi silently contemplated that level of harshness. Those people, if sent to the battlefield, would already be enough to form a slaughtering army. In the Jun family courtyard at dusk, the bonfires still burned brightly. The soldiers carried heavy sandbags and trained until they were gasping for breath. 100 men were divided into 2 groups to spar, every gaze blazing with the will to fight to the end. Jun Mozai stood at a distance observing, thinking that this steel army was about to take shape. White tents stood amid the firelight, the silhouettes of soldiers training without pause. Above, Tang Wanli asked Jun Wuyi what the purpose of the training was. Jun Wuyi answered with a single word: slaughter. Tang Wanli fell into contemplation upon hearing it. He said the Jun family had always been under suspicion, but he believed that with Mozai they would rise again. To rise again required absolute strength, and they were laying that foundation. Tang Wanli sighed and then changed the topic to his marriage. He mentioned that the Dugu girl was not bad, whether there was anyone else. Jun Wuyi said he had often visited Ling Shuang Lake before, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by a cough. Tang Wanli brushed the matter aside and brought up Guan Qinghan. Hearing this, Jun Wuyi grew angry and directly drove him out. Below, Mozai heard the commotion above and muttered that the old man had flared up again. He said it was already dark and it was time to prepare for tonight. At the same time, he thought of Xiao Feng Wu's treasure and the assassin's belongings. He had to find a way to retrieve them. In the late afternoon, he arrived at a courtyard and saw 2 people kneeling before the gate. He recognized them as the 2 youths he had once saved at Hong Hoa Hall, who refused to leave. Both were severely injured, mute, and with damaged tongues. One of them had even lost an arm. To him, their practical value was not great. Thinking that, I immediately stepped in front of the 2 men and coldly ordered them to raise their heads and look at me. Yet they still knelt prostrate as if pleading for something, their bodies trembling in waves, their eyes deliberately avoiding mine yet sharp to the point of chilling the heart. Standing opposite them, Jun Mozai said in a low voice, "It is already the 9th day. How long do you intend to keep kneeling?" Observing those eyes, he silently judged that this was the gaze of a top assassin. Once driven to the brink, he would treat life as worthless as grass. Even in those eyes, they themselves held no value. After thinking it over, he slowly spoke to probe them. "Tell me the reason. Let me see just how deep your resolve runs." Hearing that, the 2 exchanged glances and suddenly nodded firmly at the same time. They lowered their heads, their whole bodies trembling, teeth clenched tight, both hands gripping their knees until the veins bulged. Abruptly, both hurriedly raised their hands as if they had made up their minds. Without the slightest hesitation, they bit down hard on their own hands. Blood seeped from their wrists, and they used that very blood to write their plea upon the ground. After finishing, both bowed deeply before Jun Mozai again, their expressions sincere to the extreme. Jun Mozai read aloud the blood-stained words, swearing that even if they endured hundreds of thousands of cuts, they would not regret it, that if they failed to become strong, they would rather die. In that instant, he suddenly felt an indescribable stirring. His hand tightened, his heart trembled faintly before he swiftly made a decision. "Since you possess such will, I will not be stingy in granting you a chance. I only hope you will not disappoint me." Upon hearing this, joy was plainly written across the faces of the 2 men. Jun Mozai immediately helped them inside. He thought to himself, they endured such pain without uttering a single cry. If I am to nurture them, I absolutely must not let any mishap befall them. Night gradually fell and the surroundings sank into silence, leaving only one room still lit. Inside that room, Jun Mozai looked at the 2 weakened figures lying on the bed. He frowned slightly in worry, said nothing, and quietly stepped out onto the veranda. Before the vast night sky, beneath the faint crescent moon, he asked himself whether becoming truly strong was worth pursuing to such an extent. At that moment, a slender figure gently approached. Fair hands softly draped an extra robe over his shoulder. Realizing who had come, he softly called, "Ki-er, tell me." Looking at her with a contemplative gaze, he asked, "Do you wish to become strong?" Ki-er was briefly stunned and softly repeated, "Strong." Gazing at his back in the night, she asked in a low voice, "What meaning is there in becoming stronger like that?" Junmo Zai lowered his eyes and slowly replied, "As long as you are as strong as that old Ying, then you may do whatever you wish, roam the world and live a carefree life. Would you be willing?" He walked over and sat beside him, softly calling him young master. She gently said, "I am only a little maid. I only hope to spend my life by your side serving you." Looking up at the starry sky, she continued, quietly waiting for young master to return each day. The wind stirred her hair lightly as she softly said, "I only wish to be an ordinary girl." He looked at him with worried eyes and timidly asked, "Young master, is that too weak of me to say? But I truly do not wish to become strong." Hearing that, Junmo Zai smiled and replied, "Not at all. What you said is very good. He like this is the most lovable." He looked at her with smiling eyes and said she was the little girl he cherished the most. Then he stood up and reminded her that it was already late at night. Junmo Zai gently rubbed her head and told her to return to her room to rest. He nodded shyly and answered yes, then opened her eyes to look around and asked in surprise, "Where has young master gone?" In the darkness, a figure swiftly skimmed across the rooftops, his form blending into the night wind without a sound. As he moved, he thought that ahead lay Sacred Treasure Hall. Immediately after, he landed in a small alley, concealed his aura, and silently burrowed into the ground. Hidden beneath the earth, he spread out his spiritual sense to probe the surroundings, examining every inch of space with utmost care. As he investigated, he thought that last time he had nearly been detected by Lavu Bai at Sacred Treasure Hall. This time he must be even more cautious. After observing for a while, Junmo Zai was astonished to discover that Sacred Treasure Hall now had many additional experts. From the high eaves to the hidden corners, in all directions strong figures stood guard. Any one of them had reached peak Sky Xuan. He frowned and calculated, not only that, there were also 6 Spirit Xuan experts stationed there. In his mind appeared the image of 6 Spirit Xuan, 7 Peak Sky Xuan and 2 Mid Sky Xuan. If they coordinated smoothly, they might be enough to threaten even Yingbo. Pressing close to Sacred Treasure Hall, he employed the yin-yang escape art, quietly slipping into the ground beneath the large building at the center and hiding in secret. From a room came the sound of discussion. Someone suggested taking this opportunity to eliminate that cripple so as to avoid future trouble. At once an old man shouted angrily, "Insolent, this is not your place to interfere." Silver-haired elder was Xiao Beiyu, the second most powerful figure of the Xiao family. He rebuked that if not for your reckless actions there would not be such chaos today. Xiao Han immediately retorted that how could a mere Jun family bring down Silver City. He stepped in front of Xiao Beiyu and said heatedly, "Grandfather, this is the hatred of having my wife taken. How can you blame me?" Xiao Beiyu replied in a low voice, "You have already crippled 4 members of the Jun family. What more do you want? Moreover, Blood Soul Mountain Manor has allied with Shichang Xiao and issued a supreme summons." His expression turned stern. "We must depart for the southern frontier at once. We cannot delay great matters over personal grievances." Xiao Han suddenly remembered and said that before leaving the imperial palace today, he received news that Jun Wuyi had led troops south to deal with the southern Xuan beast Tai. He said in a low voice, "Grandfather, perhaps we can take this opportunity." Xiao Beiyu paced with his hands behind his back, murmuring about the southern Xuan beast Tai. His eyes suddenly lit up. If that is truly the case, then this may be a rare opportunity. The third elder stepped forward and said, "Second brother, it is indeed a favorable moment." He analyzed in a deep voice, "But the summons has already been issued. Yingbo will surely also head to the southern frontier." He emphasized that with Yingbo there, dealing with Jun Wuyi would not be easy. Therefore the key still lies in finding a way to restrain Yingbo first. Xiao Beiyu nodded. If that old Yingbo wishes to interfere, he must pay a worthy price. His eyes were filled with hatred. How could the debt with Old Sixth be let go? He instructed that upon reaching the southern frontier, gather the 6 men together with the 7 swords, 13 joining forces to deal with Yingbo. Only then consider how to handle Jun Wuyi, and afterward push all blame onto the Xuan beasts and be done. The third elder asked again whether they should temporarily let him off. Xiao Beiyu confirmed that since the summons has been issued, for now they would leave him in peace. He further mentioned the mysterious man in black who once targeted the soul-binding jade of the Xiao family, proving that treasure was extremely important to him. Hearing about the soul-binding jade, Junmo Zai beneath the ground was secretly startled. Xiao Beiyu said the soul-binding jade was currently with Fuang and Go, and once he discovered it, he would surely come to seize it again. He arranged for Fuang and Go to stay in a private room, set up spiritual sense restrictions, and prepared thousand-mile soul lock incense in advance. He said coldly that once he touched the jade, no matter where he fled it would be difficult to escape pursuit. Third elder praised that strategy, while Junmo Zai secretly rejoiced. He laughed inwardly. Zio Bei, you likely never imagined this move would instead become an advantage for me, no different from delivering the treasure into my hands. Zio Bei Yu sternly instructed that if this time they succeeded in dealing with the Jun family, they must absolutely not let any rumor leak out. Understood. Third elder stroked his beard and replied, naturally, it is just that this Xuan beast tide is too unusual. He suspected there must be hidden dealings between Tianfa and Blood Soul Mountain Manor. Zio Bei Yu sighed. Once we arrive we will naturally understand. Junmo Zai rested his chin on his hand and pondered. Could it be that the true cause was actually them? He recalled when negotiating conditions with He Song Zio and Xingkai Shan, asking them to harass Blood Soul Mountain Manor and teach the young manor lord a lesson. In exchange, he would help them advance their cultivation. Holding his forehead in thought, he considered that the sudden outbreak of the Xuan beast tide was likely related to those two. Wondered, at the time I only told them to hold the manor back, who would have thought it would cause such a huge upheaval. In truth, even the two Xuan beast kings had not expected matters to escalate so far. The image of Blood Soul Mountain Manor engulfed in a sea of flames appeared. He Song Zio and Xingkai Shan wreaking havoc and throwing the place into chaos. The people within the manor wept and begged the two Xuan beast lords to spare their lives. A deep voice rang out, sparing you is possible, call your young master out here. Xingkai Shan cracked his knuckles and threatened that once he taught him a lesson they would leave. The guards rushed forward angrily, shouting that they would never accept such humiliation. Xingkai Shan sneered, while He Song Zio provoked them to come at once together. Battle erupted, flames blazing throughout the manor, the two like tigers among sheep, rampaging freely and driving the manor spirit Xuan into furious rage. Xichang Zio appeared in the night, his aura surging. While the two Xuan beast kings were in full swing, this supreme had already rushed over in time. Xichang Zio faced Xingkai Shan, their fist winds colliding and creating violent shockwaves. He stood on the side of Blood Soul Mountain Manor, and without a word joined the battle, alone holding back Xingkai Shan. The others also charged forward together, He Song Zio's gaze cold as blades. With another Grand Supreme entering the fray, the situation instantly shifted. Before long, the two fell into a disadvantage. Surrounded by layers of experts, He Song Zio and Xingkai Shan gradually revealed clear signs of being outmatched. Feeling the dense energy, Xingkai Shan gritted his teeth and growled. Two figures flashed through the night, their bodies gliding past the wall and disappearing. After the battle, the survivors were exhausted, sitting among the rubble, panting. The people of Hyatt Hun Sun Trang sighed, beginning to clean the scene and bandage the wounds. By the second morning, a hurried voice sounded. He was still carefully bandaging, reporting that those two had arrived again. Song Zio and Xingkai Shan appeared with arrogant momentum, the mind eyes of these two mystical beast kings extremely precise. The rightful person must receive orders and act accordingly. He Song Zio clenched his fists, voice both contemptuous and furious. They lost yesterday and come today, let's see who can endure. Han roared like a wild beast, determined to break the legs of those two kids. At that moment, a majestic voice resounded, summoning all divine mystics. After the dust, smoke, and earth created a thick haze, everyone could finally endure. But before taking a breath, they returned to cause trouble the next morning. Thinking they had endured to the limit, before catching a breath, they appeared again. People reported in a hurry for several days, and on the third day, the two returned. In the deep echo, heavy footsteps sounded. Those days continued until Li Jutian returned. Li Jutian's expression briefly changed. He still watched He Song Zio and Xingkai Shan act freely, eyes darkening, murderous aura surging. In an instant, veins bulged across his arms, and he rushed forward. Jutian unleashed a move. The vortex shaking the void made spiritual energy roar, striking angrily, seemingly fighting the two great mystical beast kings. Both seriously injured beasts fled. Hyatt Hun Sun Trang achieved a great victory. Scene shifted to another courtyard. The Elder Master returned after defeating the two great mystical beast kings. That night Hyatt Hun Sun Trang held a feast. When servants carried trays through the long corridor, the ground shook. They worriedly exclaimed, "Earthquake." The shaking caused wine cups to fall and break. A servant's eyes darkened, lips trembling, unable to speak, horrified at the event. A giant shadow rose from the nearby mountain, followed by dark aura like waves. The servants panicked. Many mystical beasts appeared. 2 mystical beast kings suffered, directly leading to a mystical beast tide. Hyatt Hun Sun Trang experienced continuous mystical beast reign that night. Amid the gray murk, waves of mystical beasts surged. Li Ju Tian, full of injuries, struggled to hold, though clever in heavenly tactics, he repeatedly fell back alone. Amid smoke and fire, Xing Kaishan laughed loudly, hoarse voice full of mockery. Elder, take the sun out here. That man curled his lips, eyes malicious, would gently break his legs, rest for 2 days and it would be fine. Xing Kaishan exclaimed, damn, such a simple matter, yet these old men still want a fight to the end. Li Ju Tian's expression darkened, eyes flashing with rage, but if he handed over his son, how would he survive later? An ancient token engraved with mystical symbols appeared. Li Ju Tian and Shi Chang Xiao had to cooperate to summon the mystic order of the courtyard. Moonlight rose elsewhere, he was silent, not thinking of the cause. A while later he sighed, left, letting the mystical beasts ignore him this afternoon. Jun Mo Zai's gaze firm, the old men on the ground still mattered more. Jun Mo Zai silently descended into the courtyard, observing around, eyes sharp as knives, probing every dark corner, creating distance. The Xiao family troops still hidden, eyes narrowed, focusing on the center of the courtyard, crimson spiritual energy radiating, each person dispersing their spirit according to their strength, monitoring the secret chamber. Curled his lips, sneering, each person thinking themselves a supreme genius, a single divine mind monitoring them, overly self-important or underestimating him. Jun Mo Zai's eyes flashed cold. What is that, Soul Jade? I am here. In the Tiu Fuang and Go room, Fuang and Go practiced quietly, breathing even, energy circulating strongly. Jun Mo Zai stood before him, eyes on the floating jade pendant, hiding refined energy, penetrating Tiu Fuang and Go's meridians. Noticing his complexion improve, he remembered. The Tiu family used the soul jade trick, cold, contemptuous gaze. How could this bastard use high-grade item? Jun Mo Zai reached to seize the jade pendant, eyes flashing with interest. Fuang and Go startled, terrified. He staggered to his feet, the jade pendant flew away, not yet understanding what happened. Fuang and Go shouted, voice trembling. The jade pendant ran away. At the same time, in another room, Boy Vu sensed immediately when the jade pendant fell from Tiu Fuang and Go's hand. The room's atmosphere was heavy. Someone wanted to seize the soul jade trick. A small blue falcon from Boy Vu flew straight to the Tiu Fuang and Go room. He issued orders. Numerous disciples in the courtyard rushed forward upon the signal. Boy Vu led, robe flying stern, pushing open the door. Boy Vu shouted loudly. Fuang and Go startled and froze, sweat flowing. Who is there? He spoke in a deep voice, aura rising. Where did you take the soul jade trick? Are you foolish? He was confused, stammering, no one there. Fuang and Go hesitated. The jade pendant flew away on its own, really. Boy Vu turned, eyes gradually cold, then disappeared strongly, useless object. Without another word, he soared up, spirit spreading, briefly startling, arriving and leaving silently. He approached the falcon, not even scent could be tracked, gaze suspicious. Who came out? An elder stepped forward, hesitant. Here. Third elder solemnly. Second brother, rest assured, area sealed, no one escapes. He clasped hands, voice deep, solemn, inviting second brother to act fully. Boy Vu sighed, falling into helplessness, expression dark. We are trapped. Everyone's expression changed simultaneously. Second brother, his gaze darkened. The soul jade trick fell into that person's hand. An elder froze. How could it be? Second brother. The soul jade trick has forbidden consciousness and 1,000-mile dispersing soul scent. Boy Vu hoarsely worried. That person easily removed the forbidden consciousness and eliminated the 1,000-mile soul scent. He leaned, looking at the falcon, little Xiang Nai also helpless. Third elder panicked, unable to cut the consciousness and scent. That person eliminated them again. Boy Vu gritted his teeth, deep voice, result unchanged, stop, eyes suspicious. How could a junior force the handover of the soul jade trick? Cold wind blowing, puzzling. To the question of peers about the lost treasure, Boy Vu clasped hands, spoke gently, reporting to Ngan Than immediately. Expression solemn, depart for Thien Nam tomorrow. Boy Vu decisively turned away. This is not a safe place, leave quickly. Behind came a panicked call, second brother. His voice deep, go sleep. Scene shifted to the second morning, the group slowly departed. Jun Mo Zai sat high observing, secretly praising, finally gone, Thien Huang City is mine. At the military courtyard, Jun Mo Zai stretched his hand, voice arrogant. Suddenly a mysterious fragrance spread. He widened his eyes. What is this smell? Atmosphere lively, soldiers pushed a dozen large carts before the door. Other teams carried boxes down in order. Fragrance intensified. Yang and boxes neatly carried into military, medicinal smell emanated. He approached to observe the group. One turned back, tears shimmering, recognizing he had returned. He and several others ran to the wrong side, voice trembling. Third young master, high person, forgive us. They spoke word by word timidly. We agreed to serve the eternal tablet, small business unfortunate, you show mercy. He raised his brow, expression darkened. What is this? Tang Yuan ran over joyfully. Third young master, the medicine you need, I brought all, patting chest proudly. Hearing this he sighed, expression disappointed. All medicine neatly arranged, Tang Yuan asked. So much, how can you handle it? He looked helplessly at him, clutching his legs and these others. Tang Yuan sighed. Third young master, all are our people, Ha Tat said outside the field. He changed expression, voice teasing, pretending ignorance. He raised brow, eyes sharp. You. Two terrified lowered heads begging. Duang Shao, Jun Shao, spare us. He stammered, timidly begging for life. Tang Yuan smiled. You want quickly, large quantity, only a little time. Eyes brightened, Lao Ka said. I arranged all night, want to buy their medicine from the shop. Tang Yuan recounted excitedly, but the needed amount was too large, they were dissatisfied. He spoke gravely, selling like this, normal business cannot proceed. Tang Yuan continued explaining angrily, hence Kakata became furious. He was arrogant and conceited, clutching the letter tightly. This morning, this young master stepped out of the house to obtain an approval document, then set everything back in order, and at the same time ordered the closure of the largest shops from yesterday because of his own haughty attitude. Proceed with the seizure. Tang Yuan smiled in satisfaction, as if he had just accomplished a great feat. At present, all kinds of medicinal herbs had already been delivered here. Hearing that, Jun Mozai forced a smile, his body tilting slightly as if about to fall. He stammered, you are truly too overbearing. Meanwhile, everyone was still kneeling, pleading in their voices, two young masters, please spare us. He quickly regained his composure and said, everyone stand up. Then he straightened, his voice filled with confidence. At present, we need a large quantity of medicinal herbs. His gaze turned resolute, though unwilling. He had to use this method to reclaim these herbs. After that, he instructed, go to the accounting room and pay the exact amount required. A staff member in the pharmacy heard this, moved, and softly replied, thank you, third young master. Jun Mozai appeared proud. Very well, it is nothing, just do as I say. After giving a few instructions, he left calmly, and everyone began to disperse. Faced with this situation, Jun Mozai pondered for a moment. Using power to resolve this matter was not the best approach, but it was extremely effective. He stroked his chin, his expression thoughtful. If the herbs were sufficient, tonight he would officially begin refining pills. Also within the Jun residence, but in a secluded corner of the courtyard, a long cry like a poetic chant rang out, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Wu Bai released a powerful oppressive force. At this moment he was hovering in the air with arms folded, coldly shouting, Yingbo, the current situation is not good. The people from Silver City have begun to act. How long do you intend to delay? Are you not afraid something might happen? Yingbo glanced at Wu Bai and replied irritably, if I want to go then I go. If I do not want to then I do not. Can you control me? Wu Bai snorted coldly. This old man will go today without fail. He threatened, you should know the consequences of defying the Supreme's command. This old man originally intended to go with you, but I did not expect you to be so disrespectful. At this moment, Jun Mozai was secretly listening to their quarrel and felt somewhat surprised. He muttered, this old fellow must have taken the wrong medicine. He stroked his chin while thinking. The cold-blooded Supreme had always wanted to act together with others, yet it seemed he had grievances with Yingbo. At this moment, King Bai also sensed Jun Mozai's presence and thought to himself, why has the assassin Supreme not yet appeared? The enemy is in the shadows while I am in the light. Acting alone like this is truly not a wise choice. Suddenly Yingbo vanished. In the blink of an eye, that man appeared before Wu Bai. Wu Bai, what exactly are you trying to do? Wu Bai calmly observed and asked, are you afraid? That man laughed upon hearing this. You think I am afraid? This is merely your provocation. If that is the case, then I will firmly go with you to see what you intend to do. As soon as Yingbo finished speaking, Jun Mozai stepped out from behind the wall and slowly said, wait. He gradually approached the two of them. His eyes held contemplation. The people from the snow chamber of Silver City may have gone ahead and might be waiting somewhere for Yingbo, although Wu Bai wanted to borrow Yingbo's strength to deal with Chu Chi Hun. But if Yingbo encountered trouble, that man would absolutely not lend a hand. It would be best not to give another push. Yingbo impatiently asked Jun Mozai, what is it? His face revealed concern. Previously my master left a few words, instructing this junior to pass them on to you. Upon hearing this, that man's face could not conceal his joy. Yingbo hurriedly descended to the ground. That man quickly ran to Jun Mozai and happily asked, what words are they, boy, just speak. He calmly recounted, "My master said to tell you to remember the following words. The eagle flies in the sky like clouds drifting past, graceful in the air, not eagle, not wind and cloud, but emptiness. All laws are void, all laws are emptiness." Yingbo seemed puzzled after hearing this and repeated it to ponder, "All laws do not exist, all laws are emptiness." Junmo Zai quickly explained, "This realm can only be felt, not described. My master knew that senior would come to the southern land." He added, "My master wished to remind you in advance to avoid affecting senior during cultivation." Yingbo gratefully clasped his hands and bowed in thanks. "Understood, I thank your master." He continued, "My master also said that the 6 elders of Snow Wind Silver City and the 7 swordsmen of Silver City have already arrived in the southern lands in advance, preparing to deal with senior. Everything must be handled cautiously, only caution endured." Hearing this, Yingbo suddenly felt puzzled. The 6 profound spirits of Silver City, the 7 swordsmen, could it be the 7 swords of Silver City? That man's face paled. Indeed, going together with Wu Bai brings more benefit than harm. I wonder if your master left any other instructions. Junmo Zai replied, "My master said, when senior returns will be the moment the divine eagle spreads its wing. Careful, it is truly a good matter, avoiding unnecessary anger." Yingbo clasped his hands in gratitude once more. "Convey my thanks to your master. Regarding the Jun family, I will keep it in mind. You may rest assured. Farewell." After finishing their conversation, the figures of the two quickly disappeared into the sky. Junmo Zai stood there and sighed. He turned and walked away, telling himself, "A supreme expert. Indeed, none are easy to deal with." The scene shifted to inside the second prince's residence. A stern voice rang out, "The hand crossbow may have reached the capital." At this time, 2 supremes jointly issued a summons to the supreme. The capital's strength is weakening as never before. As soon as the second prince finished speaking, those seated below all nodded in agreement and responded in unison, "The second prince speaks rightly." The stern voice of the second prince rang out again, "Mr. Fang, inform the divine wind guard to set out and hurry to the capital." Back Van Chak Nish replied, "Please rest assured, second prince. This time merchants of millions and the vice president of the First Jiangnan Association, Man Hiu Thong, will escort with the united escort. In Blood Sword Hall will this time dispatch 2 Sky Profound Assassins, 5 Earth Profound Assassins, along with other assassins secretly escorting with a thorough plan." The second prince suddenly snorted coldly. "Blood Sword Hall has never dispatched assassins above the Jade Profound level for me. Yet this time with the sinew-bound hand crossbow appearing, they send 2 Sky Profound and 5 Earth Profound experts at once. This manner of handling affairs truly pains this prince." Hearing this, Back Van stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before speaking. "This hand crossbow is also a major matter for Blood Sword Hall. Their caution is not without reason. One must know if a man does not act for himself, heaven and earth will destroy him." At this point, Back Van suddenly froze. The second prince did not notice his abnormality. He pondered and said, "Forget it. Once the hand crossbow is in hand, in the future when we need Blood Sword Hall, it will not be much. It is also a good thing, avoiding unjustified anger from them." Back Van intended to extend his hand to say something, but then withdrew it and sighed helplessly. The second prince turned his back and slowly walked forward while saying viciously, "If we can seize this opportunity, bring down the eldest and the third for good." He was speaking when he suddenly stopped. He abruptly turned his head to look at Back Van and called, "Mr. Fang, what is the situation on Yue-er's side?" He calmly replied, "On Miss Yue-er's side these past few days, it seems there has been no movement at all. Even when we sent people to contact them, the attitude of the unusual pavilion was somewhat ambiguous. This point is truly puzzling." The second prince's face suddenly darkened. It quickly returned to normal and he spoke thoughtfully, "Set that side aside for now. After all, with her slight strength she cannot stir up any storm. What about Than Duc Thao? What has he been busy with lately? Why has his figure not been seen for several days?" Mentioning this person, doubt also appeared in Back Van's voice. "This young Master Than seems to have been busy with something these past few days, very mysterious. The people from Than have yet to arrive. It is unknown whether there has been any change this." He had not finished speaking when the second prince's face was already filled with a sinister expression. He said coldly, "For now set aside all trivial matters. Everything will be decided after the hand crossbow arrives, at night in the courtyard of Junmo Zai." The prescriptions were neatly stacked. Ki-er carefully measured them, 5 prescriptions, each wrapped into 100 portions. This should probably be the last batch. Ki-er was delighted at having finished the work. Guan Qinghan took a prescription and walked over to her and asked, "Mine are finished as well, where is Jun Mo Zai?" He honestly replied, "He has maintained that posture for a long time, what exactly is he thinking so hard about?" Guan Qinghan slightly furrowed her brows and looked at the young man sitting there deep in thought. When she stepped closer, she discovered the other party was sleeping soundly with drool flowing freely. She could not help but feel both angry and amused. Guan Qinghan could not restrain her anger and shouted loudly, "You bastard." Her whole body flared with fury, tricking us into working like oxen and horses here while he has long been sleeping here. Truly infuriating. Suddenly Guan Qinghan fiercely kicked Jun Mo Zai's cap. He who had been sleeping soundly immediately sprang up from the chair. Then he pretended to be thinking while pacing back and forth. "This problem truly exhausts the mind. I thought all night and still have not a single clue. Truly draining." Seeing Jun Mo Zai still pretending, Guan Qinghan showed no mercy and exposed the lie. "Third young Master Jun, when you think about problems, do you habitually drool so much?" Hearing this, he suddenly froze, not knowing how to defend himself. After a few seconds of thought, Jun Mo Zai decided to change the subject. He pointed toward the door and shouted, "Third uncle, it is so late, why have you come again?" He and Guan Qinghan both raised their heads to look toward the door but saw no one. Taking advantage of their inattention, he quickly slipped away. By the time Guan Qinghan turned back, he had already vanished without a trace. She ground her teeth in anger and roared furiously, "Third young Master Jun." At present within the Hong Jun Pagoda, where spiritual energy gathered densely. Jun Mo Zai was inside with the prepared prescriptions. He untied the bindings while thinking, "Now I must prioritize refining. There are only 5 kinds of pills." Jun Mo Zai laid the medicinal herbs on the table, calculating in silence. Profound Yang pill and lesser Yin pill were only common tonics, easy to refine. As for Spirit Gathering pill, also called Heart Demon pill, it helped keep the mind stable during cultivation, reducing the risk of deviation, its value extremely high. 100 Detox pill was a versatile antidote, especially useful on roads filled with poisonous insects and fierce beasts. Meridian Unblocking pill, also known as 10-year pill, could increase cultivation equivalent to 10 years without the need to open the meridian. At this moment, the most urgent matter was to raise the overall strength of the Jun family. Jun Mo Zai frowned and began the pill refining process. He focused on controlling the fire beneath the creation furnace. The initially gentle chaotic flames suddenly surged violently, black fire shooting high and enveloping the entire furnace. Both his hands executed fire control techniques, his mind stretched tight as a drawn bowstring. With a buzzing sound, the furnace lid burst open. He swiftly grabbed the prescription beside him and dropped the ingredients into the furnace one by one. The herbs fell in succession, the lid closed again, the chaotic flame erupting fiercely. Spiritual power slowly enveloped the entire refining furnace. Jun Mo Zai felt the spiritual power within his body flow out like a surging river through his fingertips. He sighed inwardly, even refining basic pills consumed such a vast amount of spiritual power. But he had no other choice and could only continue. After a loud bang, the creation furnace settled back onto the ground, the black flames gradually returning to their normal color, burning low. His legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, letting out a long breath of relief as he finally finished. "I am truly exhausted," he panted heavily. Trembling as he stood up, his face twisted with fatigue, he walked toward the furnace. Familiar scent rose up. Inside lay a pile of pitch-black finished products. He could not suppress his frustration, muttering in disbelief. Calling himself a genius, yet failing to refine them successfully made him furious. They were only ordinary pills, yet he still failed. He sat down and continued circulating his energy. The next attempt was no better. The shock left him dejected. Even so, he did not give up. Determined to keep trying, repeated failures ignited his temper. He swore to succeed even if he had to try hundreds of thousands of times. After who knew how many attempts, he finally laughed in relief. In his hand were the freshly refined black pills. Half joking and half challenging, he finally acknowledged his achievement. He poured them into a bottle, then paused to look at a small pill, tasting it and realizing the effect was not bad. But seeing the remaining herbs, he felt discouraged again. After many failures, he finally refined the first successful batch, then continued striving, determined to give it his all. The bottles gradually filled up. He realized experience reduced the failure rate. Out of every 3 furnaces, at least one would succeed. More gratifying still, his spiritual power recovered faster, no longer utterly drained as at the beginning. He sat looking at the results, telling himself the harvest this time was quite great, yet his stomach growled in protest. Rubbing his stomach, he suddenly realized he had been here for a long time, while outside the Jun family was in turmoil. A servant hurriedly reported that they had searched everywhere, but could not find third young master. Li was furious, 3 days without finding him, blaming the useless servants. Jun Wuyi asked for news from Yue. The servant replied that she knew nothing. Another person ran in to report that third young master had returned. The two exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment in the Jun family kitchen, Jun Mozai ate as if he had never eaten before, making Ki worry. He paid no attention and quickly finished the fish until only bones remained. Li and Jun Wuyi hurried over. He turned around, his face smeared with black soot. Being stared at intently, he asked in surprise, then was questioned about the past days. He laughed and scratched his cheek as he replied. While speaking, he draped an arm over their shoulders, excitedly recounting things and searching for something. He took out pills and divided them between the two, 3 different pills for each person. Jun Wuyi doubted their effects, believing his words were exaggerated. Jun Mozai was confident and told them to try. Afterward, the clear increase in strength left them astonished. Li asked excitedly how many were left. He grabbed him and demanded he hand them all over, leaving him stunned. Jun Wuyi also joined in, demanding his share first. He requested a large quantity, without the slightest politeness. He was dumbfounded, taking out a few bottles and saying that was all that remained. Two did not believe him and demanded more. He laughed and said that portion was for many people, leaving them shocked. He made up a story that his master had refined them, justifying their origin. At the same time, he said his master had suffered great exhaustion and needed time to recover, so they had to use them sparingly. Jun Wuyi nodded in agreement. The two stared at the pills, neither willing to yield. The 2 elders fought over them like children, while Jun Mozai leisurely left. A while later, at the small courtyard of Guan Qinghan, she stood beneath a tree, lost in thought, the wind blowing the leaves through the air. A figure approached. She looked over warily. Recognizing a familiar person, she spoke. Jun Mozai said awkwardly that he had a few pills he wanted her to try. Curious, she asked. He took out 2 pills and said their effects were good. She laughed at his manner, then accepted them. Without hesitation, she agreed to try. He joked and asked whether it was some dangerous medicine. Her smile left him momentarily dazed. She quickly swallowed the pill. The moment she consumed it, she felt warmth spread through her body, her profound energy circulating on its own, the strengthening effect obvious. She swayed and clutched her chest, realizing she was about to break through to a higher realm. She looked around and realized there was no one beside her to guard her. Could it be that the life of this lifetime had come to its end here? Guan Qinghan had only reached the peak of Ngan Haiyan. Now she had suddenly gained 10 years of pure cultivation beyond what her body could endure, so it was difficult for her to withstand. She thought bitterly that Jun Mozai had finally improved with great difficulty, and even brought her a precious spiritual medicine. Yet because her own foundation was weak, she had nearly suffered a backlash from the medicinal force. So be it, let it count as a farewell. 2 drops of sweat rolled down her cheeks like tears. In that hazy instant, she suddenly thought that before closing her eyes she should say "I am coming" rather than "goodbye," and wondered who it was she still felt reluctant to part with. Just as she was lost in confusion, a hand pressed against her back, a stream of unfamiliar spiritual energy flowing into her body and making her widen her eyes in shock. Warm and pure force guided the violent current to circulate in an orderly manner through her meridians. Her divine sense seemed to step into a new realm as well, and in one stroke Guan Qinghan broke through the bottleneck of Kim Haiyan. After the dizziness passed, she sat motionless, her eyes tightly shut before slowly opening them again, her gaze still unfocused. She stared blankly at her own hand, wondering who had helped her. Could it be Jun Mozai? Yet his cultivation was not that high. After thinking this, she suddenly turned around. She saw Jun Mozai circulating his energy behind her. She quickly turned away, her heart trembling. It truly was him. Her body trembled slightly as she felt his fingertips resting on her back. She frowned in confusion, wondering whether he was helping her regulate her breathing. Sneaking another glance, she saw him sitting still and unmoving. Then suddenly his whole body shook as if struck by lightning. After that he let out a dry laugh. Guan Qinghan unconsciously clenched her clothes, her gaze following that figure as the scene shifted to the ancient residence. In the neatly lined camp, the soldiers began their training. Jun Mozai walked forward with a red mark on his cheek, loudly calling for assembly and mentioning the 2 squads Canthine and Devouring Soul. These 2 squads would follow him to sweep across the continent. Members would be selected from among them, and 4 days later they would carry out their first mission. After this operation, whoever remained alive would become an official member. He declared that in the future the continent would fear even the mention of their names. However, this mission was extremely perilous, and the chance of survival was less than 1 in 10. He raised his hand and said that anyone who wished to withdraw could step back. Preserving one life was not something shameful, yet no one spoke up. He repeated that the opportunity would come only once, then asked for the final time. After taking a deep breath, he shouted that anyone who wished to join should step forward. All of them stepped forward in unison. Junmozai closed his eyes and shouted that this step meant choosing a path of life and death. At the same time, it was also the path of iron-blooded strong men. When a man steps forward once, whether glory or disgrace, life or death, he does not turn back. A hot-blooded man is hard as iron. Even mountains of blades and seas of fire will not make him retreat. Even if alone against 10,000 enemies, with blood flowing he still advances. He explained that this rare pill could increase each person cultivation by 10 years of profound energy. His gaze swept across every face, hoping they would not disappoint him. A unified response of young master rang out. He bowed their heads to receive the order, and Junmozai silently reminded himself to guard against every possible mishap. Jun Wuyi observed in secret and realized that the boy had prepared for a long time. To produce more than 200 portions of medicine at once was truly generous. Tang Wanli reminded him that if this matter were exposed, it would be extremely dangerous for Junmozai. Jun Wuyi said that only absolutely loyal death warriors would be allowed to use it. Better to miss some than to take the risk. Tang Wanli nodded and emphasized that the origin of the spiritual medicine must be concealed. Jun Wuyi said softly that although he had been crippled for 10 years, his heart had never been crippled. He took responsibility, saying that he himself had found a way to assist others in order to avoid trouble for Junmozai. Tang Wanli told him to be cautious, and Jun Wuyi nodded. He looked down at the field and said the soldiers were beginning to react. The medicinal force erupted, several people reached Kim Hyen, and some had their aura surge powerfully. More than 90% of the rest suffered intense pain because they were only at Ngan Hyen. Yet no one groaned, causing Tang Wanli to sigh that they were truly iron-blooded. Golden light flashed among the crowd as someone succeeded. One after another they broke through, their faces radiant. Silver light covered the entire field. The lowest strength among them had reached mid-rank Ngan Hyen. Most reached the peak of Ngan Hyen, several advanced to Kim Hyen, and 4 reached the peak of Kim Hyen. Tang Wanli said that this team would be formidable on the battlefield. Jun Wuyi firmly stated that they would not go to the battlefield. They would fight only for Junmozai, and their future goal must be at least the peak of Dia Hyen. Tang Wanli was horrified at the thought of more than 200 Thien Hyen in the future. Such a force would be difficult even for the great powers to match. In the end, all 254 people succeeded. Junmozai ordered 2 days to adapt, and on the 3rd day they were to go to the armory to receive weapons. Returning to the small courtyard, he pondered deeply that everyone else had advanced. Only he himself had yet to try the pill. Although he had just reached mid-stage in Gok Hyen, he still felt a trace of worry. In the end, he decided to swallow the pill. Medicinal force burst forth. Energy surged wildly and filled him with joy at its effectiveness. He immediately calmed his mind and entered a meditative state. By the 2nd day, the residents remained quiet as a eunuch slowly proclaimed the imperial decree. Jun Wuyi was appointed general of Thien Na. He was to lead 20,000 troops and depart at once. His mission was to assist the great families in suppressing the tide of profound beat. The scene shifted into the imposing palace. Yang Huai Wu said in a deep voice that Junmozai had been transferred away. At the same time, Li Yuran was retained, and several figures from the major families were also named. In the list of names, Junmozai and Mak Enheen appeared, along with several familiar faces from the Man family. Tian Jun from the Mo Dung family, Mo Dung Thien Lai, 3 characters chosen by the Dak Ko side, and the Tong family also had representatives. Wen Shangwu spoke then, saying Junmozai was indifferent to power, but Li Yuran's eyes revealed ambition. Yang Huai Wu looked up pensively, saying he did not understand why His Majesty kept Li Yuran but released Junmozai. For Li Yuran had desires making him easy to control, while Junmozai seemed unburdened by anything. People like that go if they want, stay if they wish, free and unrestrained. Hearing this, Wen Shangwu was even more puzzled, not understanding why such liberality was worrisome. Yang Huai Wu interrupted, saying freedom alone was not enough to unsettle others. But if behind that freedom there is a powerful force supporting them, then it truly warrants caution. As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Shangwu bowed his head, pressing his lips together, just as Yang Huiwu changed the topic, asking if there had been developments regarding the second prince. He quickly replied that on Wednesday morning the crossbows would arrive at Nam Jiao capital. Yang Huiwu nodded in satisfaction, emphasizing that not a single crossbow could be lost. Wen Shangwu looked straight with determined eyes, affirming His Majesty could rest assured. He hesitated slightly, then asked why not issue direct orders. Yang Huiwu leaned back and replied heavily, saying it would be like pushing his second son into a trap with no escape. At that time, both the court and the public would be shaken violently. He continued, saying powers everywhere were quietly shifting and could not endure such a major shock. Wen Shangwu could only remain silent and bow, obeying orders. Yang Huiwu issued the order coldly, commanding the Hayat Kim Duong to act, regardless of whose people they were. No one was to be spared, everything must be handled cleanly. Hearing those words, Wen Shangwu shivered involuntarily, recalling how the second prince had often used Hayat Kim Duong to act unseen, wondering how many cards the emperor still held. Elsewhere, Ling Meng quietly gazed at the lake, just as Mo Dong too, the current empress and her biological mother, gently approached and called softly. Hearing the familiar voice, she turned in surprise. Tu worriedly asked if she was hiding something from her mother, or if her health was unwell. Ling Meng forced a smile and waved her hand, saying she was fine, everything was okay, not understanding why her mother thought otherwise. After speaking, she silently vowed not to let her mother know the dire situation of Jia Shunao. Tu smiled kindly, saying lately she seemed lost in thought or laughing alone. How could that be normal? Ling Meng pouted in response, asking if being a grown daughter did not allow changes. Tu chuckled and guessed playfully whether she had taken notice of some young man. Ling Meng's cheeks flushed bright red, stammering in protest. Tu held her hand to comfort her, saying shyness was fine, she could speak or not at her discretion. If she had someone in her heart, she should tell her mother early, lest one day the emperor arranges a marriage causing trouble. Ling Meng, buried in her mother's embrace, softly replied that she understood. Suddenly Tu sighed, saying that her heart had been uneasy these past few days, as if something bad was about to happen. She spoke seriously, revealing the pain in her chest. Ling Meng looked at her mother with worry, anxiety rising within, not knowing how Jia Shu was now, while the enemy prevented her from visiting. Turning to the Jun family, a coaxing voice rang out demanding to go along. Xiao Yi interjected excitedly, saying she also wanted to go. She really wanted to go. Jun Mo Zai smirked slightly, asking why the elder sister wanted to go. Could it be as bait for a mystical beast? Xiao Yi snorted lightly, boasting that now she was formidable. Even the seventh strike of a sword could not defeat her. As she spoke, she stroked Xiao bye-bye, proudly saying it was an 8th rank mystical beast. Who would she fear now? She further claimed that handling 1,000 creatures in a day was trivial, asking Xiao bye-bye if that was right. Jun Mo Zai angrily shouted not to make random comparisons. Glared at Xiao bye-bye, saying that though it was high rank, it was not mature, asking if she had seen other mystical beasts. Xiao Yi lazily replied that so what if she hadn't. She arrogantly said other mystical beasts shrank in front of her, not daring to lift their heads. Jun Mo Zai sighed and explained that it was because they feared the high standard of Xiao bye-bye. Pause, then asked what that proved. Xiao Yi pouted and retorted what it proved indeed. Jun Mo Zai concluded that here Xiao bye-bye was strong, but compared to Thien Fa, it was nothing. Xiao Yi was dissatisfied, stepping forward to argue that he shouldn't scare children. How could something so formidable be useless? She stubbornly declared she must go, also wanting to hunt a snow leopard god as a birthday gift for her grandfather in 2 months. Jun Mo Zai grew angry, pointing at Xiao bye-bye, saying she thought the snow leopard god was a house cat. Its rank was much higher. Xiao Yi pouted, begging him to take her along, only adding 1 horse. But Jun Mo Zai resolutely refused, saying there would be no negotiation. Calling him elder brother or husband was useless. That cold gaze made son Xiao Mei feel almost crushed inside. Turned her back, huffing, saying that if he didn't take her, she would follow her elder brother. Xiao Yi shouted that even if she left him, she could still go to Thien Nam. Jun Mo Zai replied as she wished, as long as she didn't follow him. She angrily cursed him inwardly, then lowered her voice, saying she actually only wanted to go with him knowing the trip would be fun. After speaking, she began to cry, complaining that going with the 3 elders was boring. Jun Mo Zai frowned, guessing that the 3 brothers had refused her outright, prompting her to seek him out. Flicked her forehead, saying there was no chance, not even through the window, best stay home with the eldest sister-in-law. At that moment, Guan Qinghan spoke, saying he would also go to Thien Nam. Whether Xiao Yi stayed home was unknown. During this, Jun Mozai called to the eldest sister-in-law, seeing Guan Qinghan look at him coldly. She thought the palace must know the situation between the Jun family and Hyatt Hun Mountain Villa, and the roll call required Jun Wuyi and Jun Mozai to appear. If Hyatt Hun Mountain Villa caused trouble in Thien Nam, their temperaments would likely clash. Having her go along at least allowed some maneuvering. Even if she had to sacrifice herself, she wanted to secure the safety of the two cousins returning. Under the crescent moon in the quiet night, a line of dark-clad people stood solemnly on the courtyard, the air tense as a string. Tang Wan Li silently remained speechless. Suddenly he waved his hand, and the group vanished into the mist as if never existing. Tang Wan Li frowned, asking when they would arrive. Lao Peng replied perhaps tomorrow night. He ordered masks and attire prepared for action. Lao Peng bowed in acknowledgement. Night gradually passed, the scene shifted to Jun Wuyi's small courtyard. Under the moon he clenched his hand, eyes resolute. He muttered that tomorrow night, the object in hand turned to dust, and in the blink of an eye, it was sunset the next day in the outskirts of Thien Huan. At this time, Zhao Vo Kuk rode on the dry dirt road, suspicion rising as he had abandoned the boat for 2 days and traveled through the night. He arrived 2 days earlier than planned. The second prince escorted the mystical beast crossbows smoothly, encountering no obstacle. That smoothness felt unnaturally perfect. Just then the young man shouted that 200 miles ahead was Thien Huan capital. Even if someone blocked the way, few would dare near the capital. Seemingly the worry along the road was unnecessary, the second prince's secrecy indeed skillful. Vo Kuk gazed into the distance, speaking in a low voice, hoping so, the final stretch, everyone focus and speed up. The young man responded, shortly after reporting that the place was not far from Thien Huan. Yu Tung glanced at Vo Kuk, cautiously asking if they needed to hurry further. He suggested finding a place to rest for one night, then continue tomorrow, as the brothers were tired, and night roads could be risky. Inwardly he resented that they transported things without clarity, secretly along the way, now accelerating as if tormenting people. Vo Kuk slowly said this was important and needed caution, hoping Chairman Man would understand. Yu Tung replied he had repeated that at least 800 times, this time escorting a large offering, not for the Zhao family. The elder paused at the implication, just as hoofbeats sounded behind. It was the Imperial Guards. One raised his voice asking what the commotion was about. He shouted as if at a funeral, asking if there was any grievance. Yu Tung frowned, not daring to argue, thinking that those Kim Hyen dare to act boldly before a Dai Hyen expert like himself was too presumptuous. Immediately, Yu Tung placed his hand on the sword hanging at his horse's side. He did not flinch and coldly challenged, "What is it? Do you have a problem?" A group of Imperial Guards flew into a rage and rushed forward. Someone's voice rang out, "You seek death." Seeing this, Yu Tung grew furious, pointing at the crowd, "Crazy, all of you are crazy." In another turn of events, I complained, "Spare me, sister-in-law, my dear sister-in-law, why stir up trouble again now? Even if you want to go, do not look for me, I do not count, you can just find third uncle." Guan Qinghan did not care and shot back, "Whether it counts or not is your matter," she said firmly, "whether I go or not is my decision." On this side, Zhao Yi silently turned to look at him. He had no choice but to compromise. "Fine, as long as you do not cause trouble, do as you please." That afternoon, Jun Mozai led more than 200 guards in small groups and quietly disappeared from the Jun residence. As war was about to erupt, Wu Jai hurried forward. Lao Jiang spread his arms and shouted loudly, "Stop, they are all my men." Meanwhile, Yu Tung did not stop. He lamented to the heavens, "Is there still justice in this world?" Wu Jai slowly turned his head and reminded them that these people were Imperial Guards. In an instant, Yu Tung trembled, no longer arrogant. Wu Jai glanced at the cliff ahead and said firmly, "Look quickly. You have reached Tiantian Iron Cliff. Beyond this mountain is Tianxiang City." Here, the mission was 99% complete. Wu Jai signaled for the entire army to halt and rest briefly. Night fell swiftly, heat rose from beneath the cliff. Atop the firewood sat a bronze pot. Beside it were sizzling pieces of roasted meat. Blowing on them while eating, someone shouted loudly, "Time to eat." But the brief peace was shattered as a voice rang out from afar, "Eat, you still think you can eat. I can fill your stomachs, but my time is limited." The group grew alert, their eyes scanning around who is there. A shockwave slammed into the group, sharp stone fragments shot forward. A beam of light appeared, flying straight toward one person then another. Wu Jai cried out in alarm, a heaven-profound expert. His face changed as a stone shard pinned his leg. The group was caught off guard and struck hard. After a moment they lay scattered on the ground. From the darkness Li Jianhong emerged with a streak of light. He reached out toward the youth's feet lifted off the ground. Li Jianhong gripped his throat without mercy. He stared at him and shouted, "Tell me where that crossbow is." The people behind were suppressed by his devouring energy. Wu Jai cried out in despair, "Second brother, the bright moon bears witness to this crime." At this moment, another figure shot straight into the air. The brave man extended his hand and unleashed a deadly strike. His body was hurled violently backward. From above, Li Jianhong split into two figures, his cold gaze fixed on the youth. His fingers tightened as he declared, "If you do not speak, you die. Do not even think of telling me it is in the carriage. I am not a fool to be deceived. If you lie to me, there is only one outcome, death." The youth's face was filled with terror. He muttered softly. Blood sprayed from his ears. Li Jianhong furiously blasted the youth aside, cursing damage. Li Jianhong swept his gaze over the group, seeking death. The people ahead charged forward shouting, "Attack." Wu Jai roared in pain. "Second brother," the old man bellowed in fury. "You dare kill my second brother?" Tun Hiu angrily questioned, "Wu Jai, have you ruined the great plan? Your younger brother feared death. If I were slower, he would have revealed the secret." Faced with Tun Hiu's accusation, Wu Jai stiffened. His body erupted with energy like heavenly dragon fire. Immediately after, Wu Jai charged straight toward the group with hatred. The man turned to Li Jianhong, his voice harsh. "Senior brother, kill them all, then find the crossbow. It must be among their belongings." Li Jianhong looked at the group and coldly replied, "Right." Above, the group began to shift formations with flashes of light. Tun Hiu calmly commanded, "Everyone form a circle to handle the outer side. Form the iron barrel killing formation, and quickly suppress the enemy." Receiving the order, the group lined up like a wall. Li Jianhong's group had only 3 people. In the silence, faint rustling sounds echoed. Jun Mozai stood silently observing, frowning as he fixed his gaze on both sides, the result of the 3 foolish disciples of Laveau Bai. Such unprofessional banditry, no idea how great Supreme Laveau Bai taught them. Failing even at robbery, his perfect plan was about to be ruined. Jun Mozai had led the guards here, dug pits and set an ambush waiting for the group to enter the trap, strike directly, clean up and leave. Jun Mozai was displeased. Before the group could enter the trap, the 3 fools interfered. He turned back, sensing strong energy. His expression changed. Mist appeared behind them. In an instant, a mighty army emerged. Tun Hiu's army carried varying strength. Li Jianhong waved his hand, and the 2 armies charged straight at each other. Tun Hiu carefully lay down, yanked out the pin of a grenade and hurled it forward. Glowing object shot straight into the sky, exploded and turned into a sword. Jun Mozai lifted his head and looked up. He frowned and muttered, "The hidden disciples of the blood sword are about to act. The 2 sides fight to see who is stronger." He would sit and watch the tigers battle and reap the fisherman's gain. Wu Jai's feet seemed nailed to the ground. The old man was bewildered. The signal had been sent, so why had the blood sword sect not appeared? Seeing this scene, Li Jianhong chuckled, thinking someone would help. "Turns out your scheme failed, playing tricks before me, not playing the enemy but yourselves. If you truly are tired of living, say it plainly. I will certainly grant your wish." Having said that, he pointed his sword at Wu Jai. In urgency, the old man asked in panic, "Commander Truong, where are the reinforcements?" "You mean the reinforcements following us?" Tun Hiu replied, "How would I know? Save your own life first." In the blink of an eye, Wu Jai's army was surrounded. The group sensed something wrong. Hiu Tung grew suspicious. Could someone so brazenly assassinate Imperial Guard? He turned to question him. "Watch your words," Tun Hiu angrily snapped. "The troops are in chaos and you still shout, 'Shut your mouth. One more word and I will hack you down.'" Deep voice echoed across the battlefield. "What logic is this? You are Imperial Guards, yet your lives hang by a thread, and you still put on such a disgraceful act. Can we not even speak?" Cries for help rang out in the night. "Save us." Li Jianhong burst into mocking laughter. "Shout then, louder, shout your useless throats hoarse. No one will save you." Jun Mozai sighed with a bored expression. "Heavens, let me die. Why do I always hear such classic lines?" Li Jianhong shouted as his sword slashed through the air. "Watch this move." Earth and stones flew everywhere. Fragments shot from the ground in irregular arcs. Group lay scattered, groans ringing without end. Li Jianhong rushed forward, the sharp tip of his sword aimed ahead, moving swiftly. A brave man shouted loudly, "Everyone do not be afraid." The army charged rapidly toward Li Jianhong. He coldly turned back, his stern gaze fixed on the group, courting death. Li Jianhong conjured a massive fireball. Instantly the sphere exploded, sweeping the group inside. Before long the smoke gradually dispersed. Li Jianhong remained calm. His group did not miss the opportunity and charged forward at once. One of them rushed toward Hiu Tung. Seeing this, he panicked and cried out, "Do not kill me. I am the vice president of the Jiangnam Guild. I surrender. Hero, in my family there is an aged mother above and hungry children below. Seeing Hiu Tung's attitude, the other party sneered contemptuously and hissed through his teeth, "Coward, stand up and face me. As long as you tell me where those things are hidden, I will spare you and leave you a way to live." He stammered in terror, "Hero, spare me. I truly do not know where they are." Hearing this, the man looked at Hiu Tung with utter disdain. "Useless trash. Those who surrender have no value." He coldly swung his leg. A coward like that was of no use. Before he could say anything, blood had already sprayed from his mouth. Hiu Tung was drenched in fresh blood. At that moment, a dazzling streak of light appeared in the dark night. Its trajectory was precise and orderly. The man immediately sensed something was wrong, and at that very instant his body was engulfed by the streak of light. Jun Mozai looked down, thinking to himself that this person had seized the timing with absolute precision. That man had hidden himself. Meng Hiu Tung's body was flung upward. 3 people stood in a row blocking the path of his uncle's sword. The true strength of this assassin was only comparable to Chu Kim Min. Without such precise timing, even an assassination would at most cause minor wounds. He looked downward and at that moment saw that one of his uncle's legs had been severed. The man's body was like a lifeless puppet. From the darkness, a mysterious figure emerged. His hands moved repeatedly. Moments later, the man's body fell. The crowd stared ahead in panic and shouted, "Second junior brother, second senior brother." Li Jianhong saw the mysterious figure and angrily demanded, "Blood Sword Hall." Receiving no answer, Li Jianhong roared, "Who are you?" He replied calmly, "Master Li truly has sharp eyes. I am merely a nobody from Blood Sword Hall. I have long admired the great names of the 3 of you. Ah no, the great reputations of the 2 heavenly Xuan masters." At this point the mysterious man glanced over. "Sorry, I forgot that second Master Chu is no longer here." Li Jianhong nearly lost his composure and shouted, "I ask who you are. If you have the guts, then state your name." Seeing this, the mysterious man did not answer. He sighed and raised his hand, attack. Immediately afterward a crowd suddenly appeared. Before the cliff dozens of figures stood packed together, a mystical glow radiating around them. Seeing this scene, Li Jianhong frowned. 3 heavenly Xuan experts, more than a dozen earth Xuan and 300 to 400 jade Xuan. Hearing this, he could not help but feel uneasy. How was this battle to be fought? Opposite them, the mysterious man lowered his head, his voice low yet arrogant. "Master Li, I am an assassin of Blood Sword sect. How could I reveal my name to you? As for my ability, you may ask your second junior brother. He surely knows it well." Li Jianhong's voice was hoarse. "Very good, Blood Sword sect. I will remember you." Saying this, he wasted no more time and shouted, "Junior sister, we leave." Suddenly, a lazy voice filled with killing intent rang out, "Wait." Li Jianhong stopped and sternly asked, "What is it? Do you still wish to block us?" After speaking, he sneered disdainfully, "Do you think you have enough strength?" Other party curled his lips in scorn. "Brother Lei is the sole bloodline of the cold-blooded supreme. We naturally would not dare offend, but the corpse of second Master Chu, do you not wish to take it with you?" Hearing this, Li Jianhong's expression changed, and he glared at the man in fury. After a moment of silence, Li Jianhong coldly said, "Go." In an instant, the group vanished like smoke. After a while, the woman spoke tremblingly, "Senior brother, can we truly not bring second senior brother away?" Li Jianhong shook his head slightly, his gaze deep. "Junior sister, it is not that I do not wish to, but do you know the true purpose of Blood Sword sect? If we carry junior brother with us, we surely cannot leave." Once the words fell, he pondered, "As long as we carry his corpse, that extra burden will prevent our escape. They want to keep us here and force a choice." Li Jianhong quickly formed a deduction. "They also understand they cannot stop us, so none pursued." At that moment he warily turned back and saw a faint mist appear in the night. From afar in the darkness, a hoarse laugh rang out. "What a pity, truly a pity." The bewildering fragrance was wasted. He looked up and said, "If we had delayed a little longer, we might have captured the entire nest." At this time Sun Hiu struggled to stand after the battle. Supporting himself on the ground, he rasped, "You all." Sun Hiu narrowed his eyes into the distance. "You have finally arrived." The mysterious man hurriedly explained that there had been a slight mishap earlier which delayed their arrival. "Where is that shipment?" Faced with the sudden question, Sun Hiu gestured, "Follow me." Immediately afterward, he led the group to the carriage. At this moment Vo Kuk stepped toward a horse. After a while, a strip of cloth slowly fell away. The group watched his every movement closely. Soon dozens of crossbows dropped to the ground. Vo Kuk smiled, repeating, "Crossbows, a total of 350 sets. Beneath each horse's belly are 20 sets. The remaining horses carry 7,000 specialized bolts." Hearing this, the mysterious man showed satisfaction. Very good, your mission is completed flawlessly. I allow you to rest briefly before testing you. Okuk bowed low, his voice trembling with joy. Many thanks. Then suddenly a mouthful of fresh blood burst forth. A flash of sword light and blood sprayed like a red ribbon in the night. The corpse fell, he shouted angrily. Fool, my reward for you is to reunite you with second earth below the yellow springs where you may rest forever. Witnessing this, Sun Hiu was horrified and cried out, Senior. Immediately the sword flew straight toward him. The mysterious man hesitated briefly, then thrust a fatal strike. Fresh blood gushed from Sun Hiu's mouth. He looked at the man before him in despair and only managed to utter two words, why? Seeing Sun Hiu fall, the mysterious man sneered. Why, you fools still think Blood Sword Hall cooperates with that foolish second prince? Is he worthy? Not stopping there, he suddenly gave the order. The crowd charged like beasts, blades flashed coldly and blood splattered wildly. After a while, the mysterious man calmly ordered, clean up and withdraw immediately. Do not forget to check which horses carry the crossbows. At this moment, a chuckling laugh echoed in the night. Finally, it is my turn. I have truly waited long enough. Blood Sword Hall, interesting. If you are not aiding the second prince, then whom do you serve? Hearing this, the mysterious man retreated in panic and shouted madly, Who is there playing tricks? Get out here. A mocking voice replied, I am your father, your real father. Good son, kneel and welcome your true father. Hearing this, he roared. A fierce blue profound chi burst from his body, courting death. The blade swung at once, carving radiant arcs of light through the air. It slashed straight into the base of ancient trees, and in an instant rows of trunks were severed. However, just as the move ended, the mysterious man abruptly stopped, his eyes wide in shock. How can this be? My heavenly Kshuan profound chi is rapidly fading, and with that strike nearly half has vanished. Suddenly the other man laughed, his hoarse voice echoing through the night. In this world there is only the unexpected. Nothing is impossible. Make your move. As the laughter faded, dust billowed, and from the thick mist, several dark figures shot out. Suddenly a black streak of light tore through the air. Sensing the danger, he immediately raised his blade defensively and warned, be careful. In that instant, the mysterious man realized the other's gaze was locked onto him. Immediately his legs were enveloped in light, and he slowly lifted his leg with radiance swirling around it. Before he could strike, he unleashed a fierce flaming kick. Yet his body suddenly collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, someone roared in fury, he is about to die. Another cried out in horror, how could more than half vanish like that? Before they could react, dozens of golden figures appeared and spread into a surrounding formation. At once the crowd charged together. Amid the chaos, the mysterious man shouted, the blades are poisoned, be careful. As he finished, a streak of light sliced across his arm. In an instant, one of his arms was severed. The poison spread through his body, and his face twisted grotesquely. Soon corpses lay scattered across the ground. At that moment, a dense group appeared and surrounded them. After a while, the smoke dispersed, revealing the few remaining survivors. One of them frowned and looked ahead. What kind of people are these? Only 3 figures appeared standing in a triangular formation. In the center, Mo Zai appeared and shouted, Who are you? State your name. Mountains high and rivers long, today's favor will not be forgotten by my Blood Sword Hall, and we will repay it soon. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, Repay? Do you still think you can lead? I never said I would let you go, the other retorted. It is true we have been poisoned by you, but do you think you and those few birds before you can hold us back? He frowned and coldly ordered, If I cannot keep you here, then tonight cannot proceed, kill. Hearing this, the other cursed furiously, damn it. He glared at Jun Mo Zai and declared that he would fight to the death. As soon as the words fell, he rushed madly toward him. Jun Mo Zai laughed loudly, gestured with his hand, then looked up and stretched out his arm, saying, Come down. This action left the 2 men bewildered. Suddenly, a large golden net was cast down. Only then did the 2 understand and shouted, Be careful, there is an ambush. Unfortunately, the moment the words left his mouth, a large net dropped from above and covered their heads. In the blink of an eye, the net tightened around them all, completely restraining the 2 men. That very instant, Jun Mo Zai immediately ordered his subordinates to strike. The 2 swordsmen turned pale, realizing the situation had become dire. Before they could react, Jun Mo Zai's men had already rushed in. He thought to himself, fortunately he had arranged 54 men hidden in the trees, each carrying 2 large nets. He truly had not expected that backup plan to come into play. After that, he ordered the scene to be cleaned up. Any enemies still clinging to life were to be dealt with neatly, and any of his injured men were to be tended to and sent for treatment at once. At the same time, he reminded them to retrieve all crossbows and arrows, ensuring not a single trace was left behind. With a wave of his hand, everyone swiftly moved into action. The forest soon fell silent as Jun Mo Zai swept his gaze around. A short while later, beneath the night sky and its crescent moon, he and his subordinates spurred their horses and withdrew at full speed. Watching the group depart, someone hesitantly asked Elder Pang what they should do, having come only to return empty-handed. Lao Pang sighed and replied that they could only head back. Lao Pang remarked that the young master's true strength was terrifying. The other man sighed as well and said it was even better that they did not need to intervene, they should return. The scene shifted back to the Jun residence. In a candle-lit room, Jun Mozai counted the spoil: 350 crossbows, 7,000 arrows, and several dozen taels of silver. He smiled in satisfaction, though it had been somewhat exhausting. Today's gains were truly not bad. A knock sounded outside. Jun Wuyi stepped in and asked about the situation. He replied that everything had gone smoothly, then asked in return, and Jun Wuyi explained that when he arrived, Yue had already left because the news had been leaked. Jun Mozai immediately told him to set that matter aside and urged his uncle to rest early since they would depart tomorrow. Jun Wuyi could only nod in agreement. The next morning dawned clear and bright. Jun Mozai stood in the residence giving instructions before setting off. He sternly ordered Fatty to carefully watch over Noble Hall. He clearly instructed that the medicine auctions must proceed on schedule. The proceeds were to be used to purchase high-grade medicinal herbs on the list, while daily business was to be handled by Duong Mak. If the imperial family made any requests, Duong Mak was to handle them with full authority since Tang Yuan's identity made it inconvenient for him to intervene. Upon hearing this, Duong Mak could only nod awkwardly. Seeing his hesitation, Jun Mozai said that if it proved too difficult he could seek advice from his father, the equal king, then turned to Tong Lao Tam and assigned him the task of brewing wine and overseeing nighttime security. Tong Lao Tam gladly accepted the order, while Jun Mozai reminded Hai Chen Feng to prioritize gathering intelligence in his absence. He patted him on the shoulder and told him to exploit every useful source of information. Hai Chen Feng vowed to turn the hidden forces of Tian Xiang into a tightly woven intelligence network. Hearing that, Jun Mozai felt more at ease, yet still emphasized that what worried him most was the safety of the Jun family. He entrusted this heavy responsibility to Hai Chen Feng and Tong Lao Tam, sternly stating that no mistakes would be tolerated. The two swore in unison to protect them to the very end. Only then did Jun Mozai nod in satisfaction. He took out a bottle of medicinal pills and said that 3 for each of them could refine their profound energy by another 10 years. At the same time, he reminded Tang Yuan to cooperate with Hai Chen Feng and keep everything confidential. The 3 of them responded in unison. After finishing the arrangements, he dismissed them and said there was no need to see him off that afternoon when he set out. With a solemn expression, he said that if all went well, upon his return, it would be a triumphant homecoming with drums resounding from the high platform. High above, Yang Hui Wu looked at the orderly army. Jun Wuyi sat in a wooden carriage amidst the imposing ranks. He clasped his hands to request permission to march. The emperor waved his hand in approval. Command rang out, drums thundered in farewell to the heroes heading to battle. The soldiers tightened their reins, ready to depart. Flags rose in unison, great sabers pointed toward Van Thuong, long swords aimed toward Thien Na. The banners fluttered fiercely in the wind, their momentum soaring like the unextinguished oath of steadfast warriors. In the imperial palace, as the sun had just risen, Hoivu slammed the table in fury and roared. He demanded to know why forces such as the Triu family, the Jiangnan Guild, the Divine Wind Guard, and even Blood Sword Hall had all been wiped out. A subordinate reported that 3 Sky Profound experts and many elite assassins had been dispatched, but none returned, causing him to smash his teacup in rage. He roared that they must uncover the mastermind at all costs. Then the scene shifted to the Li family under the cover of night. In a dark room, Li Yuran angrily thought of the senior and junior brothers from Blood Sword sect who had come to assist, now leaving only an empty void. Suddenly someone rushed in and knelt to report urgent news. The subordinate said that the underground forces they had already controlled were attacked last night. Li Yuran replied coldly that he had already sent people to handle it. But the man trembled as he reported that no one had returned, and all territory had fallen into the hands of the Kim Duong gang. Hearing this, Li Yuran flew into a rage, kicking the table over and grinding his teeth as he mentioned the Kim Duong gang. He clenched his fists and sneered, believing it to be Jun Mozai's force, and thinking that with the opponent absent he would be able to clean it up. The scene returned to Jun Mozai's army marching at night. He ordered a halt midway. He dismounted leisurely and walked into the deep forest as if searching for something. It turned out he merely wanted to relieve himself. Suddenly, a discipline officer grabbed him back, claiming that leaving the ranks without permission was a violation, even taking him to see the general. Jun Mo-zai argued irritably that he had done nothing wrong. He had clearly turned away. In the midst of the scuffle, he was shoved and fell toward Jun Woo-yi. Jun Woo-yi sternly sentenced him to 20 strokes for disregarding military discipline, ignoring his complaints. He was about to protest his innocence when he was shouted down and told to shut up. In the army, there were no relatives. He continued by adding 10 more strokes for insolent speech. The sound of the rod echoed through the camp. Jun Mo-zai could only clutch the sore spot and grimace. He muttered that the blows were too heavy. The surrounding soldiers teased why the third young master was so miserable today. Tian Jun and his companions burst into gleeful laughter. Irritated, Jun Mo-zai picked up a spear and walked toward them. He spun the spear in a clean, decisive arc. Tian Jun was startled at the sight. The spear tapped him on the head, making him clutch his forehead and yelp. Jun Mo-zai mocked that how had a dashing young master suddenly grown a horn on his forehead. He further sneered that such extraordinary talent had grown in the wrong place, instead of where it was needed. Tian Jun angrily clenched his fist. Soldiers roared with laughter. His face flushed red as he shouted that fighting in the camp was a grave offense. He pointed his finger and threatened to report this to the marshal. At that moment, Jun Woo-yi appeared and asked what had happened, noticing the lump on Tian Jun's head. He looked for a moment, then burst out laughing uncontrollably. After clearing his throat to regain his sternness, he called the deputy general over to handle the matter and impose further punishment. Night fell, moonlight spread like silver across the camp. Tian Jun's subordinate whispered orders to prepare to retaliate for the young master. The two sides stood clearly divided. Jun Mo-zai asked disdainfully whether this handful of men dared compare themselves to Murong's 500 elite soldiers. The other side retorted that their numbers were far greater. He calmly replied that then they should charge together. Jun Mo-zai wore a confident smile, completely unshaken. Back at the camp, Jun Woo-yi scolded Jun Mo-zai for only knowing how to cause trouble. He defended himself, saying others had provoked him first. Yet he was still ordered to take 250 men and leave this place. He had just been about to speak to Jun Woo-yi when the old man cut him off, judging solely by the boy's expression. Jun Woo-yi entrusted him with a heavy responsibility, ordering Jun Mo-zai to take the lead as the vanguard, to break through mountains and bridge rivers, and if he caused any losses to the army, he was to report directly to receive punishment. Hearing this, he beamed with delight. Jun Mo-zai's face clearly showed the excitement he could not conceal. He cupped his hands respectfully to accept the command. He suddenly bowed deeply in obedience. After that, he turned and left in high spirits. Once outside, Jun Mo-zai nimbly leapt onto his horse. He shouted for his brothers to set off, secretly thinking that from now on everything would be decided by him. Along the march, whenever they encountered bandits, he resolved to wipe them out without sparing a single one. Under Jun Mo-zai's leadership, the troops suppressed all the mountain bandits. The bandits' hoarded wealth was also completely confiscated. The next day, he led his forces to pay a visit to the residence of a corrupt official. Jun Mo-zai stood imposingly with his hands on his hips. The official bowed and said he had heard the deputy general wished to change his carriage. The official added that overnight he had mobilized nearly 100 craftsmen, hoping to satisfy him. He gave a cold smile and said, "You are truly incompetent as an official. 5 years, and you have not even gathered 50,000 taels. Even as a corrupt official, you are mediocre. Nearly 40 and still only a county magistrate. 5 years in exchange for just 1 carriage. Is that still not enough?" The official nodded in fear, admitting his own incompetence. Jun Mo-zai smiled and said, "In 2 months I will return. During that time you had better arrange things properly." He added mockingly that when I return, remember to prepare a better carriage. The official trembled even more upon hearing this. The old man wept and promised to reform and serve the people wholeheartedly. Jun Mo-zai thought to himself that he speaks so elegantly yet is still a corrupt official. If he listens any longer, he might soften. A few days later, as soon as the official saw someone arrive, he joyfully cried that the Grand General had come. Jun Woo-yi had just arrived when he was grabbed by the legs, wondering why the magistrate was so enthusiastic, as if meeting a relative. The official recounted the deputy general's admonitions, which moved him deeply. Jun Woo-yi understood at once, inwardly praising that the decision to let Mo-zai lead the way was indeed correct. The march was smooth and swift. He recalled the scouts reporting that they were already 400 li ahead, perhaps reaching Thien Nam earlier than expected. On Jun Mo-zai's side, the army continued to hurry along the journey. Suddenly someone appeared ahead blocking the road. causing the horses to halt. The soldier at the front returned to report. Ota lifted the curtain irritably in the land of Thien Huang, who dared block his path, then jumped down. Seeing clearly the people before him, he asked in surprise why the two of them were here. Tiu Engai and Guan Qinghan smiled at him. He inwardly lamented that he should have gone with the main army earlier. These two troubles had still found him in the end. He turned back to ask when third uncle would arrive. Guan Qinghan folded her arms and said she had heard the news and was waiting. She suggested that he ride a horse while she and Tiu Engai took the carriage. Sun Mozai coughed lightly in protest. Sun Zio Mei stepped forward, teasingly asking if he was surprised. Tiu Engai looked smug, while he helplessly warned that the road to Thien Fat was fraught with danger. He said sternly that it was inconvenient for two women to follow along, intending to send them back to the city. Guan Qinghan replied firmly, "Just try and see who dares send us back." Tiu Engai put on a pitiful look and asked if he truly had the heart to drive them away. She said if something happened, would he bear to see it? He coldly told them to stop acting. What could the two of them accomplish by staying? Guan Qinghan pulled Tiu Engai and said that even traveling on their own, they had already covered more than 1,000 leagues. He even provoked him, asking what was so great about him, saying she had met more generals than him. Sun Mozai flew into a rage and ordered the soldiers to surround the two. The soldiers encircled them tightly. He warned them it would be best to obediently comply. Guan Qinghan drew a dagger and declared she would go to Thien Nam no matter what. If forced, she would end her life here. He thought that he did not hesitate to brave danger for her. How could she simply stand by? If this journey did not go well, she would have no regrets. Tiu Engai also resolutely said that if not allowed to go, she would die here with her. In the end, he had no choice but to yield, giving them 2 horses, yet they insisted on riding in the carriage. He flatly refused, saying allowing them to follow was already too much. Guan Qinghan angrily ran toward the carriage. Tiu Engai lifted the curtain, calling her inside. Mota grabbed her hand and told her to get down immediately. Tiu Engai shook her head. Guan Qinghan mocked him for fighting over a carriage with women. He said irritably that it was clearly they who were seizing his carriage. Guan Qinghan pulled the curtain shut and lay down comfortably. Suddenly Mota fell to the ground unconscious. The soldiers cried out in alarm that the young master had fainted because his injuries had not healed. Tiu Engai asked what happened. The soldiers explained that he had been injured before, and that was why he had to sit in the carriage. Hearing this, he secretly felt pleased that this plan was executed rather well. The soldiers hurriedly carried him onto the carriage to check on him. Tiu Engai anxiously insisted on taking a look. Guan Qinghan suspiciously watched him lying there. He frowned slightly, then opened his eyes, pretending to be confused, and asked where this was. Tiu Engai replied that they were on the carriage, and asked what was wrong with him. She urged him to explain clearly so she could help. He held his forehead and lamented that he had been poisoned. Resting 2 days would cure it. He said telling them would only add trouble, even blaming them for refusing to save him. He coughed a few times and said the poison was called yin-yang harmony powder. This type was difficult to cure, requiring another person to sacrifice quite a lot. Guan Qinghan grew even more suspicious upon hearing this. Tiu Engai instead gently said that for him, she was willing to sacrifice anything. He sighed and said only intimacy between a man and a woman could cure it, knowing it would put them in a difficult position, but there was no other way. Upon hearing this, the 2 women flushed red. Zhao Yi stammered incoherently, mumbling that if he wanted to detoxify the poison, he had to do it together with her. Guan Qinghan angrily shouted, "Jun Mo Zai, have you caused enough trouble? Do you believe I will throw you down again? Letting you sit in the carriage is already generous. Do not push your luck." Zhao Yi, how long do you plan to let him deceive you? He was perfectly fine sitting in the carriage earlier. The moment we mentioned riding a horse, he pretended to faint. He clearly was not injured or poisoned at all. Guan Qinghan said irritably that there was no such thing as yin-yang union dispersion, then asked blankly, "Do you mean he was just acting?" Zhao Yi suddenly threw herself into her arms and sobbed, "Guan Qinghan's sister, I do not want to live anymore." He hurriedly explained, "Perhaps I remembered wrongly. It turns out I was not poisoned at all." The 2 girls thought to themselves, how could anyone even misremember something like that? There truly is someone so shameless in this world. Zhao Yi shouted angrily that she had been deceived by him again, "You hateful man." And a few days later they continued traveling together toward Tiannan. Jun Mo Zai lifted the curtain and asked how far they had gone. The soldier replied that there were about 600 more li to reach their destination, the Forest of Heavenly Punishment. He pointed into the distance and said that Blood Soul Mountain Manor was near Heavenly Punishment City, occupying 2 mountain ranges facing the forest. then pondered that the forest was filled with ferocious beasts that moved extremely fast. Jun Mozai laughed with delight, remarking that Tian Nan was indeed an ideal place, feeling extremely satisfied inside. The beasts here were far more agile than those outside. He ordered his subordinates to find a place backed by mountains and near a river to set up camp. They would depart together once the main army arrived. Under the bright moonlight, the entire group lit fires and rested. He stood alone on a cliff behind them. Guan Qinghan walked over and asked Jun Mozai, "What are you thinking about?" He looked up at the moon and replied that he was wondering what he truly wanted to do in this life, what he could do, and what he would accomplish. His heart was in turmoil. His soul had crossed into this world nearly half a year ago. Every day was filled with endless struggle like his previous life. What had he truly come here for? Guan Qinghan quietly looked at him, thinking that in the past half-year his spiritual power had grown rapidly, yet he seemed to remain bound by an invisible knot. Perhaps that barrier stemmed from his own heart. He softly said that it was truly difficult to answer what a person lived for in a lifetime. He said he did not know about others, but he understood himself. He said she was merely a weak woman. What she desired was nothing more than a peaceful life. Hearing that, Jun Mozai was briefly stunned before laughing, offering words of praise to Guan Qinghan. He smiled and said that regardless of what the world said, in this life he would live according to his own will, loving freedom without restraint. If others criticized or treated him coldly, it had nothing to do with him. To keep true to his original heart, repay kindness, roam the four directions according to his will. As long as his conscience felt no shame, he could stand tall between heaven and earth. That was enough. Behind, everyone felt that Jun Mozai seemed to change in that instant, transforming from a frivolous young master into a reclusive master. His gaze became resolute, secretly vowing that he would not remain dormant in Tian Xiang forever, but would bring the Jun family to the very peak of the world. He confidently declared that if so, his storm-filled journey would begin from this Tian Nan. Suddenly a gust of wind rose. In the nearby forest, several shadows flickered swiftly through the treetop. Elsewhere, the Wen Qing group halted. The old man scanned the surroundings. The killing intent here was heavy. Who could it be? One giant guessed whether Crying Soul had arrived. When Qing asserted that no matter who it was they had to see for themselves, even if the assassin Crying Soul appeared, the three swords of the east would not be afraid. Wen Dao cautiously asked that he had heard the third young master of the Jun family was commanding this time. Should they intervene? The old man immediately cut him off. No, the events of that year left Mother unable to let go even now. Her meridians were damaged because of it. Wen Qing continued that if not for the Jun family it would not have come to this. This time whether Jun Wuyi lived or died had nothing to do with them. Wen Dao hesitated and said that Jun Mozai was also their nephew. Mother had mentioned him back then. Did he truly feel no compassion? The old man looked at him sternly and said that he would not let Jun Mozai encounter trouble, but other matters were not his responsibility. Jun Wuyi was a good man, yet because of him, his brother-in-law and two nephews had been implicated. Wen Qing concluded in a strict tone that silenced the other two. The three of them continued forward silently through the night. At the same time, Jun Mozai stood on the mountain peak, his expression showing that he had sensed something. He felt three powerful auras approaching. Immediately headed in that direction, thinking as he moved that any one of them possessed cultivation at the spirit Xuan level. Shortly after the three appeared before him, the Wen Qing group exuded an extremely oppressive presence. Wen Dao looked at his group with disdain, wondering what formidable figures they were supposed to be, then loudly asked the young man whether anyone had stopped there earlier and left. He urged that as long as he answered honestly it would benefit him, but Jun Mozai ignored him, turning to Zioyi and saying that this kind of tree did not exist in his hometown. In autumn its leaves would turn silver. Wen Dao grew angry and pointed while shouting that he was asking him, was he deaf? Wen Qing reminded the third brother that if he wanted to ask, then ask properly and do not frighten the young ones. Only then did Mozai look at them. He slowly turned around, his face indifferent, asking whether they were speaking to him. Wen Dao tried to remain calm and said that if not him then who? Truly, he did not know how his family had taught him. Was anyone here just now? Jun Mozai replied that his family education was very good and did not require senior concern. He said coldly that whether searching for someone or asking for directions, one should at least ask properly. Senior, if you wish to ask for directions, you should say it like this. May I ask, respected elder, whether anyone stayed here earlier? I hope for your guidance. I would be deeply grateful. He calmly said that was proper etiquette. when Dao angrily shouted that he was courting disaster. His eyes flashed, asking whether he wanted death. He was still young, even the king of hell might not dare accept him. Enraged, Wen Dao lost control and rushed forward, telling the boy to stop. At some unknown moment, he had already slipped behind him. When Dao turned in shock, and Jun Mo Zai had already unleashed a move. Immediately another strike followed, when Dao twisted his body to evade. With agile footwork, he temporarily avoided the sudden assault. But right after that his eyes widened in horror, because Jun Mo Zai's blade was already pressed against his waist, making him stiff and unable to move. On the other side, Wen Qing and Yun Jian were both shocked and worried for Wen Dao. He calculated that this youth was only at the Jade Xuan level while the third brother was at Spirit Xuan, a gap of nearly 20 levels. He had seen it clearly. The third brother had used lightness skill to dodge the first slash, yet the opponent figure suddenly vanished strangely and appeared behind him, delivering another sharp slash. Third brother changed 7 movement techniques in succession yet was still closely pursued from behind. Every step was rendered useless. In the end, the blade still pressed against his waist. When Qing frowned, even the overlord of the forest of heavenly punishment might not have such speed. When Dao said in disbelief that he was only Jade Xuan yet kept up with his proud footwork, leaving him no time to turn. Seeing this, Xiaoya cheered happily and praised Jun Mo Zai's move. She exclaimed that the variations were exquisitely subtle, perfect in every detail, worthy of being unmatched in the current age. Guan Qinghan quickly reminded Xiaoya not to speak too much. Wen Dao glanced toward the two of them. His face flushed red, his blood and qi surged violently. The other two immediately supported him. The three of them stared at Jun Mo Zai together. He calmly looked back at Wen Dao, the two sides facing each other without a word. After a moment of thought, he smiled and said that he and the senior had never agreed to a duel, so how could there be victory or defeat? He continued that it was merely the recklessness of a junior causing a misunderstanding. He had been discourteous. When Dao replied sternly that he had won and there was no need for modest words. He added that earlier he had asked rudely. It was indeed his fault, he apologized. When Qing inquired how the young brother should be addressed and who his master was, his skill was truly superb. Mo Zai smiled and said it was excessive praise. The 3 seniors were virtuous and renowned. He admired them greatly. Then he confidently introduced himself, saying that his surname was Jun, his name Jun Mo Zai. Yun Jian stammered and asked who he said he was. Jun Mo Zai from Tianxiang City, the 3rd young master of the Jun family. He excitedly said that was correct. He was the 3rd of the Jun family. What was the matter? Inwardly smug that the Jun family reputation was indeed great, even Spirit Xuan experts were astonished. He reminded himself to stay calm and not be overly proud. People around were all stunned speechless. Wen Dao was so angry he could not speak, his eyes fixed tightly on Jun Mo Zai. Quickly cut in and asked what they intended to do to him. Wen Dao's face darkened, repeating exactly what Jun Mo Zai had just said. That man blurted out his identity chaotically. I am your 3rd uncle, scoundrel of the family. You brat grew up, daring to stab your 3rd uncle with a knife. The boy dared insult me, but before he could finish speaking, he was immediately stopped by my swift reflexes. Then he gently asked you, Jun Mo Zai, you surely know your mother's surname. Your mother, named Dong Fuang Van Tam, is the youngest daughter of our family, and I am your eldest uncle, Dong Fuang Van Tin. This is your 2nd uncle, Dong Fuang Van Kim, who just sparred with you earlier, actually your 3rd uncle, Dong Fuang Van Dao. I was stunned, thinking, oh my, it cannot be a coincidence. The 3 mysterious deities are actually my uncle. Then you stammered, my 3rd uncle behind must be arriving soon, so. That should I wait for his appearance first? Hearing Jun Mo Zai mention the 3rd uncle, he suddenly shouted in anger. Jun Wu Yi, you bastard, let my grandson go first. He panicked and ran beside you asking what happened. My sister only has this one son. Could it be he had forgotten everything back then? I suspected uncle slightly favored him, excessive affection unbearable. Van Tin saw your expression, luckily fair, plump, uninjured. Indeed, Jun Mo Zai, rumor said the 3rd young master of the army indulged in debauchery, assaulted men and women, infamous everywhere. He looked straight at you, as if demanding an answer, surely need not be spoken, right? Jun Mo Zai felt embarrassed, averted his eyes, scratched his head, hesitated, truly unlike anyone else. 3 generations of the family never had such nom-nin. Everyone asked in astonishment, you are the decadent playboy, committing evil and cruelty. He replied irritably, who ruined my reputation. I always liked doing good, respected in Thien Huang City, chivalrous yet gentle, righteous with the sword, everyone knew. Xiao Yi and Guan Qinghan giggled at this. That night everyone pitched tents in the forest. Jun Mo Zai led the 3 others into his tent. Van Tin asked, this time facing deadly traps in Thien Nam. I replied calmly, traps or not two ways to say, but in Thien Nam. Snowstorm of Ngan Than is one, blood spirit of Sun Trang is one, and the brats in the army causing trouble, truly enemy. Van Dao shouted, blood spirit Sun Trang, Li Ju Tian's bastard son dared compete for a wife, truly audacious. With blood spirit Sun Trang he said nothing, punished him directly to regret, demanding retribution from Thien and Ga. I also wanted to see his expression. Van Tin sighed, this girl is unlucky, not seen often, lost husband, considered not dead to the family, like a flower to her. Youth spoiled, single-handed suffering, Van Keem continued. This girl had a round face, delicate brows, graceful demeanor, adored by men. Moreover, looked beautiful, alluring, attractive. I sat upright on the chair, eyes on everyone, indeed very charming. Van Dao said, being from the Jun family, eldest grandson lost, only a younger grandson remains, proverb says, small waters do not flow out. Van Tin shouted, cutting him off, hold your mouth, what nonsense. Uncle scolded you for rumors, now seeing your strength, if grandmother saw, she would be comforted. If your mother opened her eyes to see, surely delighted. Van Keem and Van Dao silent, Jun Mozai worried, asked the three about his mother. Van Tin recounted, your mother, Dong Phuong Van Tam, dear youngest, gentle, beautiful and lovely. The family opposed her marrying Quan Vo Hoi, but she was resolute, only way was to agree to the marriage. Jun Mozai's grandmother held his mother's hand, angry, saying if displeased, return home, home remains home. Your mother smiled, willing or not, unrepentant deep feelings, happy smile remembered clearly. Unexpectedly, returning home, appearance wilted, heart like dead for 10 years, no questions asked. Bringing Van Tam home, she whispered, in this life no regrets, beautiful unrepentant, Quan Vo Hoi unrepentant, wife unrepentant. After speaking, eyes nearly dry, 2 hot tears fell, closed eyes, long sleep unawakened. Mother enraged, deployed 196 assassins, family trained, revenge in Jianghu, but small Dong Phuong blocked by 3 great sages. Li Ju Tian and Han Fengzhu led army to stop in Long Ko. Even the top sage deity Long appeared unseen. Van Biat Tran also appeared. Jun Mozai's grandmother fought tirelessly, weary, lost a move, forced to make lethal pledge. In reality, Van Tin recounted, unless Mak Yu appears, Dong Phuong not appearing, 10 years never seen on the continent. I asked again, sword wind collapsing snowy mountains, mysterious beasts appearing, strict condition. Your mind thought, why not say straight, heaven and earth upheaval allows Dong Phuong to appear. If one day grasped the surname, I would unleash mice everywhere. Thinking done, Jun Mozai asked, if Dong Phuong does not appear, how will you act? Van Dao hurried to explain, cannot be overt, just not using Dong Phuong name is enough. Van Tin continued, mysterious beast this time strong, allied forces gathered all, the 3 invited by blood spirit Sun Trang. Hearing this I was astonished, uttered the word invited. Van Dao boasted, Dong Phuong never did things unpaid, 1 person 100,000 taels, 3 people 300,000 taels, not small. Van Tin smiled, this 300,000 taels brought in, maintained long-term supplies, Ta heard and froze. Then you staggered, fell to the ground, everyone in the tent inquired. Replied, 3 people 300,000 silver so cheap, my reserve fund exhausted, divine mysterious strong only costs labor price. Van Dao perplexed, drank wine, 1 laborer 100,000, heavens, you're drinking extraordinary. Gritted my teeth, laborers if not forced to seclusion under Dong Phuong name, how cheap. Van Tin comforted, 10 years seclusion not bad. Dong Phuong noble family renowned for assassination skill, but this is a worry, biggest decisive point. Jun Mozai asked him, Van Tin did not hide, assassin strikes decisively, 1 fatal blow if not death. Therefore much killing, perfected techniques, but learning from others not innate enough. Van Tin serious, only breakthrough under proper pressure, surprise under death ensures true breakthrough. Jun Mozai thought, Hong Kao Tower grows strong, Iangok Hien, even 8 great sages act will not die. Before reaching Ngan Hien cultivation, I dared oppose celestial mysteries, divine mysteries, never feared death. Van Tin said, today said because your agility almost ensures no one can kill you. But this agility hinders martial cultivation. Jun Mozai recalled, previously self-satisfied, thought his powers limitless. With continued mindset, even Hong Kao Tower progress, the 3 Van Tin, Van Dao, Van Keem leave tent, I watched closely. Later Jun Wuyi led a group to your place. Van Tin observed from afar said, Jun Wuyi indeed from military family, strict, respectful after looking. Jun Mozai calmly approached Jun Wuyi. He saw you, reminded hit target, difficult, step back to prepare. Jun Mozai eagerly awaited, Van Tin spoke, Grand Army Commander, 10 years unseen, prestige. Let grandson lead mission complete, no praise. Jun Wuyi turned, glanced searching for him. Van Tin stepped out, said, "Come out then, afraid of Grand Army Commander." He cheerfully replied, "Dong Fuang eldest, second, third brother all, Van Tin derelict, leaving me, Jun Wuyi, go to Thien Nam to seek death, truly tired of life." Hearing him speak, excited, Dong Fuang eldest, "Missed you all 10 years. 10 years 2 months 7 days not seen. 2 more hours to that year, same time." Bad news eldest, Van Tin patted Jun Wuyi's shoulder to comfort, third brother, 10 years of suffering. He continued, "Heavenly will, dangerous journey to Thien Nam, if Jun Wuyi unlucky, please third brother help, ensure safe return to Thien Huang, be kind." Van Dao shouted, "What are you saying? Jun Mozai is grandson, cannot happen." Jun Wuyi sharp, not unwilling, but received army news, scale beast large, danger deep first time. According to heavenly punishment, Tri Vuong enraged, half-month ago ordered level 4 mysterious beasts to join the battle. Part of the oath of the Eastern heroes had been completely broken, leaving me unable to hide my surprise. I glanced at him, constantly thinking about the shape of the wind sword, wondering whether, if given the chance, I could try to learn more about it. Jun Wuyi repeated himself, adding that the tide of mystical beasts was expanding by the day. From the Shenbin Empire to the Yudeng Empire, even the royal court of the grasslands had mobilized 10,000 elite cavalry. The 3 great empires had long been at odds. War between them would surely weaken both sides. And on top of that, there was the deep hatred the Xiao family of Silver City bore toward the Jia Zai army this time. In particular, Xiao Han held no goodwill toward me, so something unpleasant was bound to happen. In addition, the tense relationship between Blood Soul Mountain Manor and my Jun family could not be ignored. The current situation was extremely grave. Even so, among the 8 supreme experts, only Van Byet Tran, Han Fong Tiet, and Mac Van Tine were absent. The other 7 had already arrived. Van Tin continued, adding that another person who always traveled alongside the divine Eagle Supreme Ying Bo was also on the way. They were contending for a crucial position, and together with the Wind Sword Divine Gale Coiling Clouds, they were heading here as well. Besides that, apart from Silver City of Wind and Snow and Blood Soul Mountain Manor, the major forces of the martial world had also sent representatives. Among them were the 9 great aristocratic families such as Tian Nan, especially the Duanmu family. Even their family head had personally arrived. I did not feel the slightest worry. Hearing the name Duanmu only made it impossible for me to forget. Van Tin continued, "In addition there were Golden Spear Fort, 7 Dragon Mountain, Soul Severing Palace and Vast Heaven City. All had dispatched people. Not only that, there were also numerous high-level mystic cultivators, recluses, and experts, people as many as clouds." I replied cheerfully, never expecting to witness such a grand event. "If that is the case, we could just flatten the heavenly punishment for us. Each person capture a mystical beast to raise. There is no need to make such a big fuss." Jun Wuyi shouted to stop me, "You know nothing." Van Tin Lien spoke up, "Jun Mo Zai, you still lack experience to stop this battle. Tang Wan Li alone with his number of mystical beasts. If we confront them head-on, we might not even be enough." The 3 brothers looked at one another for a moment, then I persuaded them, "We have already come this far, there is no turning back. We will take it one step at a time. Do not worry, it is enough if we can protect ourselves and the people here. What does the life and death of others have to do with us?" Jun Wuyi slammed the table in anger, "Brat, do not spout nonsense. If we fail, at least millions of mystical beasts will flood into the heartland. By then how many common people will have to face them? At this moment, we could only set aside all personal grudges and unite our strength to have even a sliver of hope." Surrounded by sharp gazes, I hurriedly explained, "I am just going to relieve myself. I have held it in too long, did not finish this morning. Please continue." A short while later, Jun Mo Zai rode his horse to the outskirts of Tian Nan. He said as he rode, "Is that not the place of Blood Soul Mountain Manor? How has it now become the headquarters of the mystical beasts?" Jun Wuyi rode beside him and immediately scolded, "Do not cause a scene." Jun Wuyi thought to himself, along the way here, even behind Tian Nan City one could see high-level mystical beasts. If they encountered a mystic cultivator traveling alone, they would attack together. But beyond 300 miles from Tian Nan City, there was no trace of mystical beasts. This proved that the current target of the mystical beasts was only the people inside the city. Or they were only targeting their enemies, such as Blood Soul Mountain Manor, Li Jutian, or his son. Jun Wuyi pondered for a moment before ordering, "We enter the city." In just an instant, everyone was ready to move in. The mountains and forests were desolate, as if they had fallen into complete silence. The wind carried a faint fragrance toward Jun Mo Zai. He thought as if 2 people were communicating. One said, "Another 10,000 enemies have arrived." The other replied, "Understood." looked at everyone and thought, the mystical beasts are organized and highly disciplined, truly far stronger than an army. Mystical beasts are not frightening. What is frightening is when they have culture. Guan Qinghan and Tiu Engai burst into laughter at my words. Van Tin said, the one capable of transmitting messages at this moment may be a peak level 8 mystical beast, the white jade lion. This kind of king is usually used to relay messages for the mystical beast army. It seems this matter is truly serious. Zhun Mozai continued, it is indeed lively. If we fight it will certainly be interesting. But now that we are here, why do we not see any mystical beasts flying overhead? If we catch one of these as a mount, it would be impressive. It would definitely be a powerful weapon to attract girls. Facing the reinforcements from Tianxiang, the people of Tiannan did not dare delay. The general stationed in the Central Plains led his troops into the city to welcome Zhun Wuyi. Zhun Wuyi stepped forward and greeted him. We understand, 20,000 troops arriving suddenly. The city may not have enough space, but most of the soldiers will camp outside the city, which is not very safe. General Van replied generously, no problem, General Zhun may lead his troops to follow us. Zhun Wuyi asked doubtfully, can the city accommodate 20,000 soldiers? Only a few people remained in the city who had not left. Zhun Mozai asked curiously, why are there no common people in this city? General Van explained, the mystical beast tide grew stronger only recently. Half a month ago I moved the common people 300 miles away, leaving only young men and some essential goods. If in the end we defeat the mystical beast tide, I will bring the common people back. If not, they will live outside, at least their lives will be protected. Mozai said, General Van, I truly admire your devotion to the people. I cannot help but respect you. I also will not let the general's efforts go to waste. General Van gave thanks. I hope so. We will trouble the third General Zhun with everything. After reorganizing the troops and arranging the camps, General Van led everyone toward the council hall of the city, and upon arrival Zhun Mozai could not help but be astonished. Soldiers' tents were arranged neatly. Zhun Mozai looked and exclaimed, heavens, this is a council hall. It is basically a council square. I cried out excitedly, I never expected to witness a martial world assembly today. This is truly thrilling. I wonder if the beggar sect is here. Meanwhile, Zhun Wuyi thought that to win this battle, unified command from the military generals was necessary. However, this battle clearly placed the armies of the great empires and the martial forces on equal footing. The army even had to stand behind, deciding strategy on their own, and yet still had to face the peak mystical beast. At that moment, General Van spoke, General Zhun, our Tianxiang army is over there. I saw it and silently assessed. Their banner stood at least a zhang higher than the others, and it was far wider as well. It was also the only banner bearing a surname. Zhun Wuyi noticed this and asked General Van, why is our banner different from the others? He quickly replied, our Zhun family generals are the pride of Tianxiang. This is my city, it is the only thing I can do. I cannot let the heroes of Tianxiang be lower than others. General Van gestured, General Zhun, please. After hearing these words from General Van, Zhun Wuyi replied, many thanks. But you need not be so courteous, just brief us on the situation over the past few days. Everyone seems to hold opinions about the Zhun family. General Zhun must be careful. The group of Zhun Wuyi and Zhun Mozai continued forward, and those standing ahead consciously moved aside. Stared straight ahead, my expression solemn. In everyone's eyes, the two of us uncle and nephew were like sharp swords that could split the sky. And Yi could not help but sigh, truly worthy of the blood-clad great general. With just a surge of aura he can shake the world. And Yi continued, you truly live up to your name, but I must also apologize for not coming to greet General Zhun upon arrival. If there is a chance, I will share a few drinks with you. And Yi was satisfied with his reply, and just then Duanmu spoke up. I am the head of the Duanmu family. I request an audience with the third General Zhun. Zhun Mozai heard this and guessed inwardly, this must be the Duanmu family head. Zhun Wuyi replied, our Zhun family is truly humble, but we will certainly pay a visit to the Duanmu family head. Li Tengyun appeared, you two are quite something. Finally someone from the Zhun family of Tianxiang has come, is that right? Zhun Mozai replied, you must be the young manor lord of Blood Soul Mountain Manor. Li Tengyun, correct. Li Tengyun shouted angrily, what right do you have to speak, even in such an urgent situation? Your Zhun family arrives so late, what is the meaning of this? Zhun Mozai answered calmly, we understand the urgency, but if you want to know why we arrived late, perhaps you should ask our emperor. You could ask your Blood Soul Mountain Manor, if the situation was so urgent, why did you not call for reinforcements earlier? Indeed, the reputation of Blood Soul Mountain Manor is important. But if you had not insisted on enduring it yourselves, how would the situation have worsened to this extent? If you yourselves lack ability, how can you blame others? Everything we do can be questioned by anyone, only Blood Soul Mountain Manor cannot question. Li Tang Yun roared in fury, "You are truly bold. Do you not even place a supreme expert in your eyes?" I reminded him coldly, "Do not forget, Supreme Expert Li Ju Tian is your father, not you. Even if there are questions with so many experts here, when was it your turn to speak?" Li Tang Yun lost patience. "You dare speak like that, who are you?" Jun Mo Zai replied calmly, "I am Jun Mo Zai. You have surely heard of my name, have you not?" Li Tang Yun was astonished. "Ah, so you are Jun Mo Zai, the wastrel waiting to die from the Jun family. This place is full of outstanding figures. How can a wastrel like you be here? What qualifications do you have to dare speak to this young manor lord?" I was not angry and replied leisurely, "Even if I am a wastrel, I have never done anything vile, but I have never stolen another man's wife. Young Master Li, you are my senior. If there is a chance in the future, I will certainly invite you for a few drinks." Hearing those words, Li Tang Yun angrily retorted that Guan Qinghan was still in the bloom of youth yet was being forced by your Guan family. We were mutually in love. What is wrong with me taking her away from that dark place? Moreover, your elder brother has been dead for many years. Are you going to make her remain chaste for life beside his spirit tablet? He gave a cold laugh upon hearing that, mutually in love, rescuing her from an abyss. Have you ever asked for her opinion? I truly did not expect that such a shameless person could exist in this world. Not only using power to coerce a decent woman, but even threatening her family, saying that if she did not obey then her whole family would know no peace. Li Tang Yun, you call that saving someone? I must write the word admiration for the young manor lord, because your brazenness is indeed unmatched. At that moment, Li Ju Tian's deep and icy voice rang out enough, no need for more words. With an overwhelming aura, the old man appeared and stepped in between the confrontation of the two sides. 4 others followed behind him, first Vobai, then the blue-robed elder with silver beard Shi Chang Zio, beside him the expert Bak Hong, and the most stern-looking of them was Du Van. Observed silently, this venerable Li Ju Tian was likely over 100 years old, yet his appearance remained strangely youthful. No wonder he still had a son over 20 years old. It seemed that having a few more would not be difficult either. Li Ju Tian declared that since everyone had gathered, the leaders should enter the main hall to discuss how to repel the enemy. Just as the crowd left the tents, a long howl suddenly echoed from the sky. As the sound faded, countless roars of mystical beasts rose in unison like surging waves shaking mountains, the momentum as if the earth itself were turning over. The scene stunned everyone, including Li Ju Tian, and only after a while did he stammer that the Heaven's Punishment Overlord had appeared again. At that instant, the scene shifted to the Heaven's Punishment Forest. Song Zio revealed his true form and circled high in the sky. Below were the camps of the various factions. Everyone could only look up at him. Li Ju Tian slowly introduced that this was one of the kings of the Heaven's Punishment mystical beasts, Song Zio. As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered his strength. In less than 3 breaths he executed lightness skill and leapt onto the rooftop, then said politely, "Could it be that Venerable May has arrived? I Li Ju Tian failed to welcome you in time." Hearing that, he could not help but feel puzzled. Who was Venerable May? A clear voice rang out, "Li Ju Tian, so it is you," the sound as distinct as if it were right before them though the speaker was miles away. She let out a soft laugh. "I was wondering why my 2 younger brothers were so furious yet still suffered losses. It seems Li Ju Tian you have indeed made progress." Upon hearing that, he replied that they had provoked Blood Soul Manor without cause, so I retaliated. What is wrong with that? As for suffering losses, I devoted my life to building the manor and now it has turned into ruins. If I wish to seek an explanation from Venerable May, I wonder what you would say. Venerable May asked coldly, "By your reasoning beating my younger brother is justified." Li Ju Tian answered righteously, "How would I dare? Justice lies in the hearts of men. Everything has its cause, it must be reasoned clearly. Even the one who stands at the pinnacle of the world cannot ignore reason." Immediately Venerable May retorted, "You speak of reason. In your entire life when have you ever been fair with anyone? Do you even believe that justice lies in the human heart?" Though silent, he inwardly applauded. "Well said, still talking about justice. When your son abducted someone, where was your reason then?" After pondering for a long while, Li Ju Tian replied that it seemed Mei Zhai Zun was determined to protect them regardless of right or wrong. "Then what about the injuries on your younger brother?" At that her expression changed. Li Ju Tian, when did you enter the Zunshi immortal palace? You even let my younger brother suffer injuries from the raging veins heart-piercing sword. Your courage is not small. As soon as she finished speaking, her anger made the surrounding space seem to tremble. Hearing that, he grew even more puzzled. Just what kind of place was the Zunshi immortal palace? Li Ju Tian could even make Sheng Kai Shan of the Heaven's Punishment Beast King take action. Then he advised to know when to stop. If you go too far and anger the holy palace, even Venerable Mei with all her divine abilities must weigh the consequences. Zhai Zun gave a cold laugh and replied, do not overestimate yourself. Even if the Zunshi immortal palace, Zhai Zun Golden City, and Illusory Blood Sea all came to Heaven's punishment together, they still could do nothing to me. 8 years ago, with just one sentence from my mother Mei, Yun Bai Chen did not dare show himself again. Now I also hold enough advantage to force the 3 great holy lands to withdraw with losses. Hearing such resolute words, Li Ju Tian could only reply that then we shall see. After speaking, he jumped down from the rooftop. At the same time, violent noises erupted from the depths of the forest. Before everyone's eyes, strange phenomena began to appear in space. Then shouts rose up that the mystical beasts were coming. To the east appeared a pack of tigers surrounded by dense killing intent. In the blink of an eye, the leader had already charged forward. Yingbo cried out in alarm that to the east were so many 9th-level golden tigers. That Tiger King had likely reached the peak. To the west, a pride of white lions roared ferociously, when Qing immediately announced that they were white jade lions. To the north, the sharp-clawed bears also surged into the battle. At the same time, he said that the split mountain bears were also 9th-level mystical beasts. The fortune of the Heaven's Punishment Forest was truly flourishing. In the sky appeared countless winged creatures, flock after flock circling and covering the heavens. Someone exclaimed that there were far too many of these flying mystical beasts, each one above the 8th level. Just what had Li Ju Tian done to provoke them? The declaration of Venerable Mei 8 years ago echoed in Jun Mo Zai's mind, that she could make Yun Bai Chen hide himself. And now she even had the strength to confront the 3 great holy lands. He pondered quietly. He wondered what level of strength was required to make the number 1 supreme dare not appear. If she was already so powerful, why orchestrate this mystical beast tide today? Then he suddenly noticed Luo Yun standing calmly amid the chaos. On his face there was not the slightest ripple. Seeing that, Jun Mo Zai silently wondered who this person was. That coldness made him think of his former self. With that thought he walked over, when Qing turned and asked what was the matter. He looked at Luo Yun and asked directly, do you know who he is? When Qing looked for a while before recalling that he was from the Bailey family, moreover someone abandoned by the family. What was strange about that? Jun Mo Zai curiously asked why he was said to be abandoned, when Qing replied that everyone knew how terrifying the mystical beast tide was. The great aristocratic families usually only sent peak sky profound experts. Even if something unexpected happened, they still had a chance to retreat. The losses would not be too great. Have you ever seen any family send out a young expert? Jun Mo Zai blurted out as cannon fodder. When Qing nodded, exactly. A youth with such cultivation coming to Tian Nan at this time was no different from delivering his own life. Your movement technique is even more agile, but if you fall into layers upon layers of mystical beast encirclement, it will still be hard to escape. Therefore, absolutely do not act rashly. You must not leave the sight of the 3 of us. Even so, Jun Mo Zai thought that reaching that level at such an age was already a rare genius, and Luo Yun had clearly reached the peak of Jade Profound. Yet the Bailey family still pushed him into danger, when Qing said the reason was not just one. Because he was not the eldest son, but born of a concubine in the Bailey family. Luo Yun was precisely the most outstanding prodigy of that family. At 3 he began cultivating profound qi. At 10 he reached 9th rank. At 15 he advanced to golden rank. At 22 he stepped into Jade Profound. Now he had already touched the peak. Among the younger generation he stood at the top. After hearing this, Jun Mo Zai was even more confused. Even if he was not the eldest son, he was still Bailey blood. Why was he treated this way? When Qing explained, there was another reason. His father was the son of the family head with a maid, so father and son were always suppressed. Thus he harbored resentment. After reaching Jade Profound, he taught a lesson to several legitimate young masters who had once caused trouble. At that time, not executing him immediately was already giving face to the bloodline, and this trip to Tian Nan was precisely an opportunity to eliminate him by borrowing another's hand. Jun Mo Zai understood, so that was it, Luo Yun. When Qing added that I and your 3rd uncle will go in first, lest that group of horned wind snow silver wolves stir up trouble again. With me present, they would not dare go too far. Watching the two leave, Jun Mozai thought to himself that third uncle's leg had healed, but when would he be able to leave the wheelchair? When would the blood-robed great general once again stand proudly before the world, displaying the imposing spirit of former days? In the end, everything was still decided by strength, and strength was tied to talent. With that thought, he slowly walked toward Luo Yun. Luo Yun wondered whether amidst this raging sea of beasts there was still any path of escape for himself. In such chaos, he did not know how long he could hold on. At that moment, Jun Mozai called out Luo Yun. The call pulled him from his thoughts. He smiled when he saw him look over. Luo Yun asked in surprise, Jun Mozai, third young master of the Jun family. Without beating around the bush, Jun Mozai proposed finding a place to talk and asked him to follow. But Luo Yun coldly replied that if they were not acquainted, then there was nothing to say. Before he turned away, Jun Mozai slowly said with deep meaning, "Could it be that you do not dare? Dare not answer me. I heard that at only 26 you have already reached the peak of Jade Profound. It seems the rumors are not entirely accurate. Perhaps I should not have appeared here." During that, Lac Van, who had intended to leave, hesitated, then quietly followed Jun Mozai. Everything lay within his expectations, so he was not surprised at all. Two moved silently through the forest. The more Lac Van chased, the more astonished he became when he realized that even with all his strength he still could not catch up to that infamous young master. He was forced to admit he was inferior in speed. In the end, Jun Mozai stopped in a wide clearing. Both remained silent. He calmly sat down and gestured for him to join. Lac Van remained full of vigilance and asked what your purpose was. Jun Mozai casually asked if you had come here to die. He replied coldly that it had nothing to do with you. He said calmly that it truly had nothing to do with me. He was only curious why you still came despite knowing the danger. Lac Van flared up and shouted back that it had even less to do with you. He speculated that someone had forced you, and that it was the person you cared about most, which was why you took such a risk. Plucking a blade of grass beside him, he said that in the Bok Lai family you held no status. If you wanted revenge, the only way was to seize power. Your goal was the position of family head, was it not? Lac Van replied irritably, "What was the point of telling me all that?" Seeing him reveal a guilty look, Jun Mozai knew he had guessed correctly. He slowly said that if you continued to stay in Bok Lai, that desire would never come true. "Follow me, I can help you achieve it." Lac Van did not believe it, thinking that the Bok Lai family was still far stronger than the Jun family. He coldly cut him off. "How the Jun family was did not concern you. Just answer whether you would follow me or not. This time you will find it hard to survive. Trust me and you will have a way out. Even if you must die, it should be after completing your revenge." The two words revenge made his heart waver. After thinking for a long while, he put forward conditions. "First, you must defeat me. Only the strongest of the younger generation is worthy for me to follow. Second, among the Tian Nan group there are 5 Sky Profound. I want the other 4 to vanish from this world. Accomplish those 2 things and I will follow you for 10 years. Fail and I will leave. If you succeed, not only my life but the entire Bok Lai family will belong to you." After speaking, he turned and left, while Jun Mozai silently calculated, for those conditions were not difficult for him at all. At present, defeating Lac Van was not too difficult, let alone those others. Thinking that, he immediately set off, telling himself that sooner or later that brat would be tempered by him. The scene shifted to the main tent. Xiaoyu was crying bitterly. As soon as he stepped inside and saw that, Jun Mozai asked what had happened. She threw herself into his arms and sobbed that little Bai Bai was gone. He let out a sigh of relief and said it was only missing, inwardly understanding that the mysterious beasts had all gathered, so it must have as well. Xiaoyu anxiously said they had to find it because it had not eaten lunch yet. He patted her head and comforted her that they would search later. Perhaps it had gone off to play and would return on its own. In the Tianfa forest, a cold voice rang out asking what had happened. "I have been in seclusion for less than 2 years, and you have already dragged half the continent here. Venerable may rebuke them." Shinkai Shan and Hisong Zio stammered, not knowing what to say. He continued to question the mobilization of more than 3 million 6th-level mysterious beasts. Just for a Li Ju Tian was such a display necessary. Hisong Zio hurriedly said it was not entirely because of that. Venerable May demanded that they explain everything clearly. After listening, she asked whether that person truly could help them advance easily. Hisong Zio affirmed that they had tested it and was certain it was true. He wondered why they had not joined forces to capture him. Song Zio explained that the pressure from that person was too great. In 3 exchanges they had all been defeated. He admitted that he was completely no match. Venerable Mei sighed and said that counted as gaining some benefit, but why had things turned out like this? Song Zio said they had only intended to teach Li Ju Tian's son a lesson. Chung Kai-shan had acted excessively. In broad daylight he stormed into Blood Soul Mountain Manor, demanding to cripple Lei Tengyun legs. Chung Kai-shan defended himself, saying he did not want to act sneakily, only to be denied later. He fought for many days, held the upper hand but failed to capture Li Tengyun. After that Chang Zio appeared, and the situation reversed. Although they did not kill the target, the manor suffered heavy losses. When Li Ju Tian returned, Song Zio estimated that person cultivation was at least equal to Venerable Mei. Chung Kai-shan even said far stronger, which made her furious. Realizing he had misspoken, he hurriedly corrected himself and flattered her. Venerable Mei asked directly whether that person cultivation was above hers, then pondered that person origin. Song Zio believed that person did not belong to the 3 great holy lands, because the aura was different. She mocked them for provoking first, and then blaming the other side. She said Li Ju Tian must have been furious when his foundation was destroyed, then rebuked them for acting too openly. Chung Kai-shan hurriedly begged her to calm her anger, and said there were hidden circumstances. Venerable Mei ordered him to speak clearly. They recounted discovering that Li Ju Tian carried fluctuations of a mysterious core, similar to the Tyrant King. Tyrant King had been missing for 2 years. They had once searched for him, and had encountered that person while competing for a 9th-level mysterious core. After hearing it, she angrily punched the tree trunk. Then she said coldly, "Very good." She rebuked their weak management that had caused Tianfa to decline. The Tyrant King was killed for his core. The Lion King and Monkey King were gravely injured. Song Zio admitted fault. Chung Kai-shan said he would share the responsibility. Venerable Mei ordered that the Snake King, Eagle King, and Tiger King be summoned for deliberation. She declared that Tianfa had always been the fiercest forbidden land. Now being looked down upon was truly shameful. This time they must level Blood Soul Mountain Manor. Pass down the order for all subordinates to prepare for war. They must teach Li Ju Tian what rules truly mean. Then she asked how the 4th brother injuries were. Chung Kai-shan listened and immediately clasped his hands respectfully, replying that he was fine and thanked the elder for his efforts in healing. Without the elder's intervention, how could the paralysis mind suppression sword have been neutralized so easily? As soon as he finished speaking, Song Zio continued, "There is one more matter to report. I guess Li Ju Tian's true target this time is Chung Kai-shan. Why, you ask? Li Ju Tian is no fool. If he had blatantly pursued Elder 4, it would be tantamount to making an unresolvable enemy of our heavenly punishment. Outsiders may not know, but I understand that the phrase, heroic heart and brave courage, is just a metaphor, not the reality. Li Ju Tian clearly absorbed the mystic pill of the Leopard King, from which his intentions can be inferred." Seeing he was still ambiguous, Mai Tun feigned indifference and added, "Then he is also aiming for the heart of Chung Kai-shan." Song Zio nodded in confirmation. Indeed, using the mystic pill increases mystical energy but cannot fully absorb it. Li Ju Tian must have encountered this limitation. Combining Chung Kai-shan's heart with the Leopard King's mystic pill would not only fully absorb it but double the effect. If he also uses Chung Kai-shan's mystic pill, his power would quadruple, making him unbeatable across the Chunyun continent. Even facing heavenly punishment would be trivial. Li Ju Tian's actions this time clearly disregard me. Each strike aimed straight at Chung Kai-shan, all fatal blows. That is why he and I engaged in battle. Mai Tun's voice deepened. No wonder he, a wisdom supreme, humbly accepted orders and risked exhausting his energy to execute the paralysis mind suppression sword on Elder Chung. He had hidden ambition, aiming to harness the continent's power to achieve his goal, truly cunning. Immediately returned to prepare. This time those below rank 7 returned to heavenly punishment to cultivate, no need to fight. Serpent King and Sky Probe move cautiously. If at the front line, Golden Crow, 7 stars of sufficient rank above 5, others temporarily stay out. She listened and obediently accepted the orders. After instructions, Mai Tun asked, "Third Elder, 4th Elder, you said your strength is profound, even greater than mine. According to your assessment, how does he compare to me? Tell me honestly." Mai Tun pressed, "Well," Chung Kai-shan said it only told him the person was very strong and kind. When asked about appearance, it only replied, "Very good." Mai Tun, angered, asked repeatedly but got no specific information. What kind of exchange is this? Truly foolish. He honestly added, besides, very good. It also said one more thing, the scent was very pleasant, even more fragrant than its master. Song Xiao calmly said that is sufficient. It had only learned to speak recently and already conveyed that, at least proving that helping mystical beasts advance is real. My Tun reluctantly nodded. I understand, it is intuition. Song Xiao frowned, unconsciously repeating the words intuition. He shouted, what are you thinking? Could it be that my analysis is wrong? He quickly waved, the elder is indeed wise. She then struck Song Xiao, yelling that third crane elder has grown bold. He could only plead for mercy from the elder. Thrown into the grass, he intermittently begged for leniency. Sheng Kai-shan laughed, even third crane elder has his day. Song Xiao countered, I still surpass the one who was pressed to the ground and beaten dozens of times, face smeared and unrecognizable. What you just spat was what, so yellow. My Tun coldly said if there is a chance, I truly want to meet that mysterious master to compare strength. Sheng Kai-shan interjected, it has been over a month and that simple task is still unfinished, all due to Li Ju-tian's interference. My Tun hesitated, but he said only after completing the task. We'll go to the Jun family in Heavenly Fragrant City to find Jun Wuyi. He suddenly remembered Jun Wuyi has a connection with that person. Following this clue may lead to him. From what I know, the commander opposing mystical beasts of Heavenly Fragrance is Jun Wuyi, currently in Southern Heaven City. She replied coldly, then we must plan carefully to see if we can use Jun Wuyi to track the High Master. Song Xiao seriously reminded, Elder must be cautious, lest accidentally anger that person. Tun nodded, of course he can help you advance, this person is extremely important. Such a minor matter still needing mention. Both replied in unison, the elder is wise. She continued, first we must fulfill promises, yet it has been over a month unfinished. Sheng Kai-shan replied, blocking the Blood Soul Manor to the north is done, even Wind Snow Silver City must relocate south. Song Xiao worried, but breaking Li Tengyun's 2 legs remains undone. Even meeting him, this worries me. My Tun said previously he feared Li Ju-tian causing major trouble, but now he wants to corner Elder Xing. Reconciliation is impossible. Moreover, he severely injured the Leopard King, you both heard. Her gaze cold as ice, Li Ju-tian and Li Tengyun must be destroyed. Suddenly a noise from the forest, Sheng Kai-shan frowned, the leopard pack is in trouble, they really are unsettling. My Tun asked in confusion, the leopard pack. 2 leopards stepped forward. He shouted asking what business they have being unruly, don't you see the Tun is here. 1 leopard placed a cub down on the ground. My Tun recognized it as an iron-winged leopard, appearing just 1 month old, an adorable little fire child responding to the summons. Then she realized her intention. Sheng Kai-shan delighted, elder, an 8th-rank iron-winged leopard not yet matured, still nursing, incredible. Third brother quickly slapped me to see if I am dreaming. My Tun's eyes brightened, truly a miracle. Iron-winged leopards usually live 200 years, advancing every 10. If in 70 years it reaches 7th rank peak, may advance to 8th rank, but limited talent usually stops it. Yet now it breaks this rule. Sheng Kai-shan still astonished, an 8th rank cub, are we dreaming? She said currently, it advanced without controlling its talent, previously unbelievable, but now the truth appears, who can explain why? Song Xiao speculated maybe the Leopard King forced it to advance. The others remained silent at the baseless opinion. She scolded foolishly, how can that be? What amazes me is not its strength but ordinary aptitude, lacking high bloodline. Therefore there must be a postnatal factor, someone using special methods to aid it. Moreover, its talent limits were also improved. In 70 years it may reach 9th rank, and that may not be the limit. You Crane King dare force a 7th rank crane to advance. Such ordinary things you can think of. Sheng Kai-shan noticed the cub had a jade tag on its neck. Clearly someone nurtures it. Could it be from Heavenly Fragrance City? My Tun clicked her tongue, again Heavenly Fragrance City. Seems this trip cannot be ignored. It advanced without leaving sequelae and even increased its limit, almost divine methods. Sheng Kai-shan suddenly remembered something, happily stepped forward reaching out to the cub. She shook her head, how could I forget he can communicate with it? Fool, knowing to communicate why not ask earlier? She held the cub before him to probe. Song Xiao thought it caused by the mysterious man in black, only he could do so, perhaps a friend of the cub's master. My Tun agreed, analysis reasonable. Sheng Kai-shan should learn from third elder, perhaps that master also comes from southern heaven. Act according to the old plan, but Jun family and Dugu family must not be touched. Sheng Kai-shan drowsily asked, elder, if reaching the peak battle then with you. Song Xiao hurriedly said your task is to reach the fated boundary, if affected would it fail. My Tun said this battle mainly to establish authority, if defeated them at least peace for decades. If they dare not respond, that is a great threat. After this, I will seclude, heavenly punishment relies on you. Night fell quickly, sky black and space silent. Weary I stepped from the tent, the people earlier hard to manage, each step gentle. Junmozai felt heavier, hoping for some rest. Tiu Han and Zhu Dong called, wanting to ask. In the tent when Qing exclaimed, situation seems unstable. Sun Wuyi sighed, generals reluctant to fight, troops lack strategy, everyone cautious, disorder before battle. Once conflict starts may collapse immediately. Jun Mozai asked if after a full day of discussion no results. When Qing said without some wisdom supremes guarding today would have had murders. If mystical beasts ambush tonight, remaining morale vanishes. He shook his head, Li Jutian lacks command talent. Sun Wuyi added, wisdom supremes high but mostly martial world background, lack leadership experience. In 8 great wisdom supremes only Van Byet Tran and Yu Shichang Zio decent, rest unprofessional, Yingbo especially crude. When Qing annoyed, mentioning him angers me. He suggested gathering experts to infiltrate heavenly punishment, secretly defeat mystical beast king then retreat, shallow thinking. Jun Mozai eyes cold, going there is like entering a trap. He thought silently, still not completely futile. Jun Wuyi said heavenly punishment issued battle edict, decisive battle in 3 days, must choose commander first. When Qing interjected, actually third uncle supported by many. Wind Snow Silver City and acting head of Blood Soul Manor both support third uncle as commander, nearly decided. They borrow the blade to kill, pushing you into danger. Jun Mozai asked third uncle, he replied came to handle it, even if used no matter. Mystical beast calamity severe, a man must act, may not die. He asked surprised, so you accept. When Qing firmly said if I refuse, Jun family reputation collapses. Though 10 chances of survival slim, I do not retreat, a man bears responsibility. Jun Wuyi confirmed Jun family reputation outweighs all. May abandon everything but not let it fall. He shouted it is foolish, going is meaningless sacrifice. Still said a true man must bear responsibility. Now Jun family reputation is my duty. Jun Mozai looked at the moon, 10 years without hat, hair flowing, heavenly fragrance nightly mist, heart unchanged. Reputation only external, for us third uncle's life matters. On Snow Mountain people waited for you 10 years. Jun Wuyi explained not just reputation but responsibility, must mobilize allied armies and clans, at least 3,000 top mystical jade level or above. Army insufficient, Wind Snow Silver City, Blood Soul Manor and clans must contribute. He seemed to understand but still asked Yuan's opinion, he silent undecided. Jun Mozai said they want to use the blade to kill, I understand. If targeting Jun family must prepare mentally. If assigning this dangerous task many must join. Cannot let mystics across continent watch, you lead some regular troops to bear battle. Third uncle rest assured, nothing will happen. Saying so Jun Mozai left the tent for Jun Wuyi to think, when Qing followed out. Privately told him third uncle resolved to risk himself. Jun Mozai nodded, I knew he thought so long ago. If father had not died early and I tried harder, perhaps different. Third uncle defended for years, now relying on you for support, so gave up. When Qing sadly said that year was a heavy blow, proud third uncle endured 10 years like boiling oil, I would have gone mad. He looked at the moon, said this pain will soon end. At this point Jun Mozai yawned, I go sleep first, very tired. Dong and Tiu Han gathered beside Wen Qing. Wen Qing sighed, to erase Jun Wuyi's torment must face Wind Snow Silver City directly, which is not easy. Hayat Dong sighed, why was that fellow always so indifferent? Not knowing how to resolve it, the 3 of them could only return. At this moment Jun Mozai was not sleeping, but meditating in his room. After finishing his meditation, he opened his eyes and brushed his hand over the burning candle. The flame went out at once, Jun Mozai vanished from the room. In the silent night he suddenly dashed forward like the wind. In his heart he calculated that he must find He Song Zio and Xing Kai Shan. If those 2 dared injure third uncle it would be no different from family fighting among themselves. Feeling of exhilaration surged to the extreme. The most dangerous and brutal land of Xuan continent was instead the most comfortable place for him. As expected of heaven punishment forest, no one knew how many gigantic mysterious beasts were hidden here. For any Xuan practitioner every place could be a deadly trap. But to this young master, they were merely adorable large creatures. Deeper he went, the darker it became. In another corner of the forest, Mai Tun Jia stroked her pet's head and asked whether the challenge letter had been delivered. He Song Zio smirked and said those arrogant people would surely accept. He nodded and said she would enter seclusion for a while. Unless something important happened, they were not to disturb her. She sensed that her vital energy had reached its limit. This battle truly came at the wrong time. Shunkai Shan reassured her that breaking through was what mattered most. They had already arranged everything and there would be no accidents. Mai Tun Jia nodded in satisfaction and decided so. This little creature would be left to them to care for. They must find its master before the decisive battle to avoid harming the wrong person. Master of the little creature was likely someone from Thien Huang Dok Ko the Jia. Take that as the breakthrough and investigate in that direction. Then she vanished, leaving He Song Zio and Shunkai Shan behind. He Song Zio praised that the boss's mysterious art had advanced greatly. If she successfully broke through to level 12, she could reach the transcendent realm of Yuang Thuan. That realm was something he would find difficult to touch in this lifetime. He could only admire it. Shunkai Shan said excitedly that old blocks like them were stuck at level 10. Reaching level 11 would require burning incense and praying to Buddha. Only through hardship could one advance, yet that old Li Ju Tian kept interfering and insisted on eating him. It was all because of him and his broken stream. Had the mission been completed earlier, it would not have come to this. Stopped him and said that was enough, do not squeeze it anymore. If it died, he would be in trouble. Its master had ties to that expert, and he could just wait to have his eyes gouged out. That man panicked and said, "Oh, sorry." He Song Zio wondered whether the heaven punishment sacred fruit and the Snake King were being guarded properly. The sound of forest leaves rustled without end. He moved swiftly, yet his mind kept thinking. Although he had already found the auras of the Tuxing and heaven punishment forest was far too vast. Suddenly he had to halt both his thoughts and his movement. Looking at the scene ahead, the poisonous air was so dense that even a Xuan heaven expert would die without deploying yin-yang shield. Now he would be nothing but a pile of dry bone. Thinking this, Junmo Zai heard a faint sound, and only then discovered that someone was inside. In another scene, Thien Tam happily raised her hand to catch a strange fruit. Junmo Zai hid to observe and thought how beautiful. Was she not afraid of the poison? That kind of fruit was not simple. Today he had seen something once listed in the red records. The fruit was originally white, then turned through various colors, ripening into a golden hue. This was the Thien Nha Van poison fruit, extremely toxic. Almost no living being could resist it. During its growth, it had to be watered with poison continuously to ripen. The fruit required a year. The supply of poison could not be interrupted or the tree would wither. In 3 days, heaven punishment forest would become a battlefield. What a pity. He happily called her children, saying today was the day the sacred fruit ripened. Hurry over. He was startled today. Strange rays of light appeared across the sky. Immediately afterward, countless beasts of all shapes appeared. They charged forward like a raging storm. Lining up before Thien Tam, he thought there were so many venomous creatures. Were they forcibly pouring poison to hasten the fruit's ripening? It was theoretically possible but unheard of. Only heaven punishment forest could gather so much poison. Every venomous creature here could take a human life. The poison fruit they created would be equally dangerous. The Thien Nha Van fruit could nourish but could not be eaten directly. Like a powerful medicine, only a single drop could be taken. Too much would cost one's life. Thien Tam said proudly that after 300 years of waiting, this day had come. Fulfilling the dying wish of 2 generations of Saint Kings was an honor. Her eyes shone as she shouted for the sacred fruit to offer its full power. The beasts heard and opened their mouths in unison toward one direction. At the same time, they spewed out large amounts of venom. The sacred fruit absorbed it and turned a faint pink. Junmo Zai was astonished. It truly changed color. Unexpectedly seeking Shunkai Shan and catching He Song Zio, he had witnessed a miracle, far more valuable than those 2 fools. Thien Tam tried to encourage the beasts to exert more effort. With the abundance of venom, the sacred fruit continued to change color. He thought it was too fast. It was truly succeeding. The sacred fruit finally became golden. He and the beasts were exhausted and ordered the treasure box to be brought. He was secretly astonished. That was a Xuan jade treasure box. The mysterious beasts had prepared carefully. The poison fruit could only be stored in Xuan jade or it would spoil. Thien Tam knelt and asked the sacred fruit to fall. He thought that the Thien Nha Van poison fruit must wait to ripen naturally to be considered complete. Even a second early would not do. After a brief wait, the sacred fruit ripened fully. Thien Tam joyfully held the box, the moment of ripening after 300 years. If the fruit did not fall into the box as expected, Thien Tam was bewildered. What was happening? Thien Tam looked at the empty box and stood there in a daze. She turned back and forth. How could this be? The box, like the sacred fruit, had vanished without wing. Thien Tam exploded in fury, transforming into another form, ferocious and savage. He shouted, who dared to toy with this queen? In the bushes, Junmo Zai hugged the fruit and thought it was terrifying. No matter how beautiful she was still a beast king. Queen Tam revealed her true form and turned to ask the python beside her whether it had seen clearly what had just happened. The python replied fearfully that in a blink it had seen nothing. Hearing that, she grew enraged and ordered that the sacred fruit be found even at the ends of the earth. Hid while secretly exhaling, her anger made everyone afraid. Returning it would only enrage her further, and then it would be hard to act as a good person. Ordinary people could not consume the poisoned fruit. Using it improperly would only harm themselves. He was helping them. At the same time, on Mai Tunjia's side, she focused on cultivating her art. Suddenly she sensed something unusual, the voice of the Snake King or the sacred fruit. Mai Tunjia circulated her inner power to protect herself within a sphere of magic. A surge of force pierced through the protective layer, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Mai Tunjia clutched her chest and said that was heaven's will. It would not spare her yet. Punishing heaven leaves no trace. The Beast King returns to the sky. 10,000 years of heavenly punishment, success or failure decided by one person. Venerable May leaned against the rock wall and murmured, "In the past the Saint King left behind those 4 lines. Since before I took human form I have pondered them endlessly, yet never fully understood. Only today do I finally comprehend, so it was a prophecy for the outcome of my heavenly punishment, truly beyond expectation. Punishing heaven without trace." Today Tianzun was guarding the sacred fruit when an incident occurred. The treasure must have fallen into another hands, which is why she panicked so. And the line about the Beast King returning to heaven and 10,000 years of heavenly punishment clearly points to the one who took the sacred fruit. She ground her teeth in fury, not expecting that just as the sacred fruit was lost, it would become an opportunity for the mysterious cultivators to attack heavenly punishment. I was at the moment when my vital energy was fluctuating in preparation for a breakthrough. At the critical juncture when I most needed stable inner breath, I absolutely could not be disturbed. Venerable May eyes flashed with rage. Tianzun cried through her mind into turmoil. How could she remain calm with the sacred fruit taken? If ruined this time, she feared she could never advance again in her life. Li Ju Tian, it is all because of you. Returning to Tianzun's side, Yisong Zio stepped forward and asked what exactly had happened. Tianzun clutched her chest in pain and uttered, "The sacred fruit. It was taken." Upon hearing that the punishing heaven's sacred fruit was lost, Yisong Zio cried out in shock that it was impossible. Tianzun tears streamed down as she affirmed it was the truth. Yisong Zio still found it hard to believe and asked again. Since the grand defensive array remained intact without any alarm, she replied that every layer of protection was still complete, yet the sacred fruit had vanished. Shun Kai Shan reassured that the fruit was taken after ripening, so there was still a chance to reclaim it. The one who did it did not alert the guards, which proved either overwhelming strength or that he had not gone far. He may still be lingering nearby. Let us search thoroughly and then decide. Hearing that, Tianzun suddenly realized Shun Kai Shan's words made sense. Yisong Zio immediately ordered the mysterious beasts to search across the heavenly domain. All flying beasts within 100 miles were to investigate. Not even the smallest creature was to be overlooked. The beasts in the sky obeyed and dispersed to search. Tianzun also mobilized the venomous creatures underground, ordering that within a 100-mile radius they track the scent of the sacred fruit and report at once upon any trace. No mistakes were allowed. Scorpions and venomous snakes instantly spread out everywhere. Shun Kai Shan commanded all beasts on the ground to heighten vigilance. Any creature that rushed out was to be blocked. Without orders, none were to withdraw. The beasts roared in response to show they understood. Sun Mo Zai stood aside observing, and thought inwardly that he had not expected Shun Kai Shan to coordinate the overall situation so steadily. But with mysterious beasts so densely packed, even a needle would find it hard to escape, let alone a living person like himself. Thinking so, Jun Mozai began to feel uneasy, as heaven and earth were completely sealed. Judging by the situation they would pursue to the end, it seemed only an extraordinary method could allow escape. The 3 repeatedly instructed their subordinates. Shun Kai Shan shouted to watch all suspicious individuals. Tianzun also stressed leaving no clue unchecked. Shun Kai Shan clenched his fist and vowed to find the culprit. Suddenly a terrifying pressure descended from nowhere. All 3 were shaken by the invisible force. Shun Kai Shan's eyes widened in shock. Yisong Zio also turned pale, who possessed such astonishing pressure. Tianzun worried that if it was truly that person who took the sacred fruit, then his mere presence would be enough to make the surrounding beasts prostrate. Sun Mo Zai descended as if from the sky and appeared before them with a calm demeanor. The radiance around his body gradually revealed itself. He spoke and admitted. That is right, the sacred fruit was taken by me. Though furious, they still felt apprehensive before that aura. Junmo Zai said that you were still searching, yet had not realized your grave mistake. He raised the box containing the sacred fruit, and said that with the current cultivation of the 8 beast kings none could safely absorb it. If forced the body would hardly endure. Hearing that, Tianzun felt dissatisfied inwardly, believing it was merely an excuse to seize the treasure. She seethed in secret, speaking of principles yet in truth wishing to monopolize the sacred fruit. This time she must find a way to drag him down. Chiang Kai-shan realized she was about to rush forward, so he quickly reached out to stop her, and cautiously asked whether Senior was the Senior Feng they had met in Tian Xiang before. Mo Zai gave a faint smile. Song Zio and Chiang Kai-shan truly surprised this old man. At first this old man did not wish to lower himself to deal with the Blood Soul Mountain Manor rabble, so it was entrusted to you. Such a small matter was allowed to turn into a mysterious beast tide, even drawing half the world cultivators here. Though it does not directly concern this old man, since it has happened it is hard to ignore. What makes this old man curious is since when has Tian Fa weakened to this extent? Faced with those half-reproachful words, Chiang Kai-shan awkwardly admitted fault. Song Zio showed displeasure, his gaze toward him filled with resentment. He spoke loudly that this grand array was set up because of you. You cannot stand with humanity against us. Because of your matter we have consumed a great deal of vital energy. Junmo Zai frowned and replied that he entrusted it to you because given my status personally dealing with Li Ju Tian would have overvalued him. Had I known you would mishandle it, so I would have acted differently from the start. Chiang Kai-shan hurriedly interjected that was correct. With your status personally acting would have given Li Ju Tian too much face. Before you he is nothing. Junmo Zai appeared satisfied and continued to question. Song Zio immediately said therefore everything was borne by us instead. He calmly said that was fine. Dealing with someone like Li Ju Tian truly did not interest this old man. Chiang Kai-shan hastily flattered that you may rest assured and leave it to us brothers. We will certainly satisfy you. At this moment Tianzun standing aside could not endure it and spoke angrily. He said regardless of whether Senior was interested, the punishing heaven's sacred fruit belonged to Tian Fa. She was responsible for guarding it, and now that it was lost she hoped Senior would return it. This favor would be remembered for life. Junmo Zai asked whether the little girl who scolded me earlier was you. Tianzun clasped her hands and pleaded, if punishment was due to her rudeness she would accept it. She only hoped the sacred fruit would be returned afterward. Song Zio hurried to persuade her, saying she was young and impulsive and asking Senior to forgive. Junmo Zai sternly said that was not a sacred fruit but a heaven-evil myriad poison fruit. None of the 8 of you could withstand even a drop of its essence. Whoever used it would only invite disaster. This old man taking it was in fact goodwill. Would I really quibble with a little girl? Even so, Tianzun remained resolute, and said even if the price was her life it would be her fate. Those words left Chiang Kai-shan and Song Zio stunned. Junmo Zai sighed and said very well, taking your fruit indeed lacked justification. If used rashly it would harm heavenly fortune and oneself. Better that this old man refine it into pills and gift you several to help safely break through. Would that not be better? Hearing this Tianzun broke into a cold sweat. Chiang Kai-shan immediately agreed. With an expert assistance it would be far safer. Song Zio also echoed that this was a solution benefiting both sides, yet Tianzun remained silent and unwilling. Junmo Zai asked why hesitate, saying let those 2 bear witness and more would be shared with them later. Chiang Kai-shan nodded repeatedly to act as witness and asked if she still did not believe, yet she remained silent. Chiang Kai-shan and Song Zio continued persuading, saying this was a rare opportunity. Tianzun cautiously asked how long it would take to finish refining. Junmo Zai replied at most 3 years to gather sufficient ingredients. He said he did not wish to take advantage of juniors, consider it fate and first gift several pills from the bottle. Taking one could increase about 15 years of cultivation. After speaking he tossed several pills to the 2. Hearing they were precious elixirs they were overjoyed. Chiang Kai-shan immediately swallowed one to test. His entire body grew hot, clearly feeling his cultivation increase. Exclaimed the effect equaled 10 years of cultivation, truly a divine medicine. After taking it Song Zio was also astonished, and said such pills that increase cultivation truly exist in this world. Chiang Kai-shan praised that with better ingredients it would be even more formidable. Song Zio excitedly said this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. No need to risk life and death yet still able to advance. Junmo Zai reminded them to share the pills with others as they would lose efficacy. If kept too long, and excessive use would damage meridians. Inwardly thinking he had finally appeased these people. While still gliding through the air, Junmo Zai continued speaking. All right, this time I heard you are preparing to fight with Thien Huang City. Shinkai Shan immediately replied, that is correct. The decisive battle has been set for the day after tomorrow. Slowly instructed, the Jun family and the Dak Ko family in Thien Huang City have some ties with me. I do not wish for the people of either side to be harmed. I hope you will show restraint. Consider it giving me face. Isong Zio nodded at once and answered, this is simple. We never intended to target the people of those two families. Then he softly added, there is medicinal powder in this vial. On the day of battle, if members of the two families appear, sprinkle it on them to avoid mistakes. Our brothers will not touch them. Even if beaten, we will not retaliate. Hearing that, Junmo Zai felt quite satisfied. If that is the case, then many thanks. Suddenly the pouch of powder in He Song Zio's hand vanished without a trace, leaving him stunned for several seconds before he and Shinkai Shan cupped their hands in farewell. Senior, please travel safely. In a flash, Junmo Zai had already shot deep into the dense forest. He chose a place far enough away to stop and rest. Junmo Zai let out a long breath. He had withdrawn safely after all. Thanks to those two, everything went smoothly. But there were still 2 days until the duel, and there was nothing to do now. Perhaps he should take the chance to explore the Heaven's Wrath invasion and see if there were any treasure. On the other side, Thien Tam was interrogating them. Third brother, fourth brother, who exactly was that senior? Why did you act so close to him, and even hand over the treasured relic of Heaven's Wrath so easily? Pressure from Thien Tam made Shinkai Shan and He Song Zio somewhat wary. She continued, that man may be unfathomably powerful, far beyond us, but I see you seem to trust him greatly. That was the painstaking effort of Heaven's Wrath for more than 300 years. Shinkai Shan changed the subject, right? You should rest when it is time to rest. In a few days, killing a few more enemies will be good enough. She frowned and warned, if after 3 years there is still no news, I will hold you accountable. The two of them shared the same thought, better retreat quickly. She is about to lose her temper, and surely that senior would not deceive us. Turning to Junmo Zai, he walked while muttering, no one has ever come here to search for treasures before. This is truly immense luck. He picked up a mushroom and praised it. Rare medicinal herbs are everywhere. 3 colored lingjai, heavenly spirit grass, 9 profound root are all present. He swiftly gathered everything into the Hong Jun pagoda. While walking, Junmo Zai suddenly halted. Wait, something is not right. Earlier he noticed that the deeper he went, the fewer mystical beasts there were. Now there was not a single one in sight. The space was strangely silent. Could this be another secret of the Heaven's Wrath invasion? Advancing deeper, he softly sighed. The scenery is like a painting. Even someone as worldly as I would want to find a place to live in seclusion. If one lived here, it would surely be peaceful. But such a tranquil place did not suit an assassin like him, and the plants here were far too neat, as if someone tended them. Growing suspicious, he immediately activated his invisibility technique. Junmo Zai silently moved forward to scout. Suddenly he froze, his eyes widening in shock. What is going on? Before him was a majestic natural scene, breathtakingly beautiful. He could not help but exclaim, truly exquisite. 3 colored lingjai and black jade ginseng appeared in dense clusters. He happily gathered them without pause. He said to himself, in Thien Huang City finding even one kind is difficult, yet here it is as easy as pulling weeds. Materials for refining the 3rd-tier marrow cleansing pill are already complete. Could I be dreaming? I searched everywhere without success, and now they are all here. While picking herbs, he noticed a deep cave ahead. As he stepped inside, he thought, could there be something powerful in here? A place with so many spiritual herbs must be suitable for cultivation. While walking, he paused. What is this? A white beast lay lazily upon a rock. He smiled. How adorable. What is wrong with you? Seeing its weak appearance, it must be injured. When he was about to touch it, it immediately let out a wary growl. He still spoke gently. Do not be afraid. I will not harm you. Let me see your wound. Later I will give you something tasty. The injury was so severe that it could not move on its own. He placed 2 fingers on its neck to check its pulse. He muttered, the meridians are chaotic like withered wood. One strong movement and they would collapse. Luckily you met me. Otherwise others would find it hard to save you. Saying that, he began circulating his spiritual energy to treat it. This state resembles high-level deviation, yet it is suppressed by some force. With such a small body, how could it cause something so serious? Could my guess be wrong? Are you actually an extremely powerful existence? The white beast looked at him with full vigilance. He laughed and said repeatedly, if you were a beast king, then I would already be invincible under heaven. One hand would be enough to handle you. but I cannot bear to treat something so adorable harshly. The wound had temporarily stabilized but was not fully healed. You must absolutely not move violently. After finishing, he intended to stroke it. But the white beast growled fiercely as if ungrateful. He felt slightly annoyed. I just saved you and you will not even let me touch you. Are you shy? Are you female? Suddenly it rolled over and fainted on the rock. He said, I told you not to move. Then he sensed a strange aura. Could there be someone else here? Feeling danger, he quickly hid inside the Hongjun pagoda. Strange red rays of light appeared outside. He breathed lightly, that was close. But everything fell silent again, truly puzzling. Though his cultivation was not high, his spiritual sense was extremely strong. The owner of that aura also seemed wary, yet even after sweeping everywhere no trace could be found. Hey little one, awake already. Awake yet not moving. You really deserve punishment. Are you hungry? Teased, I only touched you lightly and you overreacted. Follow me. There will be delicious food every day. Not everyone receives such treatment. I only need you to obediently let me pet you every day. Hearing that it struggled, he laughed. Do not like it. I saved you so you must listen. So small you must be female, but I cannot see clearly. Did I mistake it? He muttered, there really are some signs. So tiny, pitiful indeed. As soon as he finished speaking, the white beast fainted again. He sighed, fine, I will take you along. While walking, he suddenly jolted as if struck by lightning. He immediately observed his surroundings. Then he said to it, wait while I handle a private matter. He casually carried it along with him. He even boasted proudly, walk obediently, otherwise I will lock you up. Stay here, I will gather more herbs and come back. After saying that, he set it down and left, then returned to pat its head. Do not run around. As soon as he left, the white beast changed, using its paw to press a hidden mechanism. A while later, Junmo Zai returned carrying herbs in his arms. Yet there was no trace of the beast. He searched in irritation. Where exactly did it go? I was going to treat you and feed you well, yet you left without a word, truly heartless. Wait until I find you, then see how I deal with you. He set down the pile of herbs and reassured himself, well, it still counts as a decent harvest. And he gathered them up and recited a spell. He swiftly dashed off, speaking as he went, still lacking 9 profound roots. By the evening of the second day, after a long journey, Junmo Zai had returned to the original spot. Casually pushed the door open, slowly stepping inside. Upon seeing Junmo Zai, Jun Wuyi scolded him. Where on earth had you gone to return only now? He smiled and explained that he had merely gone out for a short stroll, secretly thinking that he could hardly admit he had just visited Thien Fat to discuss matters with the 7 great beast king. Jun Wuyi had yet to calm his anger, reproaching him for not knowing how worried they had been. An Tin patted his shoulder in consolation, saying that since he had returned safely, there was no need to worry. This youngster was extraordinarily capable. At that moment, a servant entered to report that Li Teng Yun, the young master of Hyatt Hun Sun Trang, had come to request an audience. Van Tin pondered briefly before ordering that he be invited in, while Jun Wuyi stroked his chin in contemplation. Today the parties had just finalized the list, yet Hyatt Hun Sun Trang had sent its young master. The position of commander held little power, victory brought no merit while defeat bore responsibility, and it was unclear what Li Jutian intended. As soon as Li Teng Yun entered, he cupped his hands and spoke, apologizing for his presumptuous visit and hoping the general would not take offense. Jun Wuyi asked directly what business had brought the young master here. Li Teng Yun glanced around, the servants understood and withdrew, while Junmo Zai quietly listened. Jun Wuyi calmly said that they were all his own people, and he could speak freely. Li Teng Yun confessed that he had met Guan Qing Han in Thien Huang and had never forgotten her since. Her engagement with the Quan family existed in name only, and he hoped Third Master Quan would grant her freedom to fulfill both sides, with Hyatt Hun Sun Trang offering generous compensation. Also mentioned the danger posed by high-level Xuan beasts, and that General Quan was already advanced in age, facing inevitable risks on the battlefield. Jun Wuyi remained composed and asked his true intention. Li Teng Yun replied that if they agreed, the general would no longer need to risk his life. He believed the price was merely a woman no longer connected to the Quan family. Junmo Zai asked whether that woman held no value in his eyes. Li Teng Yun replied indifferently that women were merely objects of exchange, something entirely normal among great families. These words made Jun Wuyi speak coldly, asking if she was nothing more than a plaything. Was this truly the condition proposed by the young master? Li Teng Yun even threatened that if they refused, tomorrow would be the day of death. Jun Wuyi responded that Guan Qing Han was still a member of the Quan family. As long as she remained part of the Quan family, no one was permitted to insult her, and he ordered the guests to be escorted out. Li Tangyun flew into a rage and warned them not to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Jun Mo Zai mocked him, saying the Quan family needed no concern from him. He further ridiculed that aside from his father's title, he possessed nothing of worth. Enraged by the provocation, Li Tangyun declared he would make them regret it, and told them to prepare to collect third uncle's corpse tomorrow. Jun Mo Zai replied that it was uncertain who was unworthy. For now, he only saw a delusional toad dreaming of reaching a swan. Li Tangyun arrogantly declared that without support he was nothing, and in this world only fists determined everything. Jun Mo Zai sneered and said that if so, they would see after the battle who would be the one crying. Li Tangyun asked whether Jun Wuyi would regret it, and he coldly replied with a single word, "Get out." That man turned away and left in resentment. Even at the doorway, he continued to hurl taunts. Jun Mo Zai calmly reminded him to worry about himself first, mocking his lineage. He added that Li Ju Tian was already advanced in years and might soon have no heir. Li Tangyun replied that they would wait and see. Jun Mo Zai turned to ask third uncle whether the list of participants had been finalized. Jun Wuyi said the experts of the various families had been prepared, but more than 200 of his guards would not be deployed. He reassured him that although defeat was likely tomorrow, third uncle would not encounter danger, and he guaranteed it. Jun Wuyi nodded lightly, and then called Guan Qinghan out. Guan Qinghan stepped out together with Sun Zio Mei. He announced before everyone that he would establish each person's status. Guan Qinghan hurriedly tried to stop him, but he shook his head. He declared that 3 months ago, he had received the family head's command token. All decisions represented the Quan family, and descendants were not permitted to disobey. Guan Qinghan knelt down to receive the order. Jun Wuyi proclaimed the dissolution of the engagement, restoring her freedom. From this day onward, she could freely decide her marriage, with heaven and earth as witnesses. He called Jun Mo Zai to kneel and receive the order. He asked in surprise what matter required this. Jun Wuyi handed over the command token, transferring the position of family head to Jun Mo Zai. He panicked and refused, but Jun Wuyi sternly demanded that he accept the order. Jun Mo Zai accepted the command but stated he would only hold it temporarily, and if third uncle returned safely, he would return it. Jun Wuyi nodded, allowing him to decide as he wished. He instructed that if anything happened to him, the Quan family would be entrusted entirely to him. He must care for grandfather and never allow anyone to look down on Guan Qinghan. Jun Mo Zai cupped his hands and accepted the order. Before the great battle, immense pressure weighed upon Jun Wuyi. He poured out his thoughts, speaking of grudges and determination. 2 girls listened with reddened eyes. Jun Mo Zai comforted them and asked if there were any further instructions. Jun Wuyi requested that he promise one matter before he went to battle. He respectfully asked to hear it. He instructed that before reaching Tri-Tun and securing certain victory, he must never seek revenge. When he possessed sufficient strength, he was to seek justice on his behalf. Jun Mo Zai replied that he would remember it and affirmed that the day was not far away. Guan Qinghan reminded him to speak properly, and he hurriedly waved his hand. Jun Wuyi asked whether she was willing to become the Quan family's adopted daughter. Guan Qinghan asked again in astonishment. He sincerely said that if she agreed, he would accept her as his adopted daughter so no one would dare belittle her. Moved to tears, she knelt and acknowledged him as her adoptive father. Jun Wuyi handed her a jade pendant, symbolizing her status within the Quan family. He revealed that the jade pendant had long been prepared and vowed to protect her to the very end. He also said that after announcing it to the world, the old ties would no longer bind her. Hearing this, Guan Qinghan blushed, and Zio Yi hastily objected. He declared that Jun Mo Zai belonged to her. Tears fell from her eyes out of jealousy. Jun Wuyi teased Mo Zai, causing her jealousy to flare. Jun Mo Zai joked that being handsome was also a sin. Zio Yi looked at Guan Qinghan with vigilance. Guan Qinghan awkwardly turned away. Jun Wuyi told everyone to withdraw so he could calm his mind and prepare for the battle. Jun Mo Zai called softly, but Guan Qinghan had already left the room. He lamented that his natural charm made beauties blush. Afterward, he waved his hand, intending to extinguish the candle. In the blink of an eye, the candle was blown out, and the entire room sank into thick darkness. The 3 men standing guard outside left them their privacy so Jun Wuyi and Jun Mo Zai could discuss matters. The long night came to a close, the sun slowly rising behind the distant mountain range. By then the soldiers had already gathered in full before his door. Seeing this, Jun Wuyi could not help but ask what they were standing there for. Everyone dispersed. It was not a permanent farewell that required such ceremony, yet the crowd remained silent and unmoving. He had no choice but to issue an order: those present today step out of the ranks. At that moment, the young man pushing Junwuyi wheelchair suddenly told everyone to wait a moment. Before everyone, he spoke loudly that seeing off the heroes of Tianxiang could not be done carelessly. Those who drank should have the finest wine to be worthy, and at the same time he wished all of them flourishing martial fortune and a triumphant return. After speaking, Junmo Zai raised his bowl of wine, drained it in one gulp, then smashed it to the ground, shattering it to pieces. After drinking, Junmo Zai continued that at this moment there was no need for many words. From now on, the families of the 300 of you belong to the Jun family. Whether marriage, funerals, birth, aging, illness, or death will all be properly taken care of. As long as the Jun family still exists and he still breathes, they will never suffer any injustice. All the soldiers shouted in unison to thank Third Young Master, praising his grace and swearing unwavering loyalty. Hearing that, he softly remarked, "What fine poetry. There truly are so many good brothers of mine there," then set off. As soon as he finished speaking, Junwuyi spurred his horse forward, taking the lead toward the battlefield. Zio Han marched out with full confidence alongside the troops. Many people watched from the city wall. Du Van wondered about their chances of victory, while Yingbo frankly replied that even a single portion of hope was already promising. He said in a deep voice that in truth even a single portion of victory was difficult. Sending only 4,000 men into battle was no different from pushing them into danger. They came here for the greater righteousness of the world, not to serve as lackeys of Blood Soul Mountain Manor. So why was he not allowed to fight while only those Heaven Xuan and Earth Xuan were sent out? Li Ju Tian coldly replied that it was not yet Fong Qian Van turn to speak on this matter. Blood Soul Mountain Manor did not need such high-level subordinates either. If it did not please him, he could leave, and if he wished to offer guidance, he was ready to receive it. Du Van cast a sidelong glance and replied that he knew he lacked the ability to instruct a supreme. It was not that he did not dare. Li Tengyun suddenly shouted that though he respected seniors, they should not go too far. This was not a place to say whatever one wished. Daring to disrespect his father was sheer audacity. Drew his sword and was about to charge forward but was immediately stopped, the sword falling to the ground. Yingbo said sternly that the one causing trouble was you. The name Fong Qian Van is not something you may casually utter. Du Van slowly lectured that not everyone could be touched by Li Tengyun. Those he wished to eliminate never required him to consider status. It was only out of regard for the two supremes that he let it pass this time. The atmosphere suddenly became stiflingly tense. Li Jutian glared as he warned Sword God Fong, saying he was truly imposing. He sighed and said perhaps he should not have appeared today. He cupped his fists in farewell and immediately leapt away. As he flew off, he said that if Junwuyi escaped disaster today, Fong Qian Van would certainly bring gifts to visit. Being unable to help today was his fault. He would make amends in the future and then took his leave. Du Van still remarked that the reputation of Silver City of Wind and Snow and Blood Soul Mountain Manor was only so much. Li Jutian angrily asked whether the two supremes also believed he had acted improperly. Yingbo cautiously reminded that as the chief supreme, twisting black and white like this was hardly in line with righteous principle. He replied arrogantly that even if he reversed right and wrong, so what? Who dared to say he was wrong? For his only son he was willing to oppose the entire world to satisfy him. Someone sneered and asked why yesterday when facing Venerable Mei he was not as impassioned as today. Was not all this trouble caused by his son? So what if it was just one son? The old man still took action to discipline him, and even saved his life to prevent his lineage from ending. So why not quickly express gratitude? Vobai stepped out to mediate, saying that arguing now was useless. The dead could not return. 8 of his 11 disciples had died without clear cause. By that logic should he also seek a contest with all of you? Suddenly a hidden weapon tore through the air and appeared above the city wall. Venerable Mei appeared and asked whether the other side had finished preparing. Those below greeted her in unison. She angrily scolded that 3 days ago everything had been discussed. What was there to ask about help? Where had they left their brains to utter such meaningless words? Li Jutian stepped forward to inquire whether she was in a bad mood today, or if someone had offended her. Venerable Mei shouted back asking who he thought he was speaking to without proper manners. He was reprimanded to the point he did not dare argue, only lowering his head. At the same time, Xun Kai-shan appeared before the city wall. A voice rang out calling him to be the first to fight in today's great battle. Xun Kai-shan turned back, recognized the senior, and smiled brightly in praise of his unmatched divine ability. The other humbly responded and asked about the situation. Xun Kai-shan said that today he, along with the Tiger King and Lion King, would lead 3 teams of great Xuan beast masters into battle. The young man smiled and said the medicine had been applied to the heads of the 5 people. Later remember to be careful not to take on too many opponents. Shinkai Shan confidently replied that it was only natural. Jun Mozai raised his hand and placed it on his shoulder, saying he would treat his injury. Just a moment, Shinkai Shan's injuries were completely healed, and he gratefully expressed his thanks. The other carefully instructed that those 5 were at a disadvantage. There were schemers both inside and out. They must be protected thoroughly. Shinkai Shan assured he would take responsibility for this. Hearing that, he nodded in reassurance and reminded the others not to hold back, especially the people of Silver City of Wind and Snow and Blood Soul Mountain Manor. Then left at once, Shinkai Shan bowed in farewell. The scene shifted back to the towering city wall. Li Jutian and Venerable Mei were glaring angrily at each other without blinking. Chang Zio spoke to mediate, suggesting that if Venerable Mei was not in a good mood, she should rest for now and talk later. She snorted coldly, showing her dissatisfaction. She denied being in a bad mood, only saying that someone was courting trouble. With such trivial skills yet daring to boast a great name, truly laughable, even flaunting it before Jun Mozai, did his sect even dare to do so? Ju Tian replied that he had endured out of respect for her as the supreme of heavenly punishment, but constant humiliation could not be borne. She calmly said go ahead and insult her then, what could he do? Chang Zio grew angry and raised his hand, mobilizing his martial aura. Venerable Mei gritted her teeth and met the attack, 2 enormous forces colliding violently. Before long she had clearly gained the upper hand. A heaven-shaking explosion resounded. That man was gravely injured and fell, Yingbo Vo Bai, and Chang Zio anxiously said he could not die at this moment. The 3 immediately attacked together toward Venerable Mei. She revealed a cold smile and asked if they wished to seek danger themselves. With that she charged forward fiercely. A vicious palm strike was unleashed, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. From afar, Shinkai Shan also witnessed the scene. He frowned, wondering whether human strength could truly create such power. Thick dust quickly dispersed with the wind. The ground revealed a gigantic crater after the collision. Jun Mozai smiled and remarked that it was truly spectacular. Suddenly a voice called from the deep forest for Venerable Mei to stop, mentioning an old acquaintance after more than a year apart. She looked at Fong and Bao Vu, saying she had not expected to meet again. If they were still well, then how could she not be? Mentioned how in past years she had roamed freely everywhere. Now her power had grown even more refined and was worth congratulating. She coldly asked what there was to congratulate. Lei Bao Vu and Bo Quangfang, the 2 famed swordsmen of those years, asked whether they intended to exchange pointers with her. He hurriedly replied that he would not dare. Today he only represented the immortal palace as a witness to the battle between heavenly punishment and the continent. She slightly curled her lips. Such a small matter had even drawn the hidden immortal palace attention. Should she perhaps feel honored? Wang Feng replied formally, saying before coming here the palace lord had asked him to deliver a message to her. Venerable Mei calmly told him to speak. She wished to hear what that person had to convey. He conveyed that whether the war of heavenly punishment occurred would be her decision, but he hoped she would show mercy to innocent lives and hold back. She laughed loudly and mocked that the tone was still as hypocritically benevolent as before. Heavenly punishment had never listened to anyone's orders. Even the immortal palace could not command it. Vu said they would not interfere. No matter the outcome, they would not favor either side. Venerable Mei mocked that the 2 swordsmen of old now served as guardians for the immortal palace, and had become so mild-mannered. Truly admirable how the palace lord subdued people. If they still confronted her as before, they might not escape defeat, making them so angry they let out sounds of fury. They could no longer restrain themselves and simultaneously drew their sword. Li Ju Tian observed and guessed, could it be that these 2 want to fight? But quickly he, along with Fong and Bao Vu, sheathed their swords. He said seriously that Mai Tunjia was a master of the living world. Hatat had angered them. Today was not convenient for combat, but that did not mean opportunities would be lost later. If Mai Tunjia had mystical beasts, the 2 brothers would attend. Mai Tunjia sighed lightly upon hearing this. He looked at her seriously. Mai Tunjia had a trick to lure subordinates. Trying once was not a problem. The result would surely differ from them, at least not exactly the same. Mai Tunjia raised her eyes to the sky and said, the final mark of the celestial palace. I will come and show your palace master the outcome of Nuyen Quan too. Today if you want to engage in battle, then step forward, just observing stay aside. I do not wish to argue, step back, Bao Vu said calmly. It would be good to witness, hoping Mai Tunjia sets the duel rules. She immediately proposed simply, 3 decisive matches, the first a legion skirmish, the second a leader fight, the third a peak showdown. If you win, the heavenly beasts will retreat deep into the forest. If you lose, there are 3 conditions. First, Li Jutian gives the Bao Vuong's mystical pill. Second, from now on the mystics may not enter the celestial realm. If violated, 2 lives will be taken, including all 9 clans. Third, to claim the legs of Li Jutian's son, the one who provoked the Great War must end it. Hu Feng objected, the conditions were unfair. You lose only need to step back, but we lose with 3 conditions. Mai Tun Jia, do you not see this as excessive? But Mai Tun Jia did not think so. If you do not enter the celestial realm, why compete? How does Bao Vuong's mystical lamp enter Li Jutian's stomach? Father and Feng, you are twisting the truth. Lian saw Li Jutian explain, the celestial realm invades you. What does it have to do with my father and me? Today's situation you came to overturn, blaming me, Mai Tun Jia, speaking of the black and white chaos. You seem to be the greatest master. Peak battle connection has nothing to do with my son. Why is condition 3 about my son's legs? What merit does he have to stir trouble, Mai Tun Jia? Do you not see this as contemptuous? The way you speak is ridiculous. He remained firm, only these 3 conditions, no changes, agree or not. On the battlefield, 2 opinions emerged, agree and disagree. The elder frowned and said, Thunder Guardian, this requires consideration, but he paid no attention. This is an order from the Lord. Li Jutian wanted to object, but only uttered a word. Knew it would be disadvantageous if Loi Baovu and father with Feng learned the mystical pill was intact. Baovu asked, Master, may the battle begin? Mai Tun Jia immediately launched an attack. Move carried immense pressure, flying straight to the sky. At the same time, he extended his hand and issued the battle command. Li Jutian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Shun Kai Shan recognized it as the battle command. He immediately leaped off the ground. Mystical beasts growled, asserting their strength. Zhen Wuyi loudly ordered the formation. The soldiers received the command and immediately arranged the formation. Concentrated, waiting for the mystical beasts to approach, 4,000 simultaneously fired hidden weapons, killing part of the weak beasts, then used the numbers to break through key points. Sacrifices were inevitable but increased Zhen Wuyi's chances of victory, inflicting losses on the enemy. At this moment a voice rang out, withdrawing and dodging the formation like this, is it not seeking death? Unknown, when the supernaturals appeared in the formation, suddenly leaped off the ground, frankly criticizing, ignore the grand strategist, follow me to kill the enemy. Based on strength, easily killing level 6 or 7 mystical beasts, each killing 1-2, victory almost in sight. Tiu Han and team quickly flew forward. In a blink the group advanced, their movements kicking up dust clouds. Van Tin, seeing this, could not help scolding them shamelessly. Kong Trin was also angered. Him, damn it, Latiat him, damn. Amda angrily said, damn it, at this stage still holding back, if not swallowed by beasts then choked by you. Hearing this he angrily retorted, I haven't finished scolding yet. Could not help but tell Amda to stop speaking, while the mystical beasts acted. The battle raged fiercely. Baovu laughed, Li Jutian the supreme intellect, arranging troops, masters all out, roaming the 4 directions, no energy wasted, grand strategy doomed, if formal battlefield that is a crime of the commander. 3,000 soldiers survive nowhere. You do not agree to the duel conditions, turns out no intention to win. 4,000 people, including your enemies, truly a cunning tactic. Hu Feng evaluated, the commander was indeed brilliant in handling troops. The formation balanced offense and defense, even if not defeating the mystical beasts, stabilized the situation. Traps ahead reduced casualties. Surviving the first wave allowed overwhelming counterattack, ingenious strategy, truly talented but sabotaged by petty men. Li Jutian angrily exclaimed. He ignored the elder's reaction and continued. Li Jutian the supreme intellect, seemingly not concerned about Leng Lang's legs, otherwise why act so? 3 moments ago even pretended to spare for his son, truly unbelievable. Li Jutian was unhappy, pondering, unaware today someone from the hidden celestial palace came to watch the battle. Jun Mozai remained calm, stopping his singing. Quickly noticed something amiss, damn, let several ordinary sect members and Amda slip through, they forgot to apply powder, I must go there. He quickly moved to the battlefield. Jun Mozai was startled seeing the skin clawed by mystical beasts, staring at the wound. Jun Mozai applied powder to the supernaturals, carefully guiding Amda onto him. Finished, Jun Mozai satisfied left, done, time to leave. The white tiger reached out to touch him. Amda unexpectedly turned right. Ian saw it wrinkle its nose to signal him. Amda did not understand the scene. The white tiger extended its leg pointing to one side. Pretended ferocity, holding eye contact with him. Amda cooperated, showing anger. The white tiger acted obedient towards him. Amda realized it wanted to fake fight with him. He quickly looked around at the situation. In front of Amda, soldiers and mystical beasts were fighting. 2 giant bears suddenly blocked the way. Jun Wuyi calmly swung his sword at them. Bear pretended to be injured, yelling. He acted casually watching the scene. Amda turned to see the chaotic scene, battlefield full of casualties. Hong Qin quickly tied his robe at the waist, smiling with satisfaction. This time no one saw his butt. He widened his eyes. Damn, what are you doing, damn it, in battle? Tying the robe like cooking rice. Hong Qin said cheerfully, small white sect inspector, no, my discipline supreme. Amda held his face helplessly. Damn, elder brother, stop speaking, even harder to listen. He waved his hand, the sword creating a perfect cutting path. On the other side, someone fought a large brown bear. He dashed swiftly to the mystical beast. Loud explosion, surrounding earth and rocks burst. He shouted at the two mystical beasts, kill them. Two large animals growled and rushed at them. Bear bit the other's waist, blood spurted, claws instantly killing from the person. Jun Wuyi appeared contemplative, looking into the distance. The forest was dark, desolate, mountains towering. Three elders frowned at the scene before them. Yingbo crossed his arms, seeming to understand, so that's it. Finally he understood. Hu Fang turned, voice urgent. What do you understand? Explain quickly to the old man. He looked at him, slightly smiling. Elder, you still have not realized. Yingbo pointed, saying, Li Ju Tian, the supreme intellect, wants to cleanse Hayat Hun Mountain Village, harming Fang Tayat and Gan Than. His meaning is we cannot be comfortable, do not live well either. Turning discomfort into pleasure, can you not? It is obvious. Li Ju Tian's face showed clear shock. For a moment he could not speak. A shrill cry of pain suddenly echoed out. Zheng Kai Shan roared, pouring all his strength into his arm as he threw a fierce punch at his opponent. Zheng Kai Shan immediately followed with another heavy punch to the opponent's abdomen. Desperate screams rang out within the dark expanse of the battlefield. Zhao Han gritted his teeth in fury. Why were those mystic beasts not attacking Jun Wuyi? Why was that man still alive? I want him dead. Why will he not die, Jun Wuyi? Why are you still not dead? The surroundings were utterly devastated. Thick smoke and dust filled the air. Jun Mozai walked forward calmly, heading toward them. His eyes emitted a chilling aura. Jun Mozai had once said, if anyone wanted to harm us, then they must accept that everyone would weep bitterly. He pressed his lips together, his expression unreadable. Jun Mozai smiled inwardly. Now the situation was clear. Before him, Yingbo stood ready, stepping closer to Jun Mozai with a bright smile. Truly a fine young man. He stood silently, not responding to Yingbo. Jun Mozai then revealed a sinister smile, danger evident in his eye. Jun Mozai glanced at Yingbo, Old Eagle. How did your battle with the Wind Sword Deity and the Wind Fist Cloud go? He stroked his beard and laughed heartily, just luck. He rubbed his hands and asked suspiciously, was he beaten to a pulp? Yingbo squinted as he smiled, not at all. We merely exchanged moves and got acquainted. Li Ju Tian asked in shock, what did you say? Yingbo, the allied forces were defeated. Why are you so cheerful, feeling proud? He shouted back loudly, damn it, Li Ju Tian, are you trying to pick a fight today? He roared angrily, if someone in your family dies, does that mean no one else is allowed to laugh? What kind of logic is that? How many times have you caused trouble for me today? Damn it, what do you take me for? Suddenly a voice rang out, cutting off their argument. Stop. Mai Tun Jia had appeared before them at some unknown moment. He frowned as he looked at her, feeling as though he had seen her somewhere before. Li Ju Tian and Yingbo had recovered their strength and immediately charged at her. Yingbo swiftly dodged Li Ju Tian's attack. The two collided and fought fiercely, as if heaven and earth were shaking. Mai Tun Jia's hood concealed half of her face. She suddenly lunged at Li Ju Tian. He had no time to react before Mai Tun Jia seized his face. A loud bang resounded as Li Ju Tian was slammed hard to the ground by her. The two glared at each other angrily, grinding their teeth in silence. Mai Tun Jia almost shouted, stop, you bastard, did you not hear? He threw punches at his face. Did you not hear? I will make you hear. I will make you dare not ignore me, you bastard. How dare you ignore my words? Mai Tun Jia swung her hand. A stream of black energy shot out from her palm. Suddenly a cage of light formed, its dazzling glow blurring everything around. Baovu widened his eyes in shock. Heaven and earth seemed to change, the air twisting. Mai Tun Jia looked at him and asked coldly, who is this brat? He stepped forward and replied, my surname is Jun. May I know what business senior has with me? He thought to himself, being handsome truly has its advantages. One look, and it is clear she has taken notice of him. She lowered her head and asked, surname Jun, what is your name? Where are you from? How old are you? Jun Mozai cupped his hands seriously and said, this humble one is Jun Mozai of the Jun family in Thien Huang City, 18 years old this year, unmarried, proficient in poetry and music, somewhat skilled in both civil and martial arts, familiar with the 4 arts and have studied the 100 school. Mai Tun Jia muttered the name Jun Mozai under her breath. She remained cold and continued to call Jun Mozai's name. The surrounding mountains echoed, only with the voice of my Tunjia. He frowned in confusion. Yes, that is me. May I know what guidance Senior has? Why does she seem to hate Jun Mozai so much? He had never offended her. My Tunjia lifted her eyes to the sky and replied coldly, what guidance? She thought to herself that Jun Mozai would not escape this revenge so easily. She suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Jun Mozai's wrist, her tone icy. Closed his eyes and sighed, so fragrant. My Tunjia blushed and cursed inwardly. This brat is still lusting after women even now. An invisible powerful aura radiated from Jun Mozai's entire body. He secretly analyzed. This aura resembles that of the mysterious expert who could help mystic beasts advance. It must be connected to him. My Tunjia licked her lips. If he appeared on the same day as that expert during the heavenly punishment invasion and shares a similar aura, the likelihood that they are master and disciple is very high. Jun Mozai saw her standing still and called out Senior, only to be struck heavily by my Tunjia, leaving him dizzy. His entire body was sent flying into the air. My Tunjia immediately chased after him. He was struck by several consecutive punches from her. Jun Mozai shouted angrily, why are you hitting me? Looking at my Tunjia's face, Jun Mozai could not help cursing, damn it, so she is a sadist. He gritted his teeth and glared at her, unwilling to suffer silently. Just you wait, if I get the chance I will take revenge. His hand grabbed at the person before him, then loosened. Jun Mozai vanished midair, leaving only my Tunjia standing there. She wondered how could he have escaped. After thinking it over, my Tunjia hurriedly left the forest. As he walked, he fumed, what did I do to offend you? Why did you beat me like that the first time we met? Jun Mozai roared angrily, why did you do that to me? What grudge do you have to treat me so? Jun Mozai rubbed his cheek and let out a pained chuckle. That was quite a heavy blow. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. It is merely some skill. I will train faster to take revenge. If I do not beat you until you remember, then I am not Jun Mozai. After the battle, the arena had turned into a heap of ruins. Zio Han and the other man sat slumped on the ground, their faces covered in dust. They were still panting, sweat streaming down their cheeks. Jun Wuyi thought to himself, that Jun Mozai. Bao Vu was announcing his side's victory. In this match, heavenly punishment wins. Protesting voice rang out from somewhere, wait, we clearly still have strength to fight. A young man with an angry expression spoke through gritted teeth. Jun Mozai appeared from nowhere and replied to him, you still have the face to speak. If you want to fight, then return to the battlefield. He stood there, his cold gaze sweeping across each person. Zio Han cursed angrily, damn it, this ignorant brat. Jun Mozai did not yield. He frowned and said, you have already abandoned the battlefield. Such a crime deserves punishment. You say the battle is not over, then why did you run? I truly do not understand how Fong Tiat and Gan Than could teach such trash. The man looked embarrassed and glared resentfully at Jun Mozai. Jun Mozai raised his head and asked, today I want to ask the elders, is the tradition of Fong Tiat and Gan Than to abandon comrades and flee? The two elders did not respond to Jun Mozai's question. He sneered, today my Jun family seeks reason, all the elders are present, your bright eyes bear witness. Many heroes had gathered because of the upheaval of the mystic beasts. Everyone was watching. Li Ju Tian gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. Li Tengyun was displeased, his cold gaze fixed on him. He frowned and did not respond to Jun Mozai's question. Li Tengyun remained silent, saying nothing. He shouted loudly in interrogation, asking why you would not step forward to risk your lives in a decisive battle, to settle it once and for all, so the world could spread your mighty fame and revere you as heroic champion. In today's battle, the strength of our side could be considered the weakest within the human alliance. Yet from beginning to end, we never retreated even half a step. Were we not the ones who persevered to the very end? The people of the great clans who entered the battlefield also did not withdraw. All of them fell upon this very land. And yet the ones who fled first were the instigators of the war, the people of Hyatt Hun Sun Trang, of Fong Tiat and Gan Than, the place that issued the supreme summoning order and also the strongest. You still have the face to stand in this heavenly hall without shame. Even so, upon seeing my third uncle, whom you had harmed, still alive, you dared claim that as long as he had not died, defeat was not yet decided. Li Ju Tian, Tiu Han, from this day onward you may be called the foremost supreme masters of shamelessness. In terms of lacking shame, none under heaven can compare to you. Li Ju Tian angrily retorted, but he stammered and could not form a sentence, only managing to spit out a few words, you insolent junior, you. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, crimson red flowing from the corner of his lips. He frowned and stared gloomily at Li Ju Tian, old man, this is only the beginning. I have yet to let you taste the pain of white hair sending off black hair. Wait a moment and watch your only son collapse before your eyes, then we shall see whether you can remain calm. Baovu spoke to mediate. Today's defeat was not without reason. What General Quan has endured, my brother and I both understand. Fortunately, you possess great fortune and escaped eternal regret, which is truly gratifying. Gu Feng glanced over and asked, the first heavenly punishment battle has been won, so in the second round, whom will my Tun Jia send to fight? Tun Jia replied leisurely, in the second round our side will send the Snake King to fight alone. You may choose anyone. After that, regardless of victory or defeat, in the third round I will personally face all the Supreme Masters here, making you accept your loss wholeheartedly. That man smiled faintly in admiration. Your reverence is indeed bold. That youth is also extraordinary. His innate foundation is exceptional, and at such a young age, without opened meridians or empowerment, he has already reached the Jade Profound Peak. Such talent is rarely seen in 1,000 years. During your last visit, you must have intended to accept him as a disciple. She was slightly surprised, not expecting the gentleman to see through her. Indeed, I had that intention. Gu Feng stroked his beard and smiled. Congratulations to my Tun Jia for obtaining such a fine disciple. In the future, the martial world will surely welcome another Supreme Master. My Tun Jia replied indifferently. It is indeed worth celebrating. Withdraw. Amda cheerfully waved toward them. That mysterious beast also politely wagged a few times. He pursed his lips, intending to provoke trouble, so you had secretly joined hands. I immediately retorted, what nonsense. When it comes to despicable conduct, who could surpass you? Which I saw us colluding. That was courtesy, do you understand? After fighting for so long, could there not be a trace of sentiment? What is wrong with waving when parting? Tiu Han shamelessly said, of course there is. So many of you died, yet you still developed sentiment and dare to speak of it without shame. He snarled, who said our side only lost a few? At least more than half were sacrificed. And what about you? You did not lose a single person. Yet you dare call me shameless. Those were lives. Do you know how much compensation I must pay? The amount is by no means small. That man was left stunned by Jun Mo Zai's words, his mouth agape yet unable to utter a reply. Pressed the advantage, leaving Tiu Han unable to respond. You yourself feared death and fled in the midst of battle, yet you accuse me of collusion. Have you ever seen anyone shake hands with a ferocious tiger? If you have the ability, then try it. That man was so furious he foamed at the mouth and collapsed onto the ground. I despise people like you the most. You have no achievements yet envy others, truly contemptible. Emda laughed heartily. The shamelessness of this brat reminds me of an old acquaintance from years past. Tongqin stammered, how could I? That man waved his hands in admission of fault. Elder brother, I was wrong. I should not have provoked you. Listening to you made my head spin. May I take back my words? Jun Wuyi had been brought to Jun Mo Zai's side at some point. He raised his head to look at him and smiled as he called his name. I immediately put on a delighted expression. Third uncle is truly valiant. Facing several peak mysterious beasts alone with ease, retreating safely without even losing breath. I admire you deeply. Jun Wuyi could only smile helplessly as he looked at that brat. King Tam suddenly appeared amid a swirl of white smoke. I secretly wondered why it was not the strongest Crane King He Zung Tiu but the Snake King. Could it be that Thien Tam was even more formidable? This time, the one to fight was Laveau Bai. The two stood facing each other, an intense aura enveloping the scene. My Tun Jia suddenly stepped forward and grasped his hand. A streak of light suddenly tore through the sky and descended. Baovu widened his eyes in astonishment. Celestial incarnation, myriad shadow overlap, heaven and earth as prison. I was thrown down, landing painfully in a seated position. Only then did Van Tin speak. The one who just acted was the Lord of Heavenly Punishment. Perhaps seeing Jun Mo Zai's extraordinary talent and hearing of the intention to accept him as a disciple. For him, whether it is a blessing or a calamity remains uncertain. Upon hearing this, his expression immediately turned solemn. On the other side, my Tun Jia lightly kicked him on the backside. I received the kick and could only put on an expression of resignation. He suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Jun Wuyi looked on and thought to himself, Jun Mo Zai had been smiling from beginning to end. It seemed to be a good matter. He smiled and said, this brat is greatly blessed. Being noticed by a great master is a fortune for him and for the Jun family. Andao also speculated, judging by his satisfied smile, my Tun Jia must have bestowed many benefits. Van Kim added, if it were me, I would be delighted as well. That is a master surpassing even the supreme. In contrast, Jun Mo Zai was on the verge of tears. Turning to Thien Tam, she gently asked, cold-blooded Supreme Laveau Bai. He held his long blade and replied indifferently, so you are the Snake King? I have long heard of your reputation. Thien Tam feigned surprise and covered her mouth. Supreme La carries such a terrifying weapon. Can you truly bring yourself to strike? The long blade cleaved downward, cracking the ground as a serpent body was severed. Vobai frowned coldly, indeed worthy of the Snake King. Your methods are truly insidious. She maintained her innocent expression. How unjust, I did nothing. What is that thing? It is truly frightening. The blade plunged into the ground, instantly shattering the earth. Thien Tam waved her hand, releasing a wisp of green smoke. Poisonous smoke surged forward, forcing Vobai to retreat. Vobai gripped his weapon tightly and assumed a defensive stance, his gaze focused. He thrust his weapon straight through layer after layer of water waves. Water and fire intertwined and surged upward, forming a raging vortex. Vobai was swept into the violent whirlpool. He immediately unleashed a stream of spiritual power. Vobai's sturdy body shot upward into the air, creating a scene that shook heaven and earth. Afterward he descended and stood facing Thien Tam. His entire body was covered in wounds, yet he sneered. The Snake King truly lives up to her reputation. She tilted her head with a faint smile. The cold-blooded Supreme is indeed extraordinary, worthy of the title. Bao Vu looked at Mai Tun Jia and asked, "This round shall be considered a draw. What does your reverence think?" She smiled and nodded. "A draw will suffice, let it be a draw. The final battle will determine victory and defeat. The three great Supreme Masters may now cease fighting." One after another they spoke. Mai Tun Jia, Yingbo requests guidance. Shi Chang Zio stroked his beard and said, Shi Chang Zio shall join as well. Even Vo Bai stepped forward. Mai Tun Jia, there is no need for further introductions. Mai Tun Jia nodded in satisfaction. Very well, the three of you will suffice. At that moment Li Ju Tian spoke. Wait, this old man is included as well. He glanced at him and asked, Li Ju Tian, do you intend to risk your life against me? Is it worth it? You know better than anyone the price of defying heaven to alter fate. If you regret it now, dispersing your cultivation and recuperating for a few years would still be in time. He shook his head. No, it is already too late. Mai Tun Jia, you too have suffered humiliation. I, Li Ju Tian, possess status and honor. This humiliation can only be cleansed through a breakthrough in realm. Mai Tun Jia's gaze turned icy. You wish to wash away humiliation by taking my life. Li Ju Tian replied without hesitation. For the honor of a lifetime, I request Mai Tun Jia to offer this head. Mai Tun Jia burst into laughter. Offer my head. You cannot abandon your fame and bloodline, yet you urge me to present mine. If you possess the ability, you may take my head, though I fear the one to lose it will be you. Li Ju Tian remained calm. Who will lose their head is yet unknown. Reputation may be insignificant in your eyes, but to me it is more important than life. After this battle, the positions of the 8 great supremes will likely change. Fong Qian Van has long possessed sufficient cultivation. Today he will hardly retreat. Kung Fong interjected. The title of Kung Fong Supreme has long ceased to belong to me. By saying so, Mai Tun Jia, are you not treating me as narrow-minded? She remained sarcastic. Even this cold-blooded Supreme dares to join forces to besiege me. Do you think this sovereign does not dare to kill? You are already injured. Even if you strike, it would only make you a shield for others. You might even be used by the Supremes as a human barrier. At that moment Vo Bai's aura erupted. Triwang Tiu also had to admit that Mai Tun Jia's schemes were sharp. This one admires it. A pity you chose the wrong target. 4 of us have fought through countless battles, each skilled in strategy. Mai Tun Jia using provocation before us is truly looking down on us. Moreover, whether advancing or retreating, we stand united, bearing responsibility for the people of the continent. How could we fall for a few taunts? She shouted, stop wasting words, show your true strength. Today you will taste the might of the Lord of Heavenly Punishment, then immediately rushed forward. The punch exploded like thunder. Anyone struck would know its power. Mai Tun Jia did not fall behind. A single move dissolved the incoming assault. Others immediately closed in to surround her. Fists surged forward like rolling waves. Yet with just a casual wave of her hand, she sent her opponents flying. Obai and Shi Chang Zio struggled back to their feet after the shockwave. Back Kong dove down from above at astonishing speed. At the same time, Vo Bai and Shi Chang Zio launched a joint attack from both sides. An ambush also appeared behind Mai Tun Jia. The battle raged fiercely. The dust gradually settled. Only Mai Tun Jia remained standing amid the chaotic battlefield. A wisp of white smoke silently crept toward her. She formed a violent vortex, her aura spreading everywhere. Purple light flared brilliantly, her figure like a demonic god descending once more. On the other side, Truong Tiu's expression was grave. Bo Bai and Ying Bo revealed exhaustion. Even Lei Ju Tian was covered in wounds. Suddenly someone shouted and looked over there. The dark clouds dispersed, returning the sky to clarity. Bao Vu and Ku Fong closed their eyes to sense, finally raising the white flag in defeat, sincerely convinced by Mai Tun Jia's profound art. She did not pursue the matter, only reminded them of the 3 conditions set earlier. Hu Fang said since they had lost they would fulfill them, and reminded that 3 years later on the full moon of the 7th month would be the appointed meeting at Huangdai between the 3 great holy lands. Bao Vu added that if heavenly punishment were absent again, and defeated then, the world would belong only to the 3 great holy lands. Mai Tun Jia gritted her teeth and said that was your true purpose today. Do not forget the upcoming battle for supremacy. Hu Fang replied that the palace lord would decide, and that with heavenly punishment's current strength if lacking the holy lord it would be hard to turn the tide. She coldly said no matter how weak we are it is still better than 2 who cannot defeat your law. As soon as she finished speaking a large bird flew over, landed on Li Tengyun's shoulder, startling him. Before he could react he was dragged soaring into the air. Li Jutian reached out helplessly calling for his son. Everyone recognized it as the Crane King. Li Tengyun cried out in panic for father. Li Jutian turned to plead for Lei brother's help. Bao Vu stood still without responding. He flew into a rage cursing Lei Bao Vu for breaking his word and swore that if his son suffered harm, he would not let it rest. The oath rang out filled with resentment. The bird lashed down with its claws, severely injuring Li Tengyun. Li Jutian watched with his heart shattering. His whole body trembled as he called his son's name. Suddenly 2 blades charged down from the sky carrying killing intent. The blade tips pointed straight at Li Jutian. He immediately circulated his power to block the strike. He shouted whoever dares to ambush step forward. A strange sound startled him. Zhen Mozai appeared coldly and said it is I. Li Jutian faced him and demanded the reason. He replied there are people you should not provoke. Having caused trouble you must pay the price. He sighed and said he understood but wished to know whom he had offended. Zhen Mozai mocked him asking why the mysterious beasts did not follow your plan. He suddenly realized and said it was you controlling them, so it was related to the Zhen family. He calmly said the Zhen family is not something you can look down on. I hid for 20 years just to make well frogs like you indulge in illusion. His gaze swept toward the elders standing nearby. They lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. He said as long as you do not provoke me, I have no desire to make things difficult. The 9th elder bowed his head in respect. He sneered and said grudges are not so easily settled. Li Jutian's body suddenly burned scorching hot. Spiritual power surged in, causing pain deep into his marrow. Few seconds later Zhen Mozai withdrew his hand, a satisfied look on his face. Mai Tun Jia shouted wait. A thought flashed through her mind that it was the tyrant profound pill. Zhen Mozai snorted coldly showing displeasure. His figure shot into the sky and vanished. Hu Fang and Bao Vu looked at each other worried for Li Jutian. Only a pile of white ash remained on the ground. Mai Tun Jia murmured about the origin of the mysterious cloaked man. She reiterated today's conditions, then departed. Bao Vu replied a true man keeps his word, never breaking a promise. Her mind remained fixed on Zhen Mozai. Not long after she appeared before Zhen Wuyi, politely asked what guidance the honored one wished to give. She said the young man today has elegant bearing. I wish to take him as my disciple. Zhen Wuyi smiled and replied as long as Zhen Mozai agrees, the Zhen family has no objection. Mai Tun Jia said she would seek him herself, but asked where he was now. Zhen Wuyi said in surprise, was he not just beside the honored one? She replied after finishing the battle and turning back he was gone. Speaking with him was most agreeable. Bao Vu clasped his hands in farewell to the beast kings, then returned with his companions to report. While she was still lost in thought, that detestable Zhen Mozai had finally disappeared. Why even the divine sense could not trace him? What was the reason after all? Could it be that everyone had left? A moment later Mai Tun Jia turned her head to look around but saw no one. Her gaze shifted slightly backward, her expression deep and hard to read. Behind Mai Tun Jia was a modestly made grave. On the wooden plaque in front of it were carefully carved characters down to every stroke. He muttered, what about the second ranking elder? Down there now he was just an unknown soul enduring cold like a wanderer. At that moment Thien Tam spoke, Elder, that young man, do you really want to take him as a disciple? Before he could finish, Mai Tun Jia interrupted, I have my own plans, how could I let him escape my hands easily? If I do not teach him the principles of being human, wouldn't it be too convenient for him? Yisong Zio and Xingkai Shan standing nearby thought silently, does this elder want to take a disciple or settle accounts? His tone alone feels as heavy as the deep sea. Jia continued, I have reached the final boundary that must be broken. Today's battle awakened me. To break through that wall, hardship alone is not enough. Wandering the world is the correct path. Hong Vuong, Hak Vuong, you two watch over Thien Fat well. Do not leave for even a step during this time. In the next 2 years Thien Tam and I will travel outside. How should I treat you? After speaking she turned and left. Jia's figure gradually vanished into the dense night. The scene shifted to a night camp. Than Hang sat quietly, seemingly lost in thought over something unknown. Seeing that Zioyi next to her could not help but ask, Senior sister, are you thinking about Jun Mo Zai? Receiving no answer, she hesitated and continued, could it be that you truly miss him? Than Hang smiled slightly and asked back, Zioyi, why do you ask? What answer do you expect? Zioyi replied loudly, of course it is correct, Uncle Quan wants to match you too. If you do not miss Kaka then who else? Before no one valued Kaka, only you chose, now why is everyone competing? Quan Qinghan heard and could only smile wryly and explain, Zioyi do not worry, it is just that he has been gone a long time and I am concerned. Like a sister-in-law caring for a young uncle, nothing else. Hearing this Zioyi blushed and stammered, but now you are no longer his sister-in-law, even family should not think too much. Why do loved ones keep disappearing like this? Waiting for him to return I will definitely. Mid-sentence she stood up, said I have some matters outside and hurriedly left. Quan Qinghan remained alone. After Zioyi left he sighed softly, what should I do, truly bringing trouble upon myself. Scene shifted to a small tower radiating bright light in the night. At this moment Jun Mo Zai knelt on the ground, his body erupting in dazzling golden flames. His eyes opened wide staring forward, testing the chaotic fire counterattack. Jun Mo Zai collapsed, slammed his hands on the floor, and let out a scream full of anguish. Soon after, the golden light in the room gradually faded, replaced by streams of purple light flowing everywhere. All these energies emanated from his own body. Then the currents gradually dissipated, leaving tiny specks of light on the floor. The tower still shone brightly in the darkness. Jun Mo Zai lay on the ground and slowly opened his eyes to look forward. He forced himself to sit up, his body aching causing a soft groan. And he sat cross-legged in place, circulating his chi to recover. Jun Mo Zai thought, previously the creation of heaven and earth skill required a full cycle to absorb energy. Now just a thought flows through the meridians back to the Danshin. From now on I no longer fear lacking mystical skill, nor exhausting my power. He raised his hand, a flame immediately appearing in his palm. Upon seeing it Jun Mo Zai was startled. Why was it pale blue? Had I lost my sight or was something wrong? Before the chaotic fire counterattack I was only at the Jade Profound peak. Why now leap to the initial stage of Heavenly Profound? This speed is even faster than riding a spaceship. Jun Mo Zai tried again. This time the blue flame enveloped his body. He pondered silently looking outward, his thoughts unclear. Then Jun Mo Zai laughed with excitement, with just one use of chaotic fire achieving such astonishing results. Truly exhilarating, he was like a child rewarded with a gift, then calmly practiced, thinking this opportunity might allow him to reach the third layer of creation of heaven and earth skill. As he circulated chi, the energy spread throughout his body. A while later Jun Mo Zai slowly opened his eyes, the current still flowing before him. Before him appeared a gigantic glowing gate. Seeing this, Jun Mo Zai silently recited, Sun and moon reveal, years leave names. Before me appears the Jade Palace, heart full of mountains and rivers, mind complete like a lake of immortals, soul trembling, alchemy path can enter. He muttered, the first layer is ninefold soul training. Reaching the third is ninefold soul transformation, Danshin steadfast. Now appears ninefold soul motion, alchemy path can enter, must hide profound mysteries. From the beginning I am no longer weak, only when strong enough is the truth. Suddenly the glowing door slowly opened. Entering he was amazed. First layer is creation of heaven and earth skill. Second has chaotic fire and yin-yang furnace. What will the third layer be? He stood still before him, a vast space like the Milky Way. At that moment, two beams of light shot towards him from nowhere, piercing his body. They entered simultaneously, merging into the third eye of Makta. He was shaken but his body radiated soft light. Soon the light around him shifted from gold to dark green. He contemplated, transforming death into precious metal, making all things return to void. That is metal energy, and covering heaven and earth in a blink is wood energy. Yet he still wondered, what exactly are the metal and wood forces? At this moment countless beams from all directions rushed into Jun Mo Zai's body. He only furrowed his brow slightly. This energy is strange. Could it be another special power like the yin-yang furnace? Suddenly from the distant dark void appeared dense lights like stars. At the same time Jun Mo Zai opened his eyes wide. pupils turning strange purple, spiritual force for attack and coverage expanding. Scene shifted to the night camp, Zioyi murmured while walking. I have been observing them for a long time. If no one claims the good things, I must act. How could I give way first if close to benefits? So what, I have my way. Hey, you call my clan guards, I have important matters to entrust, she called loudly. When they arrived, Zioyi said shyly, this time I invited you because the medicine I have been researching has some problem. The lead soldier responded seriously, young lady, just instruct us. We dare not disobey. Do you want us to test the medicine? She smiled slowly. You think too far. I am researching wondrous alchemy and have made some progress. Today recalling words from a senior sister in the capital made me worried, so I called you to discuss. The soldier curiously asked, what matter does the young lady mean? Zioyi's face blushed. It is not a big matter, but some senior sisters mentioned a type of medicine causing women lifelong harm, out of resentment self-inflicted. I want to prepare an antidote. If spread widely it will ease fears, doing good. Soldiers were still puzzled, not understanding which medicine she meant. Zioyi narrowed her eyes, full of implication. What else could it be? It is that. The soldier still asked, please specify the name of the medicine. She stomped in frustration, you blockheads. It is that very medicine, why still not understand? Hearing the name whispered, the soldiers immediately fell silent awkwardly. Zioyi cautiously continued, why look at me like that? I do this for tens of thousands of junior sisters. If you have it, hand it over for my research. They sighed inwardly, isn't this causing trouble, auntie? Zioyi remained firm, I'm not doing evil, why overreact? Lead soldier raised his hand to report, young lady, we truly do not have it. She showed satisfaction, if not fine, if present give more, I will not say you provided it. He still replied firmly, truly do not have it. Zioyi scolded in exasperation, men, do none of you keep any, if not accept punishment. Someone take these two out, each struck 100 blows. As she finished, the soldier called another, skinny monkey, you must have some. When leaving Thien Huang you hid a bit, give it now. Skinny monkey awkwardly replied, this is for my own use, thought this trip was not real combat, saved for relaxation upon return. Zioyi became even happier, if for men even better, reluctantly acceptable, hand it over quickly, I need it for research. He had no choice but to pull a small packet from his robe, instructing just a fingernail-sized amount mixed with water is enough. He warned sternly, all right you may leave, this must be kept secret, concerns the happiness of countless women, absolutely must not disclose. The two quickly clasped hands and replied in unison, we understand. Once handled, Zioyi waved her hand in satisfaction. Everyone stepped back. After seeing them off, she blushed slightly and murmured, let us see how far you can run, Junmo Zai. This young lady will drag all three princes into this. Once the matter is done you will have no way to deny it. When that time comes, do not blame me for showing no mercy. As soon as the soldier left the tent his face was full of distress. I must quickly go see Miss Guan and ask her to restrain the little princess, lest she bring disaster upon herself. In less than half an incense stick, Guan Qinghan hurried into the tent and anxiously asked, Zioyi sister, how are you? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Tell me. He was stunned and asked in return, Sister Guan, why are you here too? Do you also need medicine? Hearing this, Guan Qinghan became even more puzzled. What medicine? I am not sick. What would I need that for? Secretly thinking that Zioyi must truly be unwell to speak so incoherently. She let out a sigh of relief. I thought you wanted to cook with me something, so that is not the case. What a relief. The more Guan Qinghan listened, the more confused she became. Cook what? Zioyi, today you are speaking nonsense. She smiled to conceal it. I am fine, truly fine. By the way, Sister Guan, has brother returned yet? Mentioning Junmo Zai, Guan Qinghan felt a trace of worry but still reassured her. He has not been seen yet, but he is highly capable and resourceful. He should return soon. Zioyi lowered her head and said slowly, he is so formidable he surely will not encounter trouble. I am waiting for him to return for something. Guan Qinghan immediately asked, waiting for him for what? Realizing she had misspoken, she stammered, I am waiting for him to return to cook. Let me go check on little Bai. I have not seen it these past few days and miss it dearly. As she stepped outside, she reminded herself to stay calm. If Sister Guan discovers the plan, everything will be ruined. Inside the tent, Guan Qinghan thought more and more that something was wrong. Zioyi definitely has a problem. Her words are incoherent and her behavior unusual. I must keep an eye on her. Thinking this, she quietly watched Zioyi's figure leave the tent. At dawn, warm sunlight spread everywhere. Within the green forest, Junmo Zai walked while contemplating the incantation. Could ordinary iron truly be transformed into a sharp weapon in an instant? Was it not like turning stone into gold, truly defying the heavens, better set it aside for now. I have been away too long, third uncle must be anxious. I must return immediately. Upon returning, he lifted the curtain and entered the room. Seeing the sword hanging on the wall, Junmozai felt the urge to test his new ability. He took the sword down and laid it across his palm, the blade gradually gleaming with a golden hue. The sword slowly floated into the air, tiny streaks of light appearing around it and revolving. After that it stood upright, radiating a faint purple halo. Suddenly the light burst forth dazzlingly. Junmozai had to narrow his eyes to look. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Heavens and earth!" The sword in his hand had shrunk, becoming no more than a needle. Closing his eyes to ponder, he realized it was not turning iron into precious metal, but compressing the essence of the iron. If so, to create an ordinary blade one must gather essence piled like a mountain. This tiny needle weighs nearly 2 liang. A complete saber would weigh hundreds of caddies who could wield it. That moment Zio stepped in and called, "Mo Zai brother, you are back, are you inside?" He replied in surprise, "Yes young lady, why have you come?" She said resentfully, "I came to cook, no. I wanted to ask why you left for so long without a word and returned so quietly. Do you not know someone was worried?" Then softened her tone, "Why does your complexion look so poor? You are not injured, are you?" He shook his head, "I am fine, do not worry, just give me a bowl of water." As if waiting for those words, Zio immediately reached for the gourd on the table. "Let me pour it for you." Seeing the water, his eyes lit up. Took the gourd and tilted his head back to drain it in one gulp. Afterward he laughed heartily, that was satisfying. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually threw the flask to the ground, shattering it. Zio stared at him wide-eyed without blinking. He asked in surprise, "What are you staring at, girl? It has already fallen, what is so shocking?" She thought nervously, such a large packet was mixed in there. I only intended for him to drink a small bowl. Seeing no reply, Junmozai asked again, "What is wrong with you today?" Zio stammered, "It is nothing. Are you truly all right?" He laughed, "I am perfectly fine, just a little thirsty. Now that I have drunk enough, everything is well." Still asked anxiously, "Are you truly fine? Do you not feel a burning heat as if being steamed?" He replied blankly, "There is nothing wrong. Do you feel unwell somewhere? Why are you acting so strangely today?" Hearing this, she dared not ask further and only stammered that it was good. Having no sensation was good, secretly blaming herself for being deceived. He noticed Zio's unusual behavior today and continued asking, "What exactly is wrong with you? Why do your words keep confusing others? Can you speak more clearly?" Suddenly she blurted out, "How hateful." He gently asked, "Who has made you upset? Tell me, and I will help you vent your anger." Zio immediately said indignantly, "They were truly excessive. Seeing I did not understand, they deceived me with fake items. Do they think I am so easy to fool?" At this point she suddenly stopped and asked, "Why has your face become so red?" Hearing this, he was startled as his entire body grew restless. Junmozai quickly realized something was wrong, thinking in his heart that he had clearly been tricked. He sneered coldly and said, "You dare play this trick again? The innocence of my 2 lifetimes has been ruined by you." Seeing his expression change, she asked in panic, "What is wrong with you? Do not frighten me." He stepped closer and asked directly, "What did you put in that flask?" Zio knew she could not hide it any longer and confessed, "I only wanted to bind myself to you. I meant no harm." He burst into mocking laughter. "To become close to me you had to use such a method. A single word from you would have been enough." Forced to retreat, she trembled and said, "Do not come closer, I was wrong, spare me." At that moment Guan Qinghan rushed in and shouted, "Junmozai, what are you doing?" Seeing the scene before her, she angrily scolded, "You are truly despicable. Release Zio at once." "Junmozai, your conduct disappoints me," she said coldly. Paid no heed and continued advancing, causing Zio to cry out in terror, "Sister Guan, save me." Guan Qinghan immediately shoved him away and shouted, "Release her at once." Zio's clothes became disheveled as she trembled while looking at Guan Qinghan. Guan Qinghan hurriedly took a cloak to cover her and asked what had happened. Pushed back, Junmozai supported himself on the table and stood up. The two hurried toward the exit. Zio pulled her hand and said, "Let us leave quickly." Guan Qinghan had not yet left when she was restrained. Immediately afterward she was pushed onto the bed. Both angry and frightened, she asked, "Are you mad?" Before she finished speaking, she froze upon seeing his face flushed with abnormal redness. She instantly realized that it was the effect of that substance. Junmozai did not hesitate, his actions beyond control. Frightened, she closed her eyes and did not dare make a sound. In Guan Qinghan's mind arose the thought that he was so affected, could she truly leave? Recalling that since entering the Jun family he had always treated her well, even expressing himself in his own way. Could she truly pretend that such affection did not exist? She sighed, deciding to use her lifetime to repay the kindness of the Jun family. Outside, Zioyi sat alone in confusion before suddenly recalling that Guan Qinghan was still inside. She hurried to find someone for help. He rushed into another room and shouted, "Third uncle, come quickly. Something has happened to Jun Mo Zai." Hearing this, everyone immediately ran over together. He arrived before the tent and saw someone standing guard outside. Yingbo raised his hand to stop them and said, "Do not enter." Before Jun Wuyi could ask, sounds from inside reached him, leaving him stunned. Jun Wuyi had already realized something was happening inside. He turned and said to the others, "Everyone immediately obey orders. All of you withdraw and gather at the largest training ground in the city within half an incense stick. Anyone who delays will be dealt with by military law, without mercy." Aoyi stepped forward and asked, "Where is Guan Qinghan's sister? Did you not rescue her? Jun Mo Zai's brother seems unwell. Something may have happened." Jun Wuyi immediately said in a deep voice, "You say the woman inside is Guan Qinghan. Truly shameless, doing such despicable things. I will never forgive this." Wen Qing standing beside added, "Since things have come to this, saying anything now is useless. If there is no better way, Jun Mo Zai can go to our Dongfang family to lie low for a while." Aoyi still asked in confusion why you are all blaming Jun Mo Zai's brother. What does this have to do with him? It sounds so unpleasant. She was still naive. Why are you all blaming Jun Mo Zai's brother? What does this have to do with him? It is hard to listen to. Did not answer and instead asked Zio Ma, "Do you know anything? What exactly happened?" She flushed red and could no longer hide it. "Actually, I put the drug in. I intended to make things beyond remedy, but I did not expect Guan's sister to end up like this." The others fell silent upon hearing this. No one spoke further. Jun Wuyi coughed a few times and continued, "What drug did you use? How much?" Zioyi recalled and replied, "That drug enhances strength and can increase it to 100 jin." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "That is a top-grade drug meant for men." Jun Wuyi told her, "Stop saying useless things for now. Tell third uncle how much you put into the wine gourd." Zioyi lowered her head and hesitated before answering, "I put all of it in." He was furious and did not know what to do. How could you do something so foolish? This is unbearable." Seeing this, Wen Qing suggested, "Shall we go in at once and force out the effect? We cannot delay any longer." Jun Wuyi shouted, "Are you a fool? An aphrodisiac is not poison. How can it be forced out? Moreover, if we go in, what will happen to Guan Qinghan? What will happen to Jun Mo Zai?" Yingbo finally spoke, "Everyone calm down. Do not act rashly. Do not forget I inherited my master's will. There will surely be no problem." Wen Qing asked curiously, "Jun Mo Zai has a master since when?" Yingbo burst into laughter. "You have actually already met his master. He is a true expert." Still very curious, "Who is it? How could I not remember such an expert?" Yingbo answered vaguely, "Jun Mo Zai's master is a mysterious man in black. He dealt with Li Ju Tian at noon that day." Zioyi was now confused. "What are you all doing? Is the drug not good?" Jun Wuyi replied helplessly, "Whether the drug is good or not is not important. I only want to ask why you acted so recklessly." Wen Dao laughed and said, "Someone worked hard to cook for others. How strange." Zioyi grew angry. "What do you mean for whom to eat? That was rice I already cooked." Yingbo laughed and said, "Let Guan's sister eat it." He was stunned upon hearing this and asked, "Guan's sister, why must one take off clothes to eat rice?" Wen Dao turned and said, "If the eldest miss does not take off her clothes, how can the rice become cooked rice?" Her eyes reddened with tears and she murmured, "I do not want to live anymore. I tried so hard only to let the two of them turn rice into cooked rice." Camp remained calm and without anything unusual. Night had fallen and the tents were lit. Someone gently opened his eyes and looked ahead. Jun Mo Zai raised his head to look at the top of the tent, worry on his face. Startled and immediately sat up. Beside Jun Mo Zai lay Guan Qinghan, her body bare and covered in kiss marks. He could not believe his eyes. Why is she here? He thought to himself, I clearly only drank the wine Zioyi gave me, so why when I wake up I see Guan Qinghan? It seems to be night now. If so, then what did I do to Guan Qinghan for an entire day? She could have left my grasp yet did not. Perhaps seeing that I was drugged, she sacrificed herself. I truly deserve to die. He held Guan Qinghan in his arms anxiously. After a while he dressed her again, and laid Guan Qinghan properly on the bed. Jun Mo Zai reached out to touch her forehead, and transferred spiritual energy into her. As expected, Guan Qinghan's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Seeing this he smiled softly and murmured, "Sleep well." He dressed himself neatly, and walked out of the tent. As soon as he stepped out he saw Zio Ma standing there crying. Even Jun Wuyi was present. He angrily scolded, "You were the one who drugged him. Why are you crying now? Truly intolerable." Seeing him come out, Jun Wuyi asked, "How is Guan Qinghan?" Hearing her name, his voice softened. Sister-in-law, she is still asleep. She is fine. Suddenly Zio threw herself into his arms and choked out. I am sorry, I did not know, I should not have gone. The rice I cooked was eaten by someone else. Jun Wooyi sighed, I already know the cause of everything. I understand you did not do it on purpose. I will immediately write to your family about this. Let us disperse. He asked tearfully, Jun Mo Zai, are you not angry with me? He flicked Zio Ma's forehead and replied, not angry, think about it yourself. If it were you, would you be angry? I am truly unhappy about this matter. I do not want a similar thing to happen again. He answered timidly, yes, I dare not again, truly sorry. If you are no longer angry, then is there anything else you want me to do? Jun Mo Zai sighed helplessly and replied vaguely, we will talk about this later. It is late now, go back and rest. The scene shifted elsewhere. My Tun Jia spoke. This was quite a lively play. Dean Tam replied, indeed, but in this play the only one who benefited is the Jun brat. My Tun Jia then looked up at the sky and muttered, even if he benefited it may not be good. According to the information we gathered, Guan Qing Han will not stay by that bastard's side. This is a changed situation. Marriage is indeed dangerous, but no matter how the Jun family handles it, the impact of this matter will not be small. Elder sister, if you intend to take this brat as a disciple, why not capture him directly? She gritted her teeth, take him as a disciple, dream on, I only want to torment him. Dean Tam asked my Tun Jia, what will elder sister do? She replied, did you not hear Dongfeng Wen Qing? He wants to take him to the secret place of the Dongfeng family. Since our trip was meant to roam the world, we might as well follow along. Dean Tam continued, today Zio Yi acted so recklessly, why did elder sister not stop it? If we interfered, we could have angered him to death. Hearing this, my Tun Jia replied, why stop it? Dean Tam, since transforming into human I have been a woman, why should I interfere in this? Dean Tam understood after hearing this, elder sister is right, we should not interfere. My Tun Jia continued, although this man is detestable, he is easily tempted and not yet at the point of death. Moreover, the spirit pill of the heaven-punishing sacred fruit may fall into his hands. According to Ying Bo, that mysterious man is this brat's master. Dean Tam was slightly worried, then it is certain, but that mysterious man is truly powerful. Even elder sister may not be able to defeat him. However, my Tun Jia had long made plans correct. But if we control this brat and use the disciple to threaten the master, the spirit pill will surely not escape. At least we will have a card in hand. Dean Tam sighed, as expected the boss is worthy of being the boss. Following him will surely not be bad. My Tun Jia said calmly, there is no need to follow, we will have a chance to join the fun. After speaking, the two, standing on the tree branch, vanished in an instant. Jun Mo Zai entered the room and let out a weary sigh. Upon entering, he saw Guan Qing Han sitting inside and could not help but pause. She looked at Jun Mo Zai shyly. Two faced each other in silence. Jun Mo Zai spoke first. He said slowly, I know your heart is in turmoil and confusion now. In truth, I am the same and do not know what to do. But I only know that whether you admit it or not, you are already my woman. This cannot be changed. If you are not ready, I will give you time to think. I have always been selfish. As long as my family, my women, my brothers are safe, the world does not matter. At this moment I should comfort you. You sacrificed much for me. I am not heartless, but I truly do not know what to say. As soon as he finished, Guan Qing Han said angrily, what happened today could not be changed. It was originally just a mistake. I saved you because you are the only one left of the Jun family. We cannot make another mistake. Hearing this, he replied seriously, I cannot accept it immediately, but in the future I will definitely marry you. Guan Qing Han suddenly said shyly, who said I would marry you? Jun Mo Zai joked, come beauty, you worked hard all day, I know you are tired, go rest quickly. Guan Qing Han remained proud and replied, Jun Mo Zai, do not toy with me, those tricks are meaningless, even if I die I will not go to you. Jun Mo Zai only smiled and said, I told you to go back and rest, not to keep you here. It seems foster sister has misunderstood. Guan Qing Han flushed red with anger and shouted furiously, you bastard, who is your foster sister? He merely laughed and teased her, you are third uncle's adopted daughter. Does that not make you my foster sister? This time Guan Qing Han did not respond. She only snorted coldly and turned to leave. After she left, he stopped smiling and muttered, now it is time to meet Shinkai Shan. Having said that, Jun Mo Zai immediately used teleportation, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Scene shifted to another place, still brightly lit despite the night. Yang Huai Wu lowered his head and said in a deep voice to the person before him, how realistic do you think this matter is? If the Jun family truly had such a figure behind them, the tragic events 10 years ago would never have happened. Yet such a person has appeared now, do you not find it strange? Could it be that the Jun family is making a mockery of itself? Hearing this, when Shang-Wu also expressed his opinion, in my view this matter indeed contains much truth. I believe the Jun family may have used some method to recruit such an expert. Yang Huai-Wu continued, whether recent or long existing, this person is clearly real and beyond doubt. Then Shang-Wu went on, at present the Jun family having such powerful support may not be a bad thing for His Majesty and the Thien Huang Empire, as long as good relations are maintained, and further efforts are made to win them over. Jun Zhantian is certainly not an ungrateful man. Yang Huai-Wu muttered, Jun Zhantian is not an ungrateful man. At the Jun family residence that night, the voice of a servant suddenly rang out loudly, Master, urgent intelligence from Thien Na. Tang Wanli hurriedly took the letter from the servant and ordered, hand it to me. After reading it, he laughed loudly and said, there is nothing to worry about. Junmo Zai is safe and will visit the family tomorrow. He will also go to the Dong Fuang family with his men. This is an invitation from the Dong Fuang Three Swords. Lao Peng was delighted upon hearing this, Master. This is truly joyous news. Tang Wanli sighed with emotion. Indeed it is joyful. The Dong Fuang family once showed great kindness to our Jun family. Junmo Zai is talented and wise. He will surely please them. The scene shifted to a vast forest beneath a clear sky. Suddenly, a figure clad in black leaped up from the ground. Song Zio seemed to notice something and abruptly turned to look in one direction. Chung Kai-shan beside him laughed and said, he has come to find us. He must be here to help us. After a short while, the two landed before the black-clad figure. Both were overjoyed upon seeing him. Senior, you have arrived. Junmo Zai glanced at them and said, in a few days I will leave Thien Nam, but I suddenly recalled my promise to you. A man must keep his word. How could I leave without fulfilling what I promised? Make your preparations first, sit quietly and calm your minds. I will examine your realms. Hearing this, both immediately sat down, accepting Junmo Zai's guidance. At this moment, Chung Kai-shan circulated his energy throughout his body. Seeing this, Junmo Zai turned to Song Zio, steady your mind and do not disrupt the process. Having said that, he stepped beside Chung Kai-shan, placed a hand on his shoulder, and transmitted his vital energy into him. With Junmo Zai's assistance, Chung Kai-shan's aura gradually grew stronger. Witnessing this scene, Song Zio was astonished. The vital energy of heaven and earth radiated outward. This was a sign of reaching the 10th level Xuan beast. How could this be possible? At this moment, Chung Kai-shan's aura reached its peak, gathering and rising to form a sphere of golden light. Immediately afterward, he transformed into a gigantic golden bear, his roar echoing throughout the forest. All the Xuan beasts in the forest fell silent, recognizing the emergence of a peerless powerhouse. After a while, Chung Kai-shan returned to human form, the lingering echoes of the transformation still reverberating through the forest. Chung Kai-shan immediately knelt before Junmo Zai, bowing his head in gratitude. Song Zio stood beside him with a smile and he curiously asked, what are you doing? This is merely my promise, nothing special. Chung Kai-shan replied without hesitation, though it may be nothing in your eyes, to me Chung Kai-shan it is a great favor. If you ever have any request in the future, please command me. Junmo Zai smiled wryly and said, Chung Kai-shan, do not do this. I truly regard you as a friend. I do not have many friends in this world and you are one of them, so do not thank me anymore. Now it is your turn to stand guard. I will lend my strength to the Crane King to fulfill the promise. Seeing this, Song Zio asked with some concern, you have just exhausted too much energy. Perhaps you should rest for a while and recover first. Junmo Zai waved his hand and replied, no need, I can still endure, begin at once. After speaking, he also sat down cross-legged, his posture exactly the same as Chung Kai-shan earlier. Before long, with Junmo Zai's assistance, both stepped into the ranks of peak-level experts. Chung Kai-shan shouted toward the forest, someone bring fine wine and good meat here, deliver it as swiftly as the Crane King. Once the feast was arranged, the three sat down together. Raising his cup, Chung Kai-shan introduced the white lion beside him. This is my sixth brother, Lion King Shibu Chu. Hearing his name mentioned, he immediately cupped his hands in salute, his tail behind him swaying slightly in greeting. Junmo Zai laughed and said, Lion King surnamed Shibu Chu sounds like not smelly. The name is truly unique. Chung Kai-shan hurried to explain, Senior misunderstands. My sixth brother's surname sounds the same as lion, but it is Shi as in stone, and Chu means sorrow. After hearing that, Junmo Zai cupped his hands in apology. So that is the case, I was mistaken. Lion King, please do not blame me. Chung Kai-shan continued, this one is Old Night, the Golden Fox King who lie die. Hearing that name, Junmo Zai sighed, Fox King who lie die sounds truly imposing. Paired with Bear King, one splits mountains and one rends the earth. Truly truly interesting. Not only that, there is one more. This is the 10th brother, Eagle King Ying Sui Kong. That one is old 7th, the Monkey King named Hu Chi. You have also met our 8th sister Snake King. Only she and eldest brother have gone out on business and have not returned. Little Xuan is in secluded cultivation to transform. For 3 years he has not shown himself. Only now did he understand. Earlier he had briefly encountered the Heaven's Wrath Beast Emperor Maizunji, and also the little Snake King who dared to act and admit her deeds, which he greatly admired. Yet Xun Kai-shan's introduction left him puzzled. The Heaven's Wrath Forest has always ranked by strength. Why is it that old 9th Fox King and old 10th Eagle King have transformed, while old 6th Lion King and old 7th Monkey King ranked before them still retain their original form? He sighed and replied, this matter is no secret. 60 years ago Lion King and Monkey King left Heaven's Wrath to travel. Unexpectedly they were besieged by 4 venerables. After that battle their injuries were extremely severe. Though they kept their lives, their cultivation fell to 9th level, losing the ability to transform, and to this day it is difficult to recover. Among the 4 who attacked then were Lei Bao Yu and Yin Fang. Eldest brother once stormed the Shield World Immortal Palace in rage to demand justice, but lacking strength he could only return in the end. Junmo Zai said to Hisong Zio, the injuries of Shi Liu and Hu Chi are indeed serious. Many meridians are damaged, causing the vital energy in the Danshan to stagnate. Moreover, a stream of yin poison has lurked in the meridians for many years and is not easy to remove. This force continually destroys what has recovered. That kind of yin art came from which of the 4 great venerables? This Hisong Zio angrily replied, it was Yin Fang Venerable Yin Huang Quan. Xun Kai-shan cautiously asked, Senior has seen the cause, then is there still hope to treat them? Junmo Zai pondered before saying, the yin-wind poison force of Huang Quan is extremely vicious, and it has accumulated for 60 years. Xun Kai-shan slammed the table in anger. Could it be there is not even a chance to try? He continued, old grudges I did not wish to interfere with, but for your sake Xun Kai-shan, this time I will help. Chu and Hu Chi's eyes lit up. Junmo Zai stood and said, since it is decided there is no delay, Shi Liu and Hu Chi follow me, I will examine you at once. Shortly after, on an open ground, Junmo Zai placed his hand on the crown of Bu Chu's head, a faint blue glow flashing where they touched. Suddenly a pillar of light shot into the sky within the forest, accompanied by a cry of intense agony. Bu Chu immediately fainted, a mouthful of blood spilling from his lips. Junmo Zai did not hesitate, turning back to shout next one. When it was Hu Chi's turn, he trembled inwardly, thinking that perhaps being a monkey was not so bad. Seeing Bu Chu had transformed into a human, he told himself that with such good results he might as well risk it. Watching Junmo Zai approach, Hu Chi was so frightened he could not utter a word. Immediately afterward, another painful groan echoed through the forest. Hu Chi lay sprawled on the ground gasping, his body already transformed into human form. Seeing this, he smiled and said, it is done. Everyone may leisurely drink wine. Hisong Zio was moved and thought to himself that this senior was truly formidable. In the future, if he needed them, they would surely do their utmost to assist. He then asked, you 2 are now early stage 10th level mystical beasts, while the other 4 have all reached peak 9th level beast king and already transformed. Hisong Zio nodded in confirmation, that is correct. Junmo Zai continued, once the pill from the heaven evil myriad poison fruit is refined, you should be able to advance another step. Hisong Zio immediately asked, to refine that divine pill it seems a few medicinal ingredients are still lacking, is that not so? He replied with slight surprise, indeed more than one kind is missing. How do you know medicinal herbs are still lacking? He smiled and said, just a guess, what senior requires must certainly be extraordinary. Junmo Zai said frankly, correct, the spirit pill I intend to refine is no ordinary thing. The heaven evil myriad poison fruit is only a catalyst. The goal is a world-shaking spirit pill. Bu Chu immediately said, the Heaven's Wrath Forest is vast and holds countless heavenly treasures. We believe we can help Senior gather them soon. Junmo Zai nodded in satisfaction, that is even better. With your assistance I will save much effort in searching. There are still quite a few medicinal herbs lacking, the more gathered the better. Gather as many as you can. Each batch send someone to deliver them to the Jun family in Thien Huang City. I will visit periodically. Xun Kai-shan and Hisong Zio happily replied, Senior may rest assured. With everything settled, Junmo Zai took his leave. It is getting late. I still have matters to attend to. All of them spoke in unison to see the senior off as he departed. The scene shifted to the camp, where Jun Wu Yi and Mo Zuo were stationed. Wan Qinghan stepped into her room from outside. She wearily fell onto the bed, letting out a soft sigh. In her mind echoed the words Junmo Zai once said, now you are my woman, that is the truth. When everything settles down, I will surely marry you. Guan Qinghan closed her eyes, tears silently falling. Suddenly a gentle voice sounded, "Sister Guan, are you all right?" Xiaoyi timidly approached her bedside. Xiaoyi said dejectedly, "Sister Guan, I am sorry, I did not mean it. I truly did not expect things to turn out like that." Guan Qinghan softly replied, "It is all right, everything has already passed." Xiaoyi anxiously asked in a rush whether it hurt. "It must have hurt terribly. You have suffered, did he injure you?" Guan Qinghan asked in surprise, "Did he injure me?" Xiaoyi said trembling, "That day Jun Mo Zai was frightening. I thought he had been too rough with you. It is all my fault." Hearing that, Guan Qinghan secretly laughed, so this girl understands nothing. Xiaoyi blushed and asked, "Sister Guan, may I ask you something? About that matter, how did you feel? Was it all right?" Guan Qinghan was bewildered. "What matter? How did I feel?" Xiaoyi awkwardly explained, "It was Jun Mo Zai. Did he not eat the meal I prepared and then you stayed beside him? What exactly happened then?" Guan Qinghan flushed bright red. "Xiaoyi, what are you saying? How can a girl ask such embarrassing things? I am tired, you should go rest." But Xiaoyi pleaded, "We are both women. What is wrong with confiding a little?" Seeing her about to climb onto the bed, Guan Qinghan cried out in alarm, "Do not come closer." Xiaoyi still crawled in and grabbed her hand, saying, "Let me see if there is anything wrong, I will help you." Then she exclaimed, "Why is it swollen like this? It looks truly worrying." Guan Qinghan stammered, "Stop looking. Fine, I will tell you." Hearing that, Xiaoyi climbed up to sit and smiled mischievously. "Sister Guan, remember to tell it clearly." She could only helplessly indulge the little girl. Outside the camp at this moment, there was still no one passing by. A moment later, Jun Mo Zai walked in from outside, his entire body emitting a chilling aura. He secretly calculated that everything had been settled. No one now dared to touch the Quan family, and it was time to find Bok Lai Lac Van to fulfill their agreement. To recruit a genius like Lac Van under his command, he first had to shatter his pride. Otherwise, with that stubborn personality, it would be difficult to command him in the future. Not long after, he stood before a white-haired old man and Lac Van. The white-haired elder spoke, asking what business the third young master of the Quan family had here. Jun Mo Zai did not answer him but turned to Lac Van and said he had come to find him. Surely he had not forgotten their agreement. The old man, displeased, reminded him that he was speaking to him. He still ignored him and slowly said he remembered their duel clearly, so he had asked third uncle to keep him here. Now he was free, and he was not in a hurry. He continued, saying he knew Lac Van worried about his father being implicated, but he had never taken those Bok Lai people seriously. He only needed to know whether Lac Van was worthy of his intervention. The white-haired elder gritted his teeth in anger, cursing the arrogant brat. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward to attack. Jun Mo Zai merely glanced at him, without a word. When the elder's attack arrived, he lightly waved his hand as fast as lightning. Instantly, a small hole appeared in the elder's palm. The surrounding crowd erupted in shock, including Jun Wuyi. Ban Kim exclaimed in horror that this time Bok Lai Hung Fong was in grave danger. Yingbo slowly said that he had already lost the moment his momentum was suppressed, then was startled to realize that Jun Mo Zai had stepped into the Sky Xuan realm. Not only Yingbo, but also Jun Wuyi in the distance was astonished. The white-haired elder stared at his hand in shock, never expecting his opponent to be so powerful. He glared at him, while Jun Mo Zai returned the gaze with cold, violet eyes. Yingbo quietly said that Hung Fong would hardly escape this time. Van Tin laughed and said she would never again recklessly test moves with this nephew. Van Kim wondered why, with such status, Hung Fong would bother to contend with Jun Mo Zai. Yingbo explained that once pressured by the opponent's aura, it was difficult to stop, then reminded them that the real spectacle was still ahead. Hung Fong raised his hand, creating a vortex of condensed energy. He charged forward, his momentum transforming into enormous palm shadows pressing downward. Streams of azure force cascaded down relentlessly from above. Before they could strike, Jun Mo Zai had already leapt into the air. He shot upward and dashed straight toward Hung Fong. When he closed in, he unleashed a decisive strike at a vital point. After finishing, he turned and smiled at Lac Van, saying he had helped him fulfill his wish, considering it a meeting gift. Lac Van merely frowned without speaking. Yingbo sighed in admiration, one move to slay a spirit Xuan, white robes unstained, truly worthy of respect. Hung Fong said hoarsely to let him see his weapon. Jun Mo Zai extended his hand, revealing a slender sword as thin as a needle. Hung Fong smiled bitterly, so the killing move lay here. As soon as he finished speaking, a cut appeared on his throat and blood seeped out. He fell backward onto the ground. Jun Mo Zai stood still watching, his expression calm. He smiled and asked Lac Van whether he still wished to fight. Lac Van replied that according to their agreement he would follow him. From now on his life would be at his command. Jun Mo Zai said it was still too early to say that, then turned to the onlookers and declared that the show was over. Van Tin cheerfully asked how he had defeated a spirit Xuan. He replied that his master had taught him a secret technique to unleash his potential for a short time. He still had one matter to ask of the two seniors. Amda and Kam Chin said that if it was within their ability, they would not refuse. He said he would dispatch 50 guards to escort them, and conveniently help relocate Lac Van's family from the Bok Lai family, causing Lac Van's face to turn pale. He continued, saying the two seniors surely would not mind helping, as they were righteous people. Jun Wuyi also agreed, saying the two were trustworthy gentlemen. Ningbo added that their reputation was not bad. Showered with praise, Amda and Kam Chin could only smile wryly. Amda said that since they were leaving, they should go quickly before the news spread. The two lamented that encountering this uncle and nephew left them no choice, then turned and departed. After they disappeared, Jun Mo Zai asked Lac Van whether he was reassured now. Lac Van clasped his hands in gratitude. He said sternly that he should not say thanks in the future. If he were useless, he would not have expended such effort. He should address him as young master. Forget any talk of noble titles. Within 2 months he must complete the task and then come to Thien Huang to meet him. If he failed, there was no need to return. He looked straight at him and said that on the list were 50 people bearing evidence of crimes. Within 2 months he had to deal with them all and establish his own reputation. Lac Van solemnly memorized the 4 lines of poetry as the signal. Jun Mo Zai curled his lips and said once it was done, he should come find him. He would become his capable right arm. Lac Van replied decisively that he would. He bowed his head and requested to leave. At that moment Jun Wuyi called Jun Mo Zai to follow him. In a hidden corner, Zio Yu whispered curiously that they should go and watch. Before long, a group of people stood before Jun Mo Zai. He asked in surprise what had happened that made everyone so serious. Van Tin said it was because of him. Who else could it be? Jun Wuyi slowly spoke about the matter between him and Guan Qinghan. Although she had been adopted as a goddaughter and the engagement annulled, the outside world had yet to know. Van Kim added that if the old master found out, he would surely be furious. Therefore they had discussed it. He should temporarily not return to Thien Huang but go to the Dong Fuang family to avoid the storm. Jun Mo Zai asked dissatisfied whether third uncle meant he should lie low. He sighed and admitted that time was needed to handle the aftermath. He asked irritably whether this matter had damaged the family's honor so greatly. Beside them, Guan Qinghan heard this and choked with tears streaming down her face. Turning to Jun Wuyi, he spoke in a low voice, instructing Jun Mo Zai that everything was for the sake of the two of them. No one in this world could do whatever they pleased. Everyone had to shoulder their full burden. Did he not wish to see his mother and grandmother again? As soon as he finished speaking, he calmly replied that those were 2 different matters. He would definitely return to visit his mother and grandmother, but not now. He would absolutely not hide in the Dongfang household to avoid everything before the truth came to light. Jun Mo Zai would never do such a thing. There was no room for discussion on this matter. He would not compromise or yield. He would never run away. Were the words of others worth our concern? What did they have to do with us? If anyone forced him into a corner, he would dare to overturn the entire world, shatter everything, and make all suffer the consequences together. Jun Wuyi hurriedly lowered his voice to calm him, saying he was not claiming the two of them could not be together. He only hoped to set it aside for a while, to wait until Guan Qinghan's current identity was made clear before the world so she could become his wife openly and honorably. Could he not wait a little longer? He frowned in dissatisfaction. And then what? Did he know that if he left, who would have to stand out and bear all the pressure and blame? Who in the end would carry it? Suddenly Jun Mo Zai waved his hand toward the curtain, and in an instant it fell, revealing Guan Qinghan and Zio Yi, who had been standing there, who knew since when. He declared loudly that if he left here, then Long would be relieved of his burden. All the slander would no longer concern him. But the matter would not end. Someone would still have to bear it, and that person would be Guan Qinghan. Jun Mo Zai gently took her hand and pulled her along, emphasizing each word that if he avoided it, then his woman would have to bear everything in his place. Did he think a fragile woman like her could withstand it? Would that not be the same as pushing her into an unbearable situation? Guan Qinghan lowered her head with a flushed face, while Jun Wuyi spoke sternly that he would hide her within the residence, not let her hear the rumors, and by the time she appeared everything would have settled. Jun Mo Zai gave a faint cold laugh. Would it truly be that peaceful? The one he loved, he would protect himself, that was his duty, he would never evade it. Even if the whole world turned its back and cursed, so what? As long as it was for her, he could stand against them all. Even if facing countless people, he would still move forward, never retreat. By then Guan Qinghan's cheeks had long since turned red. Zhao quietly wondered whether one day he would be just as resolute for her. After a while Jun Wu Yi burst into hearty laughter, praising that he truly was his grandson. With such responsibility and spirit he was worthy of being called a man. Van Dao smiled lightly, looking straight at Jun Mozai and praising his bearing as no less than his father, the white-robed strategist. That decisiveness alone was rare to match. Even if the whole world opposed him, this uncle would stand on his side, causing him to tilt his head as he realized everyone had been testing him. Jun Wuyi said in a deep voice that it was not only a test but also born of many difficulties. Yet he was pleased that his grandson had not disappointed him, truly a man who stood tall between heaven and earth. He told him to rest assured, this uncle would do his utmost to help bring the matter to a conclusion, only that the hardships on the road ahead he might have to endure himself, that was something he could not bear in his place. Hearing this he smiled at once and replied that third uncle could be at ease. He could endure it. Having chosen this path, even if he had to kneel he would walk it to the end. Without resentment or regret, he nodded in satisfaction, his eyes full of approval, truly full of spirit. At this moment Guan Qinghan's face was still flushed red. Then Jun Wuyi issued a command as firm as steel, to immediately send a secret letter to the capital by flying eagle and deliver it to the old master, top secret and urgent. A soldier immediately stepped forward to receive the order. He raised his hand in signal, and then commanded that among all officers and soldiers under his command, whether concerning military affairs or the people's livelihood in Tiannan, anyone who dared to reveal even half a word would be dealt with strictly under military law, implicating their entire family. He heard this and responded loudly, understood. On the other side, Thien Tam covered her face and turned away, saying that elder sister must also be surprised. Jun Mo Zai turned out to be a man of loyalty and courage, not despicable as she once said. Perhaps she had misunderstood. Venerable Mai gritted her teeth and replied that she was not mistaken. That brat was cunning and ruthless, acting in vile ways. Surely he was only putting on an act. Hearing that, she could not help but ask in doubt truly. She asserted with certainty that perhaps he had already discovered them and was deliberately staging this. They should just wait and see. How could that be, no matter what, he was certainly not a good person. Thien Tam beside her still murmured in hesitation that she found it hard to believe. How could a man like that be wicked? As she spoke, the two of them lifted their heads to look toward the brightly lit camp. Next morning the sky was astonishingly clear. The troop of soldiers set off together and advanced. The guard unit raised their banners high, the fabric flapping wildly in the wind. The rapid pounding of hooves echoed throughout the forest. Jun Wuyi suddenly halted and turned back, calling out loudly for everyone to rest for a while. Before long the camp had been set up swiftly and firmly. Inside, Jun Mozai quietly lowered his gaze to the sword in his hand. He slowly drew the sword from its scabbard. Suddenly a shrill neigh of a horse rang out from outside. High above, a flock of birds circled among the white clouds. Two enormous bears appeared, roaring with formidable might. Jun Mozai gently stroked the icy blade and sighed that this was truly a masterpiece, like the emperor of weapons, forged from countless swords and halberds. He wondered how many trials would be needed to satisfy its spirit. From now on you shall be named Blood Swallow Emperor. In this world roam freely with me. Let you and me stir up storms, eradicate all evil. One man and one sword stepping into the ancient royal residence. Jun Zhan Tian was strolling leisurely when a subordinate rushed over in haste to report that a letter had arrived for him. With just a glance at the paper, he cried out in shock, how could this be? Seeing his expression change, Lao Pang asked anxiously whether the third general and the young master had encountered trouble, while he muttered that something major had happened, truly unbelievable. Hearing this, Lao Pang grew even more uneasy and asked if they had really met with an accident. Jun Zhan Tian did not reply but handed him the letter to read, telling him he would understand after finishing. Lao Pang read attentively, and then suddenly covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. Jun Zhan Tian asked in dissatisfaction how he could still laugh. This was a grave matter, and if handled poorly it would bring disaster upon the Jun family. Lao Pang hurriedly explained that he laughed because Miss Tun of the Dugu family was too impatient, even scheming yet faltering at the last moment, truly amusing. Jun Zhan Tian tilted his head and said in a deep voice that this matter reminded him of the Dugu family. With such a major affair, how could that old man Dugu stand aside? If he did not drag him into it, then he was far too at ease. That brat Mota could not remain uninvolved either. Once he returned he would deal with him. Lao Pang responded yes, yet his eyes were still full of worry that the censors would surely seize upon Guan Qing Han's current identity to cause trouble. Jun Zhan Tian said with disdain that those pedantic scholars were not worth mentioning. The mere fact that his grandson dared to take responsibility was enough to shame them. Truly the bearing of a man of the Jun family. Lao Pang respectfully praised his profound insight, and at that moment Jun Zhantian decided to go to the Dugu residence. He then immediately set out for the estate. As soon as he arrived he loudly asked whether that old man Dugu Tung Hon was in the residence. The subordinate replied that the old master had just returned to the residence. Before he could finish speaking Jun Zhantian had already charged straight in shouting for Dugu Tung Hon to come out and settle accounts. Dugu Wu Dai hurried out with a forced smile, asking him to calm down and inquiring what had happened. He roared for that brat to step aside, or if not careful he would charge him with delaying military affairs. Tung Hon narrowed his eyes and retorted that this old bastard was truly outrageous, daring to ride a horse straight into his residence and even threatened to strip his son of office. Jun Zhan Tian suddenly slung an arm over his shoulder and laughed that he had finally come out. Such a trivial matter was nothing. In the future the two families would become one. My family would also be yours. Tung Hon stared wide-eyed in confusion and asked what in law. He angrily demanded of Jun Zhan Tian, who was in law with your family. Jun Zhan Tian winked and said, besides you, who else in Thien Huang City was worthy to be my in-law? Tung Hon replied irritably that he should stop dreaming. Jun Zhan Tian laughed that perhaps before it was not so, but now even if he wished to deny it would be difficult. The matter was actually simple, just one sentence. The rice had already been cooked, he understood. Hearing this, Dugu Wu Dai suddenly felt a chill down his spine, thinking the situation was not good and perhaps he should slip away first. He quickly made an excuse that there was urgent business in the military camp to handle. Delaying military affairs was a grave offense, so he had to leave at once. Tung Hon immediately shouted to stop him. Before things were made clear, he dared to leave and he would beat him, so he remembered. He turned and lowered his voice, inviting Jun Zhantian inside. As soon as they stepped in, Tung Hon urged him to speak quickly if there was something to say, and stop beating around the bush. Jun Zhantian slightly tilted his head, hesitated for a moment, then began to speak. The situation was as such. The scene shifted outside the villa. Jun Zhantian laughed heartily. Old Lone, this time we are practically in-laws, regardless of who acted first. The matter has happened. Jun Mo Zai must bear responsibility to the end. Dugu Wu Dai ground his teeth in anger. That little wretch dared do this to me. I will not forgive. I want to crush him into 100 pieces, then continue to punish. Tung Hon grabbed his collar and growled. This is caused by the granddaughter you raised, and harming another young lady. How can you have the face to blame anyone? Why blame Jun Mo Zai? Today I must punish your little wretch. Tung Hon let out a sigh. Your daughter. I, the lonely Tung Hon, am truly unfortunate to have to raise cursed brats like you. Now that it has happened, are you happy? Then he lowered his head slightly, exhaling softly. His body stood straight like a statue. Tung Hon turned back and let out a resounding roar. Immediately Tung Hon leapt up, without hesitation. He kicked Dugu Wu Dai hard on the right cheek, sending him flying out. Dugu Wu Dai fell near the ground. Looking pitiful, Tung Hon quickly rushed forward. He stomped furiously, cursing, infuriated. Your grandmother. Everyone around silently observed. No one dared intervene. The others avoided, murmuring. Jun Zhantian shouted loudly, get out. Do you not know this is military secrecy? If exposed, I will handle it all. Someone pushed in complaining, how is this military secrecy? Another interrupted, this is a secret. Returning to Tung Hon, he dealt with Dugu Wu Dai. Jun Zhantian frowned helplessly. After a while he spoke softly, all right, Old Lone, that's enough. If you continue it will be crazy, whatever, by all rights, but the old man is undignified, even overstepping. Do you want to fight or rebel? The sound of a wooden stick rang loudly. Two shadows appeared under the sunlight. The first-rank madam and another woman arrived, paused in silence for a long while. She questioned, how serious is this? Why did it escalate like this? Is there any restraint? Bastard didn't stop, making the fire burn further. Tung Hon paused, gritting his teeth, asking about the matter, the naughty son. Tung Hon was angry. Do not block today. Beating him to death would be good, at least quiet. If not death, then at least break a leg. He turned. The woman bent to help Dugu Wu Dai. He signaled no need for her help. The woman fell, looking at Dugu Wu Dai coldly. She started to cry. The first-rank madam shouted, damn it, what did your wretch do? Venting on your wife, he boldly replied, leave it. The good girl raised by her now does something shameful. beating her to death is not enough. The maidservants were surprised. Zioyi. She stood up and ran over, asking what had happened. Old man. First-rank madam frowned. Zioyi, good granddaughter, what is it? Tung Hon sighed. Unlucky. Dugu Wu Dai repeated. Junjan Tian observed, approached. She understood. The old man was polite. The first-rank madam coughed dryly. Junjan Tian, what has your grandson done to my granddaughter? The maidservants looked at him. Junjan Tian pondered. Dugu Wu Dai was dizzy, dealing with each person, body also good, almost like me back then. The old man laughed. She understood, must speak carefully. This time what did her granddaughter do to my grandson? Serious matter, clarify right and wrong before speaking. She called the house order, got news from Tian Nan. The woman bowed to report the letters had been read, did not mention the little affair. Her face darkened. Tung Hon shouted. The whole family knows that household went to Tian Nan, hiding from me. Outside are the family, well done. She turned angrily, withdrew her anger. Tell me everything. I want to hear how I became in-laws with the old soldier. Tung Hon went insane hearing this, gritted his teeth. Feeling the first-rank madam's aura, the two signaled. Lady Huang looked at him for orders. The first-rank madam raised eyebrows at Dugu Wu Dai. He slowly spoke. The household devil was enchanted, used 100-pound medicinal pipe, mixed for Jun Mo Zai to drink. Her body trembled violently. The first-rank madam fell. The woman panicked and ran over. Dugu Wu Dai embraced his mother. She exhaled heavily. Space fell silent. He whispered, the details behind are not worth mentioning. The important thing involves Guan Qing Han. Everyone glanced at Dugu Wu Dai. Tung Hon looked into the distance, voice dry. What are you intending? The first-rank madam shouted, I do not agree. Jun Mo Zai is a loser. How could the little affair be given to him? Lifelong grievances. Wait until the little wretch returns and I will punish. Mr. Chen opposed. How could little Yi be married? She wants to punish him. The first-rank madam sighed wearily. Junjan Tian dryly laughed. Castrate Dugu Wu Dai. He gave authority. Grandson respectful from young, talented. Why speak like this? Or Zio, you blind now. The first-rank madam scolded. Aren't you ashamed? Your grandson's sweet words deceived several people. Junjan Tian interjected. Sister-in-law, speak with conscience. Zio, you chased Jun Mo Zai. Everyone knows. If the old man ran out of money, daughter repays. Take little one as son-in-law. She questioned the wretch. Dugu Wu Dai muttered. At that time the little one demanded money. Just joking. No one took seriously. The first-rank madam spat. No one took it seriously, yet you spoke. Junjan Tian calmly, sister-in-law, I am not disputing, came to gather opinion, not necessarily marrying your lady. Princess Ling Meng visits daily, being groom or prince who hosts spring elixir your lady added, related to Guan Qing Han, even if annulled and named still your grandson's wife. Now if not married must explain or give 90 million, consider settled. Dugu Wu Dai's face rose slightly. The first-rank madam had a sudden thought. She asked sharply, why did the clan guards have the spring elixir, the loyal selected? Why do they have it? Tung Hon found it strange. Dugu Wu Dai gaped. The group of women stared at him intently. Junjan Tian cleared his throat, fiercely sharpening the girl for men. 100-pound pipe. The guards had some faults, not good. Tung Hon indifferent. Dugu Wu Dai bit his lip, silent. Two women looked at him, grabbed Dugu Wu Dai by the collar. Shouted, the wretch incurred 90 million debt. Daughter's better, caused strange rumors I would beat to death. Tung Hon tried to mediate, wedding postponed. But two families must break rules and cooperate. Zioya's honor intact. Junjan Tian furious, arranged countermeasures, major families aware. Emperor knew father and son still fought, time is gold. He pursed lips, slipped through gaps. Honor, already used elixir yet still spoke of honor. Tung Hon angrily pointed at Dugu Wu Dai. Your well-raised daughters, noble ladies doing shameful things infuriates me. A woman objected, weren't they pampered, only loud words and you angry, now bear 90% responsibility. Junjan Tian laughed, the two families must prepare. Officials can use saliva to subdue, matter clear, cooperate well, attack all. Dare not imagine the outcome. He exhaled, finally deceived, this house on our side. Not easy, basically in control. Two military families cooperating unprecedented. Who dares stop? First-rank madam spoke, the old soldier is right. Two families must be united through difficult gates, wedding gradually. Negotiating slowly, not allowed. Marrying the girl must be resolved early. Not afraid of 10,000, only fear 100,000. What if pregnant? The two were confused, surely not. Interjected, mother worried too much. How unreasonable, if power is great. Old Jun pleased, little Yi only 16. Too early, first time for the young couple. 2 months to the capital, if pregnant, I will know the route. Even if Jun Mo Zai had bad reputation before, now better, does not insult Zio Yi. The woman nodded, muttered, this is not impossible. Tung Hon dissatisfied, cursed, Dugu Wu Dai same expression, he frowned. Jun Tian snorted. This is not entirely bad. Morning rain at Nha statue. Stopped at the original floor. Everyone gathered densely. Waiter, slightly worried, enjoyed slowly. Inside the wild forest, instructions were issued. The snowy trip to Silver City Tian Nan depressing. Jun Wuyi trapped near death, finally safe. Silver City dared not act rashly. From start to finish, no chance. A man in black appeared, strong enough that 6 elders, 7 swords hesitant, memories flash. 3 elders, a mysterious man in black appeared. In the forest echoed the instructions, fearing the mysterious man due to Jun family trouble. Not done yet preparing, ascending to heavenly scent, from noble path, masked man sped, 3 rushed after. The falcon flew straight to Silver City, reporting border situation. The news was read, high level in Silver City horrified, sensed danger. Man in black could hunt Li Ju Tian, strength evident. 2 were worried, Grand Elder patrolled into the city, ordered everyone to withdraw to Tian Nan without delay. Outside staff gathered, standing and watching afar. All thoughts on intelligence, orders stricter than snow. Silver City versus Eastern families. Then Silver City confidently turned the tide. High level not yet acted, populace restless. Indeed, added wrinkles, situation beyond imagination. He did not oppose the whole world. If opposed snowy Silver City, other forces would stay idle. 6th Elder realized difficulty, urgent orders, shock and tension in Silver City. 3rd Elder eyes firm, atmosphere darkened. Turning to the forest, Tiu Han looked up. The small one stole the excellent fiancé. Years of accustomed strikes on the weak, disregarded heroic air, surpassed him, toyed, shattered him. Angry voice rang, I am heaven's favorite. What is martial intent? The madman Tiu Han felt exhilarated to steal the old willow. I ruin the house, embarrassed but alive. Humiliation bit by bit. Mysterious observer witnessed, but small crippled insult at will. Not yet joked, locked eyes to remain untouchable, all for sudden appearance of loved one. Changing everything, falling 18 hells, Tiu Han could not endure. He radiated such strong aura that the people below were terrified. Tiu Han was in utter turmoil at this moment, nearly completely broken, with no trace of reason left beyond his frenzy. Because of this state, Tiu Boi Vu, who led the delegation from Ngan Than, had no choice but to halt the journey temporarily. This made Tiu Nhi, who was used to commanding the winds and summoning the rains, feel utterly humiliated. Never before had he suffered such disgrace, and knowing clearly what his nephew was waiting for while he himself did not dare respond only deepened his guilt. If his nephew, still alive and well, were to go mad, he would have nowhere left to hide, so the entire group had no choice but to stop and rest. He ground his teeth and roared, what is Jun Wuyi supposed to be? Just a man who gained a bit of fame by leaning on others. What right does he have to compare with me? I am nobler than him. I can trample or toy with him however I please. He will forever be nothing more than a crippled wretch. No one bothered to respond, because they all knew it was nothing but meaningless spite. Jun Wuyi had once been the blood-clad great general who swept across battlefields, achieving illustrious feats at a young age, and if not for the obstruction of the elders of the Tiu family, no one knew how much more dazzling he might have become. Though crippled for 10 years, his will had never collapsed, and his cultivation reaching the middle stage of Heaven Xuan was proof enough of extraordinary perseverance. Someone retorted in irritation, Tiu Han, what are you to look down on others? Given the finest techniques of Ngan Than and the rarest medicinal herbs, yet only at the early stage of Heaven Xuan, what face do you have to sneer? Tiu Han was still immersed in his delusion, determined to duel Jun Wuyi as a man whose fiancé had been taken from him. He clenched his teeth and declared that regardless of life or death he would fight. He and Jun Wuyi could not share the same sky. His hands trembled as he gripped tightly. If everyone refused, he would go alone, even choosing an extreme path on the spot if necessary, never returning in disgrace. Seeing his frenzy, Yen Mong remained silent, for even if the betrothal had never held affection, dissolving it oneself was entirely different from being cut in by another. 3rd Elder, witnessing that fury, could only remain silent. The surge of emotion drove Tiu Han out of control, and those seasoned in the martial world understood a man pride. Though he did not dare touch the Quan family, challenging under the name of the wronged party was not unreasonable. The 3 words wife stolen were a taboo in Ngan Than, and the fact that he uttered them himself showed how deeply his resentment had been suppressed. If his demand were not met, Tiu Han might truly choke on his grievance and go mad. So the 17 from Ngan Than chose to block the path of Jun Wuyi army and wait. When the other side arrived, they would immediately issue a challenge, believing that with Jun Wuyi arrogant nature, even at a disadvantage, he would not refuse a man duel, as long as Tiu Han could vent his feelings without taking any life. In the silent wilderness, the group discussed their plan. They had arrived at the meeting point for 4 days, yet Jun Wuyi army still had not appeared. Yuang and Go sat listening as everyone exchanged views about the current situation. Sun gradually sank behind the mountain range. the glow of dusk painting the scenery in richer hues. A generous hand set down silver taels. This place is reserved by us. Do not let anyone disturb us. The innkeeper gladly accepted the money. Yes, honored guest. In the distance, two figures on horseback rode through the sunset light toward them. In the hazy evening glow, Fuang and Tiu Han both looked ahead, the approaching silhouettes gradually becoming clear as Mai Tun Jia and Thien Tam on horseback. Mai Tun Jia appearance stood out even more under the evening light as she sat upon the horse. Yen Mong was momentarily stunned by that beauty. The sixth elder and the third elder were secretly astonished as well. Rarely had they seen a beauty so stirring. If for her sake a kingdom or even the world were overturned, it would hardly be an exaggeration. Mai Tun Jia gently dismounted, standing quietly with a ta as they surveyed the surrounding. Fuang looked at the two and spoke, "Elder sister, you must be tired traveling like this. Why not rest and have a cup of tea before continuing?" She nodded. "That is true, we will rest a while before setting off, they are still behind anyway." Seeing the inn crowded, she felt a slight concern about whether there were seats left and good tea to be had. Fuang quickly invited them, "Two young ladies, please sit, I can stand for a while. This is Tiat Min from the Han family. It may not suit your taste, but in this remote place please make do." Yen Mong found that courteous manner puzzling, then told her junior sister that if sitting too long made her back sore she could stand and stretch. She was displeased with that pretense. Tiat Min of Ngan Than is a rare third-grade tea. If you still disdain it, then what do you drink? Such muddled words hardly fit a young elite. Tun Jia was slightly surprised by Yen Mong's reaction. She replied calmly, "Being slighted is your matter. Do not drag me in. Who do you think you are to make others concerned?" Yen Mong pouted, while Fuang remained deferential. "Junior sister, please yield." Mai Tun Jia echoed, "Junior sister, yield a little." Tiat Dong immediately shouted, "Fuang, is that how you speak to the little princess?" Mai Tun Jia and Thien Tam stood watching as their group argued back and forth. Yen Mong puffed her cheeks in childish anger. She continued to mock, "Tiu Fuang, today I have truly seen what kind of person you are." With that she ran over and hugged Tiat Dong in grievance, while Fuang ignored it and continued inviting the guests to sit. "Young lady, please be seated. Later I will personally brew tea to make amends." After speaking, he wiped the chair clean to show his sincerity. Seeing him so enthusiastic, Mai Tun Jia did not stand on ceremony. "Then many thanks, young master." The two walked to their seats, the third elder observing in secret. Enchanted by her beauty, he smiled and said he dared not accept praise. "I am Tiu Fuang. May I ask the names of the two young ladies?" He subtly signaled Thien Tam to answer, and Thien Tam said, "My elder sister's surname is Mai. Mine is also Mai." Hearing their surname, Fuang launched into a long speech, saying plum blossoms endure the cold with lofty elegance, befitting a fairy-like maiden, and Boy Vu's heart stirred slightly at the mention of Mai. He then inquired further about where the young ladies came from. "This old man has traveled the world for decades and rarely seen such talent. Perhaps you are even descendants of an old acquaintance of mine." Thien Tam answered innocently that we sisters are from Thien Huang. Our family runs a food business. The sixth elder smiled and said that for two young ladies to travel alone their skills must be extraordinary, yet inwardly he suspected they were deliberately concealing their strength. Boy Vu stood expressionless, Thien Tam covered her mouth shyly, and Mai Tun Jia smiled under the probing gaze, making him even more suspicious. He told himself perhaps he was overthinking. The two girls were not circulating any profound energy. As long as they were not from Thien Nam, it was fine. He cast a meaningful glance at Tiu Han, intending for him to speak indirectly, and if that failed he would personally open the topic. After all, Fuang was the direct heir. Tiu Han observed the other composed manner of drinking tea. Teased with a smile, "Fuang, have you taken a liking to the lady in white?" causing Fuang to grow flustered. Outwardly she remained indifferent, yet inwardly she had already flushed slightly. Bang resounded on the table as Tiu Han flared up and asked whether you intended to marry her as your wife. He even loudly declared that whoever dares to covet my boss. Fuang hesitated and replied yes, but he sat down and said, "Uncle, please decide for me." Tiu Han boasted and asked whether the young lady had ever heard of Fong Tiat and Gan Than. He suddenly realized that even at close distance he still could not clearly see her features, and she seemed not to care about their words at all. In her eyes there was only the teacup, which she lifted as if it were a treasure, the four words Fong Tiat and Gan Than seemingly meaningless to her. Mai Tun Jia asked what place Fong Tiat and Gan Than was, and Thien Tam also showed no sign of knowing. She said leisurely, "Forgive me, I have never heard of it. Is that place very famous?" Huang and Tiu Han were both left speechless. Tiu Han patiently explained that it was a top force on the Haiyan continent. Thien Tam widened her eyes and asked, is that city built of snow? When the sun shines, does it melt? He sighed and said it was merely a place name. He asked again, how could it be so famous, yet I have never heard of it, then suddenly seemed to recall something. Tiu Han thought she finally knew. Thien Tam laughed and said that during the new year she once built a snow city and named it Fong Tiat and Gayat Than. She added that the name was given by her elder sister. What is there to be proud of? Thien Tam leaned closer and asked, could it be that you have only recently risen and have not yet had time to build a home, causing Tiu Han's face to darken. He angrily shouted that she was talking nonsense, his aura surging. Seeing Tiu Han about to erupt, Huang hurried to advise uncle to calm his anger. Tiu Han's gaze turned icy as he said, can you not see they are mocking us? A deep voice rang out asking, what did you just say? If you have the guts, repeat it. The atmosphere suddenly grew cold, as if dark clouds had gathered. Boi Vu immediately stepped back on guard. Thien Tam released a powerful aura, her figure seeming to hover within the wind. Against the gloomy sky, currents of energy swirled. Tiu Han prepared to strike, but Boi Vu had already stepped forward. He leisurely walked toward Thien Tam, hoping the young lady would calm her anger and give him a chance to explain clearly to the Venerable One. HMPH, the moment my aura was revealed, your expressions changed. If I were merely an ordinary girl, I would have already been taken away. For the people of Fong Tiat and Gan Than to act in such a manner leaves nothing to justify. The energy surrounding her continuously spread outward. Before that pressure he was stunned, the shadow of a colossal serpent appeared, its gaze cold and filled with killing intent. Vu hurriedly intervened to mediate. Those words were merely spoken in haste without ill intent. I will immediately have them apologize before the Venerable One. Boi Vu suddenly realized that familiar aura was none other than the Serpent King of the Heavenly Punishment Forest. The other party had deliberately concealed his identity, and the white-robed young lady was the Serpent King's elder sister. Yet he had intended to marry his descendants to her. The thought was truly ridiculous. Mystical beasts naturally respect the strong, moreover she bears the surname Mai and may be the younger sister of Venerable Mai. How could I heed that muddle-headed Xiao Han? It is no different from courting danger. The mystical beasts of heavenly punishment alone are enough to flatten Ngan Tiat Than. All of this is caused by you. Thien Tam returned to normal yet spoke coldly, daring to provoke my elder sister and even scold me. Such audacity, truly worthy of being a renowned disciple. She added that in the future she would certainly seek Han Tiat Fong to question how he taught his subordinate. In the darkness, a cavalry squad gradually emerged. Tiat Dong stood at the front shielding Yen Ma. Huang Ngo's eyes gleamed. If she truly is the descendant of a hidden aristocratic family, abandoning the little princess is of no consequence. Having such a beauty by his side is far better. Xiao Han's side, they seemed to notice something strange. Within the desolate mountains and forests, the ancient trees around them emitted eerie sound. Yet he was filled with impatience. Jun Wuyi had finally arrived. Today would be your end. The current situation was unfavorable. If he revealed his identity, there would be no choice but to confront them. He was never a match to begin with. Even if he won, he would not dare to act. Once the other side suffered losses, it would provoke the heavenly punishment forest. Venerable Mai then said, these people are not worthy of your intervention. Simply seek Han Fong Tiat to handle them. Thien Tam immediately replied, elder sister speaks rightly, I will comply. She continued to interrogate them. Why are you here? He had no choice but to tell the truth. This is a grudge between the Xiao family and the Jun family. Hanner wishes to duel with Jun Wuyi. The elite cavalry exuded solemn majesty. Dark clouds swirled overhead, with light flickering in and out. Venerable Mai was slightly puzzled. That matter can be set aside for now. I wish to see whether the elite of the Xiao family can defeat the blood-clad great general of the secular world. Two quietly withdrew to the side, sitting down like spectators watching a play about to unfold. He felt annoyed. They were clearly treating it as entertainment. Fortunately, Xiao Han did not know their identities. Otherwise, he would likely display only a fraction of his strength. Memories surged back like a reversed reel of film. I rode with the cavalry as we advanced. Each step brought us closer to Thien Huang Than. In the face of the anticipated offensive, Jun Mo Zai had made thorough preparation. Facing such a situation, his emotions surged indescribably. Though prepared, the outcome still weighed heavily on his heart. His memories lingered. Wan Qinghan once said that since arriving on the Xuan continent she had remained chaste. Now that their relationship had changed, there was no need for restraint. Moreover, this made both of them more at ease. So in recent days, Jun Mo Zai had always been attentive, yet she still kept her distance. Sorrow in his eyes spoke everything, followed by a heavy sigh. The scene shifted to Guan Qinghan. She had long accepted him, recalling when she acknowledged Jun Wuyi as her godfather, she bowed her head in respect. Jun Wuyi smiled with satisfaction and accepted. Looking back to that scene, her cheeks flushed faintly. Yet she still hesitated, though approved. Without marriage she could not act freely. What happened the previous night was merely an accident. She turned and left, her feelings difficult for anyone to understand. In such circumstances she could not cross the boundary. Her face was sorrowful as she avoided the one she loved, and how could Jun Mo Zai not understand? Yet the suppression made him uncomfortable. Zio Yi, however, always clung to him coquettishly, sometimes adorable and at times seductive. He held his forehead to steady himself, feeling constantly suppressed. Even the slightest touch was difficult to control. At such times he either rushed back to the tent to cultivate or sought cold water to cool himself. Beneath the moonlight, cold water poured over his body in the quiet night. Enduring through the night made time pass quickly. Natural desires were unavoidable. Fortunately, winter was approaching. If it were summer, it would be even more unbearable. Winding to 3 days earlier, the cavalry escorted a secret palanquin, with only one biological younger sister remaining. If anything happened, it must be reported immediately. Even if it brought disgrace, the Dong Fuang aristocratic family had to escort young Master Jun and Miss Guan away. At this time, Jun Mo Zai rode behind the carriage of Guan Qinghan, and Zio Yi under Jun Wuyi's orders. Faint fragrance drifted over, causing him to react unconsciously, and the horse halted as well. The horse turned its head as if reproaching him. "I am a horse, yet I am affected too." He lamented, "Brother horse must share my suffering. Ever since cultivating the blood of the heavenly emperor, my mind has been filled with strange thoughts." Unable to figure it out, he let it be, and in the military camp he continued his unruly actions. He took various supplies from military stores, and had previously admitted to Jun Wuyi that he was responsible. Jun Wuyi trusted his nephew and even defended him, causing the quartermaster to be scolded when he reported it as a trivial matter. The quartermaster doubted himself, only realizing the severity when nearly half the weapons were missing. They were astonished by the marshal's unusual leniency, while young Master Jun had turned to diligently training the troops. He stopped and said it was merely to pass the time, distributing swords to everyone. 9 blades were sufficient. Few knew that the more he comprehended the blood of Yan Huang, the colder his aura became. His gaze turned sharp and icy, with a faint killing intent, completely different from the debauched young master of the past. Standing alone in an empty room, the space was filled only with solitude. On horseback he felt numb, as if he had lost sensation. Only the sword remained proud and unyielding. His masculine figure sat upon the saddle, yet Zio Yi leaped down and hugged his waist without caring about the surrounding gazes. She nimbly jumped onto his horse, riding together with him. The officers chuckled softly upon seeing the two like that. A strange fragrance spread. He inhaled deeply without restraint. It was truly pleasant. Zio Yi rested her head on his shoulder, her eyes filled with affection, her legs curling slightly in delight. Suddenly she cried out, her hand touching something hard, asking what weapon he was hiding. Soldiers at that moment laughed with meaningful expression. Furious yet irritated, she told him to take it out and show her. He said awkwardly, "Do not move recklessly anymore." Zio Yi acted coquettishly and stopped touching, turning to face behind him. He still wondered. The sensation was both hot and uncomfortable, unable to understand what it was. He held her hand firmly, preventing her from moving. The scene made the crowd laugh with even greater amusement. Zio Yi nestled behind him and whispered, "The scent on you is truly pleasant." He sadly recalled Zio Bai, and his careless comparison made the situation even more awkward. Upon hearing that, she pressed closer to seek out the fragrance. Suddenly a shout rang out, "Jun Wuyi, if you are a man, then come out and duel." The one blocking the path was Zio Han. Jun Mo Zai looked at him with clear displeasure. He immediately spurred his horse forward, startling Zio Yi behind him. On this side, the people of Fong Tiat and Gan Than had already realized the girl in green was no ordinary person. But when the girl in white spoke to mediate, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, seeking Jun Wuyi to settle accounts was their main objective, and someone sneered that they should not let beauty cloud their eyes. Those two women were not figures to be casually provoked. In the future they must be extremely cautious around that uncle and nephew lest they be implicated. Their thoughts quickly returned to the challenge against Jun Wuyi. At first they hoped Tiu Han would teach him a lesson. Now they felt uneasy not knowing who would gain the upper hand. Tiu Han's killing intent surged, his eyes revealing a fierce light. Ranks of the military men stood in neat formation. The crowd automatically parted when Jun Mo Zai pushed the wheelchair forward. Jun Wuyi appeared in the wheelchair, speaking coldly that since you have come on your own, today we will settle our grudges. You want revenge for old matters. I also want to end this hatred. He recalled each debt, for his elder brother, for his two nephews, and for those of the past. Junmo Zai also sneered, saying he had endured long enough. Today this young master will stretch his muscle. Since you seek death, I will grant it to you. Tiu Han roared, asking if he dared to fight one-on-one, not rely on those behind him. Jun Wuyi's face darkened at the mention of old matters. He mocked that back then you were so imposing. Why 10 years later your courage is smaller than before. Those words seemed to recall the tragedy of that year, the thing that weighed on his heart the most. For 10 years the shadow of doubt had always clung to Jun Wuyi. His memories returned to the old battlefield. The march of 100,000 troops had already drained their strength. Charge into the commander's tent across such a distance, even a supreme expert would suffer great exhaustion. With only a bit of chaos the camp would have changed positions. To assassinate amid tens of thousands of troops was extremely difficult. Unless there was a yin-yang escape art or an insider. Otherwise he absolutely did not believe anyone could infiltrate so easily. He had once suspected several directions but lacked evidence, so he did not dare to act. Unlike Junmo Zai, who was willing to disregard the consequences, Jun Wuyi always considered the bigger picture. Tiu Han laughed wildly, telling him to keep doubting. That man said there was an inside story but would not reveal it. Take your doubts to the grave. Jun Wuyi replied coldly that today I fight you for my brothers. He closed his eyes and whispered an apology to his elder brother, then opened them and asked where the sword was. Junmo Zai drew the sword, the blade covered in a faint blue aura. Bent down and handed the sword to him. He took it, nearly unable to hold it because it was 3 times heavier than an ordinary sword. This sword had been carefully prepared by Junmo Zai, heavy enough to suit his arm strength while still reaching the quality of a divine weapon. He looked thoughtfully at his nephew, then raised the sword and pointed it straight to the sky. He laughed and praised it as a good sword. Bao Vu was astonished to recognize it as a rare divine weapon. Thin Tam whispered to Mai Tun Jia about its uniqueness. Thin Tam softly called out sister. Seeing Mai Tun Jia intently looking in another direction, she also followed her gaze. Junmo Zai quietly observed, while Jun Wuyi in the wheelchair prepared to face the battle. Thin Tam remembered that young man, and wondered why Mai Tun Jia kept looking at him without turning away. Mai Tun Jia remained silent, making Thin Tam even more puzzled. At that moment the two had already engaged. Merely because of the praise of the sword Tiu Han's eyes turned red. That man flew into a rage, his aura erupting violently. In his mind there were only old grievances that had never faded. Tiu Han charged forward shouting, "So what if I am despicable?" His swordplay was ferocious, but he still managed to block it. He forced his opponent back, then leaped from the wheelchair. Flipping once, he planted the sword tip into the ground to steady himself. Standing opposite Tiu Han, he circulated his inner force. He lowered himself, thrust the sword into the ground, then provoked his opponent to advance. Tiu Han tightened his grip when he saw his blade chip. That man was shocked, but his aura rose higher and higher. That man sneered that no matter how strong you are still a cripple. With an arrogant smile, that man tossed his sword into the air. Cold energy gathered and formed an ice sword in his hand. He shattered those ice fragments with a slash. Tiu Han suddenly appeared behind him within the vortex, then vanished again. Someone complained that there were too many tricks in this fight, but Jun Wuyi's strength was higher and the sword in his hand was a divine weapon. Bao Vu said in a deep voice that life and death are before us. What face is there to speak of? Yen Mong turned away angrily. Taiet Dong laughed and said, was this not a good opportunity? Hearing that, Yen Mong's eyes lit up. Returning to the battle, Tiu Han's ice vortex still roared fiercely. Spectators were tense. Mai Tun Jia softly said Tiu Han was about to falter. She realized his legs had likely recovered. The disadvantage was only an act. Mai Tun Jia analyzed that if he truly made his move, winning would not be difficult. But to kill Tiu Han amid the encirclement of Ngan Than, he had to set up such a situation. The sound of swords suddenly ceased for a brief moment. Ice and snow burst forth. Tiu Han revealed a sinister smile. Snow fell thickly, astonishing everyone with the abnormal cold. Tiu Han arrogantly said, Jun, you would find it hard to escape today. He gritted his teeth and stared straight at his opponent. The snow grew heavier and heavier. Snowflakes turned into sharp ice spikes that shot toward him. Ningbo and Jun Mozai smiled again. Bao Vu's people frowned at the sight of the dense snowfall. Tiu Han laughed madly and rushed forward, as if victory was already in his grasp. A figure shot down like an arrow and exploded upon hitting the ground. Yet Tiu Han was completely unharmed. That man continued to charge, while he gave a faint smile. Crowd looked at that smile in confusion. In the blink of an eye he had stepped in front of Tiu Han. Tiu Han's eyes widened in shock for a few seconds when he saw his opponent already right before him. Suddenly he froze and shouted, "What the hell is going on?" Jun Wuyi delivered a powerful kick that sent Tiu Han flying far away. By that heavy blow he turned pale, his throat burning as if it would burst. Tiu Han felt all his perception collapse. Hadn't he been crippled for over 10 years, why could he still strike at me? Before he could recover, another solid kick came crashing. Tiu Han was flung again, smashing into a rock that cracked on impact. Jun Wuyi's knee pressed firmly, pinning him against the cold stone. Suddenly the circle on Tiu Han's arm glowed. His eyes widened, red beams revealed as he sensed the mutation. Jun Wuyi sat on him, gripping his collar, raising his fist high before striking down hard on the temple. Jun Wuyi's gaze flashed with coldness and hatred. The feeling of reclaiming justice personally ignited 10 years of suppressed resentment and his crippled past. Kept hammering heavy blows onto Tiu Han's face. As he struck, tears fell, murmuring names of his elder brother, the 2 grandchildren, and Yahello, as if wanting them to witness this moment. On the final strike, Jun Wuyi poured all his inner strength into his hand, sending Tiu Han Lekong further away. Still could not believe it, shouting that everything before his eyes was just an illusion. Without waiting for Tiu Han to hit the ground, Jun Wuyi rushed to where he fell. 10 years of pent-up emotions released with each collision. The sound for Jun Wuyi was like satisfying music. Having been slowly tormented, he now ensured the opponent would not end it easily. A decade-long grudge had reduced his family from prosperity to decline, all caused by this man. A simple death was not enough to erase it. Vo Wai normally did not harbor long grudges, but with Tiu Han, he wanted to repay every bit if possible. Jun Wuyi's sword, enveloped in blazing flames, plunged straight down. It sank deep into the rock below. Dust swirled thickly, all eyes on the sword. Ung Bak stroked his beard in calm, expression unreadable. The 3 Boivu stood frozen like stone, while high above, Jun Wuyi continued his assault on Tiu Han. Seeing that, Boivu shouted in anger and dashed forcefully toward Jun Wuyi's treasured sword. But things did not go as planned. Jun Mo Zai immediately teleported in front, his mind focused only on that divine weapon. When Jun Mo Zai's sword touched his neck, Boivu was still pondering how his family could possess so many weapons. Seeing no advantage, Boivu used body technique to vanish. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Mak Ta. Fortune did not smile. Boivu screamed in horror as the sword he aimed at was now in Jun Mo Zai's hand. He turned his head with a faint smile, asking why a man who claimed a name hesitated with a divine weapon. What meaning does a duel in Fang Tayat and Gan City hold? Boivu's heart filled with disdain, thinking that no matter how formidable, as long as he defeated this kid, the sword would be his. He even mocked him. Hearing this, Makta only responded with a sarcastic smile. Immediately he moved like a ghost, continuously striking to press Boivu. Elsewhere, shouts for torches rose, flames illuminated the space. North Hong, he circulated inner power, preparing to enter. Elder Luke and Elder Ku joined forces to face back Hong. Only Fuang and Go and Tayat Dong stood aside, sweat pouring from their foreheads. Elder Luke whispered in panic about what was happening. Why could he not move? Then reminded others not to act rashly. Thien Tam looked at Mai Tun Jia with doubt. Clearly the eldest sister disliked Jun Mo Zai. Why now assist him? At that moment Jun Mo Zai struck closely, shocking everyone. Boivu also silently marveled at his youth reaching this level. Boivu studied the sword in the opponent's hand, silently judging its sharpness. Never seen a divine weapon tear through 4th grade mysterious energy from within like this. He gradually felt breathless, everything beyond expectation. The current opponent unpredictable, secretly regretted not withdrawing earlier. Boivu struggled to defend, hoping Mak Ta would tire, but his strength neared the supreme realm, consuming much energy with little effect. He believed that if he was careful, he would eventually win, yet that plan seemed to have flaws. Even though Mak Ta held the advantage, Boivu remained a powerful 4th grade mysterious expert, capable of mutual damage if exerting full force. Facing him, Mak Ta did not choose recklessness. Boivu maintained face while defending. The longer it went, the stronger Mak Ta's offense grew. Boivu's divine reputation proved true despite struggle. He held firm for so long. Even with many opportunities to strike, Mak Ta had to be cautious of counterattacks. Thanks to opening heaven technique and Hong Quan Tower support, Mak Ta's spiritual energy surged. Seeing Boivu defend tightly, he became more aggressive, while Boivu remained cautious. Elsewhere, Jun Wuyi watched Tiu Han clutching his head on the ground, drawing a sword from a fake nearby. Above, Mak Ta still fought elders alone. Below, Thien Tam and Mai Tun Jia observed every change. Thien Tam sighed, thinking the small divine being facing a 4th grade divine one was courting death. Mai Tunjia slowly said that although that kid could supplement mysterious energy, his nature remained mortal. Prolonging the fight would be hard to determine. As long as Boy Vu seized the right moment, he could strike decisively. Lian wondered why those moves did not provoke him. He smiled slightly, saying Boy Vu was not easily provoked, but Mak Ta always interjected with provocative moves, his body technique so eerie that even if shaken, Boy Vu struggled to seize opportunity. Unknowingly, his thoughts were disrupted, and while the move could not be countered, that was Mak Ta's moment, indeed brilliant. Mak Ta seemed to signal a long fight, preventing Boy Vu from daring to counterattack. Though not fully exhausting him, it gave hope to prolong the situation. Thien Tam remained puzzled since he wanted to provoke earlier. Mai Tunjia explained that when Boy Vu was completely calm, Mak Ta would strike truly. Only then would he rage and create uncertainty. During combat, Mak Ta glanced at Ngan Than, that Kim and Yingbo, seemingly planning to ambush to provoke Boy Vu. If he disabled one in the 7 swords, Boy Vu would struggle to stay calm, but Thien Tam thought with his vigilance, that move could not pass unnoticed. If Mak Ta won, Yingbo would quickly finish the 7 swords, so Boy Vu must have prepared. Mai Tunjia fell silent in thought. Suddenly both turned their heads to one direction. There Boy Vu was surrounded by Mak Ta's clone. He shouted in fury, daring to repeat the same move in front of a 4th-grade divine expert. He declared retribution had arrived, showing the opponent the cost of arrogance. Saying that, Boy Vu condensed his aura into a large hand striking straight at Mak Ta. But just before impact, Mak Ta turned and slipped backward, the strike falling into empty. Then he soared higher, pointing the sword straight to the sky. Blade radiated dazzling golden light. The light gradually formed a roaring lion that lunged at Boy Vu with fierce momentum. Simultaneously, Mak Ta descended like an arrow slicing the scene left Boy Vu, Thien Tam and Mai Tunjia stunned. He accelerated without hesitation, everyone around panicked. Boy Vu immediately gave chase. As he descended, seeing Mak Ta ahead, Boy Vu shouted for the kid to stop. Two raced downward as if to see who would touch the ground first. Mak Ta glanced back with a faint smile at Boy Vu, then continued accelerating. Yingbo gritted his teeth and shouted upon seeing that scene, "Your sudden interference, are you trying to assist me or throw me into further chaos? Had you only restrained Xiao Bei Yu for a moment, this seat could have suppressed the 7 swords, yet your sneak attack has pushed me into danger." People below were also extremely tense, their eyes fixed on the sky. At this moment Bei Yu had unleashed all his power. Immediately after, he rotated his hand and swung horizontally, erupting with another powerful strike to block Mo Zai. The sight left everyone who witnessed it utterly stunned. As Bei Yu's attack descended, Jun Mo Zai suddenly seemed to dissolve into the void and vanish, leaving his opponent gaping in astonishment. Seeing his force about to crash into the crowd, Bei Yu hurriedly waved his hand to redirect it, flinging the attack back upward. A surge of power skimmed past everyone's head before hovering in midair. Yingbo panted in place, his cold gaze sweeping toward a certain direction. Bei Yu's attack changed direction abruptly, and he immediately leapt aside to avoid being caught in it. The subordinates on the other side sneered with calculation and suddenly closed in, causing Yingbo to finally realize the truth. He ground his teeth in fury, realizing that the brat had not come to assist, but had deliberately pushed them into a difficult position. Ghost Eagle Yingbo roared, and a pair of wings and sharp claws instantly appeared behind him. He controlled the sharp talons as they shot toward the opposing group. Even while besieged by the entire group, he showed no sign of retreat. The moon had risen high, while Bei Yu on the other side revealed a calculating expression. Jun Mo Zai stood beside Jun Wu Yi, notably with the sword in his hand piercing straight into a man's chest. Mo Zai curled his lips into a cold smile, slightly lifting the tip of his sword. In an instant the blade pressed deeper, causing the opponent to collapse as blood gushed out. Witnessing the scene, Bei Yu roared in fury, "Despicable brat, you dare." At that moment a sudden strike forced him to retreat, and Yingbo immediately pursued, shouting that he would not escape. The two clashed fiercely, their attacks relentless as neither yielded. The force of their collision was so powerful that it shook the very air, sweeping everything around them away. Yingbo finally halted, his face dark, while Bei Yu gritted his teeth in return, both clearly having suffered heavy exhaustion. At that moment, one of Bei Yu's subordinates was suddenly blasted away, without understanding why. He turned in shock and immediately sped toward that direction. Jun Mo Zai held his sword pointed downward, his eyes filled with madness as he sneered at Bei Yu. Bei Yu rushed forward in alarm, shouting for him to stop, while Jun Wu Yi merely narrowed his eyes and observed without intervening. Jun Mo Zai laughed with interest and looked down at Xiao Han, slowly saying that he would use his blood to consecrate the Yan Huang sword. along with the debt owed to the loved ones who had fallen at his hands. As he spoke, he recalled the scene of his family being murdered years ago. Mozai tightened his grip on the sword, repeating the words vengeance like a solemn oath. How could heroes die unjustly? How could brave men suffer such wrongs? He would make his descendants live in darkness. This strike was for the countless people crushed by your hand. With those words, he thrust straight into Xiao Han's eyes, causing him to scream in terror, while Bei Yu stood frozen in shock. He trembled as he clutched his face and howled for revenge, spewing venomous curses at the Jun family. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Mozai raised his sword again. Bei Yu shouted in panic for him to stop or regret it, but before he could finish, the blade had already fallen. Bei Yu was so helpless that his face turned pale, clutching his chest as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He spoke coldly that he would leave him with hands yet unable to use them. Seeking revenge, this strike would wash away the humiliation of his family. Xiao Bei Yu, are you not the foremost beneath the supremes? Come and save your nephew. One leg has already been crippled, and this strike repays my third uncle's 10 years of suffering. From now on, even with ears, he would never hear another word. People around them panicked and shouted for Jun Mozai to stop. Yet he completely ignored them. The blade descended without hesitation, and Xiao Han's ear was severed. Jun Mozai still did not stop. The sword swept past and robbed him of speech. He growled that though he had a mouth he could not speak. This was the debt of his second uncle. Bei Yu trembled incessantly, his face as pale as paper. Then he staggered backward, unable to remain standing. Bei Yu clutched his chest, his body swaying in agony. He vomited blood again, crimson flowing continuously from the corner of his mouth. Jun Mozai looked at him with contempt. Bei Yu forced himself to say that he was truly ruthless and feared no karmic retribution. He curled his lips and replied that he dared to speak of karma. How many families had been destroyed by him? Had they ever felt remorse, driven by selfishness causing widows and orphans, and yet they dared call him cruel? Now that he witnessed his nephew reduced to such misery under his hand, how did it feel? He would let him witness the consequences bit by bit. Bei Yu was speechless with blood clogging his mouth. Jun Mozai continued in a deep voice, if the spirits of my two elder brothers above could see, I have not merely left him with eyes that cannot see. I have also left him with ears that cannot hear, a mouth that cannot speak, a crippled body, and severed his lineage. Reduced to a lifelong cripple, as his words ended the sword swung again, another part of Xiao Han's body was severed. He roared in fury, his gaze chilling to the bone. Looking at the object flung into the air, Jun Mozai smiled faintly and kicked it far away. Xiao Han's entire body was drenched in blood, his form no longer intact, lying curled on the ground with empty eye sockets, gasping in despair. Those around were stunned. Thien Tam whispered in disbelief at such coldness, wondering if Jun Mozai's heart was truly so unyielding. While Mai Tun Jia secretly thought such methods were rarely seen, he was exceedingly cruel. As for him, he suddenly burst into laughter, his face filled with satisfaction. Bei Yu stared at him, his eyes filled with panic. The others held their breath, none daring to step forward rashly. Yen Mong was so frightened that she collapsed into Tiat Dong's arms, while Xiao Han lay there with his mouth agape, barely breathing. At that moment, numerous beams of light descended from above, enveloping the elders before they vanished within the radiance. Tiat Dong supported Yen Mong while watching intently. Jun Mozai revealed a dangerous smile. He looked at Bei Yu and said in a low, delighted voice, Second Master Xiao, do you know, crushing the one you hate with your own hands is truly exhilarating. You need not speak, I understand your feelings. The white-haired bidding farewell to the black-haired is the tragedy of the mortal world. But not entirely, for I have left him with a breath, granting him a sliver of survival. I did not end him completely, I left him a path to exist. I was merciful and refrained from a final blow. Upon hearing this, Bei Yu's face grew even paler as he trembled and said, you are truly a demon. Jun Mozai laughed coldly and said he disliked those words compared to what they had done. He was hardly worthy of being called evil. Only today did he truly understand what a divine weapon was. Saying this, he raised his sword toward the heaven. He continued, even after slaughtering 1,000,000 the blade remains bright. Second Master Xiao, I know you are gathering strength for an opportunity. Before you act, I ask you a question. Do you know Hong Hoa Duong? All eyes instantly focused on him. Upon hearing that name, Jun Wuyi was startled, his eyes suddenly filled with realization. He stood amid the ruins and looked up at the sky, while Bei Yu remained silent. Jun Mozai said coldly, Hong Hoa Duong in Thien Huang City was personally destroyed by me. Are you surprised? After that, he began to recount how he had once destroyed Hong Hoa Duong, because it was a cruel organization lacking humanity. But when he realized his mistake, He learned that the tragedies they caused, severing limbs, breaking bones, then locking them into containers, turning them into deformed creatures. Therefore, he could not help but feel curious. He wondered, since when he had begun thinking about this, he wondered how deep the hatred must be for the master of Honghua Duong to act so cruelly toward innocent children. Although tonight the moon was full, it was not as bright as on previous nights. He quietly listened to his grandfather speak about the comrades of third uncle, and suddenly sighed, mentioning that none of those who followed back then could be seen anymore. He felt that if they were still alive, he would truly be overjoyed. Hearing that, Jun Wuyi suddenly recalled Jun Zhantian's question that day, asking whether they were still alive. Memories surged back. Jun Wuyi remained silent, lowering his head. Jun Mozai's voice sounded steady. The speaker did not notice, but the listener paid close attention. Therefore, he had investigated. Those people, even their families, had mysteriously disappeared over a long period of time. After that, he investigated the disappearances during that time. No one could identify the culprit. Only one thing was clear: there were no corpses of children. These children were victims, implicated by his military family and met with disaster. The one behind it must have a deep hatred toward his family. So who was that person? He paused, his sharp gaze staring straight at Boy Vu. He asked in a low voice, "Boy Vu, can you tell me who is behind Hong Hoa Duong, who carried out such cruelty, who harbors such deep hatred toward my family that they could act so madly?" As he spoke, he released a powerful aura, step by step advancing toward that man. He roared, "Tunhi, tell me, who exactly is that person?" Boy Vu panicked, stepping back and clutching his chest. He continued advancing, the pressure from Jun Mozai overwhelming everything. He drew closer and closer to Boy Vu. The man panicked and hurriedly said, "How would this old man know? What are you talking about?" Hearing this, he clenched his teeth. He had already been suspicious, but after destroying Hong Hoa Duong, he found that man arrived too quickly. "Tunhi, can you answer me?" That man's face twisted as he replied, "You suspect me. How could this old man do such a thing?" He slowly explained, "I do not suspect you. The actions of Fong Tiat and Gan Than are well known. It could not do such things, but with so many murders they must be investigated. However, I greatly suspect you. Clearly I am speaking of Tiu Han. So why did you drag yourself into this matter?" Tai Nhu grasped the key point and pressed closer to Boy Vu. That man shouted in fear, "You have absolutely no evidence." He frowned, smiling with his mouth but not his eyes, saying, "You are wrong again. Just now I spoke of Tiu Han. Yet you claimed I slandered your family. Tiu Han cannot represent the entire Tiu family." Boy Vu broke into sweat, too frightened to speak. Suddenly that man raised his head and stubbornly retorted, "Jun Mozai, you slander me. No matter how sharp your tongue is, you cannot pin this on the Tiu family." Jun Mozai replied, "Evidence? To this extent do we still need evidence?" Jun Mozai's eyes were icy. "To this extent do we still need evidence? How many forces could conceal such headless murder cases? Who has such deep hatred toward my family to do this? Not long ago he accepted a commission from someone. He also received her help, and he destroyed Hong Hoa Duong." Hearing that, Jun Wuyi's tears streamed down. He remembered a little girl who struggled, carrying her younger sibling in her arms, yet still tried to give him money. The more he recalled, the angrier he became, roaring that he would make the Tiu family pay and put each of them into jars, so everyone could see this is the end of despicable people, of those who have lost all humanity. Boy Vu provoked him, "You dare? What do you dare do?" But immediately that man realized even those on his side were looking at him with hatred. Those outside could not restrain themselves either. They looked at him with resentment. Boy Vu was stunned, looking around. Even Ying Bo could not suppress his anger. The elders looked at him with disdain and helplessness, while the lackeys were full of hatred. Even Yen Mong, who was leaning weakly against Tiat Dong, raised her head to look at Boy Vu with indignation. Only then did that man realize that everyone seemed to stand against him. He shouted, "Tiu Boy Vu, I ask you, back then how did your family infiltrate the million-strong army? Who was the insider within the army?" As soon as he finished speaking, his aura erupted, overwhelming everything like a roaring lion. The nearby soldiers were frightened by the power of that roar. They held weapons in their hands, and the aftershock forced many to stop, unable to continue. Some standing nearby hurriedly covered their hands, crying out in pain. Boy Vu looked ahead in panic, unable to utter a word. And that man suddenly realized the meaning in Jun Mozai's words, an insider. He laughed threateningly, "You were the one who led troops to the main camp of my family, helped the assassin target Jun Vo Hoi and Jun Vo Mong. Who was it? Whose man was it?" Jun Mozai's anger surged. He stepped closer and stood facing Boy Vu. Boy Vu gently closed his eyes, calmed himself for a moment, then opened them and looked ahead, saying those people, it is said they were a masked group in red clothes. Later it was learned they were from Hayat Duong. The one who assisted the Tiu family into the camp was also arranged by them. Jun Mozai glared and laughed. Hayat Duong, there is no mistake. They likely also wanted to harm Jun Wuyi or even our entire family, so who stands behind? Those outside heard and whispered among themselves. Boy Vu was stunned, Mai Tun Jia frowned in thought. Jun Mozai still stood there silently. Boy Vu continued explaining, I do not know their motives. Our Tiu family had planned to attack the camp. Unexpectedly they took the initiative to contact us. Since both sides had the same goal, cooperation was easy. That man added, after the matter was done they disappeared. The person who responded within the camp was also gone, likely handled by Hayat Duong. Jun Mozai slowly said Hayat Duong truly works with great secrecy. Boy Vu lowered his head and recounted, I did not participate that day. It was Han Enhai's brothers who did everything. Only after everything was over did I learn of it. In any case they did it. Small insects like them are not worth my action. The more he listened, the more veins bulged on his forehead. Jun Mozai spoke. Very good, small insects are more reasonable. So those who dealt with Jun Mak Yu and Jun Wuyi were also them. That man did not hesitate and agreed, yes, it was them, the people of Hayat Duong. He sneered and said how many people participated in that action. Tiu Han's brothers must have been quite numerous. Boy Vu confirmed, yes, there were few at first but quickly reinforced. In the end they made the Jun family pay, daring to involve the Tiu family, they had to pay. Interrupted, Jun Wuyi merely took Tiu Han's fiancé. A trivial matter, Boy Vu retorted that Tiu Han had been betrothed since childhood. They had always sought to seize Ngan Than Fong Tai, but after the ancestor died, the Han family became the rulers. The Tiu family endured oppression for hundreds of years. That man said resentfully, Jun Wuyi is truly hateful, daring to interfere in the long-prepared plan of the Tiu family. They had waited for this opportunity, yet he ruined it, they must pay. Immediately after, the sky suddenly flashed with numerous bolts of lightning. The elders were startled and all looked up at the sky. They moved around cautiously, watching in all directions. Yen Meng widened her eyes and looked ahead. He said angrily the Tiu family indeed had schemes, but did the Han family not have their own plans? Yet why pass it to the Tiu family? It was only one-sided desire. Boy Vu confidently replied that when the city lord's second daughter was born, they had long planned it, not to mention those who were once his subordinates. They naturally knew what to do. He asked was Tiu Han's Hong Hoa Duong also decided by the entire Tiu family. Boy Vu immediately denied it, saying it was entirely Han Na Chai and his brothers. By the time they knew it was too late, they could only let them commit cruel acts. Fortunately, they were merely insects. In fact, they gained many benefits. As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent spread from all sides. Everyone present felt anger at Boy Vu's words. Jun Mozai still frowned, yet his mouth smiled, saying you did very well. I have decided to give you a great reward. Boy Vu asked excitedly, a great reward? What reward is that? Jun Mozai smirked and said before receiving the reward, you must perform a strip dance. When you remove everything, the reward will come. You will be satisfied. Boy Vu was stunned after hearing this. A great reward, a strip dance? I do not know how to dance. Jun Mozai explained that a strip dance is shaking your hips, then removing clothes, then shaking again and removing more. Continue like that until everything is removed. He continued coaxing. We are waiting for you. You will not be disappointed. Go on, be obedient. Boy Vu seemed hypnotized, saying I want the reward, I will dance. Then that man began to sway his body. The elders were helpless upon seeing this, not knowing what to do. Taiet Dong and Yen Meng also felt embarrassed, looking at Boy Vu in confusion. That man danced wildly, slowly stripping off his clothes. He found it very amusing, even raising his hand to his mouth in a playful gesture. He said excitedly, yes, the movements must be softer, more graceful, bolder, that is right. Shake your hips harder. That way everyone will be satisfied. Follow along. Boy Vu had nearly removed everything, his face full of delight, even slightly flushed. Boy Vu's third round was still firm. He even wanted to keep twisting right in the middle of the crowd. Boy Vu calmly displayed his body before everyone, making Yingbo blush slightly in secret admiration of his boldness. At this moment, he was completely uncovered. Damlin saw his masculine feature and could not help but marvel, truly imposing. To maintain such a state under so many gazes was indeed a high realm. Just then Yen Meng screamed. She covered her eyes because she did not dare look any longer. Jun Mozai immediately glanced downward. That scream seemed to pull Boy Vu back to his senses. His dancing movements suddenly halted. He darted his eyes around. The atmosphere abruptly fell silent. The people around also went completely quiet. No one spoke. The elders held their silence as well, their eyes fixed on Boy Vu. He spun around, his fierce gaze sweeping over them. Jun Mozai descended from above, startling Boy Vu. He suddenly realized something was wrong, looked down at his body, then hurriedly crouched to cover himself. Jun Mozai laughed loudly, saying that today everyone had truly broadened their horizons, seeing an expert perform like this amid thousands of troops. It was indeed rare. The surrounding soldiers also burst into exclamation. They had not expected that despite his age he still maintained such vigor. Someone even teased that it was whiter than an ordinary person. The one being teased still laughed, saying he could not compare. The other party was an elder of Ngan Than and also a powerhouse. That skin tone was surely due to little exposure to light. Boivu was so furious he ground his teeth, too ashamed to look at everyone. The soldiers continued whispering and discussing him. A soldier shyly joked that this scene had even swept him along, causing the other to burst out laughing. Another chimed in, saying to bring along a cover just in case, speaking while teasing. That soldier laughed loudly upon hearing it, agreeing with the suggestion. The two hugged each other and laughed heartily, as if they had found a kindred spirit. Boivu seemed unable to endure any longer. He took a deep breath, his body tense, then he exhaled forcefully, sending dust swirling everywhere. Took another deep breath and threatened Jun Mozai through gritted teeth that even if he turned into a shadow, he would seek revenge. After speaking, he spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Powerful surge of energy erupted, then Boy Vu's figure vanished. Jun Mozai's face turned cold. He mocked his poor endurance, saying he had not even used his full moves, then showed disdain. The others who witnessed it all felt wary of his vicious cunning. Yuang and Go, standing nearby, swallowed hard, his legs trembling in shock. Elders below also sensed something strange and were startled in unison. They cautiously observed their surroundings. The great elder slightly furrowed his brows in thought. The great elder angrily rebuked the Tiu family, saying they were ungrateful and unrighteous, unworthy of living between heaven and earth. Ninth elder turned to ask Han Fai Van for his opinion. He replied coldly that the affairs of the Tiu family had nothing to do with him. If it were him, he would have ended himself long ago. The ninth elder retorted, saying relying on Han Fai Van alone was not enough. Once they returned to Ngan Than, it was uncertain who would surpass whom. The great elder gave the order. The 7 swords form the formation, capture the 3 traitors, coordinate with the divine swords, and strike together. Hearing that, the elders on the other side also frowned, their expressions darkening. The soldiers stood ready awaiting orders. Jun Mozai laughed coldly and said the right to decide lay with him. Life and death were not for them to choose. He hovered, then in the blink of an eye disappeared. Immediately after, he appeared before Fuang and Go and reached out to grip his throat tightly. Fuang and Go was horrified, and before he could react, he was dragged away. In just an instant, Jun Mozai was already standing beside another person, still gripping that man's throat. He released his hand, letting Fuang and Go fall before the elders. The 6th elder shouted that grievances have their source and debts their owner. Do not implicate the innocent. Jun Mozai retorted, recalling what they had done before and asking whether those previous acts had been spontaneous. Elders were startled to see many dark figures approaching, led by people from Ngan Than. Jun Mozai slowly enumerated their crimes, saying he had promised not to spare the Tiu family. A promise even to the deceased could not be abandoned. The 6th elder was furious, his aura flaring crimson. Jun Mozai sneered, clearly having provoked the other party. He tightened his grip further, causing Fuang and Go to sway. Not only his neck but his arms were restrained as well. Fuang and Go panicked and begged for mercy. The 6th elder roared angrily. Jun Mozai laughed loudly, bringing up what they had done before and asking why they were crying injustice now. 2 cracking sounds rang out. Fuang and Go completely lost his strength and could no longer resist. The 6th elder rushed forward in shock, shouting loudly. Jun Mozai still laughed, his hand gripping tighter. Another cracking sound followed. He violently hurled Fuang and Go downward. The body fell headfirst. Jun Mozai also shot down after him. The 6th elder hurried to catch his grandson, but realized the other party was attacking. He dodged aside, then drew his sword, his aura blazing red. The 6th elder slashed down with a sharp stroke. Jun Mozai landed first, using his foot to stomp heavily on Fuang and Go's back. Kick sent the body flipping back up into the air. The 6th elder paused, then hurriedly spread his arms to catch him. He caught him. He discovered Fuang and Go had already fainted. He held his grandson and angrily shouted that Jun Mozai was ruthless. At that very moment, Jun Mozai charged over. Everyone held their breath watching. Yingbo thought to himself that even if he faced him, he might not necessarily win. Jun Mozai flew a short distance, then stopped. Then he used his movement technique again, appearing right before the 6th elder. All were astonished, mouths agape. He suddenly appeared behind the 3rd and 9th elders. Jun Mozai revealed a razor-cold smile. He raised his sword and slashed out. From the blade shot countless rays of light, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The aura transformed into the shape of a dragon and shot into the sky, astonishing the two elders. Mai Tunjia secretly thought this move did not resemble an ordinary technique. The sixth elder asked the other two if they were all right. They looked at each other before replying. They confidently said it was nothing, believing Junmo Zai was merely a young man showing off. But immediately afterward, both turned pale upon discovering their clothes had been torn apart. Soon the elders all fell into the same state, looking at each other in panic. Their legs trembled unsteadily, then in an instant they were swept away by an invisible force. All the elders were struck by a single sword blow, collapsing to the ground as blood dyed the grass red. Space before his eyes seemed veiled in mist, the scene turning hazy and hard to discern. Mai Tunjia shut his eyes in terror, while the sixth elder cried out in despair, calling for the eighth and ninth brothers in disbelief. Sixth elder Lao Pang gently set Fuang'Go down and forced himself to stand. He turned his head to look at those surrounding him from behind, drew his sword, his aura surging around his body. In his heart, he swore that even at the cost of his life, he would never endure such humiliation. At that very moment, a sword shot in from nowhere and pierced the chest of another elder, while the rest lay scattered and grievously wounded. The sixth elder called out in a trembling voice, "Ancestor, I am incompetent." His hand trembled, and before he could finish speaking, a blade had already pierced straight through his chest. Junmo Zai appeared behind him, his icy gaze staring through his back. The sword pierced the center of his chest, blood gushing out without end. The sixth elder staggered before collapsing onto the grass, his pupils slowly fading. Junmo Zai withdrew his sword with a decisive motion. He turned to look at the remaining elders, causing them to retreat unconsciously. He said coldly that today was merely a personal grievance between the Tiu family and the Quan family. Did they have any objections? The crowd looked at one another, but no one dared to speak. Receiving no reply, he continued, saying he was not targeting Ngan Than, and that this matter would help them see the schemes of the Tiu family clearly. Without him today, Ngan Than might face turmoil in the future. They understood this themselves. He was naturally magnanimous and had no wish to push matters to extremes, for everyone in the martial world faced hardship at times, and mercy should be given when possible. Saving a life was better than building a 7-tier pagoda, but if forced too far, one could not endure forever, so he would consider it as accumulating a bit of good karma. Yingbo looked at him with scrutiny, and he added that although the Tiu family and the Quan family were enemies as deep as the sea, he would still spare that man's life. Someone standing behind muttered in disgust upon hearing this. Junmo Zai raised his eyes and lamented that he suffered only because he was too soft-hearted, bearing everything on his own since childhood, never having it easy. Yingbo and the soldiers shook their heads helplessly upon hearing this, while he smiled and asked them to escort the 3 people back to Ngan Than for further investigation. He lowered his gaze and reminded them softly that these were all human lives. The crowd hurried forward to support the injured elders and escort them away. Taiet Dong turned back for a glance before quietly departing with Yen Mong. When Yen Mong looked back, she caught sight of Junmo Zai smiling. Taiet Dong held her hand as they walked forward under everyone's gaze. At that moment, Jun Wuyi stepped forward, grasped Junmo Zai's hand, and asked whether his words were true. He explained whether the children at Hong Hoa Duong were descendants of his fallen brothers, and he replied that more than half of it was true. He said he had investigated and arranged everything properly, that they were living well and had even been helped by his master to recover. Jun Wuyi said emotionally that only then could he face his deceased brothers, and Junmo Zai replied that third uncle still had to take care of them. He merely grasped his collar, his eyes deep and silent. Then Jun Wuyi slowly walked past him toward the rear. Junmo Zai turned his head to watch the imposing figure of his uncle. He let out a soft sigh as the sound of a horn echoed. The army followed Jun Wuyi's lead, and he ordered that no one was to reveal what had happened today. Yingbo stepped forward and said that this time he had acted too recklessly. His strength was formidable but revealed too early. Junmo Zai smiled faintly and asked if it was too early, and Yingbo replied that even reaching Thien Haiyan was not enough to suppress all forces. He frowned and said he had done it deliberately to make them weigh which family was more worthy of his intervention than the Tiu family. Since he dared to step this far, there was nothing he would not dare to do. Neither worldly conventions nor morality could restrain him. Withdraw.